My name is Jang Tian. After years of hard training and endless self-improvement, I stood on the threshold of a significant event in my life. The entire Zhang clan had gathered in the grand hall of our home to witness the Pill of Spirit building ceremony, an award that would recognize my achievements and give me new opportunities for growth. Amidst the whispers and stares of relatives, I felt excited and proud that I was the one who was to receive this valuable pill symbolizing success and strength. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and an almost palpable tension as the elder of our family, Elder Zhang, rose to begin the ceremony. In his hands was the pill itself, shimmering with its mysterious light. My heart beat in unison with each step he took, for with each step I was getting closer to the moment that I believed would be the pinnacle of my years of effort. As soon as Elder Zhang began to say the name of the winner, the hall fell into a tense silence. I tuned in to hear my name, already anticipating the moment of triumph. However, instead of the expected words, a completely different name came out of the Elder Jiang Yuan's mouth. This name cut through the air like lightning, leaving behind shock and bewilderment. The momentary silence was broken only by the whispers and indignation among the people present. I felt my heart sink into my heels. There was no way this was going to happen. This moment should have been the culmination of my efforts. But instead, I witnessed my most unforeseen defeat. Around me, people were exchanging whispers and astonished looks, trying to understand why Elder Jiang had made such a decision. A smile played on Jiang Yuan's face, which I couldn't interpret as anything other than a mockery of my situation. With every second, my bewilderment grew, and I felt anger and resentment fill my mind. How could it be that after all my hard work and achievements, the victory was given to someone else? I tried to remain calm, but everything was boiling inside. This moment was a turning point, and I realized that it was up to me to find out the reasons for such a decision and restore justice, no matter how difficult it might be. While remaining outwardly calm, I could feel a deep betrayal brewing in my soul. The smirk on Elder Jiang's face seemed to confirm my worst fears of deliberate deception. The gazes of those gathered were fixed on me, watching me digest this turn of events. When I approached the elder, I asked him the reasons for this decision, seeking to understand why a well-deserved reward had been given to another. The answers I received were cold and mocking, with no sign of sympathy or explanation. "Those are the rules, and it's not up to you to decide who deserves it," he told me, brushing off my questions like pesky flies. This moment sharpened my sense of injustice and strengthened my intention to seek the truth beyond this meeting. I felt a growing determination within me to fight for my rights and prove my worthiness, despite the obstacles that might stand in my way. It was not only a personal challenge, but also an opportunity to show everyone that true strength and dignity are not always recognized and judged on merit. But that doesn't mean they should be ignored. After my open question to the elder, the atmosphere in the room became even more tense. Instead of support or understanding, my family members began to speak openly against me. They called me unworthy and claimed that my abilities were worthless, as if all my previous accomplishments and efforts meant nothing. "You are simply not worthy of this pill, Jang Tian," one of the uncles spoke, his words reflecting the general opinion of many of the older members of the clan. "You have never been and will never be a true martial artist," another added, echoing the previous speaker. Those words were like a stab in the back, especially considering how much time and effort I had devoted to perfecting my skills. My merit and success in tournaments seemed to vanish into thin air, and instead of respect, I was met with contempt. The humiliation was hard to bear, but I was determined not to let those words break me. Resentment grew inside of me, and a determination to prove my true worth to everyone, despite the venomous outbursts and underestimation from my family. As if the humiliation from the elder and the family wasn't enough, Ye Shui, my former fiancé, also joined the general condemnation. In front of the entire hall, she walked up to me with a look of disgust on her face and declared the breaking of our engagement. "Your association with me dishonors me," she said loud and clear for everyone to hear. Her words were like an icy shower that finally undermined my already precarious position in my family and community. This moment was the final straw, showing the complete disconnect between me and someone I thought was close to me. The realization that even Ye Shui, who had been with me during the good times, was now rejecting me, deepened my feelings of despair and betrayal. She was more than just a fiancée. We shared dreams and future plans, and her decision left me unsupported at the most difficult time of my life. Also, her words made me vulnerable to new threats. My family rivals and detractors took her actions as a sign of weakness and began to push me even more aggressively, seeking to exclude me permanently from the family affairs and inheritance. At that moment, I felt not only emotional pain, but also a growing threat to my position, and even my safety. In the worst moment of my despair, when everything seemed lost, something unexpected happened. In the pocket of my clothes, I fumbled for a strange artifact that I had found and kept long ago, thinking it was just a beautiful stone. Suddenly that stone began to radiate heat and pulsate, absorbing into my skin. It seemed to dissolve, leaving only searing pain and a glowing mark on my body. This event was the beginning of something new and powerful. I felt a force growing inside of me, unknown and powerful. The pain turned to a feeling of being filled with energy that boiled through my veins, causing a sharp yet liberating sensation. The power this artifact gave me was beyond anything I had ever imagined the human body could do. Now, armed with this new power and the opportunities it offered, I realized I had a chance for retribution and redemption. I could change my fate and restore justice, show everyone my true worth. This artifact gave me not only strength, but a confidence that was sorely lacking in those dark moments of my life. I knew I was now able to defend myself and restore my good name, and perhaps even regain lost connections and respect. Realizing the full power of this sudden gift, my resolve only strengthened. I felt a new strength flowing through my veins, giving me not only physical power, but also moral confidence. In that moment, I promised myself firmly that no one would ever again humiliate me or disregard my accomplishments. With each day I spent thinking and practicing, my goal became clearer and clearer. I decided to use my new gift not only for personal protection, but also to restore justice. The betrayals and lies that had marred my life by those I trusted were now my main motivation for action. I began to plan how to take revenge on everyone who had contributed to my downfall. It wasn't an instant lust for revenge, it was a desire to restore the truth and my name. I knew that the power this artifact had given me gave me a unique opportunity to change the course of my destiny and make those who had dared to betray me suffer the punishment they deserved. My anticipation of retribution was not just a desire to do harm, but a deep desire to prove that even in the darkest of times, one can find the strength to bring light back into one's life.
Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video. Blood sprayed onto his hand, completely spraying the purple Yuan bead all over, before Jang Tian had time to react to anything. He suddenly heard a strange sizzling sound. What's going on? Jang Tian's face changed and he gazed up. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Not only did the strange ringing sound not disappear, but it became more and more intense. Jang Tian was a little stunned for a moment, and when his gaze landed on the violet Yuan bead, a trace of shock suddenly flashed through his eyes. Violet Yuan. Jang Tian had just opened his mouth before it came to an abrupt end again. The purple Yuan bead suddenly levitated and turned into a divine light that flew into his body. How could this happen? Jang Tian was instantly horrified. He really couldn't imagine how such a strange change could have occurred in the cause of this mediocre round bead. As soon as the purple Yuan entered his body, it appeared in his Kai-Si and hovered above his Danshan. Erupting in a brilliant purple, red glow, under the irradiation of the purple Yuan bead, Jang Tian felt like his 5 insides were on fire, and a violent, bloodthirsty, and overbearing aura filled his Danshan Kai-Si, and then instantly surged into his meridians and traveled throughout his body. This aura seemed to surge wildly and erratically like raging magma, causing his blood veins to completely boil. Jang Tian screamed miserably as his body surface instantly turned a blood-red color at the same time. A bizarre aura blasted out from his body, causing the entire compartment to shake erratically, Jang Tian was enveloped by a purple, red blood mist, and a path of purple, red energy drilled in and out of his body surface, bringing out dark red impurities. But injecting purple, red glowing essence, a strange wind suddenly blew in the courtyard, and a channel of heaven and earth aura flew into the room from the cracks of the doors and windows, and was madly injected into Jang Tian's body under the wrapping of the purplish, red aura. The strange situation lasted for half an hour. Fortunately, no one noticed the strange changes in this remote courtyard. After half an hour, Jang Tian finally quieted down. Dark red fishy dirt hung on his body. His clothes were completely wet, and the entire room was filled with a fishy and sour smell. At this time, Jang Tian had swept away the previous disillusionment and bitterness, and his aura became very different from the usual. His eyes contained a strand of strange divine light, a hint of berserkness and dominance mixed in with sharpness. His aura, even more so, became much more powerful after the purple Yuan pearl entered his body. His cultivation had broken through from the peak of the body refining realm to the spirit building realm in one fell swoop, and there was an unprecedented amount of power in his body. Jang Tian interlocked his hands, silently sensing the bloodline spirituality within his body. How did this happen? He muttered, a trace of abnormality flashing in his eyes, although the purple Yuan bead's entry into his body had caused him to almost die from the pain. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his bloodline spirituality had been activated after persevering through it. He finally realized that this was the true gift left behind by his mother. However, at this moment, Jang Tian didn't have much ecstasy. Instead, he gazed at his mind and contemplated, if this kind of mutation had been advanced by even a day, I wouldn't have had what happened to me today. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed lightly, but there wasn't much remorse in his heart. If he had really activated his bloodline spirituality a day earlier, I'm afraid he would never have seen the true colors of Zhang He and Yi Wu Zhu. Zhang He, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Instead of being reduced to a waste, I activated my bloodline in this way. Yi Wuxu, 1 year's appointment, just wait for me. Essence light soared in Jang Tian's eyes at this moment. His heart was filled with fiery power. His martial arts talent was second to none amongst the young people of the Jiang clan. And after activating the spirituality of his bloodline, an increase in strength was definitely not in the cards. First level of the spirit-building realm. I wonder how much power I possess now. Jang Tian's gaze flickered as a deep smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before activating his bloodline spirituality, he was at the peak of the body refinement realm, possessing a strength of 1,600 pounds, which was already unique among his peers if there were no accidents after stepping into the spirit-building realm. His strength should be able to reach the level of 3,000 pounds. However, he felt that his strength was likely to be even higher than that. But to what extent? He still needed to verify it before he would know. Jang Tian was ready to go to the courtyard to find a practicing stone to try it out. But he couldn't help but frown at this appearance on his body. What an awful smell. Jang Tian despised himself fiercely, even though he knew that this was a good phenomenon as the impurities were expelled from his body. He still pinched his nose and heaved for a while. He took off these clothes as fast as he could and rushed into the inner tub to take a painful bath. So comfortable, Jang Tian cried out in pain. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Not right. Jang Tian's face changed abruptly, deep astonishment welling up within him. Generally speaking, one would display some sort of bloodline talent after activating a bloodline spirituality, but obviously, although he had activated his bloodline spirituality, he had yet to display a bloodline talent, which made him very puzzled. He fixed his mind and closed his eyes to internally visualize his Kai-Si. The purple Yuan pearl's light was slightly dim, suspended motionless above his dantian, and he was unable to awaken it even when he infused it with his bloodline spirituality. After the transformation of his physical body, The purple Yuan pearl seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. This purple Yuan pearl, left behind by Mother, what kind of treasure is it, and why does it possess such terrifying efficacy? Jang Tian's gaze flickered uncertainly as intense anticipation surged within him. He looked forward to the next time he awakened the violet Yuan pearl. Whether it would allow him to awaken his bloodline talent. He vaguely realized that the purple Yuan bead's efficacy was most likely more than simply activating the bloodline spirituality. But it was impossible to know exactly how for the time being. Jang Tian suddenly frowned, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes once again. The bloodline spirituality that he had just infused into the purple Yuan bead unexpectedly did not return out. So that's how it is. Jang Tian's spirit lifted, and he once again infused his bloodline spiritual energy into the purple Yuan bead. He soon realized that the purple Yuan bead gradually became brighter, but it was still far from truly awakening. However, this moment of exertion was a bit overwhelming for him. He had just remodeled his physical body, and the bloodline spirit energy in his body was quite empty, and now that the purple Yuan bead had devoured a lot of it, he was already a bit dizzy. Damn it, Jang Tian cursed angrily, not at the purple Yuan bead, but at Zhang He for depriving him of his spirit-building pill. If he had that spirit-building pill, he would have been able to quickly swallow and refine it today to replenish the energy in his body. However, on second thought, he laughed again, smiling with incomparable abandon, even a bit gloomy. He had already activated his bloodline spirituality. And the spirit-building pill didn't really have any meaning to him anymore. Ha 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 ha. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed. Not to mention that I have to thank Zhang He and Yi Wu Zhu. If it wasn't for all the evil things they did, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered the secret of the purple Yuan pearl. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. His gaze gradually turning cold as a winter, like chill rose around him in an instant. The hot water in the tub became ice cold. His Jang Tian was instantly somewhat shocked. This was some sort of display of the spirituality of the bloodline. And spirit-building realm martial artists could initially manipulate their bloodline talent so as to influence the environment they were surrounded by. Although the range of influence was still very limited due to the cultivation level, at the first level of the spirit-building realm, it was already possible to see the signs. In the case of other martial artists of the same rank, at most, they would be able to condense a few faint air currents on the surface of their body, and would not be able to make the hot water cool or even freeze in an instant. Cold light flashed in Jang Tian's eyes, and the already cooled water instantly froze, emitting a clicking sound. Indeed, Jang Tian was inwardly surprised. Can it be reversed? Jang Tian's gaze suddenly flickered, and a strange smile swept across the corner of his mouth. With a thought, the frozen bath water instantly melted away and became steaming hot again in the twinkling of an eye. What bloodline talent have I awakened? How could it be so odd? The corners of Jang Tian's eyes narrowed, and he was inwardly astonished. He even felt that if he continued to push on, the basin of water would definitely be able to boil or even evaporate directly, which was simply a bit appalling. Until now, he still didn't know which type of bloodline talent he had. So he could only wait for the purple Yuan pearl to awaken before confirming it. Rubbing his fuzzy head, Jang Tian realized a problem. Relying on his own bitter cultivation alone would definitely not be able to feed the violet Xuanju, and there was no telling how long it would take to awaken it once again. Without today's encounter, he would certainly be able to wait, even for 3 to 5 months, a year and a half. But with Yi Wuxu's 1-year contract in place, he couldn't wait like this anymore in order to awaken the purple Yuan pearl as soon as possible. He needed pills. Thinking of this, Jang Tian no longer hesitated and leapt out of the tub to dry his body, preparing to head to the pill pavilion. However, before he could put on his clothes, he suddenly heard someone darting this way. After the activation of his bloodline spirituality, Jang Tian had not only made a breakthrough in his cultivation, even his 5 senses and 6 senses had greatly improved. Before the visitor even entered the courtyard, he had already sensed it, and his face instantly turned cold. Could it be that Jang he has sent someone to deal with me? Jang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his face slightly chilled. HMPH, it's not enough to suppress me so miserably. Is it not possible that you still want to cut down all the people in order to get rid of them? Jang Tian gritted his teeth and cursed, a monstrous rage welling up within him. After a moment of disorientation, the man had already arrived before the door of the room. This aura, how is it? Feeling the aura at the door, Jang Tian's eyes suddenly became odd. Is Brother Tian in? A delicate voice sounded outside the door, and without waiting for Jang Tian to answer, the door of the room was pushed open. Light slanted into the room, outlining a delicate figure and a slender jade foot wrapped in gold silk thigh. High embroidered boots leisurely stepped in, revealing a delicate woman dressed in a goose, yellow power suit. Jang man, why is it you? Jang Tian was a bit surprised, and a trace of imperceptible joy flashed in his eyes. His mood was actually very bad, but he still felt a trace of warmth after seeing Jang man. Ah, Brother Tian, you, ouch, shame on you. Jang man had a delicate smile on her face. Her eyesight landed on Jang Tian's naked Luo's body as soon as she swept around the room, and her face reddened vacantly. Oh, I forgot. Jang Tian awkwardly put on his clothes. The Jang family was a large clan, and although he and Jang man were both surnamed Jang, they weren't too closely related by blood. Jang Tian knew that Jang man had long had secret feelings for him in private, but because Yi Wuxu, the dazzling star, was in the middle, everything could only be suppressed in his heart. In these few years, the two of them had actually gotten very close. If there was no Yi Wuxu, maybe they could have gotten even closer. Man, it's all my fault for making you frightened. Jang Tian smiled bitterly as he greeted Jang man and sat down. Jang man glared at him fiercely with a petulant face, skimming her lips and smiling. Brother Tian seems to be in a good mood. It looks like he hasn't been affected by today's events. Jang Tian's face stiffened a little at those words. It would be a lie to say that today's events hadn't affected him. In fact, he was still holding a torrential fire of rage in his heart. However, there was no way around it. Even though he had activated his bloodline spirituality, he still couldn't do much until he had enough strength. Even more so, he couldn't talk about striking back at Yi Wuxu as well as Jang He to wash away today's shame. He frowned slightly as he glanced at Jang man, his complexion becoming very complicated. What? Can't Brother Tian let go of it? Jang man blinked her soulful eyes, and a warm smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. This woman had always been sociable and understanding, with an orchid-like quality, and Jang Tian had always been fond of her as well. Although seeing her delicate appearance and dimpled figure, he couldn't help but have some distracting thoughts and fantasies, but it was more of a brotherly and sisterly love between the same clan. Looking at Jang Tian's distressed appearance, Jang man pursed her lips and leisurely came in front of him. With her delicate figure right in front of her, the two of them almost breathed and smelled each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. This action couldn't help but make Jang Tian's breathing become very tight. Other than his own mother and Yi Wuxu, he had never been in such close contact with any woman before, let alone an incomparably delicate and marvelous young woman. This caused his face to blush a little, and the corners of his eyes were trembling slightly. Brother Tian, Jiang Man wanted to speak, seemingly happy to see this embarrassed look on Jiang Tian's face. Gradually, her face also flushed a shy crimson red, looking like a red apple emitting a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Tian cleared his throat with difficulty, seemingly at a bit of a loss for words. Jiang Man slowly shook his head and said in a gentle voice, "In fact, with your martial arts talent, even if you can't activate your bloodline spirituality, you'll still be able to make a mark in Tianbao City in the future. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there was once a wasted blood martial artist who practiced diligently with great perseverance, and eventually became an overlord of a party. Jiang Man leisurely spoke, a hint of encouragement in her eyes, Manman, I, hearing the other party's words. Jang Tian was greatly moved. SHHH, listen to me. Jiang Man stretched out her white onion, like jade finger, and gently pressed it on his mouth. Her eyes full of seduction, the faint fragrance and gentle touch caused Jang Tian's heart to beat wildly, and his hot blood continued to surge, looking at this soft and charming young girl in front of him. Especially that seductive look. He couldn't wait to rush up to, however, reason made him press down the impulses of his heart. This kind of reaction fell in the eyes of the other party, and it was transformed into a trace of a more and more soft and charming smile. Jiang Man smiled delicately, a ray of spring light faintly swinging out from her slightly disoriented eyes, stirring up ripples in Jang Tian's heart. With Brother Tian's martial arts talent, he might be able to follow in the footsteps of those mighty and powerful people and create his own miracle. Jiang Man gently blinked, her smile becoming more and more charming. Jang Tian took a deep breath and tried to grab Jiang Man's small hand, but it came up empty. Jiang Man giggled and leisurely retracted the finger pressed on his lips, a warm intoxication swirling in his smiling eyes. It had to be said that Jiang Man was already very charming. Coupled with this rare gesture, it was really difficult for people to hold on to. Jang Tian breathed deeply, his complexion suddenly solemnized. Manman, in fact, I have, not waiting for Jang Tian to finish. Jiang Man suddenly smiled wryly. He, in fact, you're just a dead waste. How can you possibly perform a miracle? What did you say? Jiang Tian's face changed at the words, frowning in disbelief. This transformation came out of nowhere, completely catching him off guard. Jiang Man's smile abruptly converged, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. I said, you are a dead waste. Before the words left her mouth, Jiang Man yelled as she raised her hand and swept it towards Jang Tian's neck. Whoosh, with a flash of cold light, a sharp blade instantly swept in front of Jang Tian at the critical moment. Jang Tian's mind snapped awake, and he leaned back like lightning. Ka-ching, the pearwood seat underneath him crumbled, and Jang Tian's entire body shot out backwards like a cannonball, slamming into the wall behind him. Damn it, unexpectedly missed. Jiang Man's face sank as she cursed in a stern voice. With this move, she would have been able to inflict a heavy blow on Jang Tian. And even if she couldn't kill him, she would still cause him to suffer serious injuries and become a complete invalid. However, she never expected that Jang Tian, who had suffered huge blows one after another, still had such a fast reaction speed under her charm that he had dodged her thunderous strike. Impossible, unless he activated his bloodline spirituality and broke through to the spirit-building realm. A cold light flashed in Jiang Man's eyes, and without waiting for Jang Tian to stabilize his position, his delicate body swayed and bullied forward again. Whoosh, she brought up a strong wind, instantly arriving in front of Jang Tian, who had not yet stabilized himself at that moment just now. Jang Tian dodged with all his might and didn't have any reservations. This impact was really not light, and at this time, his head was still a little dizzy. However, after feeling the killing intent coming at him, he had to force his hand to resist. Jiang Man's qualifications were not bad. Her cultivation reached the peak of the body refinement realm, and she was considered a top-notch existence among the young people of the Jiang family, so the consequences were unimaginable once she was given the chance. Jang Tian roared angrily, smashing the wooden table next to him, rolling to a zhang away and bouncing to stand up. Why, Jang Tian bellowed out, his face cold and stern. His heart was incomparably furious. Could it be that just because his qualifications were not good, and he was unable to activate the spirituality of his bloodline, the entire Jiang clan was going to drive him to extinction? Even Jiang Man, who was originally like a brother and sister, had become so cruel and heartless, wanting to put him to death. HMPH, a dead waste. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Jiang Man droned and charged up once again. She utilized the weak willow body technique that had been handed down by the Jang family, and in the small space, she was precisely like a fish in water, her body flashing in front of Jang Tian with a slight sway. A cold light flashed like electricity. Jang Tian's head swayed and dodged the vitals, but his earlobe was cut with a wound, and a strand of long hair beside his ear was also chopped off by the cold light and drifted down leisurely. Only at this point did he completely die. Jiang Man was really going to take a shot at him. If he had dodged slower just now, he would have been seriously injured without dying. Outrageous, Jang Tian was completely furious. His entire person was like a wild beast. A terrifying aura rising, Jiang Man's heart trembled as he watched, originally wanting to attack in a smooth manner. But at this moment, he subconsciously grabbed the strand of broken hair and retreated to the side after all. Although Jang Tian could not activate his bloodline, his martial arts talent was second to none in the Jiang family. He had just won the top spot in the family martial arts competition, so if he was given the opportunity, he would definitely be heavily injured himself. Jiang Man stepped back 2 feet, cupping the strand of broken hair in his hand as a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Not bad, although I didn't manage to seriously injure you. My purpose has been achieved." Jiang Man slowly nodded his head. Looking very satisfied, Jang Tian glared angrily, his eyes so icy cold that it made Jiang Man as cold as ice covering his body. "Why is this? Is it because I can't activate my bloodline spirituality?" Jang Tian questioned in a stern voice. The love of the same clan over the years, could it have completely changed just because of this one thing? Jang Tian really didn't understand what effect his ability to activate his bloodline or not had on Jiang Man. So much so that she had to use such tactics to plot against him. Jiang Man sneered more than once, looking at Jang Tian with eyes as cold and heartless as if he was looking at a stranger. "Humph, it's fine to tell you that Zhang Yuan has promised to give me that spirit-building pill as long as I strike out at you to take one thing from your body. Although I didn't manage to seriously injure you, this strand of broken hair is already enough." Jiang Man sneered and shook the broken hair cupped in his hand. A hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, another spirit-building pill. Jang Tian's face sank as he gritted his teeth. From this spirit-building pill, his fate had taken a sharp turn for the worse, first being deprived of the qualification for the pill by Jiang He, then being withdrawn from marriage by Yi Wuxu, and now being bullied by Jiang Man. This elixir really made him feel a lot of emotions. Ha 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 ha! Jang Tian let out a loud laugh, a domineering and desolate sound coming out from his laughter. Looking at his aura, Jiang Man couldn't help but be shaken. She realized that the person in front of her didn't even look like a waste that had suffered blows one after another, but more like the spirited and talented young man from before. However, after turning her thoughts, she laughed coldly again. Humph, a waste is a waste, unable to even activate his bloodline spirituality. Even if he cultivates until he dies, he is still a waste. Jiang Man sneered and turned around, not bothering to say another word to Jang Tian. "If people don't offend me, I don't offend them." Jang Tian's face sank, a cold light appearing in his eyes. "Want to leave? It's not that easy," Jang Tian shouted angrily. His figure swayed out, rolling a strong wind to Jiang Man's side. Just now, he had not been prepared for being backstabbed by Jiang Man, coupled with the fact that his bloodline spirit power had not yet fully recovered. With his strength and martial arts attainments, dealing with Jiang Man was simply a matter of hand-to-hand combat. Jiang Man's face changed. She simply could not think too much. Her right hand swung backward like lightning. Cold awnings gulped from her cuffs, and the sharp short blade loomed, whoosh, with an ear-piercing whine. The short blade turned into a cold light that cut diagonally towards Jang Tian's face. Sculptor's skill. Jang Tian laughed coldly and pinched the cold light with just 2 fingers extended. Bang! Jang Tian suddenly exerted force, and the curved sword snapped with a sound. "Ah!" Jiang Man cried out in shock. His right hand was twisted by the huge force coming from the machete, and he threw the knife out in a hurry. Boom, Jang Tian slapped his palm on Jiang Man's back, sending her flying 3 feet away. Puff, Jiang Man stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning pale. Impossible. You can't even awaken your bloodline spirituality. How could you possibly have such a means? A trace of panic flashed in Jiang Man's eyes. Although her strength was not comparable to Jang Tian's, there was not such a huge gap. She had witnessed Jang Tian win the championship at the martial arts competition, and could be said to know him well. Even if she was no better, it was impossible for her to lose in a single move, and to lose so miserably. Jang Tian was too lazy to explain more. With this kind of villain, he didn't want to say anything more at all. Even if I can't activate my bloodline spirituality, am not a waste of space for you to bully. Jang Tian's eyes shot a cold light as he said coldly, facing this Jiang man who changed her face like turning over a book. He wanted to kill him painfully. But all the friendships from the past years were hard to erase in his heart for a while, making it impossible for him to be painfully cruel. Jiang man, today I will spare your life if there is a next time. This stone tablet will be your downfall. Jang Tian shouted violently, the half-broken sword in his hand transformed into a cold light and exploded out, piercing through the practicing stone monument 10 feet away in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, the corners of Jiang Man's eyes twitched. His heart horrified. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding his strength? A hint of suspicion flashed in Jiang Man's eyes. But he dismissed the idea after a split second, the pill being taken away and the marriage being returned. This was not a fake. Jang Tian couldn't possibly defile himself with this kind of thing, even if he was fooling around. Thinking of this, her mind gradually loosened up again. HMPH, a waste is a waste. Let me go today, and y'all regret it. Ginger Man got the better of her, standing up and patting the dust on her butt. Get lost, don't let me see you again. Jang Tian was in an extremely bad mood and hissed furiously. The many years of love between brother and sister of the same clan was not even comparable to an elixir, which made him recognize this cruel world, and his heart was considered to be completely cold. Jiang Man sneered and stumbled out of the courtyard holding the strand of broken hair. Unable to wait to take credit from Zhang Yuan with the spirit building pill, I'll be able to activate my bloodline spirituality ahead of time. So I won't have to be afraid of this punk at all then. Although Jiang Man returned with injuries, her heart was still snickering with joy. With the spirit building pill, she would no longer need to participate in next year's family competition. And even if she did, it would be difficult for her to get the top spot. It was because of this reason that she didn't hesitate to tear her face from Jang Tian and turn against him. In a small place like Tianbao City, spirit-building pills were very precious, even for a party as powerful as the Zhang family. They couldn't get a few of them a year to fulfill the demand. Spirit-building pills, HMPH, Jang Tian's face deepened as he ruthlessly exhaled a mouthful of anger. Although he had been deprived of his spirit-building pill, he didn't need that kind of pill now, subconsciously touching his left earlobe. Jang Tian felt very surprised that within this short period of time, that wound had already started to heal. Could it be that this is also the change brought about by the purple Xuan pearl? Jang Tian felt surprised. One had to know that although this wound was only a superficial wound, it simply wouldn't heal that fast normally speaking. And it would be impossible for it to completely heal without 2 or 3 days, but now, the wound had obviously scabbed over. And if one didn't deliberately touch it, one could barely feel any pain. Jang Tian slowly nodded his head. But in an instant, his face changed so close. It's a good thing that Jiang Man didn't feed poison on the knife. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A trace of fear flashed in Jang Tian's eyes. People's hearts were treacherous. And his vigilance was still too poor. In fact, it was no wonder, some years ago, he was courted by the clansmen in the Zhang clan and regarded as a genius. Today, this drastic change inevitably made him unaccustomed to it. After figuring this out, Jang Tian's mood gradually calmed down. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, I will return the favor tenfold and 100-fold. Jang Tian straightened his robes and walked quickly towards the pill pavilion. Every family in Tianbao City had a pill pavilion, and the Zhang family was naturally no exception. The Zhang family's pill pavilion was a small two-story building from which all the pills for everyone up and down the Zhang family were provided. In the boundaries of the Qingshuan kingdom, alchemy was quite a popular profession, and highly skilled alchemists were even more respected than martial artists of the same rank. Elder Jiang Mu, who guarded the pill pavilion, was the only alchemist in the Jiang clan when Jang Tian arrived at the pill pavilion. Many of his fellow disciples gave him sideways glances this morning. These people were still treating him with respect. But now they were incomparably cold and even subconsciously avoided him. The world is a cold place, and people's hearts are not ancient. Although Jang Tian was speechless, he didn't care much compared to Yi Wuxu's withdrawal. What was the vision of these little people? Jang Tian ignored the comments of those people and walked into the pill pavilion with large strides. Jang Tian, this waste, his bloodline spirituality can't even be activated. What's the point of coming to the pill pavilion? Does he still want to continue cultivating? HMPH probably wants to create a miracle with the help of pills. Create a miracle? I pooh, don't dream about it. The Grand Elder has said that no amount of spirit-building pills can activate the spirituality of his bloodline. Jang Tian is considered to be completely wasted. Let's go. Don't get involved with him. Bad luck. A few people sneered and walked away quickly. Jang Tian came before the counter and saluted Elder Jiang Mu respectfully. Greetings, Elder. I've come to collect the pills for cultivation. Hearing his voice, a few disciples by the elixir racks turned their heads to look over. These few people's strength belonged to the upper middle class among the younger generation, and were considered to have a small status, and after seeing Jang Tian, they completely lacked the kind of fawning that they used to do. And all of them scoffed with a cold face. Isn't this the great genius of our Jiang family? Hee. I say, Jang Tian, you can't even activate your bloodline spirituality. What are you doing in the pill pavilion? That's right, with a qualification like yours, it's a waste to take more pills. You might as well leave it for your clan's disciples. It's also considered to be accumulating some yin virtue. These people's words were mean, and their complexion cold, causing Jang Tian to listen to them with a fury. However, he didn't snap, and just said without turning his head, making these people's faces turn very ugly, whether or not I'm a waste of space. It's not for you few defeated men to worry about. These people had just lost to Jang Tian in the clan competition, and in terms of strength, they couldn't even be worthy of lifting his shoes. You asshole, outrageous Jang Tian. Do you still think you're that genius? Wake up. You're a big joke now. A disgrace to the entire clan, now that Jang Tian was already a waste. Being despised and mocked by such a waste was completely unacceptable to them. Jang Tian wore a strange smile on his face as his sharp-edged gaze swept over the crowd. Joke, shame. HMPH, one day, I will show you all who is the joke and who is the disgrace. Jang Tian said coldly and stopped paying attention to them. He didn't have the free time to fight with these villains. He might as well refine a few more pills to awaken the violet Chuan pearl as soon as possible if he had this time. Jang Tian, you are simply arrogant. Jang Tian, you wait. The day we activate the spirituality of our bloodline. You'll have a good time. After viciously threatening Jang Tian a few times, these few people withdrew their gazes and didn't dare to clamor anymore. Jang Tian's strength was there. If they were really pissed off, it would be more trouble than it was worth to be beaten up by him again. Although these people had bad hearts, they were also unwilling to suffer a loss in front of them, Jang Tian. What elixir do you want to receive? Behind the counter, Elder Jiang Mu frowned, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. What a noble profession alchemy was. How could you let this kind of trash spoil the pills that you had made with so much effort? From the moment Jang Tian walked into the pill pavilion, Jiang Mu had no intention of giving him the pills. Jang Tian said, I want to receive 50 Earthblood pills. 50 earthblood pills, hearing Jang Tian's words. Jang Mu's face immediately sank. It was as if a thick layer of dark clouds hung over his brows, and his gloomy eyes were almost capable of dripping water. Jang Tian, have you made a mistake, opening your mouth and asking for 50 earth blood pills? Do you think these pills were picked up? Jang Mu's face contained anger, and his voice was unusually cold. If Jang Tian was still that genius, he would have offered the pills without saying a word, but the current Jang Tian was not only a waste. He had also offended Grand Elder Jiang He, and it was questionable whether he would be able to gain a foothold in the family in the future. As the only alchemist in the family, Jiang Mu naturally did not need to be polite to him. Jang Tian frowned. Already understanding Jiang Mu's mind, but the elixir that belonged to him, he still had to take it. If I remember correctly, the merit points I've accumulated from hunting demonic beasts over the past 3 years. Exchanging for 100 earth blood pills would be enough, right, in the last 3 years, in order to hone his martial cultivation. He had gone out more than once to hunt beasts, and what he had turned into the clan far exceeded the value of 100 earth blood pills. Right now, he exchanged 50 earth blood dan, but was being made difficult by Jiang Mu. How could he endure this? Jiang Mu shook his head and laughed coldly at his words. A strong disdain flashed in his eyes. Humph. Before was before, now is now, without the word of mouth from the family head or the grand elder. I can't give you the pills. What did you say? Jang Tian frowned and his face sank. It was just a matter of being suppressed by Jiang He. But he didn't expect that the elder of the pill pavilion would also tend to fall on his sword. Could it be that my merit points are just wiped out? Jang Tian coldly questioned. The merit points were recorded, and as long as they were recorded, he had enough backing to exchange them for pills. Let me see, just how many merit points do you have? Jiang Mu smiled wryly and took out a ledger to look through it. When he flipped to Jang Tian's page, it was with a raised eyebrow, and as he tore off the ledger page, he spat out a flame from his palm and burned it into flying ash. Where are your merit points? Why can't I find them? Jiang Mu said coldly with a sneer on his face. The pill pavilion was his territory, where he had one hand in the sky. What's more, Jang Tian had completely lost his power, even if he explicitly bullied the other party. There wouldn't be any problems. Instead, he would be even more appreciated by the family head and the grand elder. Suppression, naked suppression, looking at Jiang Mu's insidious and despicable actions. Jang Tian's face completely sank. He knew that the elixir was definitely not going to be asked for. The contributions he had made to the family over the years had also completely turned into nothing. Jiang Mu, you are really good at this. Jang Tian's face deepened as he coldly chided. No one would be in a good mood if the fruits of years of hard work were mercilessly destroyed. Asshole, how dare you call this elder by his name? Jiang Mu bellowed out at his words as his spirit-building realm pressure exploded, directly covering Jang Tian out of his expectation. Jang Tian stared coldly at him, surprisingly not being intimidated by his pressure in the slightest. After a moment of confrontation, Jiang Mu suddenly shook his head and laughed coldly. HMPH, just a waste. Too lazy to bother with you. This elder is magnanimous, so I will forgive your disrespectful behavior. But if there is a next time, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Now, quickly get the hell out of the pill pavilion for this elder. Jiang Mu's face sank as he sternly scolded. It was redundant to say anything else after what had happened. Jiang Mu, you will regret what you did today. Jang Tian turned around haughtily and walked out of the pill pavilion without looking back. HMPH, just a punk with a temper, Elder Jiang Mu. Well done. This is the way to deal with this kind of waste. 50 earth blood pills. Ah. I won't be able to eat them all in a whole year. It's a good thing I didn't cheapen this waste. A few disciples trotted over and kissed Jiang Mu's ass. A few of you are still sensible. Don't tell others about today's matter. Otherwise, in the future, y'all come back to collect the elixir. Humph. Jiang Mu smiled grimly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Several people instantly understood and nodded their heads. Elder Jang Mu, don't worry, we didn't see or hear anything today. Not right. I clearly saw Jang Tian show great disrespect to Elder Jiang Mu. I also saw that Elder Jiang Mu was magnanimous and didn't bother with Jang Tian. Instead forgiving him, looking at the fawning of a few young men, Jiang Mu laughed openly and nodded his head more than once. Jang Tian's merit points had already been wiped out by him, and those 100 earth blood pills had certainly become his possession. The family couldn't come up with the elixir, so Jang Tian could only go outside to buy it, after returning to the courtyard and taking his savings. Jang Tian left the Zhang family and headed towards Tianbao City's workshop market. Tianbao City's martial arts style was extremely prosperous, and the workshop market was naturally very developed. In the prime location of the city, there was a street specializing in martial arts supplies. Known as the Workshop Market Street, Jang Tian walked into a store called 100 Treasures Merchant House and asked a white-haired shopkeeper about the price of the earth blood pill. Without asking, he was really taken aback. What, 20 taels of silver apiece? Jang Tian's face turned a little white and he was staggered at the words. 20 taels of silver. This price was several times higher than he had imagined. One must know that in a place like Tianbao City, an ordinary family's yearly income was only 5 or 6 taels of silver at most, for an earth blood pill to cost 20 taels. This could be equivalent to an ordinary family's income for 4 whole years, and it would have to be a disaster-free year to do so. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, thinking about his hard-earned savings. He was momentarily in great pain. He only had 230 taels of silver and could only buy 11 earth blood pills, far from his needs. Looking at Jang Tian, who shook his head and sighed, the white-haired shopkeeper nodded his head and said, "This little friend, seeing as you are here for the first time, I can give you a discount, 232 silver for 12 earth blood dan." How about it? Jang Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Counting like this would save 10 taels of silver. After handing over the silver and taking the pills, he walked out. Boss Bai, who was that young man just now. In the middle of the merchant house, a clear voice suddenly sounded. A beautiful woman in a tight red dress arrived in front of the white-haired shopkeeper with a delicate stride. This woman's appearance was extremely beautiful, looking to be in her 20s, with a mature and flirtatious aura exuding from her body, causing people to have reveries. However, her eyes contained a certain ice-cold demeanor, towering over others, making people look away. A few fellows shivered when they heard this voice, and after bowing and saluting to the woman, they stood respectfully with their heads not daring to raise their heads. Boss Bai's face was solemn. Shook his head and laughed. "Oh, just a young boy. I'm afraid I can't get into Elder Feng's eyes." The red-skirted woman straightened the pair of surging waves in her forehead, swept through the merchant bank hall expressionlessly, and her condescending eyes landed on Boss Bai's face. "This teenager is unusual. He seems to have some sort of odd aura about him that makes it hard to see through. It's fine here. You guys go entertain the guests." Boss Bai clearly saw how uncomfortable the fellows were and frowned slightly, waving his hand to send him away. "Thank you, Boss Bai." A few fellows quickly ran away as if they were amnestied. Am I that scary? Why are all of them scared like this?" Feng Weiwei raised her white palm and gently stroked her gorgeous face. This action made Boss Bai's eyes twitch as well, his heart bursting with strangeness, and a rare blush even rose on his old face. Cough. Elder Feng is an elder sent by the General Merchant Bank, including the old man who dares to disrespect you. Boss Bai played a sloppy game and sidetracked the topic. Feng Wei laughed and didn't care. His name is Jang Tian. Originally a genius young man of the Zhang clan in Tianbao City, but Boss Bai frowned slightly, wanting to speak. "Jang Tian," Feng Weiwei said suspiciously. "Is there something wrong?" "Yes. It is said that he is unable to activate the spirituality of his bloodline. He has been reduced to a blood waste person, and he was also withdrawn from marriage by Yi Wuxu, the genius girl of the Yi family. He has been suffering from a lot of blowback lately. Boss Bai was very curious as to why Feng Weiwei, who had always been a man of few words and condescending and compelling, would ask about Jang Tian. It was rumored that this elder from the General Merchant Guild possessed all sorts of cold tactics, and her arrival had made the entire 100 Treasures Merchant Guild nervous for quite a while. However, it was rumored that apart from the merchant bank's affairs, Feng Wei wasn't interested in all other matters. So why was she pursuing this downtrodden teenager? Withdrawal. Feng Wei raised her eyebrows. A light seemed to flash in her eyes. Slowly shaking her head, a weird cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He, Elder Feng is prepared to stay here for a few days. Boss Bai didn't have much interest in Jang Tian and turned to ask about Feng Weiwei's trip. Out of his expectation, Feng Weiwei's gaze flickered as she said indifferently, "There's nothing going on here. I'm going back." What, Elder Feng has only just arrived, and this is why he's leaving? Boss Bai was surprised. This was very different from Feng Weiwei's scheduled trip. "I still have some important matters. Farewell, Feng Wei." Wei didn't explain and walked out of the 100 Treasures Merchant Center in the twinkling of an eye, only leaving Boss Bai sitting behind the counter in a daze. On the streets of Tianbao City, Jang Tian touched the pills in his arms. His brows furrowed as he muttered, "Pills are so expensive. Practicing martial arts is really an extremely costly thing." At his current realm, the 12 earth blood pills wouldn't support him for long at all, and he was afraid that he would be able to refine them in less than a day. If he continued cultivating at this rate, he didn't know how much it would cost just to break through to the 10th layer of the spirit-building realm. And as for breaking through to the heaven-opening realm, it would be even more unimaginable with such a huge consumption. Not having enough silver was obviously not an option. We must find a way to earn silver. We must not let the pills break. Jang Tian nodded and accelerated his steps towards the outside of Tianbao City. Jang Tian, this trash. How dare he injure Jiang Man? How outrageous, simply heartless. Are there any family rules in his eyes? At Zhang Yuan's residence, a few brocade-robed teenagers gathered together, vociferously denouncing Jang Tian one way or the other. The group was more than angry and cursing. Boom, Zhang Yuan slapped on the ancient sandal-wood table beside him, shaking the teacups up high and spilling the tea down, wetting a piece. HMPH, damn waste. Not letting others feel pain even if you don't feel pain yourself. It seems that he is spreading the anger of blood wastage and withdrawal on you. Zhang Yuan's brows were furrowed, as if a cloud of gloom was hanging around his brows, looking at Jiang Man, whose face was pale but exuded an unusual delicacy. An unspeakable light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Jiang Man shook her head and smiled. Her small white hand slowly spread out in front of Jiang Yuan, revealing a strand of broken hair. "Jiang Yuan, I've done what I should have done. Now, it's time to honor your promise." Right, Jiang Yuan slowly nodded his head, but his mind was not on the broken hair. With a strange smile on his face, he grabbed Jiang Man's small hand and kept rubbing it. Jiang Man was very shy and annoyed by his touch, softly humming. A trace of charming color swirled in his eyes, making the several teenagers beside him look at him with their mouths watering. "Don't worry. My promise will naturally be honored." But Jiang Yuan's words lurched, his sight sweeping to the next few people. These guys were too colorless. At this time, they didn't know how to leave. They had to let him personally open his mouth. "It's fine here. You few go down. Jiang Yuan, do you want to give Jang Tian a little lesson so that he can learn his lesson?" A brocade-robed teenager was eager to ingratiate himself with Zhang Yuan, but before he could finish his words, he was forcibly pulled away by his companions. "Pulling me for what? What for? Do you have any eye power?" "Pestle here to delay the good things of others. Heh heh heh." A few teenagers snickered and left, closing the door of the room with their hands. "What about the promised spirit-building pill? Can you take it out now?" The corners of Jiang Man's mouth swept up a winking smile. As the crowd left, Jiang Yuan no longer had any scruples and smoothly pulled Jiang Man into his arms. Going up and down with an evil smile on his face, "The spirit-building pill is in my pocket. Get it yourself." Jiang Man laughed daintily and felt around Jiang Yuan's body for a good while, feeling out a tiny pill. "All right, I should go back to my cultivation and strive to step into the spirit-building realm as soon as possible to teach Jang Tian a lesson." Jiang Man took the spirit-building pill and was about to say goodbye, but Jiang Yuan didn't let her go. His hands powered up instead and hugged her tighter. Hey, what's the rush? Just wait for me to finish my seclusion to teach him a lesson for you. For now, it's better to give me a taste of sweetness." To the south of Tianbao City was a large expanse of pristine mountains. This barren mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles, within which live a large number of demonic beasts, known as the Savage Beast Mountain Range for martial artists. The Savage Beast Mountain Range was paradise. Demonic beasts were full of treasures, and here they could not only hunt and kill them and harvest all sorts of heavenly treasures, but also polish their martial arts skills to improve their combat abilities in less than half a day's work. Jang Tian arrived in the Savage Beast Mountain Range. The outskirts of the Savage Beast Mountain were filled with low-ranking demonic beasts. While in the depths of the mountain range, there were some powerful demonic beasts, some of which were even equivalent to the heaven-opening realm experts of human martial artists. With Jang Tian's strength, he could only wander around in the outer zone, and was simply unable to gain a foothold in the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, Jang Tian had already calculated that as long as he hunted and killed a few low-level demonic beasts in the outer zone, it would be enough to support his recent cultivation. In the middle of a valley, the hissing of a few demonic beasts suddenly came out. Jang Tian was excited and quickly swept forward, gazing at a slightly higher place to observe. Good luck. It's actually a blood-stained leopard. After seeing the demonic beast clearly, a trace of excitement flashed in Jang Tian's eyes. It was a grade 1 blood-stained leopard, more than twice the size of an ordinary leopard. Its body surface was covered with blood, red lines, equivalent to the strength of the first level of the spirit-building realm among human martial artists. Just at the same realm as Jang Tian's cultivation, a level 1 blood-striped leopard, if you go all out, you should be able to kill it. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Jang Tian's mouth. He hid his figure and waited for the blood-stained leopard to come close before suddenly charging out. "Sinful animal, die!" Jang Tian shouted and blasted his fist at the blood-striped leopard. Boom! His figure was fast, and his fist was even faster. Rubbing against the air with a dull pop, however, the next scene threw him for a loop. After that, blood-stained leopard heard his violent shout. Its body trembled and fled into the depths of the valley with a twist of its head. Groove, what's going on? How did the blood-stained leopard run away? Jang Tian was stunned and speechless. The scene in front of him was very odd. And it was the first time in his beast-hunting history. Could it be that my punch was too strong and scared it away? Jang Tian frowned in contemplation, unable to figure it out after thinking about it. In the end, he could only attribute the reason to the fact that he had appeared too abruptly, causing the demonic beast to flee in fear, although this explanation was so forced that even he himself found it hard to accept. He couldn't think of any other reason besides this. Good things come in threes. This one ran away, he'll find another one. Jang Tian picked himself up and continued forward. He was lucky, and shortly afterward, he encountered another grade 1 green maned tiger. This giant tiger was even bigger than the blood-striped leopard just now, and its aura was quite ferocious. As soon as Jang Tian saw this tiger, he charged forward with all his might. The green maned tiger was ferocious and similarly roared furiously as it charged at him. Jang Tian's heart burst with ecstasy. Such a large demonic beast could be sold for at least 200 taels of silver. Just one head, and he would be able to get his money back. Ha ha ha, die. Jang Tian bellowed furiously as his right fist suddenly blasted out. A dull roar once again erupted from the friction between his fist and the air. However, right at this moment, an odd situation reappeared. The green-maned tiger hardened its footsteps, and with a startled cry, it twisted its head to wildly disappear. Don't go, his grandmother. Jang Tian's face changed, and he couldn't help but curse. It was so hard to find a demonic beast, but it had scared him away again. It's not right. There must be something wrong somewhere. Jang Tian frowned in contemplation, gradually understanding something. When he had hunted beasts before, this had never happened before. Could it be because I activated my bloodline spirituality? Jang Tian suddenly had a flash of light and thought of some sort of possibility. The biggest difference between him nowadays, aside from his cultivation having increased, was that he had activated his bloodline spirituality. However, until now, he still didn't know exactly what bloodline spirituality was activated, which made him incredibly depressed. Oh, Violet Xuanju, hurry up and wake up. I've activated my bloodline with great difficulty, but I don't even know which talent I possess. How depressing! Jang Tian shook his head in anger and sighed, but there was no way. No matter how he cursed angrily, the purple Yuan bead was always suspended above his dantian and did not move. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed. Frowning in contemplation, from the looks of it, it was likely that the bloodline aura carried at the time of the strike had caused the demonic beast to feel fear. Just what kind of bloodline spirituality could make all these ferocious demonic beasts by nature feel fear? Thinking of this, the corners of Jang Tian's eyes narrowed and he was inwardly shocked. However, he didn't have the time to ponder over this right now. After realizing the problem, he immediately changed his strategy. Soon after, he encountered a grade 1 silver-clawed wolf. And this time Jang Tian learned his lesson. After seeing the silver-clawed wolf, he let out a terrified yell. Trembling and turning around to run, and even fell to the ground due to excessive panic, seeing this scene. The silver-clawed wolf was immediately ferocious, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to within 10 feet. With a wild roar, the silver-clawed wolf leapt up, its thick right paw wildly slapping down towards Jang Tian. At this moment, the corner of Jang Tian's mouth flashed a bad smile, suddenly turned around and bellowed. His right fist pounded out like lightning. The silver-clawed wolf was horrified, and despite realizing that something was wrong, it was too late to retract his hand. Jang Tian's fist swirled with a gale, erupting with a dull thud, and fiercely blasted onto the silver-clawed wolf's forehead. Boom, with a loud bang. The silver-clawed wolf screamed miserably, its head instantly blossoming. Ha 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 ha, it's done. Jang Tian laughed out loud, greatly satisfied with his resourcefulness. The force that erupted from this punch was 3,500 jin. This level of power completely exceeded the ordinary first level of the spirit building realm. It had clearly reached the second level of the spirit building realm. I didn't expect that my strength would reach this level. Jang Tian breathed deeply, feeling incomparably excited. With this kind of strength coupled with diligent cultivation, why would he worry about defeating Yi Wuxu a year later? However, this girl had already been enrolled in the Spirit Sword Academy. With her excellent qualifications coupled with the Academy's careful cultivation, her cultivation progress would definitely not be any slower. Thinking of this, the corner of Jang Tian's eyes shrunk, and the thought of relaxation completely dissipated. Yi Wuxu's qualifications are excellent. Her strength will definitely soar in Spirit Sword Academy. I absolutely cannot be careless. Jang Tian breathed deeply, his complexion becoming grave again. He used his dagger to dig out the silver claw wolf's demonic pills, and stripped off the wolf's skin, claws, and tail to put them away in his storage bag. This storage bag was a relic left behind by his father, and although it was only a small bag, it had a storage space of about 10 feet square. It was a pity that the silver-clawed wolf's body was all of more than a Jang Long, so it couldn't fit at all. Otherwise, he would have definitely stowed away the entire wolf corpse. If only there was a large enough space magic treasure. Looking at the silver claw wolf's huge body, Jang Tian shook his head and frowned. Demonic beasts were full of treasures. Not only were demon pills and hides able to be sold for money, even their blood and bones could be exchanged for silver. However, because of the limited space, he could only make some trade-offs, storing the relatively valuable things in his storage bag and discarding the others. It was said that there were some secret techniques that could extract the blood and flesh essence of demonic beasts and use it to nourish and strengthen the physical body. But Jang Tian was not aware of such secret arts, and at this point, he could only discard the silver claw wolf's body. Beast hunting became easier after mastering the method, and in one day, Jang Tian had hunted and killed 7 demonic beasts. Late at night, he arrived at a high mountain peak and settled down in a natural stone cave, after activating his bloodline spirituality. He seemed to have become super energized and didn't feel tired even after working for most of the day. After blocking the entrance of the cave with boulders, Jang Tian sat down on his knees and took out the pills he had purchased during the day and began to refine them. It had to be said that after activating his bloodline spirituality and advancing to the spirit-building realm, the speed of refining the pills was even faster than he had imagined. In less than an incense stick of work, an earth blood pill was refined by him. What a speed! This speed surprised Jang Tian. An ordinary first-level spirit-building realm martial artist would need a whole hour to refine an earth blood pill. Even for martial artists at the second or third level of the spirit-building realm, it would take as long as half an hour to refine an earth blood pill. He, on the other hand, had actually refined one in less than an incense stick of effort, which was as much as 4 or 5 times faster than martial artists of the same rank. After the momentary shock, he began to observe the purple Yuan bead within his body. Part of the medicinal power that had just been refined had been integrated into his bloodline and Danshan, while the other part had been quietly absorbed by the violet Yuan pearl. However, at this moment, the violet Yuan pearl still had not awakened, only emitting a slightly brighter light. Just how much medicinal power is needed to awaken you? Jang Tian's brows were furrowed as he looked at the remaining 11 pills. If all of them were refined and still couldn't awaken the violet Xuanju, that would be really depressing. But he couldn't care less. Even if he couldn't awaken the violet Yuan pearl, he still had to raise his strength as much as possible. Soon, Jang Tian cast away these chaotic thoughts and refined the earth blood pills one after another. The results shocked him even more. Next, the speed of refining the pills became faster and faster. Originally, it would take 1 incense burner to refine one. In the end, it was less than half an incense burner. This speed was more than 10 times faster than a martial artist of the same rank. Jang Tian was shocked, and after all the pills were refined, he once again closed his eyes and gazed at the violet Yuan bead. This time, the purple Yuan bead finally began to slowly rotate, emitting a ray of magical light throughout its body. Very good, Jang Tian was pleasantly surprised. Although the light wasn't too dazzling, it had clearly recovered its vitality initially. After contemplating for a moment, he carefully urged his bloodline's spiritual energy to pour it towards the purple Yuan bead. Buzz after a magical buzz. An intense sense of dizziness filled Jang Tian's mind. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he arrived in a misty and chaotic space. What place is this? The corners of Jang Tian's eyes jumped wildly as he was horrified inwardly. There was a misty gray in all directions, and it was impossible to see the edges. Could it be that this is the inner space of the purple Yuan bead? Jang Tian suddenly woke up and realized where he was. However, this boundless chaotic space still made him feel very strange. Just as he was scanning around, a delicate female voice suddenly sounded. "Welcome to the violet Yuan realm." "My lord, who's speaking?" Jang Tian was startled at the words, but he couldn't see any silhouettes at all. "My master doesn't need to look for me. I am the realm spirit of the purple Yuan realm, invisible and without substance. You can only hear my voice only. The delicate female voice sounded again, causing Jang Tian's doubts to subside slightly. Purple Yuan realm spirit. Jang Tian's gaze flickered uncertainly as he fell into deep thought. The inner space of the violet Yuan bead is the violet Yuan realm. This bead is a miraculous treasure that possesses spatial divine effects of its own. Only that the space that can be opened now is still very small. The realm spirit's voice continued to ring out, continuously introducing the purple Yuan bead. The purple Yuan bead was evolved from the dragon pearl of the barbarian blood divine dragon in the ancient age, and contained a trace of the barbarian blood divine dragon's bloodline within, after countless years of erosion. That bloodline aura was already very thin, but it still possessed heaven, defying efficacy for Jang Tian. His blood had awakened the barbarian blood divine dragon's aura, and after the barbarian body, divine dragon's aura entered his body. It had in turn activated his bloodline spirituality, so that's how it is. Listening to the realm spirit's description, Jang Tian breathed deeply, his expression incomparably grave. At the same time, he was somewhat depressed. This violet Yuan bead was unexpectedly a mutilated treasure. Where exactly did my mother get the purple Yuan pearl? Did she intend to leave the purple Yuan pearl to me, or was it merely as a memento? All sorts of doubts swept through Jang Tian's mind. He didn't need the realm spirit to say anything more, but he understood the extraordinary nature of the purple Yuan bead. It was almost a heaven-defying treasure, with its spiritual power crippled to such an extent. It was able to help him activate the spirituality of his bloodline. And after absorbing some of the medicinal power, it was able to open the entrance to the purple Yuan realm. It wasn't hard to imagine that if he continued to nourish it with his own bloodline, he would definitely be able to restore it to its former glory. What made Jang Tian even more ecstatic was that thanks to the help of the purple Yuan bead, his bloodline spirituality also possessed a hint of the barbarian blood divine dragon. This was a supreme beast of the desolate ancient era, a deity-like existence. Jang Tian finally understood why those demonic beasts turned around and ran away when they encountered him. At the same time, a question leapt to his mind, boundary spirit, since I fused the barbarian blood divine dragon breath. What exactly is my bloodline talent? With regards to this question, Jang Tian had always been very confused. One should know that. But any martial artist who activated their bloodline spirituality would awaken some sort of peculiar talent. Taking Yuwaksu as an example, what she had activated was a 7th grade upper stage cold crystal bloodline, and when cultivated to a high level, she could freeze a city with a wave of her hand. The barbarian blood divine dragon's bloodline was naturally more powerful than Yuwaksu's cold crystal bloodline, which made Jang Tian look forward to it. In the spirit Luo continent, bloodlines were divided into 9 grades, with each grade subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and the higher the grade, the stronger the spirituality. Jang Tian couldn't wait to figure out what exactly his bloodline talent was. Master, your bloodline has already incorporated a trace of the barbarian blood divine dragon's aura. So naturally, you possess the barbarian blood divine dragon's bloodline talent. This kind of talent is hard to explain in a nutshell. To put it simply, there are roughly 2 kinds. One is the soul suppression of all demonic beasts, and the other is the bloodline devouring ability. Soul suppression, bloodline devouring ability. Jang Tian was shocked at his words, which precisely confirmed his earlier suspicions. Those demonic beasts had fled immediately after encountering him, precisely because of the soul suppression. What is the bloodline devouring ability again? Jang Tian felt puzzled. He already possessed the bloodline aura of the barbarian blood divine dragon. Did he still need to devour other bloodlines? What other bloodline could be more noble than the barbarian blood divine dragon's bloodline? And if there wasn't one, then what was the point of devouring it? The savage blood divine dragon aura that Master fused is extremely thin. It can't be considered a true savage blood divine dragon bloodline yet. Only by continuously making it stronger can it eventually reach the level of a savage blood divine dragon. The realm spirit patiently explained. Jang Tian's eyes narrowed. I see, in other words. Only by constantly devouring the bloodline of demonic beasts can the barbarian blood divine dragon bloodline in my body continue to evolve. Yes, as the level of the bloodline rises, the purple Yuan realm will also display more magical features. Master will slowly understand. Jang Tian pondered for a moment and suddenly frowned. I already understand the soul suppression talent. But how can this bloodline devouring talent be executed? Is there a special method? There is no magic trick. This talent is fused with your bloodline. As long as you gaze at your mind to catalyze it, it's fine. So simple. Jang Tian was stunned. The realm spirit didn't speak again, gradually falling into silence. In reality, he still had many questions he wanted to ask the realm spirit, but for a moment he felt clueless. A moment later, he exited the violet Yuan realm with a movement of his mind, with a slight sway of his body. Jang Tian returned to reality, thinking about the bloodline devouring talent that the realm spirit had mentioned. He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. If he had known this earlier, he could have tried this talent when he killed the demonic beasts. However, it wasn't too late now. He had only entered the savage beast mountain range for a day, so he still had plenty of time to try this bloodline talent. Early the next morning, Jang Tian left the stone cave and continued hunting demonic beasts in the savage beast mountain range. The purple Yuan realm has plenty of space. Even if there are more demonic beasts, I don't have to worry about having nowhere to store them. Jang Tian wore a smile of excitement. However, the fact that he still hadn't been able to break through the realm after spending 12 earth blood pills made him a little depressed. Although his bloodline spirit energy was quite a bit thicker, there was still a considerable gap between the second level of the spirit building realm. If he could get 50 earth blood pills in the pill pavilion, it would be possible for him to force a breakthrough. But it was useless to say anything right now, so he could only think of a way on his own. Jiang Mu. Sooner or later, you'll have to settle this account with you. Jang Tian's face sank as he coldly snorted and rushed into the dense forest ahead. Roar. A low roar came from the valley ahead as a demonic beast with a powerful aura entered Jang Tian's line of sight. After absorbing the essence of 12 earth blood pills, I wonder how much my power has grown. Let's take this demonic beast and try it out. A sharp aura flashed in Jang Tian's eyes as he swept forward with a strong wind, after the guidance of the realm spirit. He was already able to control his bloodline breath freely, in order not to scare off the demonic beast. He deliberately restrained his bloodline aura, but his speed was still nearly a quarter faster than yesterday. Generally speaking, an increase in speed was much more difficult than an increase in strength, so this was a very impressive rise. The demonic beast was in front of him, and Jang Tian roared as he pranced up. It was a first-level second-stage green-maned tiger, with strength equivalent to a human martial artist at the second level of the spirit-building realm. With a rather strong aura, seeing Jang Tian, a human martial artist with a flat aura and a thin figure, come to provoke him. A trace of disdain flashed in its eyes, with a wild roar. Its huge body leapt up, and its bloody mouth opened to bite at him. Come on, Jang Tian bellowed furiously, his right palm swirling with a strong wind and blasting out furiously. Sizzling, powerful wind whistled, followed by a dull thud. Boom. A terrifyingly huge force erupted from Jang Tian's fist, directly smashing the green-maned tiger into the ground. The green-maned tiger screamed miserably as a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. Looking at Jang Tian, it actually started to retreat. Boy, I haven't even released my bloodline aura yet, and you want to run. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed, but inside, he was greatly surprised. This punch was more than 4,000 pounds of strength, completely overshadowing the standard of the second level of the spirit-building realm, almost approaching the third level of the spirit-building realm. Looking at Jang Tian, who had a strong aura, the green-maned tiger didn't dare to take it on the chin and climbed up to turn around and run.
Want to leave?
No way. It was hard to come across this demonic beast. So of course he couldn't let it run away before the words fell. Jang Tian laughed maniacally and charged up. His body catapulted out like a sharp arrow. His right hand slammed down. And the green-maned tiger's head opened up in the blink of an eye. This demonic beast is at least equivalent to the strength of the peak of the second level of the spirit-building realm, which means that I am now able to sweep through martial artists within the second level of the spirit-building realm. Looking at his fist, Jang Tian was incomparably surprised. Powerful strength was exactly what he craved for. However, this was only the beginning, and he knew that it wasn't enough. Yu Wuxu, Jiang He, you guys wait for me. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Jang Tian's mouth. After stripping out the demonic pills of the green-maned tiger, he pressed his palm onto the huge tiger's body and began to utilize his bloodline devouring talent. Strange energy surged out from his palm, instantly connecting to the green-maned tiger's bloodline, and a large amount of demonic beast's essence blood converged into a blood-colored vortex under his palm. A moment later, it condensed into a drop of rice, like essence blood, and melted into Jang Tian's bloodline along with that suction force. Hiss, the blood vein devouring talent turned out to be like this. The corners of Jang Tian's eyes contracted. His heart greatly surprised, however. The fact that such a large green-maned tiger only extracted such a small amount of essence blood made him very disappointed. After this drop of essence blood entered his body, it instantly disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. Jang Tian only felt a flash of coldness and could no longer find any trace of that drop of essence blood. There's no mistake, right? This is a level 1 second stage green-maned tiger. Looking at his palm, Jang Tian frowned tightly. Could it be that the bloodline devouring talent hasn't been mastered purely yet? Jang Tian muttered, then dismissed the idea. According to the realm spirit, this talent was like instinct, and there was no question of proficiency. Obviously, this green-maned tiger appeared to be very strong, but its bloodline spirit power was actually very poor. After a little pondering, Jang Tian was relieved. The barbarian blood divine dragon was an ancient divine beast. How noble was its bloodline! It would be unbelievable if one could casually find something comparable to it. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, quickly calming down. After the essence blood dissipated, the green-maned tiger's body shriveled up to nothing more than skin and bones, and he shook his head and smiled, storing it in the violet Yuan realm. The demonic beast was covered in treasure, and he wouldn't let go of it at all. Having a space magic treasure is awesome. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed as he walked towards the depths of the mountain forest. Roar! Not long after, a silver-clawed wolf appeared in his line of sight, first-grade second-order silver claw wolf. Let me see how your bloodline spirituality really is, Jang Tian shouted, turning into a gust of wind and rushing out. Banging chaotic sounds ensued. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was a few days of work. The mountain forest in a radius of more than 10 miles had almost become Jang Tian's slaughterhouse. But all the demonic beasts that entered the line of sight were killed by him cleanly. A few days down the number reached more than 30. Among them, there were more than 21st and 2nd rank demonic beasts. After absorbing the blood essence of these demonic beasts, Jang Tian's bloodline spirituality rapidly increased, and his cultivation continued to grow at an astonishing rate. 3 days later, Jang Tian advanced to the 2nd level of the spirit-building realm. 5 days later, he advanced to the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm. After another 5 days, he made a breakthrough in the battle of hunting demonic beasts and advanced to the 4th level of the spirit-building realm in one fell swoop. Nowadays, his speed was exactly twice as fast as before, and his strength had reached a staggering 16,000 pounds. This strength was equivalent to an ordinary spirit-building realm 6th layer, in other words, within the 6th level of the spirit-building realm. He could already sweep through, accumulation of less is more, and raising the spirituality of the bloodline is, and something that can be done overnight. On a high hillock, Jang Tian raised his eyes against the cool mountain wind and looked out, reflecting on his beast hunting experience over the past few days. His eyes flickered with strands of sharp edges, and his temperament changed significantly from when he first entered the mountains. Becoming more calm and strong in these few days, he had never utilized his soul suppression talent. Relying solely on his own speed and strength to hunt beasts, his real-world experience had increased greatly, and his combat skills had become more pure. Past this mountain beam was the depths of the savage beast mountain range, where the jungle was even denser and the demonic beasts were even tougher. Roar, a strong hissing roar suddenly came from the mountain forest ahead. The berserk roar spread out in all directions, startling countless birds into madly rushing into the sky. From the sound alone, it was not difficult to hear that this was a Grade 1, 7th rank demonic beast. Its strength was equivalent to a 7th level spirit building realm martial artist, and it was quite strong. Jang Tian's heart was stirring within him, and a strong battle intent gradually rose. I wonder just how much worse my current strength is compared to a Grade 1 7th order demonic beast. Jang Tian's gaze flickered as he gazed and pondered. He was already completely unafraid of Grade 1 6th order demonic beasts. But when it came to Grade 1 7th order demonic beasts, he didn't have much certainty. But if he wanted to know his true strength, he had to test it with a stronger opponent, a level 1 7th rank demonic beast. Incoming, Jang Tian roared and ran wildly towards that level 1 7th order demonic beast. There was a hot blood boiling in his chest, and his mind was filled with a strong urge. However, he was not blind, much less hot-headed. This world was filled with the iron rule of the weak and the strong, and a single slip would cost him his life. After experiencing the pill seizure and the marriage withdrawal incident, his mind was already very hardened and could even be said to be cold. While a first-level 7th rank demonic beast was certainly strong, he had a soul suppression talent. And coupled with his strength to cross the ranks, he was confident that he could defend himself, and even if he was not defeated, he would be able to quickly get away. Roar, a low roar resounded from the depths of the mountain forest as the Grade 1 7th order green-maned tiger rushed out of the dense forest and swept towards Jang Tian furiously. At this level, it was the strongest opponent that Jang Tian had encountered so far. There was still a dozen feet away from Jang Tian. The green-maned tiger rose up in the air, its huge tiger claws rolling with biting, killing intent as it swatted wildly down at him. "Come on, let me see your strength." Jang Tian didn't retreat but advanced and greeted him with a loud shout. His body seemed like a sharp arrow shot out steeply as his fists blasted out, bringing up an ear-piercing explosion. One person and one beast crossed paths in midair. Jang Tian's body twisted, skillfully dodging his opponent's pounce, and his right fist rolled furiously in the wind and blasted onto the green-maned tiger's head. Boom! A dull thud ensued. The green-maned tiger's head tilted and roared as it fell to the ground. Jang Tian took the opportunity to leap onto a boulder. Twisting his head to take a look, he couldn't help but be astonished. Just now, this punch, at least 16 zeros, 0 pounds of force, but smashed in the green-maned tiger's head, but failed to injure it. Hiss, a rank 1 7th stage. It's really tough. The corners of Jang Tian's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. This was only a first-level 7th rank demonic beast. If it was a first-level 8th rank, 9th rank, or even a 2nd-level demonic beast, he really didn't know how strong it would be. Again, Jang Tian did not intend to give up. With a wild shout, he leapt off the boulder and rushed towards the green-maned tiger once again, his huge fist curling with a fierce wind and suddenly blasting out. This time, the green-maned tiger did not fight it head on again, and it was clear that the huge force of 16,000 pounds was not so easy to bear, but it didn't dodge either. Instead, the tiger's torso twisted to light up its majestic back. Boom! Jang Tian's fist bombarded the back of the green maned tiger as if it had struck a hard rock. The punch had no effect other than causing the tiger's body to tremble lightly. However, the green maned tiger took the opportunity of Jang Tian's surprise and twisted its body to unexpectedly bite at him. HMPH, Jang Tian coldly shouted, stepping on the tiger's back and leaping up in the air, landing back on top of the boulder once again. A first-level 7th rank demonic beast is really not easy to deal with. I can only utilize my soul suppression talent. Jang Tian took a deep breath as a cold color flashed in his eyes. Although he had stepped into the 4th level of the spirit-building realm, what he had previously practiced were some basic martial arts, and he had not practiced any real techniques. Fighting with physical strength did not bring out the strongest battle power, and without the soul suppression talent, he would not be able to help this green maned tiger at all. After we go back, we must find a technique to cultivate. Jang Tian nodded heavily, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Without much hesitation, he leapt up again with a loud shout.
Roar, the green maned tiger, had obviously also felt Jang Tian's path, and without any scruples, it met him head-on and pranced into mid-air.
A trace of crazy killing intent flashed through the huge tiger's eyes. It decided to give Jang Tian one last blow, letting this tiny human martial artist understand who is truly strong. Right at this moment, Jang Tian let out a violent shout and suddenly stimulated his soul suppression talent. A majestic aura spread out, enveloping the green maned tiger. Roar, vomit. The berserk tiger's roar suddenly changed tone. The green maned tiger was like a frightened big cat, trembling violently in the air, its aura becoming abnormally disorganized. The aura emitted by Jang Tian made it incomparably fearful, and it simply didn't dare to come the slightest bit closer. The green maned tiger didn't dare to attack Jang Tian anymore, forcibly twisting its body, turning around and running after landing. It's too late if you want to run, Jang Tian shouted violently. His entire body suddenly bounced in midair and swooped down at a rapid speed. Boom! With a loud sound, his right fist came down with a huge force of 16,000 kilograms, smashing onto the green maned tiger's head. The green maned tiger screamed miserably, but it wasn't enough to be fatal for a moment. Grandma Jang Tian swung his arms around and smashed furiously, raining fists on the green maned tiger's head continuously. It didn't take long before this first-level 7th rank demonic beast was smashed alive by him. Phew, so tired after this bout of busy work. Jang Tian broke out in a sweat. He generally sighed as he wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead. Without the addition of Gongfu, he could only use brute force, and this was thanks to his rich combat experience and skills. Otherwise, his strength would have to be greatly reduced. This battle had made him completely understand the importance of merit laws. In terms of strength alone, he was enough to sweep through experts at the 6th or 7th level of the spirit-building realm. But if he encountered a martial artist who had practiced a merit law, he would still suffer. There are no merit techniques for the time being. But if there are enough pills, my power can still be increased by quite a bit. Jang Tian's gaze flickered as he gazed and contemplated. After returning to Heavenly Treasure City, there were two things he had to do. One was to purchase pills, and the other was to search for a merit technique. Both were equally important without one. Unexpectedly, Jang Tian thought of Yu Wuxu again. Spirit Sword Academy had deep roots. Yu Wuxu would definitely cultivate those powerful techniques after entering the academy if he didn't work hard. How would he be able to fight against the other party a year later? This pressure caused Jiang Tiansheng to develop a strong sense of urgency. He was still very much looking forward to the bloodline essence of the green maned tiger, even if it was worse. It was still stronger than those 1st and 6th ranked demonic beasts. Jang Tian stretched out his palm and pressed it onto the wound of the green maned tiger and began to utilize his bloodline devouring talent. With a rumbling muffled sound, the green maned tiger's bloodline instantly connected with Jang Tian's right palm meridian. A large amount of the beast's blood converged into a blood-colored vortex under his palm, and after a few moments, it condensed into a drop of essence blood the size of a red bean, which was suspended in the center of his palm. Only this much. Jang Tian frowned widely, feeling very depressed, although this drop of essence blood was more than the demonic beasts in front of him. There wasn't much of a difference, making him quite disappointed. The bloodline spirit power of a level 1 demonic beast is still too poor. When I have enough strength, you'll come back to hunt level 2 demonic beasts and try it out. Jang Tian slowly nodded his head and finished absorbing the drop of essence blood. After coming out for so many days, it's time to return to Tianbao City. After throwing the dried-up green-maned tiger into the purple Xuan realm, he quickly left the mountain forest. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Jang Tian left in front of him, several terrifying beast roars came from behind. These demonic beasts were much more powerful than the green-maned tiger just now, and were simply not something he could deal with. Even though he had a soul suppression talent, there was a certain range of application. If the level of the demonic beast was too much higher, the suppression effect would be greatly reduced. If he encountered a demonic beast with a particularly strong physical body, I'm afraid that he might not be able to kill it even if he stood still and let him fight. This really isn't a place to stay for long. The corners of Jang Tian's eyes jumped wildly, glad that he had left decisively. If he was surrounded by these demonic beasts, it would not be a joke. He ran out of this mountain forest with all his might, and only slowed down after returning to the outer area. He had originally planned to hunt a few more grade 1 demonic beasts on his way, so that he could sell them for money in exchange for elixirs. However, his good luck seemed to have run out, and on his way back, he didn't even encounter a single demonic beast. Jang Tian was depressed, but once he thought of the dozens of demonic beast materials stored in the purple Xuan realm and the dozens of demonic pills he had harvested, he balanced out. Selling these things would be enough for him to cultivate to the 6th level of the spirit building realm. Half a day later, Jang Tian arrived at the edge of the Savage Beast mountain range. There was a flash of silhouettes on the mountain path next to the dense forest, and 2 people walked up to him. Jang Tian, surprisingly, I ran into this loser. What bad luck. The opposite duo's faces were grim as they coldly blocked Jang Tian's path. Gao Fu, Gao Shuai, so it's you guys. Jang Tian's face sank as he tightly frowned. The duo were the children of the Gao clan of Tianbao City, slightly older than Jang Tian by a few years, and had already activated their bloodline spirituality. Stepping into the level of the spirit building realm, the difference was that Gao Fu had just advanced to the spirit building realm, while Gao Shuai was at the 2nd level of the spirit building realm in the younger generation of Tianbao City. These 2 were considered experts. Nothing to get out of the way, don't get in the way. Jang Tian's expression was cold and icy. Not bothering to entangle with these 2, on the ground of Tianbao City, the Zhang family and the Gao family had always been intertwined in an old grudge, and the 2 families had always fought openly and secretly from the elders down to the young martial artists, suppressing each other constantly. If the pill seizure had not happened, Jang Tian would not have hesitated to step in to teach these 2 a lesson. But after experiencing those changes, he was already disillusioned with the Jiang family and didn't want to do these out-of-control things anymore. Jang Tian, do you still think of yourself as that genius that everyone fears? Gao Fu smiled coldly, a strong disdain flashing in his eyes. The Jiang and Gao families had been at odds for generations, and the young people of the 2 families had naturally become the topic of comparison with each other. And the overly talented Jang Tian had always been treated as the benchmark of the younger generation. These past few years, the younger generation of the Gao family, including Gao Fu, had been living in Jang Tian's shadow. However, all of this had changed overnight. Jang Tian had been reduced to a waste, while Gao Fu had activated his bloodline spirituality after many efforts and advanced to the spirit-building realm. Thinking of the resentment that had been suppressed in his heart for many years, Gao Fu couldn't resist the urge to beat up Jang Tian. Gao Xiu I was the same, despite already being at the second level of the spirit-building realm. He was older, and his qualifications were not too outstanding. From time to time, he had been compared to Jang Tian, and he had tasted the taste of being judged and belittled more than once. And the seeds of hatred had long been planted within him when he met Jang Tian in this wilderness. He also wanted to beat him up, however, with Gao Fu here. It seemed that there was no need for him to make a move. I'll say it again, good dogs don't get in the way, get out of my way. Jang Tian's face sank as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although he was disheartened by the Zhang family, if Gao Fu and Gao Xiu, I had to pester them, he wouldn't mind giving the other party a lesson. Asshole, how dare you spit out wild words? I think you're tired of living. Gao Shuai's eyes contracted. His hands cupped and cackled, a trace of murderous aura lingering in his eyes. Gao Fu shook his head and laughed coldly, his expression very gloomy. Cousin, don't be in a hurry dealing with this kind of trash, it's enough with me. Just watch and see. Gao Fu stepped forward and shook his neck, a ferocious aura flowing around him. A waste should have the awareness of a waste, Jang Tian. If you continue to be so high profile, y'all be even worse off next time. As soon as the words fell, Gao Fu swept out with a strong wind and rushed towards Jang Tian in order to vent out the anger in his heart. He used his newly practiced family heirloom technique, Forgive the Gang Fist. The fist of the forgiving gang was like the wind, and a faint white light coalesced on Gao Fu's right fist, making it appear as if it was hidden. This was a unique tactic of a spirit-building realm martial artist. Erupting bloodline, spiritual energy between strikes. Far from being able to be resisted by a body-refining realm martial artist, I'd like to see just who will be more miserable. Jang Tian's gaze moved slightly, a cold smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth as his body moved to meet him. Jang Tian used his fist against his fist as his right hand rolled out in a wild blast of wind, smashing straight onto Gao Fu's fist. Boom, a low rumble ensued, and translucent fluctuations of vigor spread out between the two's fists. As if an instantly blooming curtain of water, ha ha ha, go to hell. Ah, Gao Fu's face suddenly froze, his maniacal laughter instantly turning into a miserable scream. A terrifying force erupted from Jang Tian's fist, sending him flying directly out. Ah, my hand, Gao Fu screamed miserably as he fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth, intense panic flashing in his eyes. Impossible. He was in complete disbelief that Jang Tian had seriously injured him with a single punch. Seeing this scene, the face of Gao Xiu, I next to him, suddenly changed, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Jang Tian actually defeated Gao Fu. Could it be that this kid has been hiding his strength? What on earth is going on? With a flash of thoughts in his mind, Jiang Shuai dismissed the idea. The pills had been taken and the marriage had been returned. No one would make such a big joke out of himself. Cousin, make a move and help me take revenge. Gao Fu roared in rage, his face rising into a pig's liver. You are also too careless. This kid seems to have some brute strength. But don't worry, the damage he gave you, you'll get it back 10 times, 100 times over. Gao Shuai shook his head and laughed coldly as he rushed out. Jang Tian, I only wanted to teach you a lesson today, but am afraid that's not enough now. Gao Xiu, I droned furiously as a strong aura erupted around him. The void on his body's surface slightly swirled, and a faint white fluctuation manifested. Second level of the spirit-building realm. Jang Tian saw through Gao Shuai's strength with a single glance. It had to be said that a spirit-building realm martial artist who had practiced the techniques was obviously stronger than a demonic beast of the same rank. The white light on Gao Shuai's body surface possessed a powerful defense, enough to match the thick epidermis of a demonic beast of the same rank. And it was difficult to break through it without a significantly higher level of strength. Jang Tian, you can feel the strength of the second level of the spirit-building realm, or you can lose convincingly. Gao Shuai shouted furiously and used his family's technique, spirit ape seizing. At this moment, his right hand seemed to have turned into a white hook, rolling several sharp winds towards Jang Tian to grab him. Spirit ape snatch was as sharp as a sword, and as wonderful as a hook. It could easily break through the opponent's defense, and the slightest carelessness would be the end of disembowelment. Jang Tian's face sank. A stern color flashed in his eyes. He had to admit that the wonders of martial arts techniques were indeed much better than brute force. At least with his current realm, he was simply unable to execute such complex moves, however, against Gao Shuai, who was at the second level of the spirit building realm. Having brute force was enough. Second level of the spirit building realm. "Come on," Jang Tian shouted violently and fiercely stepped out. His right hand once again clenched his fist and fiercely struck at Gao Shuai's claw. "How dare you catch the spirit ape seizure with your bare hands? You're really looking for death." Seeing Jang Tian's move, Gao Shuai's heart burst with ecstasy. In this way, not only would he be able to waste Jang Tian's arm, but he would also be able to follow the trend and strike straight at him, completely and heavily hitting Jang Tian. Boom! A violent rumble suddenly rang out as fists and claws clashed. Jang Tian stood firm, and a strong and huge force surged out along his fist, sending Gao Shuai flying out. Click! The sound of his arm breaking suddenly rang out. Gao Shuai's face changed greatly. Screaming miserably, he flew backwards more than 3 feet away and fell heavily to the ground. "Ah, my arm!" Gao Shuai's face was incomparably twisted as he clutched his right arm and rolled over in pain. Seeing this shocking scene, Gao Fu, who originally still had a hint of fantasy, was completely thrown into shock. "How is that possible, cousin? You're at the second level of the spirit-building realm. How could you lose to Jang Tian?" The corners of Gao Fu's eyes twitched, his face hard to see. "Incorrect. This kid is not right." Gao Shuai struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with inexplicable horror. Could it be that he's not at the peak of the body refinement realm? "You're stupid. How could the peak of the body refinement realm possibly beat the two of us? Then, what should we do?" "You say what to do. Run," Gao Shuai roared, viciously kicked Gao Fu, and turned around to escape. Facing such a powerful Jang Tian, they had no resistance at all and couldn't wait to run for their lives. "It's too cheap to leave like this." "Isn't it?" Jang Tian smiled coldly. His voice reached the ears of Gao Fu and Gao Shuai. It was simply like a life-suppressing talisman, causing their bodies to tremble in shock and horror. Boom boom! Jang Tian caught up with the duo with a single sway of his body, and his 2 fists directly knocked them to the ground. "Don't kill me, don't kill me," the duo cried out in shock. Curling up on the ground and begging for mercy, Jang Tian sneered and touched 2 small bags on their bodies, opening them up, but there was no expected martial arts technique. All there was just a few hundred taels of silver tickets. "HMPH, this point of things as interest. Today spare your lives. Next time let me meet again. The consequences weigh themselves." "Get lost!" Jang Tian flew up and kicked over the 2 of them twice. "Jang Tian, you wait. Today's revenge, I will get it back sooner or later." After running far away, the angry curses of Gao Fu and Gao Shuai came from far away. Jang Tian sneered and collected the silver ticket and continued forward along the mountain path. It's a shame that these 2 don't have any martial arts techniques on them, although he was a little depressed. Jang Tian also knew that martial skill feats were extremely rare in a place like Tianbao City. For any clan, it was an extremely valuable treasure that was simply not allowed to be leaked out easily. It would truly be an unexpected thing if the merit techniques were easily searched from Gao Fu and Gao Shuai. It seems that a trip to the merit technique pavilion is unavoidable. Thinking about this, Jang Tian's thoughts of searching for a merit law became even more urgent, and subconsciously accelerated his footsteps. After returning to the city, Jang Tian did not immediately return to the Zhang clan, but instead arrived at the city's market street. He wanted to sell the batch of demonic beast materials in his hands in exchange for silver and pills for his own cultivation. For the Jiang family's elixir pavilion, he had completely lost all hope. Nowadays, he was able to earn enough cultivation resources by his own strength. So there was no need to look at Jiang Mu's ugly face anymore. After walking into the hall of the 100 Treasures Merchant Company, Jang Tian directly went to the counter from last time and found Boss Bai. Boss, I want to sell a batch of demonic beast materials. Demonic beast materials, good deal. The white shopkeeper nodded slowly, but his eyes were deeply sizing up Jang Tian. He wanted to see what was so special about Jang Tian that he was able to attract the attention of General Merchant Feng Weiwei. But after looking around, he didn't see anything. He only felt that the other party's aura seemed to be a bit stronger than the other day. The merchant bank's hall was crowded with people, and a few young men in brocade robes suddenly saw Jang Tian. Huh, isn't that Jang Tian? It's really this loser. A withdrawn blood. Waster who still has the face to show his face here. Jang Tian, you big loser, what are you doing here? Several young men in brocade robes sneered and surrounded them. The leader was called Lin Fei, the son of the Lin clan of Tianbao City, and the other few were his fox friends. These people had once been incomparably envious of Jang Tian, and had also been pressured by his genius aura to lift their heads. However, after seeing the former genius fall, they were greatly pleased, although Jang Tian's matter had nothing to do with them. It was as if they had gotten out a mouthful of bad anger. They decided to properly humiliate Jang Tian and vent their grievances that had been suppressed for years. Lin Fei, looking at these people in front of him, Jang Tian's brows wrinkled slightly. Are you all right? If you're fine, then dodge away. Lin Fei's face sank as he heard this, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Jang Tian, what kind of cross are you playing? Still think you're a genius? Ouch, this punk is quite arrogant. It seems that if I don't show you some color today, you don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. The tall Ma Yuan stepped out and pinched his fingers together. Jang Tian looked at Ma Yuan indifferently, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, although the opponent was tall. He only had a cultivation of the 2nd level of the spirit-building realm, and apart from having a few moments of brute strength, he had no redeeming qualities at all. This kind of strength might be able to take a few advantages against ordinary spirit-building realm martial artists. But against today's Jang Tian, he was simply not even worthy of lifting his shoes. You're not my opponent. I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. He was in a hurry to trade demonic beast materials and didn't want to waste time with this kind of person. Outrageous, you big loser, giving your face away, aren't you? Hearing Jang Tian's contemptuous reply, Ma Yuan instantly became furious. He was about to smash Jang Tian with a whirl of his right hand rolling a strong wind. The corners of Jang Tian's eyes narrowed as he prepared to teach his opponent a lesson. But right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. HMPH, whoever dares to make a move at the 100 Treasures Merchant Company. Don't blame me for being impolite. At the same time as the words rang out, a powerful, forceful aura spread out in the hall at a rapid pace, directly shaking Ma Yuan's heart, and his right arm involuntarily dropped down. What a strong strength! Jang Tian's heart was also slightly shaken. He suddenly remembered that in larger stores like this, there would often be some experts sitting around to prevent martial artists from causing trouble. This unseen expert was obviously this kind of character. At this moment, not only was Ma Yuan's face very ugly, even Lin Fei at the back was frowning tightly. A trace of scorn flashing in his eyes, however, Lin Fei still maintained his composure and shook his head with a smile, arching his hand in the direction the voice came from. This must be Elder Silverstone of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. I've heard about your name for a long time. I didn't mean to cause trouble here today. I just want to teach this ungrateful waste a lesson. I also ask Elder Silverstone to give me a little bit of face, and not to take this matter into account. Lin Fei threw out the name of the Lin clan. just to save a little face so that Ma Yuan would continue to make his move. However, that Silverstone elder obviously didn't quite buy it, and coldly grunted, "I don't care what clan's son you are. If you dare to make a move in the 100 Treasures merchant house, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Fei's face sank slightly as he cursed angrily in his heart. Being warned by Silverstone, Ma Yuan didn't dare to strike again either. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly as he faintly swept a glance at a few people and paid no more attention. These people's strength was not good. Ma Yuan was at the 2nd level of the spirit building realm, Lin Fei was only at the 3rd level of the spirit building realm, and the remaining few cultivations were even worse, so he could strike out to teach a lesson anytime he wanted to. He was in a hurry to sell demonic beast materials. He didn't have the heart to waste time with them. Looking at Jang Tian, who was disdainful of him, the corner of Lin Fei's eyes twitched as if he had been slapped hard. "Jang Tian, for the sake of Elder Silverstone, I'll let you off today. Next time I meet you will be sure to teach you a good lesson." Lin Fei snorted coldly and turned around to leave the hall. "Rubbish, watch out for me." Ma Yuan glared fiercely at Jang Tian and quickly followed with a few others. "I heard that the Spirit Sword Academy is coming to Tianbao City next month to accept disciples. There will definitely be a competition then. We can take the opportunity to humiliate Jang Tian and get out of this bad anger," Ma Yuan said with a gloomy face. Lin Fei frowned. "Spirit Sword Academy wants geniuses like me. I'm afraid that losers like him don't even have the qualifications to enroll." "That's true," Ma Yuan and the others laughed maniacally. The depression in their hearts seemed to have faded away quite a bit. Jang Tian opened his storage bag and poured out the demonic beast materials. "Are these all the ones you hunted?" Looking at the pile of differently colored beast skins, bones and demon pills in front of him, Boss Bai was surprised. This kind of scene wasn't too rare in the stores, but it was just that it happened to the waste Jang Tian, which inevitably made him feel unbelievable. "What's the problem?" Jang Tian asked without answering. Not explaining, Boss Bai gazed at Jang Tian and secretly sighed at Feng Wei's discerning eye, but he did not ask any more questions. The demonic beast materials were quickly counted out, and Boss Bai listed out a long bill. Jang Tian received the bill and gazed at it. 30 animal skins, 30 demon pills, more than 400 pieces of animal bones and claws. The white shopkeeper had quoted a total of 4,500 taels of silver. This price was not too far from Jang Tian's expectations, and after accepting the bill, he spent another 2,000 taels of silver to purchase 100 earth blood pills before leaving the 100 Treasures merchant shop. So he is Jang Tian, however. Does it make sense for a blood waste person to buy so many earth blood pills? Looking at Jang Tian's departing back, the fellow scratched his head and frowned in confusion. If he's really a wasted blood person. It's true that there's no point, but if he's not, then it's interesting. Behind the window, the white-bearded shopkeeper said leisurely, "In King Chuan country, although the number of people who were able to break out into a grand path of martial arts with a wasted blood qualification was as few as a phoenix, every single one of them was a heaven-defying powerhouse, and all of them had achieved extremely high levels of success. However, would such a myth really be born in the tiny Tianbao city, Zio Wu? Next time you meet Jang Tian, treat him with respect." The white-bearded shopkeeper smiled leisurely, a deep color flashing in his eyes. "Yes, I understand." The fellow was secretly surprised at what he heard. Why was the white-bearded shopkeeper, who had always had a high opinion of Jang Tian, looking at him so differently after returning to the Jiang clan? Jang Tian ignored the clansmen's strange gazes and went straight to the clan's merit law pavilion. "Elder, I've come to collect the merit law." Jang Tian walked into the merit law pavilion and opened the door to explain his intentions. Watching over the merit law pavilion was a white-haired elder, an elder of the Jiang family named Jiang Changshan. No one knew his true strength. But there were some rumors in the Jiang family that the cultivation of this merit law pavilion elder seemed to be higher than that of the family head and the grand elder. However, the exact realm was a matter of conflicting opinions, looking at Jang Tian in front of him. Jiang Changshan frowned slightly as a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had already heard about Jang Tian's matter, so he could not help but be a little puzzled by his request. Jiang Changshan frowned. Without a bloodline spirituality, barely cultivating a technique can only be in vain and will not add any power. Is this clear to you? Seeing that the other party did not flatly refuse, Jang Tian could not help but feel relieved. Jiang Changshan's ability to act impartially pleased him, and he could not help but feel a few good feelings in his heart if he couldn't even receive the gongfu. He would truly be in complete despair of this clan. Thank you for reminding me, Elder. I know this well in my heart. But I still want to try, since you're not afraid of wasting time. Let it be. Let me see your merit points. Looking at this naive young boy, Jiang Changshan sighed silently and took the ledger to inspect it carefully. You have 300 merit points in your name. You can borrow 3 yellow rank primary techniques or 2 yellow rank intermediate techniques. Go pick them yourself. Jang Tian arched his hand and thanked him before walking towards the ancient wooden staircase in front. Although this was his first time here, he had long since gotten a good feel for the rules of the merit law pavilion. Within the first floor were all yellow rank primary merit laws, and it was the second floor that housed the yellow rank intermediate merit laws. Therefore, he had no intention of stopping at the first floor at all, and directly stepped on the stairs to the second floor. This brat unexpectedly can't look at the yellow order primary level feats, looking at Jang Tian, who was walking towards the second floor. Jiang Changshan immediately shook his head. It was simply a waste of effort for a blood waster to cultivate a merit law. Not only did Jang Tian not listen to advice, he was also so overambitious. It really left him speechless. The second floor of the Merit Technique Pavilion held several antique wooden shelves, but most of the locations were empty. The few yellow-grade middle-rank merit laws were all arrayed here, all adding up to just a dozen or so. In front of the wooden shelves that smelled faintly of sandalwood, Jang Tian gazed at one of the gongfu books. From low to high, gongfu grades were categorized into 4 grades: Huang, Xuan, Earth, and Heaven, and each grade was further divided into beginner, middle, and high grades. With the higher the grade, the more powerful it was. The yellow leather ancient book Jang Tian was holding in his hands was a technique called Gale Palm. The Gale Palm, yellow grade intermediate stage technique. The palm is swift and fast. It is as powerful as the gale. After practicing it, it can break rocks in the air and break wood with its bare hands. It is powerful. This technique looked fancy, but in reality, it didn't have much practical value after only glancing at the introduction. Jang Tian put it back and immediately picked up the next one, Tiger and Leopard Fist, yellow grade middle stage technique. Suitable for those with strong physical body innate to cultivate, after practicing, able to tear tigers and leopards alive and fight demons with bare hands. Jang Tian shook his head and continued to flip through it. Green sword, yellow grade intermediate stage technique. Sword art is clear and soulful, moves are vicious, suitable for close-range combat, extraordinary efficacy. Rocky gang leg technique, yellow grade intermediate stage technique. Momentum is like a storm, infinite strength. Suitable for taller martial artists to cultivate. What kind of messy feats are these? Jang Tian looked at it with a big frown, very depressed, although he had never practiced martial arts feats. Jang Tian still had an almost intuitive evaluation of these feats. These feats seemed to have extraordinary power. But in fact, they were all roadkill. A dozen or so tomes were about to be flipped through, and none of them satisfied him. Soon, there were only 2 obsolete gongfu tome left on the shelf. For these 2 tome, Jang Tian was even less hopeful. Almost without thinking, he could tell that these 2 tomes were the kind of goods that everyone spurned, or else they wouldn't have been left unattended as they fell into dust here, since here, Let's take a look. After a moment's hesitation, Jang Tian still picked up these two techniques. How come there's no grade? Jang Tian flipped through the first tome, and the first thing he saw were yellowed pages that looked like they were on the verge of rotting. What made him strange was that this technique did not specify a grade, but to be placed on the second floor of the technique pavilion. It must not be that bad. Jang Tian frowned slightly and patiently flipped through it. Explosive Spirit Fist. Capable of fusing physical body strength and bloodline spirituality, thus exploding into a powerful battle force. Cultivation requirements: the higher the bloodline spirituality, the better, the stronger the physical body. The better. After reading the introduction, Jang Tian was somewhat shocked. This technique was quite good. Obviously much stronger than those in front of it. Yet why was it placed here unattended? With this question in mind, Jang Tian flipped through the spells at the back, and only after carefully reading them did he realize that they were extremely obscure and difficult to understand. However, after he patiently read through the first spell, the bloodline's spiritual energy around his body produced a trace of inexplicable agitation, as if it was telling him that this technique was extremely suitable for him to cultivate. How could this happen? Jang Tian's mind shook as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously looked back again, and the original obscure technique became inexplicably intimate. However, as he flipped backward, he was still a little disappointed. This gongfu had a beginning and an end, and the latter part had gone nowhere. Jang Tian quickly realized that it was precisely because it was crippled that it was placed here. If it was a complete merit law, its value should far exceed the middle yellow rank, Explosive Spirit Fist. This is it. Jang Tian no longer hesitated and decided to cultivate this feat. The last gongfu was called Star Luo Steps, a body martial skill that was also not labeled with a grade. This gongfu was largely complete, but it was intermittently missing some pages in the middle and appeared to be full of holes. Jang Tian frowned as he read through it and realized that although the merit law had loopholes, he was barely able to cultivate it. Moreover, this was the only body martial art on the second floor of the merit pavilion, so he had no choice at all. One fist technique, one body technique, it's considered a good match. Jang Tian thought about it briefly and quickly decided on it. As for the other sword techniques or blade techniques or something like that, to be honest, there weren't many of these martial arts in the Jang clan that could satisfy him. Merit cultivation was better to have a shortage than to have an abundance of them, and he didn't have any more merit points left. After taking the merit techniques, Jang Tian quickly walked down to the second floor and returned to the counter. Looking at the two merit laws in front of him, Jiang Changshan was completely speechless. Jang Tian, are you really going to choose the two merit laws? Explosive Spirit Fist and Star Luo Steps? Yes, Jang Tian nodded without hesitation. Jiang Changshan shook his head and sighed, frowning. These two techniques are crippled and extremely difficult to cultivate. Back in the day, the family head and the grand elder spent several months but were unable to practice them. I advise you not to waste your time. Is that so? I don't care. Jang Tian smiled oddly, not caring much about Jiang Changshan's words. Instead, the other party saying this strengthened his resolve. Watching his reaction, the corner of Jiang Changshan's eyes twitched, and he was quite upset inwardly. He was kind enough to dissuade Jang Tian, but he didn't appreciate it. That look of not caring made him even more irritated. Jang Tian, I'll be honest with you. The Explosive Spirit Fist is incredibly obscure and has extremely high requirements for bloodline spirituality. The Star Luo Steps, as a stance technique, also needs to stimulate bloodline spirituality to be able to perform it. You yourself are a blood wastrel, so this is purely a waste of time, a technique that the family head and the grand elder could not even practice. For you, a wasted blood to want to try it, is really delusional. Jang Tian quietly waited for the other party to finish speaking and said unhurriedly, "Thank you for reminding the elder, but my mind is made up. I want these two techniques. You, Jiang Mutong, suddenly hit the knuckles. Fee so much tongue, each other simply did not listen in. Can imagine how depressed he was. The words have been said. Since the obsession is not enlightened, then let you go. The family merit law is prohibited to spread out. Within 1 month must be returned, otherwise the clan rules severely punished. Jiang Changshan frowned and sighed. While registering with his pen, he mechanically repeated the admonition of the merit law pavilion. A faint trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Not to mention a month, even if he was given 3 years and 5 years, it would be impossible for him to practice. Only, by the time he realized that he had worked for nothing, I'm afraid that he would regret it to the core. I understand. Jang Tian smiled bashfully and turned around to walk out. Outside the merit law pavilion, a few Jiang clan teenagers were gathering together, discussing hotly. Have you guys heard that Prince Jiang Yuan is in seclusion? Preparing to impact the 3rd level of the spirit building realm? Didn't he just advance to the 2nd level of the spirit building realm? Could he have risen 2 levels in a row? He has a 7th grade lower level spirit snake bloodline. And with the Grand Elder as his backing, it's not impossible for him to ascend 2 levels in a row. I heard that young Lord Jang Long is also coming back. He must have come for this Spirit Sword Academy selection. Young Master is a 7th grade middle rank fire wolf bloodline. His strength is stronger than Jiang Yuan. This time, the 2 of them will definitely be selected for Spirit Sword Academy. A few people suddenly saw Jang Tian walk out of the Feats and Techniques Pavilion, and all of them sneered as they looked at each other. Ouch, great waste, Jiang. Why did you come to the Merit Law Pavilion just with you? You also want to cultivate martial arts techniques and feats. A few people spoke to each other, mocking Jang Tian with abandon. In the past, they hadn't been able to flatter Jang Tian. But now they dared to insult him recklessly. Everything was due to that change, and those who wasted their blood would be despised wherever they went. Jang Tian scanned these people, very disdainful of their cynicism, and reported it with a cold smile. He was too lazy to waste time with this kind of minions, and couldn't even bring himself to fight with them. A bunch of losers. It's better to worry less about other people's idle thoughts and mind your own mouth. Being swept by Jang Tian's gaze, a few people's hearts chilled inexplicably and withdrew their voices. Their chests seemed to be pressed with a boulder, feeling incomparably depressed, this weird feeling. Until Jang Tian walked out a long way before fading away, the crowd suddenly woke up, and when they came back to their senses, there was a burst of fury. His grandmother, this punk is so arrogant. How dare a blood waster put on a lofty air of arrogance? What a stinky, hard stone from a latrine pit. He won't be able to jump around for a few more days. When Jiang Man activates his bloodline spirituality, his good days will come to an end. HMPH, a punk has to have the awareness of a punk, not knowing the heights of heaven like that. Of course he won't have a good ending. Several people spat viciously at Jang Tian's back, venting the inexplicable fear in their hearts. They really didn't understand how a waste could give them so much pressure. After January was the day when the Spirit Sword Academy would accept disciples. This was a great event, and the entire Jiang family was busy with it. While the elders were busy, the youngsters were all closed door cultivating, raising their cultivation levels with all their might. Not only did they have to deal with the strict apprentice test, but they also had to face the heavenly material competition from several other families in Tianbao City. The pressure was really not small. No one cared about Jang Tian at this time, and it was as if this fallen genius had been forgotten. This precisely gave Jang Tian a rare quiet time, allowing him to wholeheartedly cultivate martial arts techniques and silently improve his strength. After returning to his residence, Jang Tian closed the courtyard door tightly and locked himself in the house to fully realize the 2 sets of feats. From the descriptions of the Gongfu, the explosive spirit fist, when practiced to the initial level, will be able to crush the middle Huang rank Gongfu, and when practiced to a higher level, it will not be a problem to fight against the high Huang rank Gongfu. Jang Tian slowly nodded his head. generating strong anticipation for this set of techniques. He removed his distracting thoughts and fully realized it, his bloodline spiritual energy flowing endlessly along the meridians around his body under the guidance of the technique. It was as if there was a figure in his mind, constantly swinging his fists according to the requirements of the explosive spirit fist technique. It had to be said that the cultivation difficulty of the explosive spirit fist was much higher than he had expected. But this would not affect his determination. He firmly enumerated the spell, and he didn't know how many punches the figure in his mind had swung out. And gradually, a subtle feeling began to well up in his heart. At first, this feeling was only faintly visible, but as he continued to comprehend, this feeling became more and more obvious, gradually evolving into a clear inspiration. Explosive spirit fist, I understand. Jang Tian breathed deeply, his eyes snapped open, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. The explosive spirit fist was to channel the bloodline spiritual energy around the body into both fists, suddenly releasing it outwardly and erupting into a powerful attack in a split second. This technique was able to utilize the bloodline spirit power to a certain limit, and the destructive power was quite astonishing. However, the cultivator's physical body had to be very strong, or else it wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of an instantaneous explosion of bloodline spirit power. And before it could hit the opponent, his own fists would be ruined. I've fused the bloodline aura of the barbarian blood divine dragon. My strength far exceeds that of my peers, and the strength of my fleshly body isn't weak, but by the looks of it, cultivating the explosive spirit fist is still a bit of a stretch. Jang Tian suppressed the surprise within his heart and frowned tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his arm towards the void and slammed his fist. Boom! Bloodline spiritual energy instantly surged towards the surface of the fist. Emitting a dull roar, Jang Tian frowned, only to feel that the surface of his fist was crispy and flooded with slight discomfort. Such an obvious sensation before even exerting full power. If one were to go all out, wouldn't the skin be cracked? Jang Tian's brows were furrowed, and his complexion was extremely complicated. If he wanted to practice the explosive spirit fist, he had to fully strengthen his physical body and increase his strength. Soon, he took out 2 packages from the Violet Xuan realm. Luckily, I had the foresight to purchase the body tempering herb and earth blood pill in advance. With these, I should be able to raise my physical body and strength by a large margin. Jang Tian nodded silently and quickly opened the 2 packages. Realizing his problem, he was no longer in a hurry to break through his cultivation realm, and was more concerned with the enhancement of his physical body and strength. As long as one had enough strength and physical body strength, one could practice the explosive spirit fist. Otherwise, even if one's strength increased quickly, it would be of little use if one's foundation was unstable. A martial artist without a foundation was like a floating duckling on water, unable to withstand the impact of wind and waves. A martial artist with a solid foundation, on the other hand, was like a thriving sapling, able to withstand the wind and rain and grow into a deep-rooted, leafy tree. Jang Tian cast the medicinal herbs into the bathtub, urging his bloodline spirituality to heat them up, and soon prepared a tub of body-quenching liquid. Although this body-quenching liquid was not a famous formula, it still had considerable efficacy relative to his realm. He took off his clothes and sat in the bathtub with his entire body, taking a few earth blood pills and refining and absorbing them all together, with such internal and external cultivation. Jang Tian's bloodline spirit power and physical body began to grow steadily. 3 days later, the original reddish-brown medicinal liquid turned into clear water, and all the medicinal essence was absorbed by Jang Tian. After refining 60 earth blood pills one after another, the strength of his fleshly body increased significantly, and his strength grew quite a bit, approaching the level of 19,000 pounds. Looking at his body and fists that were obviously much stronger, Jang Tian breathed deeply as a powerful confidence surged within him. There are still 40 earth blood pills left. Refining all of them should be able to bring my strength up to 20,000 pounds. Jang Tian's gaze flickered as he gazed in deep contemplation. 20,000 jin of strength was equivalent to the 7th level of an ordinary spirit-building realm, whereas he was only at the 4th level of the spirit-building realm, and reaching this standard would give him the strength to cross 3 minor realms. It had to be said that this was already quite astonishing, but Jang Tian wasn't complacent. He knew that in the face of all the suppression, this strength wasn't enough. Other people don't care what level you are, and they don't care if you've crossed over without absolute strength. There can only be tragedy in front of a powerful force. Jang Tian left the tub. Looking at the price of body-quenching liquid into waste water, cannot help but feel depressed, but there was no way around it. The consumption of the cultivation path was just so huge. Without enough financial resources, one simply couldn't cultivate a powerful martial artist, shaking his head and sighing. Jang Tian put on his clothes and walked out of his room, arriving before the stone monument of practicing. 19,000 pounds of strength, coupled with the current strength of his physical body, he should be able to initially execute the explosive spirit fist. "Let me see its power," Jang Tian shouted, and his right fist violently struck out. Boom! A faint purple fist shadow suddenly flew out. 10 feet away, the half-a-zhang tall practicing stone monument crumbled with a loud bang, and debris exploded all over the place. What a strong power! The corners of Jang Tian's eyes contracted in surprise. With the power of his physical body and the power of the explosive spirit fist added to it, this punch almost erupted with a huge force of 30,000 pounds. This was a rather terrifying level that could almost sweep through the 7th level of the spirit-building realm. The explosive spirit fist is truly extraordinary. It seems like I've chosen the right set of techniques. Jang Tian's eyes contained a strange light, and he was ecstatic inside 3 days after only 3 days. He had successfully cultivated the explosive spirit fist. If anyone knew that the technique that the family head and the grand elder couldn't practice for several months back then, Jang Tian would definitely drop his jaw in shock if he succeeded in cultivating it in only 3 short days. There were several levels in the cultivation of martial skill techniques. One was a small beginner's achievement. The second was operating freely, the third was driven by the heart, and the fourth was reaching the peak. Nowadays, Jang Tian's explosive spirit fist was only a small beginning, so he did not have any pride. After the initial completion of the explosive spirit fist, it's time to cultivate the Star Luo steps next. Jang Tian didn't hesitate anything further, and returned to his room to start comprehending the Star Luo steps. Unlike ordinary body technique martial skills, the Star Luo steps required quite a lot from the martial artist's bloodline spirit power. Ordinary body technique martial skills could be executed with enough physical strength, and actually didn't use much bloodline spirit power. But the Star Luo steps were different. None of its moves could be separated from the support of the bloodline spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would not be able to utilize its efficacy at all. The technique itself was broken and mutilated, and could not be cultivated directly, however, with his exceptional martial arts talent. Jang Tian articulated the broken parts, and used his own unique way to fill in the drawbacks of the Gong method's deficiencies. Time passed in a flash for 3 days, and after 3 days the Star Luo steps technique was melded by him, and he could begin to cultivate it. 3 days of enlightenment, this set of techniques had already been imprinted in Jang Tian's mind. Starting to cultivate was a matter of course, without any obstacles. Huo, huo. A strange wind rolled up in the room, and Jang Tian moved from side to side and up and down in the small space, as if he had transformed into a shadow. Boom, window door suddenly opened, a phantom through the window and landed in the courtyard. Toes slightly touched the ground and rise up in the air. Instantly swept up several feet high branches. In an instant, Jang Tian laughed loudly and swept down with a strong wind. When he was about to hit the ground, his body suddenly lurched, unfolded his arms as if a white crane spread its wings and levitated. Jang Tian smiled faintly and stretched out his feet to gently step on the ground, Star Luo steps, first accomplished. Not bad, this stance is even more marvelous than I imagined, and with the explosive spirit fist, it can be said to complement each other. And it will definitely be able to have a surprising effect. Jang Tian was very confident that with these two sets of techniques by his side, it was enough to sweep away martial artists below the 7th level of the spirit building realm. However, thinking about the upcoming Spirit Sword Academy's apprentice test, he didn't dare to take it lightly. The Gao and Lin families also had a few geniuses with good qualifications, and coupled with the soon-to-be returning young master Jang Long, the competition could be considered quite fierce. There are still 40 earth blood pills and 2 pairs of body-tempering herbs left before the Spirit Sword Academy accepts disciples. I want to raise my strength as much as possible and cultivate the 2 sets of techniques even more purely. Jang Tian muttered to himself in a deep voice and walked back to his room to continue his cultivation. Half a month passed by in a flash, and a long whistle suddenly rang out from Jang Tian's room as a powerful aura rushed out of the room, sweeping through the courtyard and rushing high into the sky. After half a month of seclusion, refining 40 earth blood pills and consuming 2 pairs of body-tempering herbs, Jang Tian's cultivation had greatly increased, finally breaking through to the 5th level of the spirit-building realm. At this time, his physical strength had already reached the level of 25.000 kilograms, which was already equivalent to an ordinary spirit-building realm 8th level martial artist. At the same time, both explosive spirit fist and Star Luo steps had been cultivated to the realm of driven by the heart, and were only 1 step away from reaching the peak. However, in order to reach the stage of reaching the peak, there must be actual combat practice, and relying only on closed-door seclusion is still not enough. In less than 10 days, it would be the time for the Spirit Sword Academy to accept disciples, so Jang Tian decided to go to the Merit Law Pavilion to return his Merit Law first. Jang Tian left his residence and quickly arrived in front of the Merit Law Pavilion. As the Spirit Sword Academy was about to accept disciples, the Jang family was filled with a tense atmosphere, with many young people entering and exiting the Merit Law Pavilion in a hurry. Strength all relies on usual accumulation. Being nervous at this time is of little use. Jang Tian shook his head and smiled as he walked into the Merit Law Pavilion. I've come to return the Merit Laws. This is the explosive spirit fist and the Star Luo steps. Please ask the elders to inspect them. Jang Tian placed the Merit Laws on the counter. Jang Tian, it's not even a month yet. Why did you come early? Jiang Changshan glanced at Jang Tian suspiciously, a faint trace of mockery flaring up in his eyes. Coming to return the gongfu before the deadline was up, it was obvious that he had failed in his bitter cultivation and knew that it was difficult to retreat. If I had known that it would come to this, why did I bother? I didn't listen to the advice, and I suffered a loss. Jiang Changshan shook his head and laughed, assuming a far-sighted stance. How about it, Jang Tian? I told you a long time ago that it is simply a waste of time for a wasted blood to cultivate martial arts, let alone this kind of profound technique. Aren't you asking for trouble? Looking at Jang Tian, who had a deep, silent face, Jiang Changshan's face sank slightly. The technique was your own choice, even if you can't cultivate it. You can't exchange it for another. I don't have this rule here. Jiang Changshan's face was serious, lest Jang Tian wanted to take advantage. Jang Tian quietly waited for him to finish and shook his head with a smile, his expression very indifferent. Thank you, Elder Jiang, for reminding me. I only came to return the technique. I didn't say I wanted to exchange it for another technique. If there's no problem, I'll take my leave. Wait, Jiang Changshan frowned, his inner doubts rising as he hurriedly checked the 2 sets of merit laws. Only after determining that there were no problems did he dispel his doubts, but he soon frowned again. his gaze somewhat alarmed. Have you practiced these 2 sets of feats? Impossible. Jang Tian smiled blandly and didn't say anything more as he moved his feet slightly and floated out as a shadow. Jang Changshan only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he looked again, Jang Tian had already arrived outside the door of the Merit Law Pavilion. The speed surprised him. This is the Star Luo Steps. Could it be that he has activated his bloodline spirituality? Jang Changshan was so shocked that he almost suspected that he had misread the situation. Impossible. This can't be. Jang Changshan breathed deeply, his complexion becoming extremely complicated. Jang Tian didn't stay, much less explain himself. And with a cold smile, he left the Merit Law Pavilion without looking back. However, before he could walk out far, he was blocked by a few brocade-robed teenagers. Jang Tian, long time no see. A few brocade-robed teenagers had cold smiles on their faces as they suddenly blocked his way. Jiang Yuan, Jang Tian gazed at them. The corners of his eyes contracted slightly, and his gaze immediately turned cold. It is none other than this Gongzi. Jiang Yuan looked arrogant, assuming a condescending stance, a powerful aura flowing around him. Obviously, his cultivation had refined a lot. He was accompanied by 2 lapdogs, Jiang Hong and Jiang Fang. Jang Tian, it seems like you've been living quite nourishingly during this period of time. Did you go to the technique pavilion? A wasted blood person also wants to cultivate techniques. What a daydream. Jiang Hong and Jiang Fang looked oddly at Jang Tian. Their eyes were quite disdainful, and their words were extremely mean as they sneered at him. How dare you? It's none of your business whether I can cultivate the technique or not. Get lost or don't blame me for being impolite. Jang Tian's brows furrowed as a wave of anger rose in his heart. As Jiang Yuan's lapdogs, these 2 guys had done a lot of bad things to bully others. He had long looked at them with displeasure and was eager to teach them a lesson. While Jang Tian spoke, he did not even look at these 2, his icy cold gaze looking straight at Jiang Yuan. The 2 of them went toe-to-toe, and a smell of gunpowder gradually filled the air. Jiang Yuan coldly said, Jang Tian, you must give me an explanation for injuring Jiang Man. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. Who are you? Jang Tian smiled coldly and scoffed at Jiang Yuan. The matter of the spirit-building pill has yet to be settled with your father and son. But you first instructed Jiang Man to come and backstab me. Is it only fair for me to tie my hands and let you slaughter me? As the victimized party, Jang Tian had not yet gone to take revenge. But the other party hit his door first, and Jiang Yuan's brutal and overbearing behavior had completely provoked his anger. How dare you use such a tone of voice to speak to this Gongzi? It seems like you don't intend to repent. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, his face becoming gloomy. For a wasted blood to dare to call him out like that. He really didn't know how to die, but this was better. The tougher Jang Tian's attitude was, the more reason he had to strike hard. What could anyone else say when the son of the Grand Elder's family lectured an ungentlemanly wasted blood person? Brother Yuan rest his anger, dealing with this kind of trash. It's enough for us to step in. Jiang Hong had a fawning smile on his face as he bent over like a shrimp and said to Jiang Yuan, Right, let us teach this unknowing trash a lesson, so as not to dirty Brother Yuan's hands. A fierce color flashed on Jiang Fang's face. His hands squeezed and clicked as a fierce aura flowed around him, although Jiang Tian's martial arts talent was good. But that was after all a thing of the past, and now the entire Tianbao city knew that he was just a wasted blood. As early as half a month ago, Jiang Hong and Jiang Fang had already activated their bloodline spirituality and officially stepped into the level of the spirit-building realm. With this kind of strength, dealing with Jang Tian was completely a piece of cake. Good thing, let you guys take the shot. Lest people say I'm bullying him, Jiang Yuan shook his brocade robe and smiled proudly, ready to see how Jang Tian would be suppressed. Dead waste not knowing how to advance or retreat is stupid. If you were willing to listen to advice and be an obedient dog by my father's side in the first place, how would you end up in this situation today? Zhang Yuan laughed coldly, secretly mocking Jang Tian for not knowing the time. There was once such a good opportunity in front of him, but he didn't grasp it, and it was no one's fault if he ended up at this point today. With just the two of you, Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, his expression extremely disdainful. Good thing too, since you guys have to seek death, then you can't blame me, arrogant, outrageous, let me teach you a lesson. Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng both didn't want to miss the chance to please Zhang Yuan. They angrily shouted and pounced out at the same time, wanting to grab the top spot. The two of them clenched their fists and used their palms, mobilizing their bloodline spirit power to blast towards Jang Tian. Even if a spirit-building realm martial artist didn't use any moves, he could easily crush a peak body refining martial artist. Let alone the two of them striking at the same time. It could be imagined that this kind of attack falling on Jang Tian was bound to hit him hard in one fell swoop, causing him to be seriously injured without dying, and completely reduced to an invalid. Is this your strength? Feeling the weak aura of the duo's first level of spirit building, Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, his heart bursting with speechlessness. Don't pretend without strength, forcibly pretending you can only regret it too late. Let me teach you guys how to behave. Jang Tian smiled coldly and instantly rushed out, facing Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng. He did not retreat but advanced, both fists shaking with strong winds and blasting out, in Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng's opinion. Jang Tian's actions were tantamount to looking for death. The two of them were overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, dead trash, I think you've lost your head, Jang Tian. Are you so eager to find death? Sizzle, sizzle. Jang Tian's dual fists pressed and exploded the air, bringing up an ear-piercing foreign sound, and in an instant, they blasted on top of the duo's fists and palms. Boom, ka-ching, a dull roar suddenly rang out. Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng's faces, filled with fierce smiles, suddenly froze. Zhang Hong's fist momentum scattered. 5 fingers instantly cracked. Zhang Feng's palm instantly snapped with a click. The might of the iron fist did not diminish, as if 2 huge hammers were swung on the 2 chests, and they were blown away. Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng, like 2 disconnected kites, generally flew backwards more than 5 feet away, falling to the ground screaming miserably, "Damn, this can't be." Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng's faces rose into pig livers, their eyes filled with panic. They hadn't expected at all that Jang Tian's power was so terrifying that he had heavily injured the two of them in one fell swoop. How is it possible? Zhang Yuan's heart was shaken, and he was also somewhat appalled. Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng were no longer at the first level of the spirit-building realm. And even one person's strike was enough to suppress Jang Tian, but the truth was unexpected. Zhang Yuan quickly realized that there was something odd about Jang Tian, and his face became gloomy. Jang Tian, could it be that you have activated your bloodline spirituality? Jang Tian's gaze was deep, his icy cold eyes staring straight at him, causing Zhang Yuan to feel a chill down his back and inexplicably a cold war in his heart. Zhang Yuan, these 2 lapdogs are poor in strength. In the future, remember to tell them to be more restrained. Don't go around disgracing themselves. Jang Tian wore a strange smile on his face as he coldly mocked. In this exchange just now, he hadn't utilized his bloodline spirit power at all, and had only used a portion of his physical strength. If he had used his full strength, it would have been difficult for Zhang Hong and Zhang Feng to escape death at all. How dare you, arrogant! Zhang Yuan's face sank. His fists pinched and cackled as his eyes became eerie. Could it be that this kid was desperate and used some sort of forbidden secret technique to forcefully activate his bloodline? Zhang Yuan's eyes contracted as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In the martial Dao world, there had been a certain shadowy rumor circulating. Legend had it that there was a bizarre secret art that allowed blood wasters to fuse demonic beasts' essence blood and forcefully activate the spirituality of their bloodline, thus acquiring great power in a short period of time However, the disadvantages of this secret art are extremely great. Once it is performed, it cannot be reversed, and as the cultivation deepens, it will turn into a half-human, half-beast, displaying many features that do not belong to humans. However, the biggest drawback is the loss of mind. Life expectancy is greatly reduced, in some unpredictable time, under the impact of the beast blood, burst body, and died. After a short period of contemplation, Zhang Yuan became more and more certain of this speculation. There was simply no other explanation for Jang Tian's sudden surge in power other than this. Yes, that must be it. I didn't expect Jang Tian to be so heartless as to cultivate that kind of forbidden secret art, but this is good. This kid is completely unable to turn over. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath as intense killing intent flowed from his eyes. Such an existence was definitely a stain on the Zhang clan, and an even more potential threat to Zhang Yuan's father and son. After a short period of disorientation, Zhang Yuan calmed down, a cold smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. If he had just succeeded in spirit building, he might be a little wary of Jang Tian, but as an expert at the third level of the spirit building realm, he had enough strength to suppress Jang Tian. Jang Tian, it's understandable that you don't want to resign yourself to your fate, but it's not right for you to cultivate that forbidden secret art. What forbidden secret art, full of nonsense? Jang Tian's brows furrowed as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had also heard of forbidden secret arts. In the Qingshuan Kingdom's martial arts world, this was an extremely sensitive topic that would not be mentioned easily. Not to mention that he had never seen that kind of secret art. Even if he knew about it, he would never cultivate it. Injuring Zhangman and practicing a forbidden secret art. Zhang Tian, your offense is great. I will severely punish you on behalf of the clan today. Zhang Yuan shouted angrily as a strong aura rose around him. Under the pressure of this aura, the air in the vicinity slightly distorted and lit up with a faint blood aura. This scene caused Zhang Hong and Zhang Zai to become agitated. His brother Yuan's bloodline talent strength is too powerful. Brother Yuan, avenge us and teach him a hard lesson, as if they had forgotten their injuries. The duo hissed and roared, incomparable fervor flashing in their eyes. Don't worry, I will get it back for you with interest. Zhang Yuan smiled broadly and nodded his head. His expression incomparably haughty. 7th grade lower rank spirit snake bloodline. This was Zhang Yuan's bloodline talent. Even though it hadn't completely unfolded, the aura released was already quite powerful, but out of his expectation. Jang Tian only coldly sized him up, acting extremely calm. HMPH, is this your bloodline's spirit power? A cold smile hung at the corner of Jang Tian's mouth, without any expression of surprise on his face. This situation made Zhang Yuan extremely unhappy. 7th grade lower order spirit snake bloodline. What a noble bloodline. He had wanted to take the opportunity to show off, but this blood scrapper didn't even react at all. It was simply infuriating. Zhang Tian, it's useless for you to pretend to be deep. Now, let you taste my strength. Zhang Yuan swept out violently with a violent shout. Red python fist. Zhang Yuan raised his right arm and shook out 3 red, colored fist prints to smash towards Zhang Tian. The large fist prints exuded a strong aura, erupting with a strength of 8,000 kilograms, already reaching the standard of the 4th level of the spirit-building realm. Judging from the power of this fist, the red python fist was clearly a high-level yellow-grade technique. Yet this kind of technique was not included in the Merit Technique Pavilion. Wouldn't it be a strange thing? No wonder the Merit Technique Pavilion only has yellow-grade beginner and middle-grade merit techniques. So it turns out that the yellow-grade, high-grade merit techniques have all been hijacked by you. Zhang Tian's face sank as his thoughts flashed. Not allowing the clan members to cultivate such a good technique, but misappropriating it for themselves. They were simply the family's assholes. It would be strange for the Jiang clan not to decline and fall if it was held by this kind of person for a long period of time. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel his heart on fire. Ha 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 ha, are you not convinced? What can you do if you are not convinced? Zhang Yuan let out a wild laugh, seeing Jang Tian's angry appearance. His heart finally blossomed. The 3 red python fists erupted with a powerful might, and it looked like they were about to seriously injure Jang Tian. Right at this moment, Jang Tian bellowed and his right fist wildly blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. Dull popping sounds immediately rang out. Jang Tian's fist blasted out, instantly shattering through the 3 red python fists, carrying a huge force that blasted onto Zhang Yuan's fist. Boom! Zhang Yuan's arm felt as if it had been broken, and a cone of pain came from it as his face changed and he suddenly retreated away. If it wasn't for the Bloodline spirit power protecting his body, I'm afraid he would have been heavily injured. Impossible. This is a high-level yellow rank technique. How could he easily block it? Zhang Yuan's fists trembled more than once, and the intense pain was slow to recede, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. He even realized that Jang Tian hadn't even used his Bloodline spirit power, which was unbelievable. This yellow-grade high-grade technique is considered spoiled in your hands. Jang Tian frowned slightly and sighed, his eyes filled with mockery. 8,000 kilograms of strength, which was already equivalent to the 4th level of the spirit-building realm, was considered quite extraordinary. But it was simply not enough in front of Jang Tian. He only used part of his physical strength to easily shock Zhang Yuan back. And he himself stood still without even moving a bit. Outrageous! It seems that you don't know how powerful I am unless you show some means. And this is what you forced me to do. Zhang Yuan roared angrily and mobilized all of his Bloodline spirit power. A striking blood aura rose from the surface of his body, as if a spirit snake was entwined around the outside of his body and wandered about. This is the true strength of the spirit snake bloodline, isn't it? Jang Tian frowned slightly, a hint of mockery still flashing in his eyes. Although the 7th level lower grade bloodline was extraordinary, it was nothing to him, especially since Zhang Yuan was only at the 3rd level of the spirit building realm. Even if he utilized the red python fist to its limit, it wouldn't be much of a threat to him. It's almost time. No time for further nagging with you. Jang Tian coldly laughed and suddenly rushed towards Zhang Yuan. This time, he no longer waited for the other party to make a move, but took the initiative to attack. So eager to find death fulfill you, Zhang Yuan's caracal color flashed and the blood aura on his body's surface sped out, transforming into a thick blood serpent that rushed towards Jang Tian. Sizzle, the blood serpent emitted a bizarre sizzling sound that sounded palpitating. The spirit snake bloodline, possessing a powerful destructive force, could even devour the opponent's bloodline spiritual energy. Once entangled by it, the consequences were unimaginable. However, in the face of this attack, Jang Tian appeared unconcerned, a cold smile always hanging at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yuan only had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of spirit building. Even with the addition of bloodline spirit power, he could at most have a strength of around 10,000 pounds, which was still not enough for him. 7th level lower grade bloodline, HMPH, break it for me. Jang Tian angrily shouted as his right fist erupted with a huge force, ruthlessly smashing into the blood snake. This time, he still didn't utilize his bloodline spirit power, and he didn't even fully explode his fleshly body power. Boom, in a dull popping sound, a huge force poured out, and the blood light of the spirit snake instantly dimmed, and a weird hissing sound suddenly rang out. Oh, the blood serpent let out a strange cry. Countless cracks were born on its body surface, however. No blood flowed out from within, only a trail of blood light was dispersed. These blood lights were Zhang Yuan's bloodline spiritual energy, which dissipated into the void with a slight flash. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's face changed drastically as he felt his power draining away at a rapid pace. Not good, Zhang Yuan exclaimed in shock and quickly withdrew his bloodline spiritual energy. The blood snake swept backward with a strange cry and disappeared into his body in the twinkling of an eye. Zhang Yuan's face became very pale, and his cultivation breath all dropped significantly, which sent chills down his spine and shocked him. "What kind of evil magic did you use?" Zhang Yuan snapped, the corners of his eyes twitching. Jang Tian had shocked his spirit snake bloodline with just one punch, which made him feel incomparably terrified. "Evil art, HMPH. I think it's your heart that's not right." Jang Tian didn't bother to nag him, stepping forward. His right fist smashed into Zhang Yuan's chest in a smooth manner. "You dare to?" Zhang Yuan's face changed drastically, spitting out blood and screaming as he flew out backwards. Falling to the ground 3 feet away, Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, his expression very disdainful. "Only this much strength, calling me a waste. I see that you are worse than a waste. Trash," Jang Tian cursed angrily. Stepped on Zhang Yuan's face and took a big stride forward. How dare you hurt me, Jang Tian, you're dead." Zhang Yuan's miserable scream resounded behind him. Jiang Hong and Jiang Feng curled up on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and a nightmarish feeling. I almost forgot. I can't do this for nothing. I have to collect some interest anyways." Zhang Tian suddenly had a footstep and turned back in the terrified gazes of the Zhang Yuan trio. Walking towards them with a strange smile on his face. "What are you going to do? My father is a great elder. Do you not want to live?" Zhang Yuan said and screamed miserably once again. Jiang Tian took a single step and stepped on the faces of the 3 people and walked back, searching a few bags on their bodies. This point is considered interest, but if there's a next time. "What am going to take won't be these few bags." Jiang Tian snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He shook his head and laughed as he once again stepped on the faces of the 3 people and walked away with a big stride. Jiang Tian, am not done with you. Mei Tian, am going to kill you. Jiang Tian, you're dead." Miserable hissing came from behind him. But Jiang Tian didn't turn his head back, sneering as he walked further and further away. The Spirit Sword Academy's apprentice intake was approaching, and he didn't want to expose his true bottom card, so he never utilized his bloodline spirit power. Otherwise, the Zhang Yuan trio would have been killed by him a long time ago, having ruthlessly taken out a mouthful of bad anger. Jiang Tian was in a great mood, but he also knew that he had gotten into trouble. But even if he didn't, even if he held his tongue, there was no use. That would only make people treat him as a soft persimmon. As usual, he couldn't get rid of the suppression of Zhang Yuan's father and son, so he no longer hold back. Have revenge, have a grudge. To be a person is to be like this, straight to the point. How good. As for how Jiang he would react after knowing about this matter, he simply had no time to think about it now. Without having to think about it, he would know that the other party would definitely be completely furious. And with that would definitely come even more brutal suppression. But he wasn't worried in any case. The soldiers would come to block the water and cover up the earth. The car would come to the mountain. The boat would naturally straighten up, and there would naturally be a countermeasure when the time came. If you really can't, the sky and the earth, the hall of men where can't accommodate, Jang Tian felt that this was the most enjoyable day in recent months and even years. After returning to his place, he couldn't wait to count the loot. 3 small bags. Only the one from Zhang Yuan was a storage bag. The other 2 were just ordinary cloth bags. However, there wasn't any gongfei in it. Zhang Yuan's storage bag contained 5,000 taels of silver tickets and 30 earth blood pills. Jiang Hong and Jiang Feng's bags were relatively simple. Each only had 250 taels of silver tickets, adding up to just 500 taels. 250. Jiang Tian shook his head and smiled, silently calculating after collecting these silver tickets. There were still a few days left before the Spirit Sword Academy selection. And in such a short period of time, it was very difficult to break through the realm. He had just advanced to the 5th level of the Spirit Building realm, and he knew his situation very well. After fusing the bloodline aura of the barbarian blood, Divine Dragon, Although his physical body and strength far exceeded those of his peers, a drawback became apparent. This was that the consumption of cultivation resources was too great, and advancing became relatively difficult. For the same breakthrough realm, others might only need a few dozen earth blood pills, but he needed several times more to do so. This was also thanks to the fact that he had devoured quite a few demonic beasts' bloodline essences in the Savage Beast Mountain range, or else he would not have been able to reach his current realm with just the 100 earth blood pills and a few pairs of body-tempering medicinal liquids. Of course, there were pros and cons to things. The massive consumption of consumable resources also allowed him to gain super strength. Overall, the pros still outweighed the cons. It's not realistic to advance in a short period of time. So it's better to work on strengthening the physical body while we have these few days. Jang Tian nodded heavily and quickly made up his mind. The higher the strength of the physical body, the more powerful the explosive spirit fist would be, as long as the strength of the physical body went up. Even if he didn't break through the realm, his strength would increase invisibly. Jang Tian punched the silver ticket and quickly left the Jiang family. Heading straight to the 100 Treasures trading house, boom, it's against him, simply heartless, in the Jiang family's council hall. Grand Elder Jiang, his thick palm slapped down heavily, emitting a dull thud. This palm, which contained anger, had clearly slapped a deep palm print out of a corner of the aged rosewood table. Great Elder, calm your anger. Humph, this dead waste, Jang Tian, has really eaten the guts of a bear. How dare he injure Duke Jiang Yuan? It's really intolerable, such a waste. It's useless to stay in the family. Why don't we break his arms and legs to abolish his cultivation and kick him out of the family? The crowd was outraged, launching a unique denunciation conference, although the party Jang Tian was not present. It did not affect their enthusiasm in the slightest. The crowd scrambled to be the first to curse more than one. The council hall spit foam flying people boiled. Hee hee. Don't you guys find it strange? Jang Tian is a blood waster, while Duke Jiang Yuan is an expert at the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm. How could the two fight with this result? A middle-aged elder with a long beard in his hand furrowed his brows. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he voiced his doubts. Yeah, there's something odd about this matter. The crowd quietly woke up and then nodded their heads. Jiang, his face was unsightly, clearly in a state of intense anger, according to my canine son's description. Jang Tian doesn't know what kind of evil arts he has practiced, and his strength is astonishingly great. I'm not afraid to laugh at all of you. Canine son Jiang Yuan is not his opponent even if he exerts his bloodline spirit power. It's a good thing that he didn't injure his foundation. Otherwise, this Spirit Sword Academy selection is really going to be delayed in a big way. Jiang, he shook his head and sighed as he spoke, his eyes incomparably sinister. He couldn't wait to kill Jang Tian right now. But the clan had clan rules, and his every move as the Grand Elder was watched by everyone, making it difficult to retaliate openly in the clan. Grand Elder need not be concerned. Duke Jiang Yuan must have been too careless to be taken advantage of by Jang Tian. Although Jang Tian is a blood waster, his strength is not weak in the first place, and if he has truly practiced any evil arts, it would make sense that he would have this kind of ability. A middle-aged elder with a worried face sincerely consoled. For a blood waster to suddenly become so strong, I'm afraid there's no other possibility other than practicing forbidden secret arts. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, unanimously agreeing with this point of view, thinking of the legendary bizarre and extreme forbidden secret arts. They all subconsciously felt some fear, and they all exuded extreme worry if this son is not expelled from the family. I'm afraid that he will eventually become a major scourge, family head. What do you think? Jiang He's gaze was incomparably gloomy as he frowned tightly at the family head. Jiang Hai, who was seated across the table, this was a hale and hearty middle-aged man with a slightly white face. His breath was very thick, and his gleaming eyes radiated a deep aura. If Jang Tian has truly cultivated a forbidden secret art, then the Jang family really can't keep him. Grand Elder, y'all see to this matter. Jang Hai smiled coldly at his words. Appearing unconcerned, his son, Jang Long, had been cultivating outside all year round and possessed a 7th grade middle ranked firewolf bloodline. This time, being selected for Spirit Sword Academy was almost a sure thing to him. Whether Jang Tian, the blood abolitionist, went or stayed, died or lived, had no effect whatsoever. Family head is wise. Jang, he smiled grimly at his words, feeling very satisfied. In reality, the two were both coming out of the same nostril. And this answer had been expected by him. Jang, his face sank as he said angrily, since this is the case. The old man declares that Jang Tian will be expelled from, with immediate effect. Wait a minute, right at this moment. A low voice suddenly sounded. The crowd was stunned at the sound of the voice, and even the family head Jang Hai and Jiang, he himself, had a blank look on their faces. The crowd involuntarily flashed a gap, and a white-haired old man with a deep aura slowly paced into the hall. Tai Bo, what brings you here? Seeing the arrival of this Taishang elder. Jang Hai and Jiang, his faces were solemn as they both rose to greet him. As the only supreme elder of the Jang clan, although Tai Bo didn't have much real power, he was revered beyond measure in the hearts of the clansmen and held an extremely high status. Tai Bo waved his hand and took a seat next to the family head. Jang Hai and Jiang, he followed suit. You guys, what are you going to do about Jang Tian? Tai Bo's line of sight swept past Jang Hai and slowly landed on Jiang He's face. Radiating an invisible aura, the corners of Jiang He's eyes jumped and his face became very gloomy. Tai Bo, you've come at the right time. The family head and I have already discussed this, and are prepared to abolish Jang Tian's cultivation and expel him from the family. The entire hall was extremely quiet. The crowd no longer voiced out their comments, all wanting to see what exactly Tai Bo intended to do with his sudden arrival. Oh, Tai Bo frowned slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, after kicking him out of the clan. Where is he going to accommodate himself? The corner of Jiang He's eyes twitched, obviously not expecting Tai Bo to ask this question. He's been kicked out of the family. What do I care where he lands? Although he thought so in his heart. Jiang, he did not dare to say it directly. That would be a great disrespect to Uncle Tai, and it would be a loss of the identity of the Grand Elder. Jiang, he frowned. His eyes became icy cold, following the family practice. Anyone who is driven out of the family has to go to the Savage Beast mountain range to fend for themselves. And naturally, Jang Tian cannot be an exception. Tai Bo's face sank at these words, and he turned his head to look at Jang Hai, family master. Is this also your intention? Cough. I've already authorized the Grand Elder to handle this matter with full authority. Tai Bo will just ask him. Jang Hai smiled apologetically and flicked the question to Jiang He. The corner of Jiang He's eyes twitched as he angrily said, That's right, Jang Tian injured my son for no reason. The crime is unforgivable and must be severely punished. No one's words will matter, obviously. He did not intend to give Tai Bo the slightest bit of face. Tai Bo was silent for a moment and sank his face. I don't agree. Jiang He's face sank. Is Tai Bo trying to harbor Jang Tian and challenge the clan rules? Tai Bo coldly locked eyes with him, and aura swept through his eyes. As far as I know, Jang Tian and Jang Yuan fought fairly, and Jang Tian even fought 1 against 3. Fists and feet have no eyes. Damage is inevitable, may I ask? If it was Jang Tian who was injured, is it necessary to expel Jang Yuan from the clan? Jiang He's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. A sentence stuck in his mouth. This is different. Not only did Jang Tian injure Jang Yuan, he also injured Zhang Hong and Zhang Fang. The crime is great and unforgivable. Jiang, he held his tongue for a moment and said with strong words. Seeing that Jiang, he wouldn't budge an inch, Tai Bo's brows were frowning tighter and tighter. Jang Tian was already a blood abolitionist and had been withdrawn from marriage by Yi Wuxu. If his cultivation was abolished again and he was kicked out of the family, what was the difference between killing him? Even if Jang Tian's behavior was inappropriate, it's far from such a heavy punishment, not to mention that he's still Jiang Ming's son. I forbid you to treat him like this, Tai Bo said coldly. For this ill-fated child, Tai Bo always had some apologies in his heart, not only because of what happened to him, but also because of the contribution his father, Jiang Ming, made to the family when he was in charge of the Jiang family back then. Jiang, he smiled coldly at his words. Jiang Ming, HMPH, your old man still has the nerve to mention him. He is the shame of the family, when his wife left back then. He shouldn't have left this little brute behind. Enough. Tai Bo instantly became furious at his words. A cold light flashed in his eyes, causing Jiang his heart to tremble. Ever since that change in the past years, Jang Tian's mother had become a taboo in the family. No one dared to mention it anymore. Jiang he had spoken out of turn, completely enraging Tai Bo. Jiang he also seemed to know that he had said something he shouldn't have. His face changed slightly. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but he quickly laughed coldly again. Ha ha ha, why should Tai Bo get so tense? That person has been gone for so many years. Whether he's dead or alive is unknown. Not to mention that Jiang Ming is dead, and her connection with the Jiang family has been severed. Jiang, he smiled awkwardly. He said this to appease Tai Bo on one hand, and on the other to comfort himself. Whenever that woman was mentioned, anyone who had seen her would be chilled, and Jiang he was no exception. Tai Bo tried his best to calm his emotions and frowned. No matter what, I will never agree to you abolishing his cultivation, much less allowing Jang Tian to be driven out of the family. I'm afraid this matter is not up to you. Not only did Jang Tian seriously injure my son, he also injured Jiang Man, Jiang Hong, and Jiang Fang. His evil deeds are unforgivable. This elder's decision has been made and will never be changed. Jiang, he sneered and forcefully rejected Tai Bo's request. There was a commotion in the hall. The clansmen looked at each other with complicated expressions. The lofty Tai Bo's words didn't even work anymore. The Jiang family's sky was completely changed. Jiang he. The corner of the eye of Tai Bo wildly jumped, so angry that he couldn't speak. His heart was extremely angry. But there is no way. For the Jiang clan he is more of a spiritual flag. In fact, there is not much real power. The atmosphere in the council hall was dead silent. The situation was extremely awkward right at this moment. A family member ran towards the council hall in a panic. Family master, grand elder, there is a guest. Oh, why did a guest suddenly come at this time? Family head Zhang Hai's gaze twitched, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He hadn't made any appointments for guests, nor had he heard of any of his friends coming to visit during this recent period of time. All the great clans in Tianbao City were fully preparing for the Spirit Sword Academy's acceptance of apprentices, and would never visit each other without something particularly important. At this time, the sudden arrival of a guest really made him feel puzzled. Hearing the report from the family servant, Jiang, his face was gloomy, and his mood was even more unpleasant. The fact that Tai Bo showed up to stop him had already made him furious, but only because of the other party's status. He held back and didn't have a fit. Jang Tian's punishment was about to be finalized, but at this juncture, there was another twist. Just what kind of ungrateful fellow who didn't come early and stay late, but rushed to the door at this time? Thinking of this, Jiang he immediately became furious. Asshole, don't you know that I'm in the middle of a discussion with the family head? Taking this excuse, Jiang he broke into a rage, the anger in his heart pouring out. What kind of bullshit guest? I don't have the time to serve him right now. Let him wait until the family meeting is over. Looking at Jiang, his vociferous appearance, Tai Bo's face turned blue. A trace of deep helplessness flashed in his eyes. He knew that Jiang he was pointing the finger at him. And although these words were a dismissal of the family servant, they were actually more of a statement for him to hear. The family servant's face was scolded by Jiang he into a pig's liver color, but he did not leave. standing stiffly in place. In and out of the dilemma, Great Elder, the guest who came is, a asshole thing, why don't you roll? Jang, his face chilled, completely furious. Are you deaf? Quickly roll for me. Tell that bullshit guest to get the hell out as well. Scram, the housekeeper said warily. Great Elder, they say they are from the Spirit Sword Academy. Do we really have to let them? Roll, what do you care about the academy? The word courtyard has not yet been exported. Jang, his words sound violently, as if someone pinched his neck. His face instantly froze. What? You say it again. What academy? A trace of fear flashed in Jang He's eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched more than once. Family head Jang Hai's face changed as he stood up suddenly. Who exactly is the one who came? Speak quickly, the family servant said in shock. Grand Elder, family head. The people who came claimed to be from the Spirit Sword Academy. Boom. Jang Hai slapped his hand on the rosewood table and bellowed. Why didn't you say so earlier? He looked at Jang He in chagrin. The other party's face was incomparably ugly, the corners of his mouth twitching more than once, and a layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Spirit Sword Academy was a power they couldn't afford to offend, even if they were given 100 guts. They wouldn't dare to neglect it. Jang He, let's talk about your son's grudge with Jang Tian afterward. For now, quickly follow me to welcome the guests of Spirit Sword Academy. Jang Hai angrily rebuked and quickly walked out of the council hall. Jang, he swallowed his saliva, his face extremely ugly, but he had to follow Jang Hai to welcome them out. If it was an ordinary guest, they could sit tight and let the house guests welcome them into the mansion. But the Spirit Sword Academy's people couldn't be slowed down once they angered the other party. The Jiang family simply couldn't afford to be offended. Tai Bo spat out a mouthful of stuffy air, his tightly furrowed brows slightly stretching out, but his mood was still heavy. Although Jiang He's scheming had been temporarily interrupted, he would not die, and Jang Tian's fate still hung in the balance. Soon, a flashy golden beast carriage drove into the Jiang mansion and stopped in front of the council hall. As soon as the door of the vehicle opened, two women wearing Spirit Sword Academy's white cloud brocade robes slowly walked out and stepped onto the ground of the Jiang mansion. The two women were tall and extremely beautiful, with elegant and noble temperaments all around them. The two women have their own unique style. Handsome eyes and eyebrows seem to contain a marvelous divine light. Cherry lips and nose show perfect curves, as if carved by immortals, which makes people infinitely admire. Looking at the two fairy-like women, the Jiang family members were thrilled and consciously lined up on both sides to welcome them. Jiang Hai and Jiang, he silently gulped as they came before the beast carriage, assuming an incomparably pious and respectful stance. Jiang family Master Jiang Hai and Grand Elder Jiang He, welcome the two messengers, HMPH. I thought that Tianbao City was shabby enough, but I didn't expect the Jiang family to be even shabbier. If I had known this, I really shouldn't have come with you in advance. Su Wan, I'm too lazy to bother with them. You can see to it yourself. The woman on the left with a slightly plump figure raised her condescending eyebrows with a look of disdain. Well, Luo Lan, I told you a long time ago that after staying in Spirit Sword Academy for a long time, you need to come out more often to have a look around. I see that Tianbao City is full of people and places. It is not a spiritual place. Su Wan smiled sweetly and slowly nodded, lightly saluting towards Jiang Hai and Jiang He. Jiang, family master, grand elder, we are Spirit Sword Academy's apostle acceptance messengers. My name is Su Wan. This is Luo Lan, listening to Su Wan's heavenly voice. Jiang Hai and Jiang, he felt incomparably pleasing to the ears. And in their hearts, they secretly hated how pleasurable it would be if their wives could have this kind of posture. The two messengers have traveled a long way to come all the way to work hard, quickly moved to the hall to drink a cup of tea and take a short rest. After a slight lapse of concentration, Jiang Hai hurriedly invited the two into the council hall. Tai Bo did not leave. saw the messenger will get up to welcome. After a simple greeting, the guests and masters were seated separately. The haughty Luo Lan continuously surveyed the surrounding furnishings, her eyes full of criticism and disdain. In the Jiang family's mind, this hall was considered a splendid hall, but in her eyes, it was full of shabby looks. And she simply didn't want to stay for a moment. Su Wan always had a calm smile on her face, exuding the calm temperament of a local. I'm sure that both the Jiang family master and the Grand Elder are wondering why we've come here early. Right, dare not. It's an honor for the Jiang family for the emissary to come. We can't wait to be happy. We would never dare to speculate without permission. Jang Hai looked solemn and waved his hands repeatedly. He was indeed wondering why the academy emissary had descended early, but was afraid of upsetting the other party. So he didn't dare to say anything at all. Su Wan smiled leisurely, seeming to understand the other party's thoughts and concerns. The two of you don't have to be like this. Our Spirit Sword Academy people aren't green, faced fangs, much less man-eating demonic beasts. Just say what you have to say straight away. There's no need to have any concerns. Messenger is overstating it. The corners of Jiang Hai's and Jiang He's eyes jumped, revealing awkward smiles. Although Su Wan spoke plainly, the more they dared not be too casual. Both she and Luo Lan's auras were incomparably thick, and underneath their angelic appearances and delicate figures, what was contained was terrifying power. Whoever faced this kind of strong person would be cautious. Since that's the case, then it'll be straightforward. I have come here in advance, firstly, to inspect the preparations of the neighboring towns, and in addition, there is a small matter that I want to trouble the family head and the Grand Elder with. Su Wan shook her head and smiled, explaining her intentions. 10,000 dares. If Messenger Su has something to order, just let us do it. Jiang Hai said with a terrified face, well, the emissary's matters are our matters. As long as you give us a word, we will definitely satisfy you. He clapped his chest and said loudly. Both Jang Long and Jiang Yuan were going to participate in this apprentice selection. For the sake of their own son's future destiny, they couldn't wait to put their lives on the line to browbeat the emissary and leave the other party with a good impression. Your house, isn't there a young man named Jang Tian? Su Wan slowly spoke, a strange ray of light faintly flashing in her pretty eyes. HMPH, leaving the academy early and being secretive. So it's just for this. Luo Lan frowned slightly at the words. A trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Jang Tian, hearing this, Jiang Hai and Jiang He immediately changed their faces. Especially Jiang He. His heart was inexplicably tight. He couldn't figure out Su Wan's intentions, and for a moment, his brows furrowed and his complexion became extremely complicated. What, is there a problem? Su Wan could see the duo's misgivings. Her eyebrows slightly raised, and she smiled leisurely. Jiang Hai rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically at Su Wan. I have been cultivating recently and have been neglecting the family affairs. The Grand Elder knows the situation better. So let him answer. In the case of not being able to get Su Wan's intentions, Jiang Hai made the first move and threw this hot potato into Jiang He's hands. What an old fox! The corners of Jiang He's eyes twitched as he felt the extreme of harboring anger, but he did not dare to slack off under Su Wan's gaze. Frowning slightly, he said cautiously, this clan does have a person named Jang Tian. I wonder how Messenger Su knows about this person. Well, it's good to have this person. I want to see how he will perform at the apprentice selection. Su Wan nodded in satisfaction, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She did not answer Jiang He's question head on, but her words seemed to have a deep meaning. These words caused the Jiang family members to feel greatly strange and even a little puzzled. Tai Boss' eyes snapped open, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. To Jang Tian, this was definitely an unexpected piece of happy news. Regardless of Su Wan's motives, it would at least allow Jang Tian to get through the immediate difficulties. And as for what would happen in the future,
it would only depend on his destiny. Zhang frowned slightly.
Looking at Jiang, he smiling without saying a word. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. How could this be? How did the Apostle Acceptance, Messenger, know Jang Tian's name? And why is he looking forward to this little beast? Jiang, his forehead was sweating, his mind a mess. Su Wan's words were simply a bolt from the blue for him. At this moment, his eyes flickered, and his face was as ugly as it could be. After holding back for a moment, he gritted his teeth and decided to show his attitude. Emissary Su, I have something to say that I want spit out.
Oh, it's good that the Grand Elder has something to say. Su Wan smiled leisurely and nodded lightly.
Jiang, his face was serious as he solemnly said, Forgive me for speaking frankly, Jang Tian is a blood abolitionist.
And he beats up the clan members. His character is not good. The family head and I are about to punish him according to the clan rules.
Is it not a bit improper for such a person to participate in the apprentice selection? Obviously, it's you who wants to deal with Jang Tian.
What's the point of dragging old me into this?
Pulling in one more person for courage, hearing Jiang He's words, Jiang Hai's eyelids jumped and his heart cursed more than once.
Su Wan frowned slightly at his words. This situation was clearly out of her expectations, making her very surprised.
Seeing Su Wan's expression, Jiang he felt a secret joy in his heart and decided to take advantage of the situation to add more fire. This person is the scum of the Zhang clan. Even if he were to enter the Spirit Sword Academy, he would only cause all sorts of trouble and ultimately bring great shame to the Zhang clan. Please also ask Messenger Su to seriously consider canceling his selection qualifications. HMPH. Poor mountains produce unruly people. You can't have such a person no matter how good his qualifications are, let alone a blood waster, Su Wan.
How do you know about this person? Luo Lan, who hadn't been speaking much, suddenly sneered and put on a look of disgust.
What Messenger Luo said is extremely true. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to enter the Spirit Sword Academy for cultivation at all, much less participate in the selection. Jiang he rejoiced inwardly, secretly grateful to Luo Lan, just as Su Wan was frowning and pondering. Tai Bo suddenly snorted coldly and suddenly spoke. Messenger Su, Messenger Locke, can you allow me to say something?
HMPH, what is there to say about such a person? Luo Lan smiled coldly and raised her head proudly. In this matter,
she was just a bystander, and everything still had to be decided by Su Wan. Old man, please speak. Su Wan gently sighed. Temporarily suppressing the depression in her heart, she was also eager to listen to the opinion of this Taisheng elder. Tai Bo said solemnly, First of all, I disagree with the Grand Elder's statement. At these words, Jiang He's face turned ugly. Oh, I wish to hear about it. Su Wan, however, was slightly relieved and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Jang Tian, this child has always been of good character, not as bad as he said. He fought with his clan fairly. Why would he say that he was beaten? Listening to Tai Bo's words, Su Wan's brows gradually stretched out, and the smile that had disappeared surfaced once again. In addition, Messenger Su may not know that the person who was defeated by Jang Tian was at the third level of the spirit-building realm. Even if Jang Tian is truly a blood waster, I'm afraid that he still has considerable potential, and with your Spirit Sword Academy's rich heritage, a good cultivation might be able to create a miracle. What miracle? A miracle like those few supreme powerhouses in the ancient times. Old man, you're really too naive. That's just a legend. How can you take it seriously? Luo Lan shook his head and laughed coldly, his expression extremely disdainful. A wasted blood martial artist from a small projectile town also dared to compare himself to the legendary, extremely powerful miracle. It was laughable. Emissary Luo is right. That kind of miracle, even if it existed, wouldn't happen in a small place like Tianbao City, much less on this waste of a man, Jang Tian. Jiang he played the flag with the wind and said following Luo Lan's handle. Su Wan pondered briefly, already having her own plans, smiled leisurely and nodded gently to Tai Bo before getting up to take her leave. Elder, I've memorized your words. Messenger Locke and I still have to patrol other towns. Let's see you again for the apprentice selection. Oh yeah, Jang Tian better not be absent, yo. Otherwise he'll be very disappointed, hearing Su Wan's words. Jang, he immediately froze on the spot. Luo Lan, let's go. Not waiting for the Jiang family to come back to their senses. Su Wan smiled sweetly and greeted Luo Lan as she got up. I didn't want to stay in this kind of shitty place a long time ago. Let's go, Luo Lan was as relieved as she was. Not wanting to stay a moment longer, the two women instantly disappeared. The next moment they appeared on the beast cart outside the hall, before the Jiang family people could react. The beast cart had already sped towards the outside of the mansion. By the time Jiang, Hai, and Jiang, he exclaimed in alarm and chased out of the hall. The beast carriage had already gone far away. Greetings to the two emissaries. Jiang Hai and Jiang, he raised their voices in respect and watched as the beast carriage traveled farther and farther away. Jang Tian, it seems that your luck has not yet run out. Old me is no longer able to help you. Grasp your own path in the future. Tai Bo let out a long sigh and silently left the council hall. Jiang He, are you still planning to drive Jang Tian out of the family by abolishing his cultivation? Family head Jiang Hai had a strange smile on his face as he coldly looked at Jiang He. The corners of Jiang He's eyes twitched. His face clouded over. An array of cold light faintly flashed in his eyes. Letting Jang Tian go, how could that be possible? HMPH wanting to ride on Jiang Mu's neck and shit. It's not that easy. Jiang he cursed angrily and waved his big sleeve indignantly. Tianbao City, Market Street, Jang Tian walked out of the 100 Treasures trading house carrying a few packages of medicinal herbs. These were the body-hardening herbs that he had purchased at a cost of more than 1,000 taels of silver. And in the next few days, he was going to do his best to strengthen his physical body in preparation for the apprentice selection a few days later. However, he did not realize that in this short period of time, his fate had already turned a corner. If not for Su Wan's arrival, at this moment, he was afraid that he would have already become a prisoner of the Jiang family. And after his cultivation was abolished, he would have to be driven out of the family and thrown away to feed the beasts in the savage Beast Mountain. The street resounded with shouts of surprise. A gorgeous golden beast car sped up. Under the attention of the crowd rolled a strong wind and brushed past him. What a beautiful beast carriage, like everyone else. Jang Tian's eyes widened in awe as the beast carriage faded away. He let out a sigh and collected the herbs and walked back to the Jiang mansion, as if there was a heavenly will in the underworld. The big hand of fate circled around Jang Tian's body and then quietly disappeared, after returning to the Jiang family. Jang Tian quickly noticed the clansmen's strangeness, not only the way they looked at him, even their attitudes became subtle. Making him feel baffled, even the comments about him became flickering, and the previous unbridled mockery became restrained and cautious. However, he didn't have the time to ponder over these. There were only a few days left before the Spirit Sword Academy would accept the apprentices. He didn't want to delay a moment and hurriedly walked back to his residence. There's less than 10 days left. Make sure to use up these body-tempering medicinal herbs. Jang Tian threw the herbs into the tub, removed his clothes, and sat in it, utilizing his bloodline talent to start heating it up. Soon, a large tub of reddish, brown body-tempering medicinal liquid was concocted. Constantly tumbling and bubbling with hot air, Jang Tian swallowed an earth blood pill and operated his bloodline spirit power to silently refine it, the pores around his body opening wide as he absorbed the essence of the body, tempering medicinal liquid with all his might. At the same time, he was also concentrating on the explosive spirit fist and star Luo steps, striving to raise his Gongfu realm. Immersed in his body-quenching and enlightenment, the body-quenching medicinal liquid that was originally capable of lasting 3 days was absorbed by him after only 2 days. This speed was somewhat unexpected, and looking at the medicinal liquid that had turned into clear water in the tub, Jang Tian felt surprised. Not only that, He even realized that the efficacy of the body-tempering medicinal liquid had all significantly decreased. It seems that the effects of the body-tempering medicinal liquid are diminishing as his cultivation level rises and his physical body strengthens. After a little pondering, he understood the reason for this at this rate. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before this body-tempering medicinal liquid would be completely ineffective for him. At that time, he would have to search for a more advanced body-quenching medicinal formula to do so. Jang Tian frowned and sighed, but he had little time to fret, quickly preparing another large pot of medicinal liquid and continuing to quench his body. Another 4 days passed. The 2 pairs of body-quenching medicinal liquids were successively absorbed by him, during which time he also refined 50 Earthblood Dan. However, as his cultivation level increased, the efficacy of the Earthblood pill began to diminish and was no longer as effective as before, after this short period of seclusion. Jang Tian's physical strength grew rapidly, reaching the level of 29,000 kilograms. This kind of strength was already equivalent to the 8th level of an ordinary spirit-building realm, but it was still a bit short of the 30,000 kilograms he had expected. Jang Tian knew that his physical strength had temporarily reached a small bottleneck, and he was afraid that forcing it up again in a short period of time wouldn't have much effect. There were only 3 days left before the disciple selection. So he decided to fully concentrate on his techniques, striving to thoroughly cultivate the explosive spirit fist and star Luo steps to the point of reaching the peak of perfection. Jang Tian condensed his mind, casting away distracting thoughts, and fully immersed himself in the comprehension of the technique. Without realizing it, it was already late at night. Dark clouds quietly covered the moon, and the Jiang mansion, under the night color, was deep and silent. 2 ghostly black shadows quietly vanished from the shadowy corners of Tianbao City and arrived at the Jiang mansion without a sound. "Is it here? Don't worry. The location and target are all correct. This kid has been in the house for days. There's absolutely no mistake, no time to lose. Let's do it." After a moment of exchanging words, 2 black shadows quietly flew out. Sneaking towards the small courtyard in front of them, a cool wind blew through Jang Tian's residence, adding a touch of cold and austere aura to this small courtyard. Jang Tian's mind moved slightly, slowly opening his eyes as a faint divine light flashed through the depths of his pupils. Silently recollecting the epiphanies he had gained over the past few days, his face was a little deep, as if a faint layer of clouds covered his heart. It seems that without actual combat sharpening, whether it's the explosive spirit fist or the star Luo steps, it's really hard to reach the level of reaching the peak. Jang Tian frowned slightly, a deep color flashing in his eyes, wanting to test it in actual combat. For a moment, he had really found opponents who were not evenly matched. At his age, almost none of the young men in the Jiang mansion could compete with him. Perhaps the son of the family head, Jang Long, possessed that kind of strength, but the 2 of them didn't have many encounters. Jang Long is always outside the cultivation. It is said that the cultivation has been very strong, but specifically what level of family people do not know. The head of the family, Zhang Hai, has also been silent on this and not much to say, seems to deliberately keep a low profile. Jang Tian contemplated for a moment, was about to close his eyes and concentrate, continue to sense. Suddenly, his heart jumped and a cold light suddenly flashed across his brows. Someone is coming. Jang Tian's face sank as he immediately raised his guard. Almost subconsciously, he developed some sort of sense that the person coming was extremely dangerous, and was by no means comparable to these youngsters from the Jiang clan. That cold and compelling aura made him feel like an enemy, and even his back was a little chilly in the dark room. Jang Tian gathered his breath and closed it. The whole person was like a tiger storing up momentum, gazing at the strange movements in the courtyard. Hula, a slight noise vaguely into the ears, as if just a night wind blowing through, sounds as if it is an illusion. If it wasn't for his 5 senses and 6 senses, Jang Tian wouldn't even be able to hear this sound. But he knew that it was by no means an illusion. A powerful crisis was looming, and he was about to face a life and death test. Heh, kid, don't pretend to be deep. Are you coming out to die on your own, or are you letting us do it ourselves? A strange laugh suddenly rang out from outside the door. The voice was hoarse and eerie, like a night ghost calling out. When this voice entered the room, it caused Jang Tian's mind to shake slightly. Hiss, what a bizarre tactic. The corners of Jang Tian's eyes shrunk slightly, and his heart was appalled. To be able to disturb the mind with just sound. The means of the visitor was truly bizarre and extraordinary. However, he was not disturbed by this. And his mind quickly calmed down after only a slight shake. You and I are strangers. Who exactly did the two of you come here at the behest of? Jang Tian smiled coldly and spoke faintly. His voice was permeated with an icy cold killing intent that penetrated through the door and landed in the ears of the two black-clothed assassins, similarly causing their hearts and minds to tremble. How could this be? Could the news be wrong? The two glanced at each other and found that the target they were going to assassinate was not as unpleasant as described in the news. Whatever, when have the two of us ever missed? Hey, that's right, even if he's a strong person at the peak of the spirit-building realm. He's going to die in our hands today. The duo nodded their heads relative to each other, letting out a chilling. Strange laugh, it seems like you don't want to obediently suffer death. Fine, let us personally send you on your way. As soon as the words fell, the two black shadows floated to the doorway like ghosts. Boom, the wooden door burst into pieces, and the two black shadows swept into the room with a ghastly wind. Kid, dying in the hands of our black underworld twin fiends is also considered your destiny. A ghostly, strange cry suddenly rang out. A bizarre black light curved and twisted like a poisonous snake as it swept towards Jang Tian, who was sitting on the couch. Snort, snort, snort. This black light carried an ear-piercing noise and emitted a fierce, killing intent. Jang Tian let out a cold snort as his entire body swayed, instantly leaving the couch and rising. His speed was so fast that it was completely out of that killer's expectation. The room was already incredibly dark. The other party didn't even see what was going on before he disappeared. Sizzle, bang, a strange popping sound followed, and Jang Tian's bed was instantly collapsed when the black light was jerked. At the same time, Jang Tian also flashed to the front of that black-clothed killer. His right fist shook and rolled with a furious, huge force to wildly blast out. Boom, a fist crushed the air, bringing up an ear-piercing sound of friction. Nearly 30,000 pounds of huge force instantly poured out, directly shaking that killer back out. Hiss, what a strong force! The black-clothed assassin let out a low cry, a trace of astonishment flashing through his eyes. He could already tell that the other party hadn't utilized his bloodline spirit power at all, and that this punch had only utilized the power of his physical body, which was simply unbelievable. Could it be that he's really an expert at the peak of the spirit-building realm? The black-clothed assassin's mind flashed with thoughts of shock. Jang Tian laughed coldly as his body flashed, and his right fist struck at him once again, ready to take him down in one fell swoop. However, the other assassin, who was standing a foot away, suddenly struck at that moment. Break! This person let out a strange cry as a bizarre white light flew out from his hand, chopping at Jang Tian's arm at an astonishing speed. The corners of Jang Tian's eyes twitched as his inner alarm rose. Not to mention what exactly the white light was. He clearly felt that once he was chopped, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. With no time to think, Jang Tian shouted. His bloodline spiritual energy instantly erupted, and his body instantly disappeared in a flash. Snap! The white light snapped, emitting a sharp whistle that tore through the void, as if a long whip. The white light swiftly moved to chase after Jang Tian's back and swept away, completely a one-strike momentum. Outrageous, Jang Tian's brows were furrowed, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. This white light was incomparably bizarre. Even more terrifying than the black light just now What was even more troublesome was that these two killers were obviously extremely skillful in cooperating. It could simply be said to be seamless. If he hadn't practiced the Star Luo steps, that blow just now would have been enough to leave him seriously injured and dying. If he fought like this, he would undoubtedly lose sight of both sides, and in a small house, there simply wasn't much space for him to dodge around. Jang Tian already understood that he had clearly underestimated his opponent, Explosive Spirit Fist. Thinking of this, Jang Tian bellowed furiously as both fists exploded out at the same time. Light suddenly flashed in the void as two purple lights instantly rose from his fists. Boom, boom, two terrifyingly huge forces erupted, forcing the two killers back, and Jang Tian's figure instantly swept out of the room with a flash. Want to run? Not so easy. Under the hands of the Black Underworld twin fiends, no one has been able to escape alive. The two assassins let out a strange cry and swept out with two ghastly winds. Jang Tian didn't flee, but landed in the courtyard with a sway of his body. Just now, it was inconvenient to perform in the room, and the other party were two well-coordinated outlaws. It was too much of a disadvantage for him, but at this time, when he arrived at the courtyard, he of course no longer had any scruples. The two of you are also considered to be a party of strong hands. Wherever you can stand alone, why are you willing to be driven by people to do this kind of harmful outlaw thing? Jang Tian's eyes shot a cold light, a murderous aura rising around him, looking at the two black-clothed assassins. His eyes flashed with two streams of light, and his heart was even more filled with wariness. He was worried that he couldn't find a powerful opponent to sharpen his skills. But the other party came to his door at this time. This was like sending charcoal in the snow. This was a rare opportunity. Although it was a bit dangerous, the more so, the greater the sharpening for him if he couldn't even pass this hurdle. What Spirit Sword Academy was there to think about? What's the point of talking about a 1-year engagement? If he couldn't even get rid of the two killers, how could he face the many geniuses of Spirit Sword Academy? The two killers' faces sank as they coldly said, "People have their own aspirations. I'm just happy to do this." Less nagging, hurry up and kill him, the duo let out a strange cry, their figures staggering and uncertain like ghosts, killing towards Jang Tian once again in this kind of open space, although Jang Tian no longer had his hands tied. The other party was equally easy to maneuver, so it was still a matter of true strength as to who would die and who would live. "Come on, let me see what you guys are capable of," Jang Tian shouted. A sharp aura rising from his eyes, he unfolded his Star Luo steps and swept out as a raging wind. His body resembling a phantom, perfectly blending into the night, making it difficult for the opponent to capture. Explosive Spirit Fist, Jang Tian bellowed, his right fist blasting out like lightning. The power of his bloodline surged rapidly and furiously, instantly transforming into a purple light that broke through the air and heavily bombarded the body of a black-clothed assassin. This black-clothed assassin had the strength of the 8th level of the spirit-building realm, and his physical body was considered quite not weak. But under the might of Jang Tian's punch, he still felt as if he was facing a great enemy. Damn, why is this kid so powerful? The black-clothed assassin was originally confident, but suddenly realized that under Jang Tian's violent bombardment, many of his tactics were no longer good. Boom, with a flash of purple light, a violent and huge force sent the assassin flying. Without stopping, Jang Tian's body swayed as he rushed towards the other assassin in a smooth motion. Tangle, that person screamed strangely. A white light flew out of his hand, twisting and winding towards Jang Tian's fist. Only at this point did Jang Tian see that what this person was holding in his hand was a slender white silk thread. Jang Tian bellowed, once again using the explosive Spirit Fist. The purple fist shadow violently blasted out. More than a zhang away from the white silk, snort, 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 ear-piercing whistling sounds followed. The white silk thread seemed to be sharper than a sharp knife. piercing hard into the purple fist shadow. The sound emitted was very palpitating. Hiss, what kind of treasure is this? The corners of Jang Tian's eyes shrunk as he blasted a fist, and his figure drifted back at a rapid pace. The bloodline spirit power contained in this punch just now plus the strength of his physical body was more than 40,000 kilograms. Even a normal treasure sword or sword would be shattered by him, but the black, clothed killer's white silk was undamaged. Simply unbelievable. The magic treasures used by martial artists were categorized into several levels. The 4 levels of human, earth, heaven, and spirit, and on top of that, it was said that there were even more terrifying magic treasures. Even the lowest human-ranked magic treasures were much stronger and more powerful than the world's treasure, knives, and swords. Jang Tian quickly realized that even if this white silk thread was a human-ranked magic treasure, I'm afraid it wasn't far off. Hey. The soul-entangling silk is incredibly hard, and its sharpness is even better than a rare treasure sword. So you're not wrong to die in its hands, the black clothed assassin laughed strangely and rushed towards Jang Tian once again. At the same time, the other black clothed killer also rushed over, the two of them, one holding a white soul wrapping silk and the other wielding a black soul wrapping silk. Strangled towards Jang Tian, stop nagging and kill him immediately, the assassin with the black soul wrapping silk shouted, a terrifying killing intent surging around him. Soul entangling silk, the name sounds good. You can keep these 2 magic treasures. A fiery light rose in Jang Tian's eyes. His body's aura opened wide, pushing the 5th level of the spirit-building realm to the extreme. Boom, an eye-catching purple light rose from Jang Tian's body. A dull roar followed, and the surrounding void was slightly distorted by it. A bloodline talent. This kid turns out to be at the 5th level of the spirit-building realm. HMPH. It's only the 5th layer. Even if it's 10 layers, it's useless. Go to hell. The 2 black clothed assassins roared as they rushed up, their black and white soul wrapping silk swinging rapidly towards Jang Tian's vitals. Jang Tian executed the star Luo steps to the limit. His body swayed, transforming into a purple phantom that swept out, pushing his bloodline spirit power to the extreme. And his 2 fists wildly blasted out like electricity. Explosive spirit fist, kill me. The berserk roar shook the entire small courtyard. Jang Tian's fist erupted with a huge force of more than 50,000 pounds, and 2 purple fist shadows blasted out, smashing into the black, clothed killer's body from a distance of more than 3 feet away, although the soul wrapping silk wrapped around the purple fist shadows. It was unable to dislodge the terrifying power. Puff. The 2 black-clothed killers' faces suddenly changed, and they screamed miserably as they spat out blood and flew out backwards. Boom, boom, the duo fell out more than 5 feet away and crashed heavily on the stone steps in front of the door. Jang Tian's figure swayed and floated down, the purple light around him gradually converging. The 2 black-clothed killers' residual gasping was uncertain, but it was obvious that they were out of breath more than in. Their breath was getting weaker and weaker, and they were already not far from death. No, impossible, you are only the 5th level of spirit building. How can you defeat us? Cough. The 2 killers continuously coughed out black blood, their gazes bleak to the extreme. In reality, they still had many sinister means that they hadn't had time to utilize, but they simply couldn't use them now. Jang Tian took a deep breath as an icy cold light flashed in his eyes. After this fight, his explosive spirit fist and star Luo steps had completely reached the realm of peak of excellence, and his strength had made another breakthrough. Strength, although my realm isn't as good as yours, my strength is much stronger than yours. Dying under my fists isn't an injustice. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, quietly watching as the 2 killers gasped out their last wisps of anger and closed their eyes. Completely dying, frowning, he put away the black and white soul wrapping silk and searched out 2 storage bags from their bodies. Inside was 50 taels of silver. In addition, there are some pills and swords and other things. only. These swords and knives are ordinary weapons, not what magic treasure. Pills are also just ordinary earth blood elixir and poison repellent elixir, which are not so rare. He had wanted to find clues to his employer, but after searching for half a day and failing to find any, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. However, on second thought, the people who couldn't wait to kill him right now were probably Jiang He and Jiang Yuan's father and son. Other than that, although he had once offended the Gao family and the Lin family, it wasn't enough to make the other party spend silver to hire an assassin. My life, is it worth 50,000 taels of silver? HMPH, Jang Tian smiled coldly, a hint of playfulness flashing across the corner of his mouth. Looking at the two corpses in front of him, he was tempted to throw them in front of the Grand Elder to see how he would react after his plot was foiled. But on second thought, he dismissed the idea. Doing so would undoubtedly expose his strength, and if Jiang, he invited a stronger assassin. It would definitely be difficult to cope. There were still 2 days left before the disciples' selection. It was inappropriate to make any more twists and turns at this time, and since Jiang, he was an expert of the heaven-opening realm. It was undoubtedly unwise to be too impulsive. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly nodded his head. A deep light flashing in his eyes, the bloodline talent slowly rotated, and a faint purple fire flew out from his palm. The intense heat drifting down, turning the two corpses into flying ash in the blink of an eye. The weak were the strongest. The fittest survived. This was how the world was. The strong killed and the weak were killed. There was no reasoning. If Jang Tian's strength was worse, I'm afraid the one who died would be himself. Strength is the law. Power is the iron law. The next 2 days, Jang Tian doubly cautious. Lo, key cultivation at the same time. Always beware of Jiang, he anxious to jump over the wall and then make dirty tricks. The good thing is that everything is a smooth transition. And there are no more waves. However, the Grand Elder's residence was not too calm. What's going on? What on earth are the Black Underworld twin fiends up to? Jiang, he frowned and muttered to himself, looking extremely confused, in order to get Jang Tian killed. He had spent 50,000 taels of silver to buy out the assassins, but the agreed-upon day had already passed. And, surprisingly, there hadn't been any movement. In the last few days, Jang Tian hadn't made any public appearances. And all the signs made him feel greatly odd. Father, are the assassins you hired reliable or not? Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with hatred. And he couldn't wait to see Jang Tian's corpse. Under Jiang, he's treatment that spared no elixir. His injuries had recovered. However, the scars from the soles of Jang Tian's shoes still remained on his face, as if he had pasted on a piece of plaster. Looking very odd, looking at Jiang Yuan's stiff and twisted scarred face, Jiang, he couldn't stop the fire in his heart. His face as gloomy as ink. The Black Underworld twin fiends are said to have never missed a beat. Even a peak spirit-building realm powerhouse would have to die under them. Jiang, he looked very gloomy, but he was still very confident in the abilities of the Black Underworld twin fiends. Then why haven't we heard any movement yet? They wouldn't have taken the money and run away. Right. A trace of worry flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. If the killers took the money and didn't do anything, their silver would be wasted. Don't be anxious. I've already sent someone to look. Jiang, he frowned, and with a movement of his vision, he looked towards the heartthrob who had hurriedly arrived outside the door. How is it, Jiang? He asked impatiently. The beloved subordinate's face was embarrassed. Eldest elder, Jang Tian is still alive and is enclosed. Door cultivation at his residence. What? Jiang, his face sank as he burst into a rage, slapping the table and shaking the teacups with a bang. Holy shit, did the Black Underworld twins really take the money and run away while he was furious? Jiang, he also found it unbelievable. Why would the Black Underworld twin fiends do something like this to smash their own signboards? Grand Elder, did the Black Underworld twin fiends fall into Jang Tian's hands? The beloved subordinate frowned and said awkwardly, Impossible, absolutely impossible. What kind of character is the Black Underworld Twin Fiends? One person would be enough to take his life. Let alone two people striking at the same time. Jiang he categorically denied it, his face a shade of iron. Jiang Yuan felt incomparably enraged, rising in a huff and growling, "Grass, damn thing, I'm going to kill him now." "Don't be impulsive," Jiang he shouted sternly, pulling Jiang Yuan back. "Don't stop me. I was too careless last time." "I don't believe I can't kill that dead punk," Jiang he said angrily. "That little brute has odd methods. And now he's being watched by the Apostle Acceptance Envoy. So don't act rashly. Killing Jang Tian was a small matter, but if he angered the Academy emissary, he would be in big trouble. Although Jiang he was furious, he still knew what was more important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent money to hire an assassin. Then what should we do? Jiang Yuan obviously didn't have the kind of city and patience that he had. The whole person was like a firecracker with a lit fuse. His body was filled with a murderous aura. What else can be done? Tomorrow is the apprentice selection. It's definitely too late now. Jiang he gritted his teeth and sighed, forcing his anger down inside. Just let him participate in the selection. Jiang Yuan was furious in his heart. His face flushed red. He couldn't swallow this bad anger at all, with his father and son's power and position in the Jiang family. Being beaten up by Jang Tian like this, and still not being able to retaliate, it was simply going to suffocate him alive. Heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. Jiang his face was cloudy. Frowning and contemplating for a moment, he suddenly sneered. "HMPH, so what if we let him participate? There are more than enough qualified youngsters in the several great families of Tianbao City. I just don't believe that a wasted blood can make any waves in terms of the Jiang family alone. Jang Long and Jang Yuan both possessed 7th grade bloodline talent. And even Jiang Man's qualifications weren't bad, even if Jang Tian practiced forbidden secret arts and possessed a few moments of brute strength. So what? For martial artists, qualifications were the key. If the qualifications were too trashy, there was no cultivation value at all. Would the genius, Heavy Spirit Sword Academy want a wasted blood? Of course not, therefore, even if Jang Tian participated in the selection, he would still show his original form, and under the fiery eyes of the Academy's emissaries, he would eventually expose the nature of the wasted blood. Thinking this way, Jiang he instead became somewhat complacent. He couldn't wait to see, after being abandoned by the Apostle Envoy, Jang Tian's completely sunken and heartbroken appearance, or under the collapse and despair, would he lose his mind and do something crazy? If that was the case, Jiang he would definitely make a decisive move to eradicate this dangerous scum for the Jiang clan. Jiang his eyes steeply narrowed, and a stern, cold aura bloomed in his eyes. HMPH, then let him bounce around for a few more days. After the apprentice selection, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Jiang Yuan roared angrily, his gaze incomparably gloomy. Dumb. At the dawn of the next morning, the morning bell of Tianbao City rang out. The mellow sound of the bell leisurely dispersed in all directions, quickly spreading throughout the streets and alleys, reminding all the great clans that the Spirit Sword Academy's disciple intake selection had begun under the leadership of the elders. A group of young martial artists lined up and set off towards Tianbao Square. This square was located in the center of Tianbao City, covering an area of several hundred feet square, and was the only large square in the city in order to welcome this event. Several big clans joined hands to fund. A few days in advance, in the center of the square has built a dozens of feet large ring and set up a VIP viewing seat above the square with red and green, colorful lights. Early in the morning was full of onlookers. The atmosphere was exceptionally warm. There was actually no shortage of martial artists among these people, but they were unable to participate in the selection due to their bloodline qualifications, cultivation level, and age. There was no other way. Practicing martial arts was too expensive, and it was hard to make a name for yourself without strong financial resources to support it. Most of the ordinary people have problems to eat, so it is nonsense to ask them to take the money of their lives to practice martial arts. This also made some people with good qualifications have no chance with martial arts, or only hover on the edge of martial arts for the rest of their lives. For those who were better off, even if they barely entered the martial arts path, they didn't have the chance to enter the Spirit Sword Academy for further study, and most of them could only find some small, insignificant gangs or clans to be disciples and muddle through. With the arrival of the Jiang clan's martial artists, several major clans had arrived, only waiting for the Spirit Sword Academy's apprentice messenger to arrive. Then the apprentice ceremony could begin. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd as someone exclaimed, "Look, it's Jang Tian. He actually came. I thought he wouldn't come. Jang Tian didn't follow the Jiang clan's cue. He came alone. His intention was to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect that doing so would attract more attention instead. A punk also wants to enter Spirit Sword Academy. What a daydream. How does he have the face to participate in the selection? That's good. Wait to be crushed by our Gao family's geniuses in the Gao family's queue. Gao Fu and Gao Xiu. I wore cold smiles as they gazed at Jang Tian from afar. The other martial artists of the Gao family were also wearing mocking colors, greatly disdaining Jang Tian. Not far away amongst the Lin family's queue, Lin Fei's eyes showed a cold light, a gloomy smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. This punk really came, HMPH. I wasn't able to teach him a lesson last time. This time the opportunity has come. The tall Ma Yuan cupped his palms together and cackled, a bad smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fei laughed strangely. I'm afraid this punk won't even pass the first round of selection. We may not have the chance to teach him a lesson. Doesn't matter. We'll teach him the same lesson after the audition and let him know the consequences of offending us. Ma Yuan hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely, his face somewhat hideous. The taunts from the other clans were just that. Even the Jiang clan's queue was also mocking at the moment, and some people even laughed loudly in shame. Jang Tian, you really had the nerve to come. You came here on purpose to disgrace the Jiang family. Jang Tian, is it necessary for you, a blood-waste person, to participate in the selection if I were you? I'd want to find a hole in the ground right now. A few young clansmen mocked Jang Tian recklessly, causing a burst of laughter. In the face of these people's sarcasm and mockery, Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Rat-eyed, snobbish little people, mocking me will get you guys enrolled in Spirit Sword Academy, in my opinion. You guys are the ones who really don't need to participate in the selection. It's purely a waste of time. Jang Tian didn't bother to say much to them, and walked away with a cold smile after a faint sweep. Jang Tian's retort infuriated them greatly, and one by one, they all sank their faces. What did you say? Asshole, how dare a dead punk taunt us? Jang Tian, you wait. I'll settle the score with you after the selection. You're nothing but a dead waste. I'm not afraid of you now, seeing the attention cast by the Grand Elder and Zhang Yuan not far away. These people cursed even harder, these fools. They are speechless. Jang Tian smiled coldly as his gaze landed on the face of the Grand Elder. Zhang He, and with a flick of his eyes, he walked straight towards him. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly blocked in front of him. This woman had a beautiful appearance and a concave and convex figure. It was none other than Jiang Man, who had not seen her for a long time. Jang Tian, I didn't expect you to really come. Is this necessary? The corners of Jiang Man's mouth were slightly skewed, and a strong sense of mockery flowed from her eyes. In her opinion, as a blood abolitionist, one should do everything possible to keep a low profile, or even completely disappear from the sight of the crowd before doing so. Instead of doing so, Jang Tian even came here to show his face and openly participate in the selection. It was really ridiculous. Jang Tian raised his head, and when his gaze landed on Jiang Man's familiar yet unfamiliar face, he was slightly stunned. He realized that the Jiang man in front of him seemed to be a little different, and between her originally pure and beautiful brows, there was a certain strange flavor that had vaguely appeared. This feeling caused him to frown slightly, subconsciously somewhat disliking it, after observing carefully for a moment. Jang Tian finally saw it. Jiang man's brows had lost the innocence and shyness that a young girl should have, but there was a hint of charming color. A hint of charming color that only a mature woman could have, obviously. This trace of charming color was by no means displayed for him, but rather it was integrated into Jiang man's temperament, lingering between her knitted brows and smile. I didn't expect that for the sake of a spirit-building Dan. Not only did you take a shot at me, but also, isn't this price a bit too big? Jang Tian frowned and sighed. A trace of contempt and mockery flashed in his eyes. Jiang man's face flushed red as he felt incomparably humiliated, and a cold light swept across his slightly contracted eyes. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Jang Tian, and the humiliation of being withdrawn by Yi Wuxu enough. What are you doing here, looking for abuse? This was indeed a vicious humiliation, even a curse. Even many people who looked down on Jang Tian frowned when they heard these words. This was simply a living slap in the face, but soon enough, more people began to roar with laughter. Ha ha ha, look at that. Even the Jiang clan despises this loser, Jang Tian. I'd just head, but you to death if I were you. The crowd laughed while mocking recklessly. Hearing Jiang man's words, the faces of the Yi family members were also a bit ugly. But after the ugliness was incomparable condescension and contempt. This punk even came here to disgrace himself. Does he still think that the blow is not enough? Look at his look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. He is simply a scoundrel. How did such a person make a marriage contract with Miss Wu Zhu back then? Luckily, Miss Wuxu was wise, or else her whole life would have been ruined by this loser. The Yi family members were eager to clear the air and eliminate the negative effects of that marriage contract. So they used all sorts of words to recklessly attack and defame Jang Tian. In response to these taunts, Jang Tian reported a cold smile. The more others despised and looked down on him, the stronger the wariness in his heart became. He would use his performance to disappoint them, shock them, and make them shut their mouths completely. Jiang man seemed to feel that the blow wasn't strong enough. His face turned around, and he resumed his previous high and cold stance. Jang Tian might as well tell you that I've awakened the 7th grade lower, Order Yellow Eagle Bloodline. And passing the selection will not be a problem. Do you feel surprised? A smug smile hung on Jiang man's face as he looked at Jang Tian with a condescending gaze. Like a phoenix looking down on a mole cricket, a 7th grade bloodline, even though it was only the lower 7th grade, was already remarkable in a place like Tianbao City. Surprisingly, it's a 7th grade lower rank Yellow Eagle bloodline. Jiang man is so powerful, my God. How did our Jiang family produce so many geniuses this year, young master? Jiang Yuan and Jiang man are all 7th grade bloodline, so at least 3 people from the Jiang family can be selected for Spirit Sword Academy. The young men of the Jiang family exclaimed in astonishment, setting off a small commotion. The people from the other families looked different when they heard this news, some frowning and coldly snorting, while others revealed envious and jealous expressions. A 7th grade lower, stage Yellow Eagle bloodline. It seems very powerful. Jang Tian's gaze twitched as a strange smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Jang Tian, it's useless for you to be jealous. I'll settle the score with you after the selection is over. Jiang man snorted and swayed his condescending stance away. Looking at Jiang man's posture, Jang Tian was greatly speechless in his heart, shaking his head and sighing as he continued to walk forward. Jang Tian, you've got guts after the selection. We'll have to settle our scores as well. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed furiously. The fire of fury flared in his eyes. His enemy was in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. That kind of depressing feeling made him suffocate.
So he had to threaten with words first to vent out the anger in his heart. Everyone felt that under the pressure of Jiang Yuan.
Jang Tian should be afraid. That was after all the son of the Grand Elder. Some people in the know even understood that if it wasn't for the sudden descent of the Academy emissary, it was questionable whether Jang Tian would be alive right now. However, Jang Tian's behavior stunned everyone. He carefully sized up Jiang Yuan and suddenly frowned, revealing an exaggerated expression. Jiang Yuan, what happened to your face? It seems like it's injured. Who hit you? The corners of Jang Tian's mouth quickly swept up into a bad smile, the tips of his eyebrows constantly twitching in a beaten look. This scene caused the crowd to look on in disbelief. Some people quickly saw the signs and understood that Jiang Yuan's injuries were feared to be unrelated to Jang Tian. In the Jiang clan, I'm afraid that the only one who could have the guts to do this was Jang Tian. Who else would dare? Bastard, you're looking for death. Jiang Yuan could barely hold down the anger in his heart, so angry that he gnashed his teeth, itching to rush up and bite Jang Tian to death. If it wasn't for Jiang, he standing next to him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but strike. Alas, as a brother of the same clan, is it a problem for me to care about your injuries? It's just as well that you don't thank me. Why do you still not know what's good for you and spout bad words? Jang Tian laughed more than a bad joke, a provocative expression on his face. Anyway, Jiang Yuan didn't dare to openly strike, and even if he did, he couldn't help himself, so he just teased him properly. Jang Tian is so uncharacteristic to joke about Jiang Yuan's injuries. As the saying goes, hitting someone without hitting their face, exposing someone without exposing their shortcomings. Jang Tian is so unmannerly. HMPH, what kind of poise can this kind of trash have? But he can't be happy for long. He should cry when the selection starts. Hee. That's right. Jang Tian's actions made many people unable to look at him, especially the lackeys of Jiang, his father and son, who were outraged. If it wasn't for this kind of occasion, they were afraid that they would have volunteered to rush up and violently beat Jang Tian. All right, Yuaner. What is there to say to this kind of trash after the selection? He'll be completely reduced to a dirt dog. And by then, what kind of interactions will you have with him? There's no need to bother with words with this kind of person. Jiang, he patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder, signaling him not to be impulsive. Jang Tian, I admire your courage. Knowing that you're a blood waster and still coming to the selection, I really don't know what you're thinking. Jiang, he shook his head and laughed coldly. A strand of cold light flashed through the depths of his pupils. How do I think? Great Elder should be very clear. You have cared for me if I really pass the selection. I will definitely cultivate well in the future and double your kindness. Facing Jiang, his oppression, Jang Tian did not flinch, coldly confronting him with a sharp edge flashing in his eyes. The corners of Jiang, his eyes twitched at his words. A chill inexplicably rising in his heart, he suddenly realized that the Jang Tian in front of him seemed a little different. Looking at Jang Tian's eyes was like he was staring at a terrifying, ferocious beast, causing him to feel a chill down his back and shudder. Damn it, how can I have this feeling? This little brute. Could he really have cultivated a forbidden secret art and fused a ferocious beast's bloodline? A trace of scorn flashed in Jiang He's eyes. He secretly swore that he would get rid of Jang Tian as soon as possible after the selection. Lest the night grow long, he, as the Grand Elder of this clan, it's only right to care about the clan. Jang Tian, perform well, after all. This is your only chance. Jiang He's smile hid a knife. The corners of his mouth swept up in an icy smile, and a chilling light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand towards Jang Tian's shoulder, wanting to personally feel Jang Tian's power in order to remove certain doubts from his mind. But unexpectedly, his palm slapped empty at once. How is that possible? Jiang He's heart shook as a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't bring much power with this casual slap, it contained profound martial arts attainments. Even a peak spirit building realm martial artist wouldn't be able to easily dodge it. However, Jang Tian easily dodged it with a sway of his upper body as if he had no intention of doing so, which really surprised him. He frowned slightly. Not only did he not dispel the doubts in his heart, but instead a trace of uneasiness was added. "Don't worry, Great Elder. You have such high hopes for me. I will definitely perform well and won't let you down." Jang Tian smiled mysteriously and raised his eyebrows towards Jiang He, no longer paying attention to his reaction as he turned around and walked into the queue of Jiang family martial artists. Although the Jiang family members did not treat him well, frowning and subconsciously avoiding him after seeing him, Jang Tian did not care. Those people didn't like him, and he likewise didn't like them, just like that. Jang Tian alone took up a good chunk of space, giving people the illusion that he stood out from the rest. "The emissary from Spirit Sword Academy is here." I don't know who shouted out, but the crowd in the square stirred, hooting and hollering to make way. A gorgeous and dazzling golden beast carriage slowly sped in, seemingly walking unhurriedly. But in the blink of an eye, it stopped at the bottom of the VIP viewing seats. The silhouettes shifted, and two women wearing Spirit Sword Academy's white Chinese robes suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. "So beautiful, this is no ordinary person. This is an emissary from Spirit Sword Academy, simply like fairies." A wave of sound was raised in the square. The people cheered more than once, and some even burst into tears of excitement. The two women were both extremely beautiful in appearance, smiling at each other as if they were white snow and flowers in full bloom. And they glowed into a stunningly beautiful landscape. The people immediately fell into a frenzy. More people began to soar with tears of excitement, and some even sobbed uncontrollably. "Senior Sister Locke, please." Su Wan smiled sweetly and gestured for Luo Lan to go first. "Senior Sister, Su, don't come to this. With me, what are you being polite about?" Together, Luo Lan shook her head and smiled, pulling Su Wan's small hand to mount the VIP viewing seat, looking at the two women with calm demeanor and ceremonial Wan Fang, who seemed like immortals. The martial artists of several big clans were mesmerized by it. There were quite a few beautiful women in Tianbao City, but compared to these two, they were simply not half as beautiful. Greetings to the two emissaries. "The two of you have worked hard all the way. Lord emissaries, quickly take your seats," the family heads, elders, and martial artists saluted in unison. The scene was extremely grand. I've kept all the family heads and elders waiting for a long time. Let the disciple selection begin now. Luo Lan was still too lazy to pay attention to these mundane rituals. Su Wan had to do it for her, smiling leisurely and gently arching her hand to return the salute. "Good, good, good." Several family heads nodded their heads and immediately announced the start of the selection. Luo Lan smiled coldly and shook her head in disinterest. Gently snapping her fingers with her right hand, snap, after a soft sound, a white light flew out from her right hand ring, circling in midair and landing on top of the ring with a bang. Roar. This white light roared furiously as soon as it landed, exploding a ferocious aura that shook the entire ring. This scene horrified the crowd heart and soul shock. After stabilizing the spirit to look again, the white light actually turned into a huge beast of about 10 feet. This beast's body was as pure white as snow, and its size was like a huge lion, making people fearful and appalled. "Spatial magic treasure, what a magical means, hiss. What kind of demonic beast is this? This is." Several family heads and many elders looked at each other, momentarily horrified. Without waiting for them to open their mouths to inquire, Luo Lan smiled coldly and spoke disdainfully. "What are you nervous about? Don't make a fuss. Scaring my white Lin beast will make you all suffer. Humph." Luo Lan scolded. Her eyes flashed with strong contempt. "Dare I ask the messenger, what is the origin of this demonic beast, Lord?" A few family heads asked stiffly. In the past, there had never been this rule in the apprentice selection. To bring such a demonic beast here, is it possible to make the martial artists fight with it? Then what the hell is the selection? The White Lin Beast's aura was frightening even to these family heads and elders, and those young martial artists standing in a row were afraid that it wouldn't be enough for it to eat. Luo Lan snorted, no longer bothering to speak. Su Wan shook her head and sighed, only to step in to reply. All family heads and elders, don't be afraid. This beast is called Bai Lin. It is a third-grade demonic beast. But its spirituality is extremely high. As long as no one messes with it, it won't just get angry, hiss. Third-grade demonic beast. The corners of the eyes of the several family heads twitched in great horror. Clearly terrified of this third-grade demonic beast, at this moment, Jang Tian also had a strange light in his eyes as he couldn't stop sizing up this demonic beast. Good fellow, it's actually a grade 3 demonic beast. The aura emanating from this demonic beast made him feel extremely suppressed. A grade 3 demonic beast that could be equivalent to a martial arts powerhouse of the Range Moon realm. It was simply terrifying. The White Lin beast's large eyes flashed with a magical golden light, exuding an awe, inspiring might around it as it indifferently swept the crowd. When its gaze swept over Jang Tian, the pupils of its eyes moved slightly, vaguely glowing with a strange aura. Jang Tian's heart trembled. Being gazed upon by this terrifying, demonic beast caused him to feel an increase in pressure. However, in an instant his bloodline spiritual energy worked on its own, and the shocking feeling then disappeared. Surprised, Jang Tian's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he stopped gazing at the White Lin beast. The White Lin beast blinked its golden pupils. A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes, shaking its head and snorting. Slowly withdrawing its gaze, 3 third-level demonic beasts. It can't be used to test a disciple's strength. Right? The voices of several family heads trembled, and incomparable horror flowed from their eyes. What was the difference between fighting against this kind of demonic beast and sending them to their deaths? A few of you are overly concerned. The White Lin beast possesses some sort of special talent and is used to test bloodline qualifications. Su Wan's explanation dispelled the doubts of the crowd. However, looking at this powerful demonic beast, they were still filled with awe and scorn. Lesser seen, what a bunch of country bumpkins. All right, Su Wan. Don't nag at them. Hurry up and start. Luo Lan frowned and snorted coldly, impatiently urging. Su Wan shook her head and smiled. A hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Luo Lan came from a big family. Her temperament was arrogant and hot-tempered, and she acted in a completely unconventional manner, which really caused a lot of pressure on the people of Tianbao City. If it wasn't for the bland and easygoing Su Wan, who was mediating from the side, invariably diluting Luo Lan's aura, these family heads and elders were afraid that they would be trembling in fear. All family heads and elders. This year's apprentice selection is roughly the same as previous years, but the way is slightly changed. There are a total of 3 tests, which are bloodline level, martial arts talent, and strength detection. We will comprehensively evaluate the results of the 3 tests and select the best. Su Wan smiled leisurely and stated the selection rules. Hearing her words, these family heads and elders were very surprised. In previous years, the selection only had 2 items: bloodline and strength. As long as the bloodline level was high enough and the strength wasn't too bad, one could be selected for Spirit Sword Academy. Now that the 3 tests were being conducted simultaneously, the assessment of martial artists was undoubtedly more comprehensive. But in doing so, there were naturally a few more variables. All of you need not worry. Although the number of programs has increased, but the purpose remains the same. It is to select as many overqualified and gifted martial arts geniuses as possible. Su Wan said while touching the emerald green ring on her hand. A blue light flew out from the ring and leisurely floated down, transforming into 2 objects that appeared next to the White Lin beast. These 2 objects were a spirit inspection stone and a heaven shaking drum. Spirit checking stone is more than half a person high. Shaped like a sundial, the body is pure black like ink, and the snow-white white forest beast forms a sharp contrast. Gentian drum is 1 person high, is a body red drum, but the drum's surface is haunted by a faint light of the stars. Looking at the strange magic weapon in front of them, the several family heads and elders didn't dare to hesitate any longer. What Messenger Su said is very true in that case. Let's begin, following the usual practice of previous years. The Gao clan was the first to conduct the test. There were a total of 12 teenagers of the Gao clan's age, and led by the elders, they came to the ring and stood in a row, waiting for Su Wan's instructions. The bloodline test is very simple. Just place your palms on the forehead of the white Lin beast and run your bloodline spirit energy under Su Wan's instructions. The first teenager came in front of the white Lin beast and tremblingly raised his palm and pressed it on the white Lin beast's forehead. In front of this 3rd grade demonic beast, this teenager's aura was completely gone, as if he was a scared little monkey. His body trembling. Don't be nervous. This will affect the results of the test. Concentrate on utilizing your bloodline spirit power to the limit. Don't have any reservations. Su Wan smiled leisurely and reminded in a soft voice, under her encouragement. The teenager finally let go of his guts and operated his bloodline spirit power with full force. The white Lin beast's golden pupil flashed with a strange aura. The void above his forehead then rose up with a green light, and after a slight hover, it transformed into the appearance of a finger, thin green vine. Lower 1st grade, green vine bloodline. Su Wan shook her head in disappointment. This result also caused Yuan to shake his head and laugh coldly. His eyes filled with mockery. The 1st grade lower order green vine bloodline was one of the most common and ordinary bloodlines, and it was only slightly stronger than a waste blooder. This kind of qualification was simply not qualified to be enrolled in Spirit Sword Academy. Next, the Gao family elder frowned and sighed, greeting the teenagers behind him to continue testing. However, several consecutive people came down with ordinary bloodlines. The highest one was only a 3rd grade lower, stage yellow sparrow bloodline, and none of them were able to reach the selection criteria. It's really boring. Is Tianbao City only filled with this kind of trash? I see that selecting here is simply a waste of time. Yuan shook her head and laughed coldly, finally unable to stop herself from starting to spit. The Gao family elders' faces were a bit ugly, but the Gao family head maintained a trace of calm, knowing that the geniuses in his family had yet to appear. Next, as soon as the Gao family elders' words fell, a brocade-robed young man stepped out. Let me do it. This was a tall and sturdy teenager with a slightly white face and a sharp gaze, only that an icy color always lingered between his eyebrows. This person was the young master of the Gao family, Gao Yi. The moment Gao Yi appeared on the stage, he attracted a lot of discussion from the crowd. Look, it's Gao Yi. It's said that he's the Gao family's premier genius, but his bloodline level has been unknown, and today it's finally going to be made public. The Gao family didn't let him be the first to appear. Perhaps there was some sort of consideration. Will he give us a surprise? Gao Yi's face was proud as he pressed his palm onto the forehead of the white Lin beast amidst the crowd's expectant gazes. Boom, the bloodline spirit power operated at full speed, erupting into a low rumble as the white Lin beast's golden pupils flashed, and 7 silver lights rose above its forehead, instantly transforming into the shape of a shining silver wolf. Boom, the square exploded, setting off a wave of shock. Heavens, surprisingly, it's a 7th grade lower rank silver wolf bloodline. Gao Yi is truly a genius. At this moment, no one was happier than the family head, Gao Han. It was no longer a problem to be selected for Spirit Sword Academy with this kind of bloodline rank. And seeing this result, several other family lords also congratulated him. Oh, a 7th grade bloodline. What a surprise. Liu Lan's face twitched as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 7th grade lower rank silver wolf bloodline. Not bad, Gao Yi. You passed the first round of testing. Su Wan smiled indifferently and nodded at Gao Yi. "Many thanks, Lord Emissary." Gao Yi bowed and stood to the designated area next to him. There. It was the area where only those who passed the test could gain a foothold. "Brother Wing is indeed a genius. Much better than a punk like Jang Tian. That's true. Not only does Brother Wing have good qualifications, he also knows how to keep a low profile, unlike Jang Tian, who knows he's a waste of blood but still comes here to disgrace himself." Among the Gao family's queue, the duo of Gao Fu and Gao Shuwei showed excitement and took the opportunity to disparage Jang Tian. Hearing the duo's compliments, Gao Yi frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing through his eyes. Gao Fu and Gao Shuwei. "What do you guys mean by this? Comparing me to that trash? Are you insulting me? Ouch, I dare not dare." "Brother Wing must not misunderstand. How can that trash be compared to you?" Gao Fu and Gao Xiu. I hurriedly bowed to make amends. Once upon a time, Jang Tian was the benchmark figure that the younger generation looked up to, but now he had been reduced to the laughingstock of Tianbao City. So it had to be said that the world was unpredictable, and the will of the heavens had changed, listening to their conversation. Su Wan slightly furrowed her brows, a trace of inexplicable color flashing in her eyes. Soon, all of the Gao family's youngsters finished testing. Other than Gao Yi and Gao Shuwei, all the others were below the 4th rank, which was truly disappointing. Gao Xiu, I was of the lower 6th grade astral rock bloodline, barely reaching the entry standard. Jang Tian. It's time to settle our accounts. Gao Shuwei stood in the middle of the area for those who had passed. Looking down at Jang Tian under the ring, a sinister smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Next it was the Lin family's turn. They had a total of 20 age-appropriate martial artists, and in the end, 3 of them passed the bloodline test. Lin Xing, the young master of the Lin family, possessed a 7th grade middle, ranked Gale bloodline, steadily overpowering Gao Yi by a head. The other 2 were of the 6th grade bloodline, and both the quantity and quality of the Lin clan beat the Gao clan, making the Gao clan's faces look very ugly. Tianbao City's martial artists had been suppressed under Jang Tian's shadow for several years, and once they had turned over, they couldn't wait to take it out on Jang Tian and proclaim their status. So much so that the few who had passed the barrier were watching him from afar with contemptuous and hostile gazes. Lin Fei, who was a 6th grade middle stage flame bloodline, looked at Jang Tian, his eyes radiating channels of cold light. "Jang Tian, kowtow to me and apologize after the selection is over, and the matter of contradicting me last time will be written off. Otherwise, I will make you look good." Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. "Lin Fei, I don't know where you get your confidence. Do you really think that a 6th grade bloodline is amazing? Bastard, it's a 6th grade mid, stage flame bloodline." Lin Fei snapped, a cold light appearing in his eyes. "So what? You're no match for me at all." Jang Tian shot back coldly with a mocking expression on his face. Lin Fei was only at the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm. He wasn't even worthy of lifting his shoes. Jang Tian didn't care about his threat at all. Arrogant, "Don't leave later, see if I don't cripple you." Lin Fei's face sank, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. For a punk to dare to contradict him like this was a great humiliation. He had already wanted to teach Jang Tian a lesson, so the anger in his heart grew even more. "Of course I want leave. Only, it's not certain who will cripple who." Jang Tian smiled coldly, no longer paying attention to the manic Lin Fei. Next was the turn of the Yi family. The strength and status of the Yi family was already inferior to the Jiang family, and with only 10 age-appropriate martial artists, the testing was quickly completed. The only person who passed was Yi Hao, who was of the 6th grade lower order Silver Lance bloodline, the Yi family's young master. Yi Wuxu's brother instead only had a 4th grade bloodline and failed to pass. This result made the Yi family head's face turn blue, but when he thought of Yi Wuxu, who had been selected early, his face eased up again. Yi Wuxu's 7th grade upper cold crystal bloodline was unique in Tianbao City. Having such a daughter was enough to make him proud for the rest of his life. Finally, it was the turn of the Jiang family. There were more than 20 age-appropriate martial artists from the Jiang family, forming a long line. "Young lord, you first." Jiang Yuan had a flattering look on his face as he gestured for a brocade-robed man beside him to go first. This man had a cold gaze and a haughty demeanor, and it was none other than the Jiang family's young lord. Jang Long, who had just returned, "Look, it's Jang Long, so he's Jang Long, really low profile, HMPH. Those who are truly powerful know how to keep a low profile, unlike that waste of a man Jang Tian, who hangs up the name of a genius all day long, but ended up lifting a rock and smashing his own foot." A small stir was set off in the crowd, as everyone gazed at this Jiang family young lord. It had to be said that Jang Long did have an extraordinary aura, very much in the style of a young lord, slowly nodding his head and mounting the ring with tiger steps. "Walk faster, don't get next to that punk. Yes, stay away from him so as not to get into his bad luck." The remaining Jiang clan martial artists seemed to be avoiding the plague, speeding up their steps to leave Jang Tian behind. Jang Tian wasn't annoyed either. He smiled coldly and walked up to the ring unhurriedly. "Greetings, Lord Messenger." The crowd did not wait for Jang Tian and bowed to Su Wan and Liu Lan after they stood. Su Wan's gaze swept faintly over, pausing slightly on Jang Tian as an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. Jang Tian instantly sensed something and looked up to find a faint smile hanging at the corner of Su Wan's mouth. He had already heard from Tai Bo about the incident in the Jiang Mansion's council chamber a few days ago, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards this Su emissary, late Jang Tian. Greetings to emissary Su. Jang Tian straightened his demeanor and bowed solemnly to the other party. Su Wan nodded lightly as a response. When Jang Tian raised his head, what he saw were the contemptuous gazes of many of his fellow clansmen. "Jang Tian, you're just a blood waster. No matter how much you flatter Lord Emissary, it's useless, HMPH. Lord Emissary's eyes are shining, even if you kneel and kowtow. It's useless, looking at the mockery of the crowd." A trace of displeasure flashed through Su Wan's eyes, and she slightly frowned. "Lord Messenger, this person is a blood waster and has always been unpopular amongst the family. Don't let him disturb you." The Jiang family elder leading the group arched his hand towards Su Wan and said fawningly. Su Wan coldly swept a glance at him and frowned. "Whether it's a wasted blood person or not will be known after the test." "Now start." The leading elder's face stiffened, and he hurriedly compensated with a few smiles, urging the clan members to start the test. "I'll go first." Jiang Yuan smiled and walked forward, pressing his palm on the forehead of the white Lin beast and fully operating his bloodline spirit power. Boom, the white Lin beast's golden pupils flashed, and 7 streaks of blood light rose above its forehead, transforming into the appearance of a several feet-long spirit snake in the twinkling of an eye, 7th grade lower rank. Spirit snake bloodline. Jiang Yuan's talent is awesome. The first appearance of the Jiang family is a 7th grade bloodline. Unbelievable. The square set off a wave of exclamations. A look of envy and jealousy was thrown at Jiang Yuan. Pass. Su Wan smiled indifferently and slowly nodded her head. "Thank you, Lord Emissary." Jiang Yuan arched his hand in greeting. His gaze smoothly lingered on Su Wan's face, causing her to frown slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes. "Jang Tian, I've already passed. The current you, what are you going to compete with me?" Jiang Yuan came to the area of those who had passed, still not forgetting to strike Jang Tian. "It's not like I haven't seen your bloodline talent before." "Put away your pride." Jang Tian shook his head and smiled, a hint of disdain flashing through his eyes. A few days ago, the other party was his defeated opponent, and now they were even less of a match for him. For this kind of person, he simply had nothing to say. "You, Humph, I'll settle the score with you later." Jiang Yuan's face sank, and he could only suppress his anger for the time being. in front of the academy's messenger. He didn't dare to mess around. My turn, Jiang Man swayed and walked forward, her palm gently pressing on the forehead of the white Lin beast. With the bloodline spirit power running at full force, 7 yellow lights appeared above the white Lin beast's forehead, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the appearance of a yellow eagle, 7th grade lower rank. Yellow eagle bloodline, my god, how come all the Jiang clan's martial artists are so powerful? It seems that in the future, Tianbao City will be the world of the Jiang family. Shouting in astonishment rose from the plaza. The appearance of 2 7th grade bloodlines, one after another from the Jiang family, really shocked them. This time, Liu Lan was also a bit unable to sit still. She had thought that a small place like Tianbao City would not even give birth to a single 7th grade bloodline. But the appearance of several 7th grade bloodlines, one after another, had already surprised her greatly. Before Su Wan could say anything, she grabbed the opportunity to speak. Jiang Man, you've passed. Would you like to worship under me and be my personal disciple? Liu Lan raised her eyebrows at Su Wan as she spoke. Jiang Man thought she had heard wrongly and couldn't help but be stunned. Liu Lan looked at Su Wan and laughed. Senior Sister Su, you also know that there are very few female disciples under my door. So it's hard to come across a satisfactory one. You want snatch it from me, right? Hee hee. Senior Sister Liu's words have reached this point. Of course, I have to give you face. Su Wan smiled leisurely and nodded to Liu Lan, although she felt that Jiang Man was good. She did not have the heart to take on a disciple, and since Liu Lan was going to grab it, she would do a favor. Jiang Man returned to his senses, his heart filled with surprise, and immediately bowed to Liu Lan. Apprentice Jiang Man, greetings to Master. Well, there's no need to be polite. You can formally pay your respects when you arrive at the academy. The Master will have his own meet and greet gift to give. Liu Lan smiled and waved his hand. Jiang Man got up to thank him. And with a surprised smile, he walked to the area of those who had passed, and stood beside Jiang Yuan. Jang Tian, see, I'm already Emissary Locke's personal disciple. If you don't apologize to me properly, I will definitely not spare you. Jiang Man was excited, but suddenly his face sank as he looked coldly at Jang Tian. So what if you're a messenger disciple, if you can't beat me? It's just as useless. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. Not the slightest bit intimidated. Jiang Man's strength was even worse than Jiang Yuan's, and it was completely worthless to him. How dare you? It's just that you don't respect me, but you even dare to defy your family master. You're simply impatient to live. Jiang Man's face chilled as a hint of killing intent flared up in his eyes. Liu Lan's face also sank at his words, his gaze becoming incomparably cold. Bold, are you that blood? Waster from the Jiang clan, how dare you disrespect this messenger? Simply outrageous. Jang Tian, quickly kneel down and apologize to the family master, or no one can save you. Jiang Man added fuel to the fire and shouted. Jiang Man's voice spread out in all directions, and the entire square fell dead silent. The crowd was silenced, and no one dared to make a sound at this time, lest they would touch bad luck. Liu Lan's complexion was ice cold, and there seemed to be a killing chance flashing in his eyes. A wasted blood from a small bullet town also dared to be so rude to her. Even if it was a character that Su Wan was concerned about, so what? It would be hard to escape death if she was angered as usual. Asshole, Jang Tian, why don't you kneel down? Jiang Man snapped, his icy voice resounding throughout the square. Watching this scene, Jiang, he couldn't help but scream in his heart. Daring to offend the academy messenger. Let's see what you do now. Jiang, he was secretly pleased with himself. And a more sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jang Tian had offended too many people. All the clans in Tianbao City had been offended once. Not to mention that he now dared to offend Liu Lan. How could such a person who didn't know how to die live for a long time? Asshole, still don't give me a knee. Liu Lan's face sank, and a mighty pressure rose up around her body to blast over Jang Tian. In fact, At first, she didn't care much about Jang Tian's words, but Jiang Man's pushback lit a fire in her heart. She was arrogant by nature, and her temper was even more fiery than her stature, so where could she endure this? In front of so many martial people of Tianbao City, this was simply a great insult and provocation. A powerful pressure rumbled down, as if a small mountain was pressing down on his body, causing Jang Tian's body to tighten. Feeling incomparably depressed, Jang Tian's face changed slightly, but he did not flinch, straightening his body to forcefully resist Luo Lan's oppression. Unloading that huge force towards the ground beneath his feet, ka, a strange ringing sound followed. The hard stone floor couldn't withstand the huge pressure, giving birth to a spider web-like crack. Luo Lan frowned slightly, a trace of a strange color flashing in her eyes, although she did not use her full strength. With her strength, even a casual release of pressure would make it impossible for a spirit-building realm martial artist to resist. However, Jang Tian was not intimidated by her aura, and although he looked a little hard-pressed, he still forcefully supported his body. Displaying an aura of resilience after a short period of surprise, Luo Lan's expression became extremely disdainful. HMPH, think you're great, frog at the bottom of a well. Let you suffer a bit. Luo Lan smiled coldly. And the pressure he released suddenly doubled. Boom. A low rumbling ensued as a strong, huge force covered Jang Tian, pressing him so hard that his body trembled and he could barely stand up. Jang Tian let out a loud shout and operated his bloodline spiritual energy to forcefully unload the huge force he was enduring around his body towards the ground. Ka. There was another strange sound of stone cracking, with his feet as the center. The slate ground suddenly gave birth to a clear crack. Spreading in all directions to crawl out more than a foot away, Jang Tian's feet even rumbled and sank into the stone floor several inches deep. The whole person seemed to have been smashed hard into the ground, still not convinced very well. Then I'll let you serve until you're convinced. Looking at Jang Tian, who was gritting his teeth to support himself, Luo Lan's eyes chilled and the pressure he released doubled once again. Rumble, this time, Jang Tian was finally somewhat unable to support himself. His face turned red and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he still gritted his teeth to support himself, but everyone knew that Jang Tian wouldn't be able to hold on for long at all. And soon he would be prostrate on the ground and would even be seriously injured. Luo Lan was strong and powerful, and her pressure was not so easy to withstand. Enough. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded, cold with a hint of softness mixed in. This voice was like a light wind blowing past, and Jang Tian, who was almost about to fall to his knees, suddenly felt his body loosen up, and the pressure enveloping his body instantly disappeared. Hiss. Jang Tian's mind shook as he suddenly looked at the person who had spoken. This person was no other than Su Wan. Enough, senior sister Luo Lan. We're here to accept disciples, not to show off our force. Su Wan's eyes faintly swept over Jang Tian. Her gaze slightly cold when she looked at Luo Lan, and she leisurely said, although Jang Tian was criticized for being a wasted blood, Su Wan understood that if he was truly a wasted blood, it was simply impossible for him to withstand Luo Lan's pressure. Obviously, this young man was not that unpleasant, otherwise, that person wouldn't have mentioned it to her deliberately. Luo Lan looked unhappy and frowned. Senior Sister Su, this son insulted my disciple and dared to disrespect me. Shouldn't he be given some punishment? Jang, his gaze twitched, feeling that the opportunity was not to be missed, and boldly interjected, Messenger Luo is right. Jang Tian insulting his fellow clansmen and disrespecting his elders deserves a heavy punishment. Even if he were to be scrapped, Su Wan's face sank slightly as she heard this. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Talking to Emissary Locke, no one else should interrupt. Jiang, his face stiffened at his words, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He was also a dignified person in Tianbao City, but being directly called by Su Wan as an uninvolved person was indeed a great loss of face. However, due to the other party's status, He dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Especially Su Wan's deep and icy gaze. More so that his heart was greatly austere spine chills. Jiang, he didn't dare to speak again. But deep inside his heart, his hatred towards Jang Tian was getting stronger and stronger. Senior sister Luo, don't you think it's out of character to argue with a junior? Su Wan smiled leisurely, looking at Luo Lan without any misgivings. Her soulful eyes blinking gently. Luo Lan frowned, seemingly still a little angry, but in the next moment, the coldness that filled her face melted away with ice, revealing a brilliant smile. Lol, senior sister Su is right. It's inevitably out of character to argue with this kind of junior. I'm just giving him a test to see if he really has guts. Not bad, it's considered to have some guts. However, it's difficult for a blood-waste person to be destined for anything. For the sake of senior sister Sus Face, I'll spare him. Luo Lan smiled sweetly, winking gently at Su Wan, as if a flower blooming in the spring breeze, causing the hearts and minds of the crowd to tremble. While looking at Luo Lan's breathtaking appearance, Jang Tian was gloomy, not daring to relax in his heart in the slightest. Although Luo Lan spoke easily, he didn't think that just now was just a test, if not for his strong physical body. He would have been shocked by the other party. There was no way around it. This was the difference between the strong and the weak. In this world where the strong are honored, strength is everything. The strong can make clouds and rain at will, but the weak can only prostrate themselves on the ground and look up to others. Jang Tian breathed deeply, a hot blood rising in his heart, filled with a desire for strength. Many thanks to emissary Su. Jang Tian pulled his feet out of the stone pit and bowed to Su Wan after standing still. There is no need to be polite, you remember. This world is the world of the strong. Without enough strength, you have to keep a low profile and be patient. Otherwise, the consequences will be too much for you to bear. Su Wan nodded and said indifferently, HMPH, what's the point of nagging about this with a wasted blood? Luo Lan coldly looked at Jang Tian, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Su Wan sighed softly and withdrew her eyes, continuing to preside over the testing. Jang Long, it's your turn. The Jang family elder's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked solemnly at Jang Long. This young master of the Jang family was the Jang family's strongest qualified character today. At one time, he was also shrouded by Jang Tian's genius aura, but with Jang Tian's decline, he had logically become the Jang family's #1 genius. Jang Long nodded his head indifferently and walked towards the white Lin beast with calm steps, his right palm gently pressing on its forehead. Boom, the white Lin beast's golden pupils flashed, and 7 flames appeared above its forehead, instantly transforming into the shape of a murderous fire wolf, displaying a strong aura. 7th grade middle grade fire wolf bloodline. Pass. A faint trace of surprise flashed through Su Wan's eyes. The small Tianbao city had given birth to several 7th grade bloodlines, which really surprised her. And for such a small place, it was already remarkable. Luo Lan was similarly a little surprised. The 7th grade mid-stage fire wolf bloodline was considered the strongest in the room, and she felt that Su Wan would definitely take in Jang Long to cultivate him properly. But to her surprise, Su Wan didn't have this idea and didn't even show more. What kind of name is Su Wan up to? Can't even look at the 7th grade middle ranked fire wolf bloodline. Her vision is also too high, isn't it? Luo Lan muttered secretly, with some small depression in her heart. Unsurprisingly, this should be the strongest bloodline born in Tianbao City. What are you waiting for if you don't accept this kind of qualification? If it wasn't for the fact that she had already taken in Jiangman, and that there were some restrictions on them from the academy side, she would definitely want to snatch Jang Long. Luo Lan shook her head and sighed lightly, a look of regret flashing in her eyes. The results of Jang Long's test caused the entire plaza's aura to reach a crescendo. Heavens, Jang Long is actually a 7th grade middle-order bloodline. It's too powerful, this apprentice test. The Jang family has made a splash, completely overshadowing the other families. That's the Gao family and the Lin family both only have 1 7th grade bloodline, but the Jiang family has 3. And there might be more to come. The crowd was envious and jealous, and the family heads and elders of the other several families felt bad. Congratulations, young lord, congratulations, young lord, in the area of those who had passed. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Man arched their hands in greeting and congratulated Jang Long. There's no need to be like this. You guys didn't pass too. Jang Long smiled indifferently, looking very calm. We're only 7th grade lower level bloodline. How can we be compared to young lord? Lol, Jiang Man laughed more than a little. Showing off her flavor to the fullest, cough, young lord is a 7th grade middle rank bloodline, a notch stronger than Jiang Man and I. His future achievements will be above us. Jiang Man's performance made Jiang Yuan a little uncomfortable, but he could only suppress the jealousy within him and continue to pat Jiang Long on the back. The bloodline testing continued. But the situation took a sharp turn for the worse next. None of the 20 or so martial artists in succession passed. And the best one only had a 5th grade bloodline, which was very disappointing. However, for Zhang Hai and Zhang He, the current result was already satisfactory. Both Jang Long and Jiang Yuan had already passed, and they no longer cared about how the others' bloodlines were. It's finally over. Thanks to Emissary Su and Emissary Luo. Ill leave, the Jiang clan's leading elder bowed to Su Wan and Luo Lan, and was about to lead the team to walk off the ring. It's over. And there's still one more person. Su Wan frowned slightly, a trace of surprise flashing through her eyes. The leading elder looked towards Jang Tian, but he shook his head and laughed coldly. He's a blood waster by definition. He's not qualified to participate in the selection at all, so it's better not to waste time. With that, the leading elder waved his hand at Jang Tian, signaling him to leave knowingly. Jang Tian, however, was unmoved and shook his head. Elder Zhang Fan, is it you who has the final say here? Or is it the messenger who has the final say? Zhang Fan's face stiffened, and he said with a sullen expression, of course, it's the emissary who has the final say. But to you, what difference does it make? HMPH, it's good that you understand. There's nothing more for you here. Step aside, Jang Tian sneered, no longer paying attention to Zhang Fan, and walked straight towards the white Lin beast. Arrogant? A dead trash dares to be so arrogant. I see that you don't see the coffin, just as well. Let everyone witness your wasted blood qualifications. And let you understand that it's impossible for a stinking salted fish to turn over a new leaf. Zhang Fan grimaced and cursed angrily. Su Wan frowned slightly, ignoring his shouting, and instead turned her gaze towards Jang Tian, whose palm was already pressed on the white Lin beast's forehead. The bloodline spirit power began to operate, and the white Lin beast suddenly trembled as a strange light flashed through its golden pupils. Su Wan's gaze moved as a strange light flashed in her eyes. At the same time, Luo Lan also detected a trace of unusualness. Strange, is this kid trying to cheat? If he angers the white Lin beast, see if I don't destroy you. Luo Lan frowned as a cold light flashed in her eyes. Right at this moment, the white Lin beast suddenly let out a dull low roar. The powerful aura rushed Jang Tian's clothes. But he didn't remove his palms and continued to push his bloodline spirit power. The white Lin beast's body trembled more and more, and a hint of fear flashed faintly in its golden pupils. Many people could see the difference. Su Wan and Luo Lan even changed their faces as deep astonishment flashed in their eyes. Even you would be afraid. The realm spirit was right. The bloodline of the barbarian blood divine dragon is indeed powerful. A strange aura flashed in Jang Tian's eyes, while his palms began to tremble more than once. It wasn't that he was afraid of the white Lin beast's aura, but rather the white Lin beast was trembling through and through under his palm, and it was almost about to flick his palm away. However, at this moment, Jang Tian's bloodline spirit power had not yet operated to its limit, and he vaguely felt that if he exerted his bloodline spirit power to its limit, he was afraid that a shocking result would occur. At this time, however, the white Lin beast was somewhat unable to support itself. Jang Tian's bloodline aura caused it to feel a deep fear. It was a fear deep in its soul. It was the suppression of its bloodline, and it had nothing to do with its cultivation realm. Roar, the white Lin beast once again let out a low roar. Its golden pupils blinked furiously, and a dazzling purple light rose above its forehead. Other people's bloodline spirituality was only a few inches, or even a few feet in size after it was illuminated. But the violet light triggered by Jang Tian was about 10 feet square, and it was still expanding. However, this mass of violet light flickered and flickered extremely unstably, and transformed into an odd shape after turning his eyes. "What is that?" The crowd was shocked and gazed intently. Above the white Lin beast, there was a strange shape hovering, looking as if it was a shield, or as if it was the shape of some sort of magic treasure, making people feel extremely strange. What kind of demonic beast bloodline has this little beast fused? Why is it so strange? On the Jiang clan's spectator seat, Grand Elder Jiang, his face was somber, a thick cloud of gloom lingering between his brows. At this moment, he was almost certain that Jang Tian had definitely cultivated a forbidden secret art. Otherwise, how could a wasted bloodline cause such a phenomenon? Family head Jiang.high was also shocked and puzzled in his heart. Those martial artists who had passed were even more horrified, feeling incredulous. That strange purple shape made them feel inexplicably oppressed and uneasy. Su Wan and Luo Lan looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Dragon scale? This is the purple dragon scale. Su Wan gazed at it for a moment, and suddenly her mind shook as she finally understood what it was. It wasn't a magic treasure, nor was it a shield. That virtual shadow resembled the legendary purple dragon scale. Thinking of this, Su Wan's heart shook dramatically, and a hint of horror flashed in her eyes. That purple light still continued to expand, revealing a more complete scene. But due to the white Lin beast, the purple light was always bright and uncertain, making it impossible to see. Su Wan had a vague premonition that what was about to be revealed. I was afraid that it would be an incomparably appalling scene. However, right at this moment, a golden light rose from the white Lin beast's forehead, and its powerful pressure shook Jang Tian in one fell swoop. Boom, with a dull roar, the purple scale shadow suddenly collapsed, turning into a messy purple light that shattered apart inch by inch. Jang Tian let out a muffled grunt as his body flew backwards with a violent shock, roar, before Jang Tian even landed on the ground. The white Lin beast roared furiously, transforming into a huge white shadow and rushing towards him. Its huge mouth wide open as it pounced down furiously towards him. The vision just now had completely enraged the white Lin beast. A small human martial artist had dared to provoke it and had to be punished, although the white Lin beast's bloodline wasn't as noble as the barbarian blood divine dragon. Its strength was far beyond Jang Tian, and it certainly wouldn't be willing to be suppressed by him. Watching this amazing scene, a sinister smile surfaced at the corner of Jiang.his mouth, his heart ecstatic. Jiang Yuan was even more greatly pleased and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha 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 ha. How dare you anger the white Lin beast? You're really looking for death. In a berserk hissing sound, the white Lin beast displayed a great display of frenzied power, and it looked like it was about to swallow Jang Tian in one gulp. Sinful animal, right at this moment. A delicate voice suddenly sounded, a delicate white shadow suddenly flashed out, swept aside with Jang Tian like lightning, and leisurely floated down to the ring in a hover. Roar, the white Lin beast's ferocity was unabated. Still, wanting to continue its pursuit, another silhouette instantly appeared, blocking in front of it. White Lin, stop it, with a delicate cry. The white Lin beast suddenly stopped in front of this silhouette. The white-clothed beauty and the berserk beast formed a strange picture in an instant. Luo Lan stretched out a white onion-like finger and gently tapped it on the white Lin beast's forehead. The white Lin beast's terrifying aura instantly converged, and its huge body gave a lurch in midair. Slowly falling back to the ground 10 feet away, Su Wan let go of Jang Tian in her arms. a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. Just now, if she hesitated a little, Jang Tian was afraid that he would be swallowed by the white Lin beast. This scene caused the square to gasp in shock, and an unknown number of martial arts people were drooling. Wishing that the person being held in Su Wan's arms was themselves, Luo Lan gently patted the white forest beast's forehead, her white palm constantly rubbing it. The beast that was fierce and bloodthirsty just a moment ago seemed to have turned into a docile kitten at this moment, its nose emitting odd tones as it enjoyed Luo Lan's caresses to the fullest. All right, I know you're upset. But it's all over, now go back to the ring." Luo Lan smiled leisurely, and with a shake of her right hand. The white Lin beast's huge body floated up, and after a deep look at Jang Tian, it transformed into white light and vanished back into the ring. Many thanks to the two emissaries for coming to the rescue. A trace of fear remained in Jang Tian's eyes, and after returning to his senses, he hurriedly bowed to the two of them and saluted. "Don't thank me. In fact, I couldn't wait for the white Lin beast to eat you, but since Su Wan made a move, I naturally have to give her face." Humph! Luo Lan smiled coldly and looked deeply at Jang Tian, a profound light flashing through the depths of his pupils. Under Luo Lan's gaze, Jang Tian's mind was slightly shaken. It had to be said that being gazed at deeply by such a beautiful woman really caused him to feel the pressure, especially the deep gaze of the other party, which vaguely seemed to have a great deal of deep meaning. Su Wan frowned and said, "Luo Lan, what exactly is Jang Tian's bloodline, do you think?" Luo Lan's face sank slightly as she coldly said, "I don't know either. However, his bloodline illusion collapsed in the end, and it does fit the characteristics of a bloodline abolitionist." "How do you explain the white Lin beast's mutation and that purple scale?" A strange color flashed in Su Wan's eyes, and she suddenly switched to using voice transmission to communicate with Luo Lan. Luo Lan smiled coldly and transmitted her voice. "It's not like there have been similar situations. What with the golden dragon, heavenly phoenix, peacock, and 1,000 other strange things. But in the end, they all collapsed and failed to take shape, revealing the nature of the wasted blood." "I don't think it's that simple." Su Wan slowly shook her head. "What are you interested in him? This kid's aura is weird. He might have practiced some forbidden technique. I advise you not to hit on him, lest you waste your time." A strange color flickered in Luo Lan's eyes, and he shook his head. "No, I've decided. Take him in." Su Wan frowned and contemplated for a moment, gazing at Jang Tian with an inexplicable glint in her eyes. She had a somewhat different view from Luo Lan, and did not think that Jang Tian was really a wasted blood. There hadn't been any wasted blood that could make the white Lin beast react so greatly. Moreover, from the previous situation, it was obvious that Jang Tian's bloodline talent had not been completely displayed. If he was given enough time, he really didn't know what a terrifying scene would unfold. Luo Lan frowned. The corners of her eyes contracted slightly, as if she was extremely unwilling to see this result, and smiled forcibly. "Well, I've already reminded you. Y'all have to bear the burden yourself if something really goes wrong." "But don't blame me." Su Wan nodded her head and smiled. "Jang Tian, you passed. Many thanks, emissary." Jang Tian was stunned for a moment before he reacted, bowing and thanking him before heading towards the area of those who had passed. "What? This is considered passing? How can you pass the test when you can't even figure out your bloodline level?" "What do you mean you can't figure it out? He's clearly a wasted bloodline." The crowd raised a cry of alarm, many feeling baffled, although Jang Tian's bloodline vision was not a small scene, but it eventually collapsed and caused the white Lin beast to be enraged. If he could pass even like this, would those with 5th grade bloodlines also be able to pass? This result caused the crowd to react differently, but the ones with the ugliest faces were Zhang He and Zhang Yuan's father and son, to be able to pass even like this. "Isn't it child's play?" Zhang Yuan said through clenched teeth as his brows furrowed into a ball. He was seething with anger inside. Unable to accept this result, 2 messengers, This son is clearly a wasted blood. How can he pass? Yuan raised an eyebrow at his words and ignored Zhang He. Returning to his seat with a light hum, Su Wan coldly glanced at Zhang He and faintly said, "Does the Grand Elder have an opinion?" Looking at Su Wan's cold gaze, the corner of Zhang He's eyes twitched, and he said stiffly, "Lord Emissary, please forgive me for speaking out of turn, according to the selection rules. Is it true that only bloodlines above the 6th grade can pass the test?" One must know that the selection rules were set over the years and could not be changed at will. So Zhang He's cross-examination was still very reasonable. Even if Su Wan was not happy, she could not accuse him of anything. A faint smile surfaced at the corner of Su Wan's mouth as she looked at Zhang He and slowly shook her head. But before she could say anything, Jang Tian grabbed the opportunity to speak. "Zhang He, you also know the rules." "According to the rules, shouldn't that spirit-building pill be given to me in the first place? Little brute." This is outrageous, hearing Jang Tian's questioning. The corners of Zhang He's eyes twitched as he cursed inwardly. But the person Su Wan had her eye on, he didn't dare to publicly insult him. Only his gaze was incomparably cold. His heart filled with intense hatred. Not waiting for Zhang He to reply, Jang Tian coldly laughed. "Great Elder, you now know to talk about rules. When you took away my spirit-building Dan, how come you didn't think of the rules?" The corners of Zhang He's eyes twitched more than once as he angrily said, "That's right. I did deprive you of your spirit-building pill. But that was also because of your qualifications. What's the use of having more spirit-building pills for a wasted blood?" "How do you know it must be useless?" Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "All right," Su Wan coldly shouted, stopping the argument between the two. "Whether or not Jang Tian is a blood abolitionist, I have my own weighing. There is no need to argue about this matter. Grand Elder of the Jiang clan, do you have any objections?" Su Wan coldly looked at Zhang He, her expression incomparably cold. The corners of Zhang He's mouth twitched more than once, and even though he was annoyed in his heart, he did not dare to refute. Academy messenger, that was a figure he could not afford to offend. Mr. Jiang wouldn't dare. "Lord Emissary has said so. What else can I say?" Zhang He's face turned blue, like he had eaten a fly, and he forced himself to sit back with his anger. Damn, this brat really got lucky with dogs and shit. He can even pass the test like this. Zhang Yuan's inner rage was incomparable, almost unable to resist rushing up to kill Jang Tian. Zhang Man's face was also turning blue, and his eyes were flashing with a cold light. She had thought that Jang Tian would be directly eliminated. But she didn't expect this unexpected change, and really felt incomparably angry. This dead waste. How could he be so lucky? Could it be that just because he's handsome with a few looks, Emissary Su likes this kind of little white boy? Zhang Man cursed viciously inwardly, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Not only was the Zhang family surprised, the people from the other families were also greatly surprised. This dead waste, he's really lucky. Why was he able to obtain Emissary Su's favor? It's really confusing. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't dare to make too much noise for fear of angering Su Wan. "All right, don't nag at them. Continue," Liu Lan impatiently urged. The second test was conducted next, which was the martial arts talent test. Other than bloodline rank, martial talent was the most important factor in measuring a martial artist's potential. The first round of selection eliminated most of the martial artists, and only 10 passed, including 2 from the Gao family, 3 from the Lin family, 1 from the Yi family, and 4 from the Jiang family. The crowd lined up in front of the spirit inspection stone. This was a black strange stone more than half a person high, shaped like a sundial, with 10 circular patterns carved on its surface, possessing some kind of special spiritual power that could test out martial arts talent. Press your palm into the pit in the center of the spirit inspection stone, and operate your bloodline spiritual power with all your might. Now begin. Su Wan pointed at the spirit inspection stone, signaling the crowd to start the test. Gao Yi was the first to arrive in front of the spirit inspection stone and pressed his palm into the palm-shaped pit in the center. As the bloodline spirit power operated, the circular patterns on the surface of the spirit inspection stone slowly lit up, emitting a dazzling white light. Each ring represented a grade, and the higher the grade, the better the talent. Gao Yi pushed his bloodline spirituality to the extreme and eventually lit up 7 rings, representing that his martial arts talent was of the 7th grade. Gao Yi possessed a 7th grade lower rank bloodline, coupled with a 7th grade martial arts talent. His qualifications were considered quite good. Next, Su Wan nodded faintly, signaling for the test to continue. Brother Wing's talent is truly extraordinary. It's up to me next. Gao Shuai walked forward with a smile on his face and pressed his palm on the spirit inspection stone. This time, the speed at which the circle lit up was significantly slower. With all his efforts, Gao Shu, I barely managed to light up 5 rings, and the white light emitted was even a little dimmer. Unlike Gao Yi's dazzling light. 6th grade lower rank bloodline. 5th grade martial arts talent, it was considered ordinary, not good or bad. Brother Wing is worthy of being the genius of our Gao family. My qualifications are far worse than yours, but fortunately, with that blood abolitionist around, I at least won't be at the bottom of the heap. Gao Shuai laughed and retreated to the side, turning his head to look at Jang Tian with mockery written all over his face, causing a few others to sneer as well. That's natural, no matter how poorly qualified the few of us are. We won't be any worse than that blood-waste person. Lin Xing, the young master of the Lin family, stepped out and pressed his palm onto the spirit inspection stone. After a twinkling of an eye, the 7 rings lit up in turn, emitting a white light that was even a few points brighter than Gao Yi's. It was no wonder that Lin Xing possessed a 7th grade middle rank bloodline. It was normal for his martial arts talent to overpower Gao Yi. Gao Yi, it seems that our talents are similar. I'm just a little bit higher than you by a fluke. I apologize. Lin Xing withdrew his palm, gently arched his hand towards the stiff, faced Gao Yi and stood aside. The next one was Lin Fei, who had only lit up 6 circles, and the white light was slightly dull, clearly of average talent. 6th grade martial arts talent. It matches my 6th grade middle rank bloodline. In any case, I won't lose to that dead waste of a man. Jang Tian, right, Lin Fei sneered and stepped aside. Lin Jai, another martial artist from the Lin family, only lit up 5 circles. His martial arts talent was also of the 5th grade, and was on par with Gao Shuai. Yi Hao of the Yi family brought a small surprise. He himself was a 6th grade lower level bloodline. Yet he lit up 7 rings, and the dazzling white light was very eye-catching, causing the crowd to murmur. Next it was the turn of the Zhang family. Jiang Yuan was the first to step out and came to the spirit inspection stone. For Jiang Tian's passing, he was still harboring a grudge. The anger in his heart was hard to dispel, and he couldn't help but taunt a bit. Jang Tian, at the level of body refinement realm, you were a recognized martial arts genius in Tianbao City. But now you're just a blood waster. Show me clearly that you're no longer in the same class as me. Jiang Yuan laughed coldly and pressed his palm on the spirit inspection stone. White light flashed as a circle continued to light up, eventually stopping at the 7th circle. 7th grade lower rank bloodline. 7th grade martial arts talent. Jiang Yuan's qualifications were quite good. Jang Tian, see, the current you. What can you compare to me? Jiang Yuan smiled proudly and withdrew his palms and stood aside. Jiang Man snorted. Jiang Yuan, what's the point of fighting with a loser of all of us? Any one of us would be more talented than him. He, that's true. Jiang Yuan nodded his head and smiled, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Jiang Man smiled as he walked to the spirit inspection stone and deliberately glanced back at Jang Tian. Jang Tian, when you see my martial arts talent, I hope you won't be too surprised. Jiang Man sneered and pressed his palm onto the spirit inspection stone. Pup, beep, A circle suddenly lit up and exploded with dazzling white light. Jiang Man had certainly lit up 8 circles. Her martial arts talent had reached the height of the 8th grade. Not bad. 7th grade bloodline. 8th grade martial arts talent. I really didn't look away. Luo Lan looked very pleased with herself. Accepting such a disciple really put her in a great mood, and her face was filled with smiles. Heavens! Jiang Man is actually an 8th grade martial arts talent. It's unbelievable. How can someone from the Jiang family be so powerful? Alas, the geniuses of the Jiang family have completely crushed the other families, with such a few geniuses as the top pillars. The Tianbao city in the future will undoubtedly be the world of the Jiang family. A gasp erupted from the crowd, exclaiming at Jiang Man's powerful qualifications. An 8th grade martial arts talent, even more powerful than Gao Yi and Lin Xing, was already considered quite astonishing in a place like Tianbao City. Jiang Man's hand stayed pressed on the spirit inspection stone, as if she was deliberately trying to let the crowd see her talent, and it was only when the cries of astonishment around the ring reached a peak that she slowly withdrew her palm. I didn't expect Jiang Man's martial arts talent to be so high. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Man's talent was outstanding, and she had been enrolled by Luo Lan. She must have a great future in Spirit Sword Academy, and having a good relationship with her would only have benefits and no disadvantages. Jiang Man, congratulations, what a master teacher. Zhang Yuan arched his hand in greeting, and even patted Luo Lan's ass. That's natural. Would my master's vision be wrong? Jiang Man smiled proudly, looking at Zhang Yuan's eyes, no longer as lowly and humble as before. There was a hidden hint of arrogance. Jang Tian didn't scare you, right? Wasn't it unexpected that my martial arts talent was so high? Jiang Man had a mocking face as she coldly looked at Jang Tian, her words full of provocation. The current her didn't need to be polite to Jang Tian at all. With Luo Lan as her master backing her up, she didn't even need to worry about Su Wan's face anymore. Jiang Man, it's good to keep a low profile as a person. Being proud and arrogant with no one in sight will lead to suffering. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, an odd smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. HMPH, I should be the one to say this to you. What qualifications does a wasted blood have to lecture me? I'd like to see. Just how many grades of martial arts talent can you achieve? HMPH, Jiang Man sneered and stepped aside, disdain in his eyes. After a martial artist stepped into the spirit building realm from the body refining realm, their overall qualifications would undergo a metamorphosis, and this metamorphosis varied from person to person, with some making leaps and bounds, and others falling to a low ebb instead of advancing. Therefore, it was the case that everything would be fine after crossing the threshold of spirit building. She had reason to believe that Jang Tian must have paid a heavy price after using the forbidden means to forcefully build his spirit, and would never be able to have the enviable martial arts talent like before. That's just it. I won't bother with you. Lest I delay young Master Jiang Long's test, Jiang Man shook his head and smiled coldly, quickly withdrawing his gaze. Jiang Long took a big step to the spirit inspection stone and pressed his palm onto the concave pit in the center. Pa-pa-pa. A circular pattern quickly lit up, and Jiang Long's martial arts talent unexpectedly reached the 8th grade as well. And the light that erupted was even more dazzling than Jiang Man's, even a bit blinding, looking at Jiang Long's talent. Luo Lan couldn't help but be a little moved. With such a high level of talent, are you really not going to take him in? Su Wan, Luo Lan's color flickered, and she couldn't help but propose to Su Wan. Su Wan's gaze swept over Jiang Long, and soon stopped on Jang Tian, and said with a leisurely smile, "There's no need, such a good seedling. It's better to leave it to the other teachers of the academy. If one by one, they are all taken in by us, they will have a problem with it." Although Su Wan said it politely, she couldn't see the slightest regret on her face, which made Luo Lan depressed. It's just that, anyway, I've already accepted Jiang Man. It's not good to be greedy for more. Let it be as you wish. Luo Lan blankly glanced at Su Wan and withdrew her gaze in self-interest. Jiang Long left the spirit inspection stone with a faint smile. As if this kind of result was expected, and did not surprise him much. Young Lord's qualifications are outstanding. Zhang Yuan is willing to pay tribute. Zhang Yuan arched his hand in greeting and said with a flattering face, "He, the young lord's exceptional talent is really something to be congratulated. This generation of our Jiang clan will definitely be headed by you." Jiang Man had a delicate smile on her face as she looked straight at Jang Long, with Jang Long's qualifications. He was bound to spark competition from the academy's teachers, and his future achievements would only be above hers. Therefore, even though she had already worshipped under Luo Lan's door, it was still necessary for her to get on good terms with him. Unlike certain wastes, although they were lucky enough to break through the first level, sooner or later, they will show their true colors. Jiang Man's eyes turned to land on Jang Tian, and his gaze instantly became incomparably cold. Jiang Long smiled proudly, indifferently glanced at Jang Tian and withdrew his gaze, as if he didn't care about this waste at all, and didn't even bother to say anything. Indifference is the best mockery. Ignorance is the greatest contempt. In his opinion, Jang Tian was not worth mentioning at all, and was not comparable to him at all. Jang Long's city was clearly much deeper than both Jiang Man and Zhang Yuan. Whether I'm a waste or not, it's not for you to worry about. Jang Tian's eyes glanced past Jang Long and landed on Jiang Man, walking towards the spirit inspection stone with a cold smile. HMPH, quite arrogant. I'd like to see if you can still laugh later. Jiang Man's face sank as his words turned abruptly cold. Jang Tian's palm pressed on the spirit inspection stone and began to activate his bloodline spirit power. At this moment, everyone was gazing intently, wanting to see what this trash martial arts talent was. Especially Zhang He. He was very curious to know. Jang Tian used taboo secret techniques to force the spirit building after. Exactly what price to pay? PFFD, a circle was lit up, emitting an eerie white light, but next, it was as if time had come to a standstill as the second circle was slow to light up. After a moment of silence, the crowd looked at each other and couldn't help but mutter, "What's going on?" Could it be that Jang Tian only has a first-grade martial arts talent? First-grade martial arts talent. Not so much, the plaze murmured as the crowd was shocked. This little brute used to be overly talented. How did he end up in such a bad situation now? Jiang He's face was cloudy, and a strong doubt flashed in his eyes. But soon he understood, revealing a sudden realization. I see. This little brute has paid a heavy price in order to cultivate a forbidden secret art. Thinking of this, Jiang He looked at Su Wan, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Humph. Self-righteous messenger, thinking that you can find treasure inside the trash. Simply stupid. Jiang He cursed more than once, venting his anger to his heart's content. The scene before them also shocked Zhang Yuan and Jiang Man. No way. This dead trash actually only has a first-grade martial arts talent. Oh, today is really an eye-opener. Zhang Yuan shook his head widely and laughed coldly. Rubbish, what garbage. I'm afraid that none of the Zhang clan's family members have such poor talent. Jiang Man shook his head and laughed coldly, mockery and contempt written all over his face. First-grade martial arts talent. Jang Long frowned slightly, the corner of his mouth turned up, a deep coldness flashing in his eyes. After a moment of suppression, people could no longer hold back and began to talk loudly. My God, hasn't Jang Tian always been called a genius? How could his martial arts talent be so bad, no matter how lousy the qualifications are? It's impossible to only have a first-grade talent. Right, looks like we were all lied to before. I think so. Jang Tian is simply a waste and trash. Jang Tian. You liar, big liar. The martial artists from the other clans were similarly harboring anger. What a damnation. To be suppressed by a waste for so many years. It's humiliating to think about it. Gao Yi shook his head and laughed coldly. His eyes filled with contempt. He, the entire heavenly treasure city has been tricked by him. His methods are really something. Lin Fei's eyes shot a cold light, his expression incomparably grim. HMPH, it's such a dead waste. Dead trash that almost tricked Miss Wu Zhu into getting her hands on him. Thinking about it really scares the descendants. Yihao breathed deeply, feeling incomparably angry. For a moment, all sorts of insults and comments surged towards Jang Tian like a tidal wave, almost drowning the entire ring. Jang Tian, if you still recognize that you are a member of the Jiang clan, you should quickly remove your dirty hands and quickly get out of the ring. Jiang Yuan cursed in a stern and angry voice. No longer having any scruples, Jang Tian, it's come to this point. How do you still have the nerve to stand here if it were me? I'd hate to head, but you to death right now. Jiang Man's complexion was ice, cold as she scolded in a delicate voice. Alas, had I known that he was reduced to such a state. Why would old me spend money on hiring an assassin? A trace of pain flashed in Jiang He's eyes, secretly hating the fact that he had been cheated out of his silver and regretting it. Such a waste, even if he were to be bailed into the Spirit Sword Academy. What would happen? There was no potential for cultivation at all. Thinking this way, Jiang He suddenly came to his senses, leapt up and looked straight at Su Wan, coldly opening his mouth. Emissary Su, is Mr. Jiang right? This son is a waste, a complete waste. Yes, he is a waste, dead waste. The crowd also agreed with Jiang He, and followed him in coaxing, in the face of the tidal wave of humiliation. Jang Tian, however, was clearly very calm, as if he hadn't heard those voices. His palm remained firmly pressed on the spirit inspection stone. His gaze as deep as water, Su Wan's eyes always remained on Jang Tian's body, a hint of inexplicable light contained in her eyes. Jang Tian, what exactly are you waiting for? Could it be that the pressure of the crowd has caused you to retreat? Su Wan blinked gently and let out a longing sigh in her heart. Rubbish. Genius. Jang Tian shook his head and smiled. A deep smile swept across the corner of his mouth. He nodded his head suddenly and let out a long whistle from his mouth. Boom, accompanied by a low rumble, the remaining 9 rings lit up simultaneously in an instant. Blinding white light erupted and enveloped the entire ring. Horrifying the crowd, a 10th grade talent. How is that possible? Luo Lan's face suddenly changed, a hint of horror flashing in her eyes. Jang Tian, I really wasn't wrong about you. Su Wan gently exhaled a mouthful of stuffy air, as if bathed in blinding white light. An elegant smile swept across the corners of her mouth. After a brief moment of silence, the square erupted with thunderous cries of astonishment as everyone was stunned. The crowd's disdain and mockery of Jang Tian was like a slap back in their own faces, snapping, impossible. Why is this little beast so talented? Could it be that the forbidden secret arts didn't devour his roots? Jiang He's face was hard to see, the corners of his eyes twitching, and he was even more completely shocked inside. How could this be? Jiang Yuan and Jiang Man exchanged glances, both seeing deep horror in the other's eyes. Those who had originally despised Jang Tian greatly were also shocked and speechless at this moment. A 10th grade martial arts talent. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. But now it was truly presented before their eyes. Nope, there must be something wrong with the spirit inspection stone, or else he's cheating. Jiang Yuan was unable to accept this result. His body trembled and his face grimaced. Lord Messenger, I also doubt the results of the spirit inspection stone. Jiang, his face was icy cold. His gaze incomparably gloomy. How dare you? The spirit inspection stone is the Academy's secret magic treasure. How could it be wrong? A 10th grade is a 10th grade. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean there isn't one in the world. Luo Lan frowned greatly and scolded without any good humor. This result surprised her. Jiang Man's 8th grade talent didn't seem bad, but it was dwarfed by Jang Tian's 10th grade talent, and she even regretted a little for accepting Jiang Man early. Hearing the raucousness of Jiang, his father and son, her heart was even more annoyed, and she couldn't help but bellow. Luo Lan's reaction caused Jiang, his body to tremble, and he suddenly dropped back into a sitting position. A trace of resentment flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes, but he didn't dare to raise his voice again either. Impossible. How could Jang Tian's martial arts talent be so high? Jiang Man breathed heavily. Could it be that he's really hiding his strength and doing this on purpose? Thinking of this, Jiang Man's heart was shocked and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, if this was really the case. Then she would really regret it, after Yi Wuxu withdrew from the marriage in the beginning, if she had sent warmth and expressed kindness to Jang Tian in time. I'm afraid that the two of them would have gotten closer, but now, it was too late to say anything. No. He definitely wouldn't joke about the marriage, even if he barely succeeded in building his spirit. His cultivation must be extremely poor. There's still the last level of testing. He'll definitely show his true colors. Jiang Man snorted coldly. A cold light flashing in her eyes, the last level was the power test, capable of detecting a martial artist's strength and cultivation realm. At that time, Jang Tian would definitely show his original form completely and be spurned by the crowd. Jiang Man silently consoled herself, but if she knew that Jang Tian had crushed Zhang Yuan, I'm afraid she wouldn't think so. Jang Tian, your performance is very good. 10th grade talent is not a lot even in Spirit Sword Academy. You can call it a day. Su Wan looked at Jang Tian and nodded lightly, her gaze incomparably soft. Her face was filled with an elegant smile that made people feel incredibly comfortable. 10th grade, Jang Tian hadn't used his full strength yet, and was slightly stunned at these words. However, the spirit detecting stone could only detect 10 grades of talent, and any further up would be the end of the line. Jang Tian shook his head and smiled, slowly withdrawing his palm. Thank you, Emissary Su, looking at Jang Tian's unfulfilled look. Su Wan's eyes flashed with surprise and nodded thoughtfully, signaling Jang Tian to stand aside. Next was the third level, the strength test, mainly testing the martial artist's strength and cultivation realm, compared to Bloodline spirituality and martial arts talent. This was the reflection of hard power and comprehensive strength. The test results of this level only represented the martial artist's true battle strength. Jang Tian, I have to say that you were very lucky in the previous 2 levels, but this level looks at hard strength. And your luck has come to an end. A cold smile hung at the corner of Jiang Man's mouth, mocking Jang Tian to the utmost. Jang Tian, last time you got a bit of an advantage from my carelessness. This time, I'll let you see my true strength. Zhang Yuan smiled proudly and coldly, an icy cold light flashing in his eyes. The test hadn't even started yet. And these two couldn't wait to taunt Jang Tian. All right, there's no point in talking about this. It's better to take out your real strength and show him. Jang Long smiled coldly and said indifferently, in the face of the crowd's taunts. The corner of Jang Tian's mouth always hung a cold smile. Smiling without saying a word, instead of making a verbal argument, he preferred to speak with his strength and shut them up with his performance. Su Wan shook her head and sighed, secretly saddened by the frivolous performance of these young people, who all took pride in belittling Jang Tian, leaving her speechless. The third level is a strength and cultivation test. Take out all your strength to blast the shocking drum. Now begin, Brother Wing. It's your turn to go on. You're so talented. Y'all definitely impress everyone. Gao Shu, I looked at Gao Yi and seized every opportunity to pat his ass hard. Don't worry, I will never lose to that punk. Gao Yi coldly scanned Jang Tian with disdain in his eyes. Striding to the shocking drum, now, let's show you all my strength, Gao Yi shouted, bursting out his full strength. His right hand clenched his fist and blasted furiously towards the heaven, shaking drum, dang, dang. Dang, violent drums suddenly rang out, as if a channel of thunder exploded in the ears of the crowd. And a dazzling red light would rise up with every drum sound. At the same time, the starlight on the surface of the shocking sky drum flowed for a while, coalescing into a large star and 6 small stars that flickered. One large star represented 10,000 jin, and one small star represented 1,000 jin, which meant that Song Yi's strength reached 16,000 jin. The 3 drumbeats represented that Song Yi's cultivation realm was the third level of the spirit building realm. The third level of spirit building, 16,000 jin of strength, not bad. Su Wan nodded her head indifferently. Her complexion did not change in any way. Brother Wing is really powerful. To have this much strength at the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm. It's simply shocking, Gao Shu. I hurriedly patted his ass. An ordinary 3rd level of the spirit-building realm had a physical strength of 6,000 pounds. And counting the Bloodline spirit power bonus, it was at most 10,000 pounds. And Gao Yi's strength had already reached the standard of the 4th level of spirit building, which was considered quite extraordinary. Keep a low profile. Don't be like some trash who show off when they have a little bit of strength. Gao Yi smiled proudly, but there was no hint of a low profile on his face. Brother Wing is right. It's my turn now. Gao Shu, I quickly stepped in front of the shocking sky drum, utilized all of his bloodline spirit power around his body, and blasted it with a loud shout. Dang, dang, 2 drumbeats accompanied by 2 flashes of red light. 6 small stars coalesced on the surface of the Zhenshin drum, 6,000 pounds of power, barely reaching the standard of the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm. Was considered good for Gao Shuai, who was only at the 2nd level of spirit building, but this kind of power, compared to Gao Yi's 16,000 pounds, was obviously not worth mentioning. Alas, if only I had the kind of qualifications that Brother Wing has. Gao Shuai smiled awkwardly, not knowing if this result would allow him to finally be selected. His heart was a little apprehensive. Only this strength? The Gao family's martial artists seemed to be just like that. Lin Xing sneered and walked out proudly. Then I'd like to see. How strong can you Lin Xing be? Gao Yi's face sank as he sniffed, his boss unhappy. Lin Xing was clearly looking down on the Gao family, as the Gao family's young master. Of course, he couldn't endure it. Lin Xing arrived in front of the heaven-shaking drum, utilized all his bloodline spiritual energy, and blasted it with all his strength with a loud shout. Dang, 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 4 red lights flashed one after another, and 2 catching white stars coalesced on the surface of the Zhenshin drum. 4th level of spirit building, 20,000 pounds, hiss, what a terrifying power, my god. Lin Xing has reached the 4th level of spirit building at such a young age. And he also possesses a huge strength of 20,000 pounds. It's unbelievable, shouting in shock rose above the plaza. Even the great clans and elders in the spectator seats were moved by this. This son must be a powerful opponent for the Jiang clan in the coming decades. Jiang, he breathed deeply, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Lin Xing's strength was clearly above Jiang Yuan's. Having reached the 7th level of the ordinary spirit-building realm, among the young men of the Jiang clan, perhaps only young Master Jang Long could have a match with him. See, this is my strength. Lin Xing arrogantly stepped aside and looked at the green, faced Gao Yi and Gao Shuai with mockery in his eyes. Young lord is mighty, it's up to me below. Lin Fei quickly stepped forward, intending to take advantage of Lin Xing's momentum to dip into some good luck. He bellowed and blasted out a fist with all his might. Dang, 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 after 3 drumming sounds. A large and a small white star coalesced on the surface of the Zhenshin drum, 3rd level of spirit building. 12,000 pounds of strength. This kind of strength was not as good as Gao Yi, but the difference was not too great. It was considered a good result. Seeing this result, Gao Yi and Gao Shuai's faces became even more ugly. Oh, the last time I saw Lin Fei at the 100 Treasures Trading House, he was still at the 2nd level of spirit building. It seems like he hasn't been idle during this period of time. Jang Tian's gaze flickered as a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Judging from the current results, the Lin family's martial artists had completely crushed the Gao family. The pattern of the younger generation in Tianbao City was already clearly led by the Jiang family, followed by the Lin family, with the Gao family being the worst. As for the Yi family, there were undoubtedly many more variables because of Yi Wuxu's existence. This woman's cultivation potential was extremely high, and her ultimate achievements were not yet predictable. So no one dared to underestimate the Yi family. After Lin Fei came Lin Jai. He blasted the heaven-shaking drum with all his might, but only triggered a drumming sound and condensed 3 small stars, first level of spirit building. 3,000 kilograms of strength. This result was slightly better than the ordinary first level of the spirit building realm, but it was not up to the standard of the second level of the spirit building realm. It was very unsatisfactory. Lin Jai knew that the result was not very good. Shaking his head and sighing as he walked back, Lin Fei patted his shoulder and comforted. "Don't worry with that punk Jang Tian around. You won't be at the bottom at least. Stop it, Lin Fei, comparing me to that loser." "Isn't that shaming me?" Lin Jai cried and laughed at his words, shaking his head and laughing bitterly. "That's true." Lin Fei's face stiffened slightly as he turned his head to look at Jang Tian, a cold smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. Yihao stepped forward and blasted the heaven-shaking drum with all his might. Dang, 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 after 3 drum beats. A large, 3 small, and 4 white stars coalesced on the surface of the shocking sky drum. Third level of spirit building. 13,000 pounds of strength. This result was slightly surprising, but not to the point of surprise. It was considered moderate. Next it was the turn of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuan stepped out, deliberately stomping his foot as he passed in front of Jang Tian. "Jang Tian, let me show you my strength now. Hey, loser under your command, don't nag here. Do what you need to do." Jang Tian raised his eyebrows, revealing a disdainful look. Jiang Yuan's face sank, the corners of his mouth twitching more than once. "HMPH, you wait for me. I'll settle the score with you after the selection." With a wave of anger, Jiang Yuan arrived in front of the shocking drum and blasted it with all his strength. Dang, 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 after 3 drum beats, a large star and 8 small stars coalesced on the surface of the Zhenshin drum. Spirit building third layer, 18,000 kilograms of strength. Hiss, Jiang Yuan's strength is surprisingly this strong. The faces of the Gao family head and the elders changed. The boss was uncomfortable. A single Jiang Yuan had already crushed Gao Yi. And there was also the better qualified Jang Long behind him. The situation before him made his heart stifle and his face turn extremely blue. Not bad, this is Jiang Yuan's true strength. Jiang, he slowly nodded his head, very satisfied with Jiang Yuan's performance. With this kind of strength, there was no problem entering Spirit Sword Academy, and the stone in his heart completely fell. Jiang Yuan left the shocking drum, his expression incomparably cold and proud. "See, this is my strength." This kid's strength has increased instead of decreasing after his injury. It seems that he has eaten a lot of rare tonics. How many family resources has Jiang he embezzled? Jang Tian frowned slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew Jiang Yuan's injuries in his heart. It was difficult to recover in just a few days, let alone his strength growing. This could only mean that Jiang he had forcibly healed him without sparing any pills. However, this reaction fell in Jiang Yuan's eyes and was misinterpreted as fear and awe. "Ha ha ha, are you afraid? It's useless to be afraid, Jang Tian. Don't you run away when the selection is over." Jiang Yuan shouted harshly and walked away with a big smile on his face. He had already made up his mind that he would immediately launch a challenge at the end of the selection. Defeating and crippling Jang Tian in front of everyone to wipe out his former shame, however, Jang Tian's reaction was surprising. "Run, of course I want run. I can't be too happy when someone comes to my door for me to fight." Jang Tian wore a strange smile on his face as he looked Jiang Yuan up and down, the tips of his eyebrows constantly stirring. That look of indebtedness caused Jiang Yuan's heart to flare up. If he wasn't concerned about the Apostle Acceptance messenger, I'm afraid that he would immediately have to move his hand to violently beat Jang Tian. "You wait for me, you won't be able to laugh later." Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, saying viciously, "Jiang Yuan, don't be in a hurry, there's still me." Jiang Man smiled coldly and walked towards the shocking drum. "Don't forget, I have a score to settle with him as well." Jiang Man droned and blasted the heaven, shaking drum with all her might. Dang, 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 after 3 drum beats, 90 white stars of one size coalesced on the surface of the heaven. shaking drum. What? How is it possible? Jiang Yuan nearly dropped his jaw in shock, a hint of horror flashing in his eyes. One must know that Jiang Man's spirit-building pill was still given by him, and in order to obtain this spirit-building pill, she had not only turned against Jang Tian, but had even paid that kind of price, and within the month of January. Not only had she succeeded in spirit building, she had even stepped into the third level of spirit building, which was simply a bit unbelievable at this moment. Jiang, he was also dumbfounded and felt very shocked. This little girl, how did she become so powerful? It's hidden deep enough. Alas, Jang Tian's geniuses are truly more powerful than one another. Several other families looked at each other with helplessness written all over their faces. One Jiang Yuan had already crushed Gao Yi. And Jiang Man was even stronger than Jiang Yuan, almost approaching Lin Xing's level. Oh, not bad. Luo Lan's pretty eyes blinked slightly. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and she was somewhat surprised by Jiang Man's performance. Hiss. Jiang Man actually advanced to the third level of spirit building without saying a word. Is her qualification really that good? Jang Tian murmured with a slight frown. Although Jiang Man's strength was shocking, it was still a far cry from him and posed no threat to him at all. He was only surprised that Jiang Man had broken 3 steps in a row within the month Zhu and was hidden so perfectly. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a few people in Tianbao City with this kind of qualification and mindset. Jiang Man, I didn't expect your strength to progress so quickly. It seems like that spirit-building pill is not without merit. After the selection is over, I have some gifts for you. Remember to come and get them. Jiang Yuan's face was deep, and his gaze was greatly meaningful. The potential that Jiang Man had shown had forced him to re-examine it, and he decided to consolidate the relationship between the two before entering the academy. Jiang Man smiled proudly and nodded lightly. All right, I only hope that your gift doesn't disappoint me. Now, let's see young Master Jang Long's strength. Amidst Jiang Man's delicate laughter, Jang Long stepped towards the shocking drum. This is the first time I've made a move since returning from my training, so I hope you won't be too surprised. Jang Long smiled proudly as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. With a loud shout, he struck out with all his might and blasted his fist onto the heaven, shaking drum. Thud, 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 thud. 5 violent booms emanated from the heaven, shaking drum, and white light flashed on its surface, condensing 2 large and 3 small 5 white stars. 5th level of the spirit-building realm, 23,000 pounds of strength. Heavens, it's the 5th level of the spirit-building realm. My God, 23,000 pounds of strength. Jiang Long's strength is simply terrifying. The square seemed to explode, setting off a roar. Jiang Hai on the spectator stand nodded his head and smiled, exhaling a long, stuffy breath. Although he was the head of the Jiang family, the father and son duo had always kept a low profile for many years, just so as not to draw too much attention from others. Now that Jiang Long had struck a chord, he had finally vented all these years of low-profile stoicism completely. At this moment, the people from several other clans had different looks, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy. Cough, congratulations to the Jiang family head. Lord Jiang Long's strength is amazing, and he's bound to be a marvelous genius when he arrives at Spirit Sword Academy as well. We are all from Tianbao City. After arriving at the academy, I hope that Mr. Jiang Long will take care of his canine son. Even though it wasn't from the heart, several family heads and elders were congratulating Jiang Hai. After all, Jiang Long's strength was there, and he would be given key cultivation when he arrived at the Spirit Sword Academy. This kind of person could only be befriended, not offended. Good to say, we're all neighbors. As long as we have a harmonious relationship, it's only right to take care of each other. Jiang Hai smiled proudly, and there was clearly a great deal of meaning between his words. The several family heads were all people who understood, and smiled resentfully as they nodded their heads in agreement. Young Lord Jiang Long's strength is truly extraordinary. Congratulations. Jiang Man arched his hand in congratulations to Jiang Long with a delicate smile on his face. Young Lord's strength is amazing. Jang Yuan can't hope to catch up with young Lord here. Our Jang family will definitely shine in Spirit Sword Academy. Even though he was a little bitter about Jang Man's pandering, Jang Yuan still hurriedly bowed and congratulated him. There is no need to be polite. We are all children of the same clan. We should support each other as long as you listen to my arrangements. You naturally won't suffer in the future. Jang Long nodded his head and smiled, his expression incomparably proud. In his opinion, these guys with mediocre strength were only worthy of being his little brothers. The young men from the other several families quickly reached a tacit understanding under their faces and hurriedly congratulated Jang Long. Jang Long, congratulations, young Master Jang Long has amazing strength. Congratulations, well said. Jang Long smiled proudly and nodded his head lightly, arrogantly acting like a boss, looking at the crowd's star-crossed posture. Jang Tian was rather speechless inside. 5th level of the spirit building realm is 3,000 pounds of strength. Remarkable. Jang Tian shook his head and muttered to himself. Appearing unconcerned, as soon as the words left his mouth, there was a silence in the ring. Asshole. Jang Tian, what do you think you are? Daring to defy young Lord Jang Long? Are you tired of living? The Emperor was not in a hurry. Jang Long had not yet attacked, but Jang Yuan jumped out and cursed in a harsh voice. Jang Tian, I always thought you were naive and ignorant, but now I realize that you are simply arrogant and unaware of death. Jang Man chimed in, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Jang Long's face sank, his previous low-profile composure gradually receding, revealing a proud and domineering aura. Jang Tian, I know that you had defeated Jang Yuan, but your little strength is simply not enough in front of me. Hurry up and apologize to them, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. I didn't do anything wrong. Why apologize? True strength should stand the test, not rely on others to brag about it. Jang Tian laughed coldly and shook his head. Not buying it in the slightest. Jang Long shook his head and laughed coldly at his words. Oh, well then. I'd like to see just how much strength you have, asshole. Arrogant to the extreme. This little brute not only injured Jang Yuan and Jang Man, but also dared to slander the young lord. It's simply an unforgivable crime. We can't spare him today. Jang He's stern color flickered, and a murderous streak rose in his eyes. Jang Hai sneered. It's time to teach him a lesson. Then you just watch. Jang Tian shook his head and smiled, no longer paying attention to Jang Long and the others. He quickly stepped in front of the shocking sky drum, but did not rush to strike. A strange light flashed in Su Wan's eyes as she was eager to see what level Jang Tian's cultivation had reached. Even Liu Lan's eyes were wide open, with some vague anticipation in her heart, although Jang Tian possessed a 10th grade martial arts talent. His bloodline level was somewhat questionable, but the more this happened, the more curious she became. Humph, this punk. Shouldn't he be at the 1st level of the spirit building realm? I wonder if he has 10,000 pounds of strength. Is 10,000 jin so easy to attain? I don't think it's even possible to have 5,000 jin. Gao Yi and Lin Xing and the others shook their heads and laughed coldly, ready to watch Jang Tian's jokes. Jang Yuan, however, frowned and remained silent, his expression slightly grave. He knew that Jang Tian's strength was great, but his exact cultivation was unclear, so he couldn't wait to find out. Jang Tian, why haven't you made a move yet? It can't be that you've chickened out, afraid of showing your original form as a waste. Jang Man coldly mocked up. This punk must be regretting it. Had he known this, what big words did he say just now? Gao Shuai's face was hideous, and he smiled very sinisterly. Jang Tian didn't pay any attention to these taunts, but instead gazed at his mind and contemplated. Jang Long's strength reaches 23,000 pounds, not even as good as my physical strength. If I use my full strength, it'll definitely scare them, and it'll also be a lot less fun. Jang Tian knew that his current strength wasn't able to go head-to-head with Jang He, so it was inconvenient for him to reveal his true bottom card. Moreover, judging from the current test results, He was also going to not need to use his full strength. Soon he had an idea, and slowly nodded his head. A bad smile appearing at the corner of his mouth with a loud shout, he threw a punch towards the shocking sky drum. Thud, 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 5 drum beats. The entire square fell into a dead silence, and everyone was instantly shocked. The starlight on the surface of the gentian drum shone brightly, and 5 white stars, 2 large and 3 small, had clearly coalesced, 5th level of the spirit-building realm, 23,000 pounds of strength. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jang Long's face changed drastically, and a strong shock flashed in his eyes. It can't be, it's not true. The corners of Jang Yuan's eyes twitched, his heart appalled. He had already overestimated Jang Tian's strength as much as he could. But he hadn't expected that his opponent's performance would still far exceed his expectations. Damn it. How could Jang Tian's strength reach this level? Jang Man's face changed again and again, his gaze flickering. 10th grade martial arts talent, 5th level of the spirit-building realm, 23,000 pounds of strength. Where was this a waste? This was simply a genius up to this point. The only doubt on Jang Tian was the bloodline grade. But this question was not very certain, even by Su Wan and Luo Lan. It was obviously a great suspense. By now, even a fool could understand that there must be some sort of chance or encounter in Jang Tian. Jang Man suddenly had some regrets, regretting that she shouldn't have offended Jang Tian for a spirit-building pill. But it was too late to say anything now. How could this happen? Isn't Jang Tian a waste? Gao Yi and Gao Shuai's faces turned blue, the corners of their eyes throbbing furiously, unable to accept this result. Could it be that there's something wrong with the shocking drum? Lin Xing and Lin Fei looked at each other, deep horror flashing in their eyes. The one who reacted the most was still Zhang He. At this moment, his face was even uglier than a pig's liver. How could this happen? It's only been over a month. How did this little beast break through to the 5th level of spirit building? Zhang, he was deeply shocked. A hint of horror flashing in his eyes, a strength of 23,000 pounds was something he valued very much. This kind of strength was just on the same level as Jang Long, and if the two sides were to meet each other in a hard fight, Jang Long, who had a lot of experience in actual combat, would definitely be a solid winner. What he really couldn't accept was that Jang Tian had jumped from a blood wastrel over a month ago to a genius expert at the 5th level of spirit building. This was completely beyond common sense. It was simply unbelievable, Lord Emissary. I'm sure this kid must have cheated. Jang, he roared sternly, his face reddening. If he didn't stop it at this time, Jang Tian would undoubtedly be inducted into the Spirit Sword Academy. Jang, he could no longer care about the face of the messenger and roared loudly. However, his frantic roar failed to elicit a response from the two emissaries. At this moment, Su Wan and Luo Lan subconsciously looked at each other, their beautiful eyes simultaneously flashing with a strange light. While others didn't see it, the two of them were as clear as mirrors. Just now, in this punch, Jang Tian hadn't utilized his bloodline spirit power at all. And he hadn't even used up his fleshly body power. What kind of tactics was this? This was undoubtedly a genius. Even the genius of geniuses, Su Wan and Luo Lan, were both shocked. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, their expressions shifting from surprise to shock, from shock to shock. A trace of horror even flashed through their gazes. Such a character, even if the bloodline rank was somewhat questionable, was worth cultivating vigorously, with Spirit Sword Academy's powerful underpinnings. If some mysterious means were utilized, the issue of Jang Tian's bloodline would not matter at all. That man's vision was indeed correct. Su Wan breathed deeply, a hint of joy flashing in her pretty eyes. However, Luo Lan's reaction was even faster. Her face changed as she suddenly opened her mouth. Jang Tian, you've passed. Are you willing to worship me as my master and be my direct disciple? A trace of inexplicable fire flashed in Luo Lan's eyes, as well as incomparable anticipation. That look and that gaze was as if a hungry man saw food and a fierce tiger saw prey. "Master, he's a blood abolitionist." Jiang Man's face changed. His voice trembled a little, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes as he looked at Jang Tian. Direct disciple and personal disciple seemed to differ by only one word, but the meaning of the two was very different. Obviously, Luo Lan attached more importance to Jang Tian and to Jiang Man. This was undoubtedly an irony and a huge blow. However, Luo Lan acted as if she had not heard her cries, her beautiful eyes still staring at Jang Tian in death. "Jang Tian, answer me," Luo Lan cried out delicately, and despite her best efforts to conceal it, she was unable to eliminate the tremor of excitement. Su Wan frowned slightly as she looked at Jang Tian to speak. Jang Tian withdrew his fist. His expression was very calm and did not show much excitement. His eyes slowly swept past Su Wan and looked straight at Luo Lan. "Emissary Locke, I would love to accept your good intentions." Jang Tian looked at Locke Lan's gorgeous face, settled his mind, and opened his mouth indifferently. It had to be said that when it came to beauty, Luo Lan appeared even more stunning than Su Wan, and what she displayed was the kind of beauty that was unrestrained and unrestrained. This kind of beauty was mixed with a hint of fire, allowing people to feel a strong impact at first glance. Su Wan was also not inferior, only slightly elegant and subtle, unlike Luo Lan, who was as reckless. But savoring, it was more flavorful, enough to intoxicate people who could not extricate themselves from it. "Very well, so you're saying yes." Jang Tian's words caused Luo Lan to become excited. Her gorgeous face seemed to blossom as if flowers were blooming. Exuding a stirring beauty, this was definitely her biggest gain from this trip. She was completely convinced that even if she went to those large and medium-sized cities, she would not be able to meet another such genius. Jang Tian smiled mysteriously and shook his head. "But I'm sorry, I don't intend to worship you as my teacher." What did you say?" Luo Lan's face suddenly stiffened. The beauty on her pretty face quickly receding, her gaze slightly cold, her expression becoming stern. "Do you know the consequences of rejecting me?" Luo Lan was arrogant by nature, having grown up in an environment of pampering and pampering. No one had ever dared to disobey her. Now being blatantly rejected by the tiny Jang Tian was simply a slap in her face. Jang Tian's gaze turned, leisurely looking towards Jiang Man, coldly saying, "I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fellow sibling with this kind of person. So I can only reject your good intentions. Is that the reason why you rejected me? Well then, I'll expel her from the division this time." "And we haven't formally performed the rite of worship anyway." Luo Lan barely hesitated, and her gaze toward Jiang Man instantly turned cold. "Master, don't." Jiang Man's face suddenly changed, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He pleaded in pain. Jang Tian smiled coldly, looking at the pitiful Jiang Man, and shook his head once again. "No, even if you expel her from the division." "I won't worship you." "What? You're playing me." Luo Lan's stern color flashed. An icy cold killing intent flashed through his eyes, and the pressure around his body slowly rose up. "A master like you who flips his face faster than a book. I can't afford to climb up. We are not destined to have a master-disciple relationship." Jang Tian shook his head and rejected Luo Lan with a cold smile. Outrageous, Luo Lan's face suddenly changed, completely enraged. She condescended to take the initiative to accept a disciple the other party even refused. This was simply a living slap in the face. If it was spread out, how would her proud heart live with itself? "It seems that if I don't let you suffer a bit, you really don't know the height of heaven," Luo Lan scolded, her entire person becoming murderous. If Jang Tian acted a little more humble and spoke a little more politely, perhaps she wouldn't be so angry, but right now, she was determined to punish this brat who didn't know the heights of heaven. "All right, Luo Lan. Accepting an apprentice and worshipping a master is something that you love and wish to do. Using force like you do, how different is it from those strong men who stopped the road?" Su Wan finally couldn't look on anymore. Frowned slightly and interrupted Luo Lan. "Su Wan, Don't stop me. I'm going to teach this brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven a good lesson." Luo Lan felt that she had lost face and was unwilling to stop there. Su Wan shook her head and sighed. "Transmitting, Luo Lan, we are here to accept disciples for selection, not to show off, if this matter is seen by the law enforcement elders or spread to the law enforcement hall. We will be chastised." Luo Lan's face stiffened at these words, and the killing intent around her slowly fell back. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her face was cloudy for a while, not hiding her emotions in the slightest. After contemplating for a moment, she finally shook her head and sighed, her complexion becoming eased. "It's just, what is the status of this messenger? I want bother with a little person like you when I arrive at the Spirit Sword Academy. You will know my abilities, but by then, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't bother with you any more." Luo Lan snorted coldly and said negatively, "It had to be said that a beautiful woman like her, even when she was angry, she was still incomparably moving, and even displayed a rare hint of a different flavor." Jang Tian looked at her deeply, recklessly admiring this rare beauty, but inwardly he was secretly laughing. At this moment, an odd thought suddenly popped up, and a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the saying goes, there is gold under a man's knees. "Emissary Luo Lan, as far as I know, if a man is willing to kneel to another woman, 9 times out of 10. He is courting her, however, with such a noble status and such a haughty temper. I'm afraid that no man would dare to pursue you, and my humble junior wouldn't dare to think anything of you." Jang Tian wore a strange smile on his face, the tips of his eyebrows gently twitching in a beatific manner. When these words came out, not only did Luo Lan and Su Wan's faces change, even everyone present was greatly shocked, seeking death, really looking for death. A caracal color flashed on Zhang Yuan's face, and a sinister smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. "Little beast, damned fool, to provoke so arrogantly. It's only strange if Luo Lan doesn't kill you." Zhang, he flashed a burst of ecstasy within, impatiently waiting for Jang Tian to be cleaned up. "Shameless man, how dare you molest your family master? Do you want to die?" Zhang Man took the opportunity to angrily rebuke and cursed at the top of his voice. "You are shameless, arrogant, outrageous." Luo Lan's face flushed red, and there was shame and anger and killing intent flickering in her eyes. After a split second, she lifted her palm unexpectedly and slapped at Jang Tian. Su Wan's face changed as she waved a white light from her right hand, blocking Luo Lan's might. Boom! The dull roar gradually dissipated. Jang Tian's eyes slightly shrunk, but a strange smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. In fact, the reason why he had the guts to openly molest Luo Lan was precisely because he was betting on Su Wan's strike. But if the bet was wrong, this moment of effort, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured without dying. Good thing he bet right, however. This made him feel even more puzzled. Why did Su Wan protect him repeatedly? What exactly was the reason behind this that he didn't know? He had never dealt with anyone from the Spirit Sword Academy, and he had never met Su Wan. Jang Tian was confused, but he was more and more sure of Su Wan's good intentions. No matter what, this was not a bad thing. "Su Wan, why are you stopping me?" Luo Lan was so furious that he didn't even care about Su Wan's face. Su Wan frowned and sighed, a trace of annoyance flashing in her eyes. Jang Tian was really too bold. The little junior dared to provoke Luo Lan. It was really a bit too much. One must know that her temper was notorious throughout the entire academy. This was not only because she was arrogant by nature, but also because there was a huge family force behind her. Would there be any good fruit from offending her? Luo Lan, calm down, although Jang Tian's words are a bit inappropriate. But what he said is also the truth after all. What, Su Wan? Outrageous. How can you help an outsider to squeeze me? Luo Lan's face changed, angry and annoyed. She suddenly interrupted Su Wan's voice transmission. Su Wan coughed lightly and winked gently at Luo Lan. Leisurely, transmitting her voice, "Luo Lan, aren't you clear about what kind of nature you have yourself?" Does what Jang Tian said not make any sense at all? Luo Lan's face blushed at the words. but that lady's temper was not something that could be dissipated so easily. HMPH, a junior from a small bullet town, dares to spout frivolous words. I'll have to teach him a lesson no matter what before I do so. Don't stop me, Liu Lan transmitted his voice back, and his right palm was about to slap out again. Su Wan's figure moved and stood in front of Jang Tian. It looked like this matter would not end well if she did not give Liu Lan a step down. Jang Tian, your words are really a bit too much. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Messenger Luo? Su Wan quietly gave him a corner of her eye as she said this. Looking at Jang Tian's heart just shook. Jang Tian took a deep breath, his mind still recalling Su Wan's stunning eyes. All right, Jang Tian sighed and slowly nodded his head. Emissary Locke. The words just now were indeed more than inappropriate. However, I did see your amazing beauty and couldn't help but say that. Please don't be offended, Messenger Locke. If you're still not satisfied, wait until we arrive at the Spirit Sword Academy. I'll make amends to you again, and that's it. Jang Tian looked straight at Liu Lan with a smile on his face and sincerely apologized to her. However, in Liu Lan's opinion, his smile was always a bit lacking, although Liu Lan relied on her beauty, due to her status and position. She had never been openly praised by anyone, and while she was annoyed, her heart was filled with a strange feeling. However, after all, Jang Tian was only a small junior and did not carry enough weight for her, so she did not have too much of a reaction besides being annoyed. HMPH, with this oily look of yours, you still want to be enrolled in Spirit Sword Academy? Think about it. Liu Lan droned out, revealing a fierce look as the blush on her face gradually receded. Su Wan understood Liu Lan's temperament the most. She spoke with a strong mouth, but she had obviously died down. Well, since Jang Tian has apologized. This matter will be over for now. No way. Can't let him get by so easily. Liu Lan's eyes rolled and she was unforgiving. Deciding to tease Jang Tian in turn, Su Wan frowned. According to the rules, Jang Tian has now passed. Liu Lan, what else do you want to do? Liu Lan's eyes moved as she looked at Jang Tian, a strange smile surfacing at the corner of her mouth. Anyway, the selection is over, so I'll make it another lottery. If any of you guys can defeat Jang Tian, I'll immediately accept him as a direct disciple. Hearing Liu Lan's words, a few young men's spirits lifted and they were eager to try. This is good. Su Wan shook her head and sighed lightly, thinking to herself that this was not superfluous on Liu Lan's part. Knowing that these people couldn't possibly be Jang Tian's opponents, yet they still wanted to do this. Just to vent their chagrin in their hearts and give Jang Tian a little lesson. Alas, this misses temper. When will it change? Su Wan sighed silently, but did not object. It was just as well that she also wanted to take a look at how Jang Tian's true battle prowess really was. This scene, just now, had left Jang Man's heart hanging in suspense. If Jang Tian really agreed to Liu Lan's request, she would really have to cry her eyes out. Her mood was like a roller coaster going up and down, but at least she had finally landed firmly. Several young martial artists looked at each other and quickly reached a tacit understanding. They had already looked at Jang Tian unfavorably and planned to challenge him after the selection. And at this moment, they just happened to comply with Liu Lan's request to teach him a lesson. However, Gao Shuai and Lin Jai were still self-aware. Their qualifications were the worst amongst these people, and they didn't dare to challenge Jang Tian at all. The remaining few, however, were all eager to try. This dead waste Jang Tian, he must have practiced a forbidden secret technique. He managed to fool the two messengers. How hateful, but today, I must make him show his true colors. Zhang Yuan's face sank as he decided to teach Jang Tian a good lesson. In the last encounter, he thought that he lost because he was too careless. This time, he must go all out to suppress Jang Tian. It was important to know that a martial artist's power did not represent true strength. Besides power, the most important thing was martial arts techniques. Zhang Yuan believed that he had received the true transmission from Zhang He and would never lose to Jang Tian. Not to mention that he didn't believe that Jang Tian had really reached the 5th level of the spirit-building realm. This dead waste, how dare he provoke my relationship with my master, I'll teach him a hard lesson too. Jang Man's eyes shot a cold light as a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. You guys go first, it'll be the grand finale. This kid is so defiant, I'll definitely waste him. Jang Long smiled coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The comments of Jiang Yuan and the others gave a boost to a few others. So this punk is cheating. Great. As long as I defeat him, I can become Emissary Locke's direct disciple. I must seize this opportunity. Brother Xing, you can't miss it either. Lin Fei smiled proudly and said with confidence, Of course. I won't let go of this opportunity either. Gao Yi's gaze was fiery, and more than anyone else. He wanted to worship Luo Lan as his master, not only because of her beauty, but also because his own qualifications were somewhat lacking, and if he could worship Luo Lan as his master, he would undoubtedly receive better training. Lord Messenger, I want to challenge Jang Tian. I'm also going to challenge Jang Tian. And me, in an instant, Zhang Yuan, Jang Long, Gao Yi, Lin Xing, and Lin Fei stepped forward, and even Jiang Man expressed his intention to make a move. Jiang Man, you're already my disciple. Is there still a need to challenge him? Luo Lan frowned slightly and gave a wink to Jiang Man. Jiang Man didn't seem to comprehend her intentions and shook her head with a cold smile. Jang Tian once injured me. This time, I'm going to get it back with interest, so everyone can see that he's nothing but a piece of trash. Corners of Luo Lan's eyes jumped slightly as she shook her head and sighed. Fine, as you wish. The ring was quickly emptied, and the crowd immediately began to prepare for the battle. On the spectator seats, the family heads and elders of each family were waiting to see the show. Even if the others weren't Jang Tian's opponents, Jang Long would definitely be able to defeat him, so that Jang Tian wouldn't be able to curry favor no matter what. They didn't think that Jang Tian's strength was really that strong. He was still able to pass the first level because of Su Wan's favoritism. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Very well, in this way, it will prove that our vision was right. A waste is a waste after all. HMPH. Mr. Jiang said long ago that this kid cheated. Nay, the two messengers still don't believe it. This time, we can finally prove it. Jiang He's face was gloomy. A hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Good thing, too, after defeating Jang Tian. Jang Long will become the undisputed #1 in Tianbao City. Family head Zhang Hai smiled proudly and nodded slowly. With Jiang Long's formidable strength, defeating Jang Tian would not be a problem at all, and this battle would simply be winnable. Just as the crowd began to empty the ring and prepare for the next challenge, 3 men in black suddenly appeared in a certain corner of the square. Their faces were buried deep underneath their cloaks, making it impossible to see them at all, but without exception, they all exuded a deep aura, as if they were as terrifying as ferocious beasts. See, it's that man. The leader of the group raised his hand and pointed at Jang Tian in the ring. A cold light flashing in his eyes, so he's Jang Tian, a tiny spirit-building realm martial artist. Is it really worth our efforts? The other 2 black-clothed men carried great disdain in their words. Just do your thing. Why do you care so much? The leader of the black-clothed man said coldly, I just didn't expect that there would be more than one person who wanted him dead. This situation is really rare. The fact that he was able to escape the attack of the Black Underworld twin fiends is enough to speak for itself. Even though you guys are very strong, don't be careless. After all, there are 2 Spirit Sword Academy emissaries present. HMPH, it's not like Spirit Sword Academy's people haven't been killed before. So what if they are emissaries? I'll do the same if I'm pissed off. Don't talk so big. Spirit Sword Academy's emissaries are not that easy to deal with. Just do your thing. There is no need to make trouble, boss, after this. Should we go to the Zhang family to knock him off? Although the Black Underworld twin fiends are not popular, they can't die in vain. That's a good idea. If the Jiang family doesn't submit, well, just level them. Boss is wise. Jai, jai, jai. The two black, clothed men laughed more than, a little sinisterly as they mixed into the crowd and leaned towards the ring. The spirit inspection stones and the heaven-shaking drum had already been put away by Su Wan, and with the dozens of feet large ring cleared out. The crowd set up their positions ready to challenge Jang Tian. Jang Tian, we don't want to bully you either. You pick who you want to fight first. Jang Long smiled proudly and raised his finger to point at the crowd around him in a boss-like manner. Jang Tian frowned slightly at his words, looking at the opposite group of people and shaking his head. There's no need to waste time. You guys go together. What? Outrageous, simply arrogant, truly arrogant. This kid is crazy, isn't he? Hearing Jang Tian's words, Zhang Yuan Gaoyi, Lin Xing and the others immediately widened their eyes and shouted angrily. For a waste to dare to assume such a high stance, it was truly arrogant to the extreme. Dead trash. Let me teach you a lesson first. Zhang Yuan didn't want to miss the opportunity and decided to take a head start. Shouting coldly, he stepped forward. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly with a disdainful expression. Zhang Yuan, you will regret this. The one who regrets is you. Zhang Yuan's caracal color flashed, and a cold light blazed in his eyes. Look, the injury on your face hasn't even healed yet. Are you so eager to find a fight? Jang Tian wore a bad smile on his face as he continuously raised his eyebrows in a completely disdainful manner. Damn waste, let's see if I don't cripple you. Zhang Yuan could no longer hold back the fire in his heart and pounced out with a violent shout. He had suffered enough from the last encounter. This time, he didn't want to test the waters and didn't dare to hold back. He used his full strength as soon as he came up. Zhang Yuan was as powerful as a tiger. His 7th grade lower-level spirit snake bloodline was pushed to the extreme, and his strength at the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm completely erupted. Rubbish, go to hell. Zhang Yuan's violent shout exploded like thunder. The gigantic blood serpent silhouette instantly materialized, pouncing towards Jang Tian with a wild roar. Hiss. I didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be so powerful. He's a 7th grade bloodline and 7th grade talent. Of course his strength won't be bad. Looking at Zhang Yuan's aura, the crowd gasped as if they had already seen the sight of Jang Tian being heavily injured. Is that all the strength you've got? You haven't grown much since last time. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed as he clenched his right hand into a fist and blasted out against the blood serpent. He didn't use his bloodline spirit power at all, merely using the power of his physical body to blast the blood snake. He had defeated Zhang Yuan the last time they exchanged blows, and this time, the gap between their strengths had not only not narrowed, but had instead become even larger. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Jang Tian's fist rolled with an ear-piercing roar as it smashed heavily on the spirit snake's forehead. Boom, a loud bang followed, and the blood serpent hissed miserably, its entire body flickering wildly and erratically with fire. Spider-web-like wounds spreading across its body surface. A blood-colored aura escaped and quickly dissipated into the void. These blood lights were Zhang Yuan's bloodline spiritual energy. As they dissipated, Zhang Yuan's breath quickly fell back, and his eyes flashed with incomparable panic. I told you. You will regret this. Jang Tian laughed coldly and swung his right foot to directly sweep at Zhang Yuan's face. Swinging him out ruthlessly, puff, Zhang Yuan spat blood all over his mouth, screaming miserably as he fell down onto the ring. One move to win. Jang Tian's performance silenced the few people in the ring, and the entire square was dead silent. It was only after a moment that the crowd reacted, setting off a gasp of surprise, but in a certain corner of the square. Two men in black laughed coldly at each other with disdain in their eyes. HMPH, Tianbao City's martial artists are really frogs at the bottom of the well. Is this tactic remarkable? Alas, let's not talk about it. Martial artists from such a small place, where have they seen the world? No, this is impossible. Jiang, he couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly rushed out, shoving several pills into Zhang Yuan's mouth. Jang Tian, we'll have to settle this account sooner or later. Jiang, he looked at Jang Tian with hatred, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Willing to gamble is willing to lose. The competition hand to hand is all based on strength. Losing is losing. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. A burst of speechlessness. Jiang Yuan's tragic defeat made the crowd's hearts go cold. For a moment, surprisingly, no one made a move. Jang Tian, don't be arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. Lin Xing stepped out and issued a challenge. I told you guys to come together long ago. You guys are looking for a fight one by one. Then I can't do anything about it. Come on, Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, walking towards Lin Xing. Arrogant, Lin Xing bellowed. Rolling a strong wind and swept out furiously, his cultivation had reached the 4th level of spirit building, and his strength was even as great as 20,000 kilograms. His strength was a notch higher than Zhang Yuan's, and he thought that it would not be a problem for him to teach Jang Tian a lesson. Phew, Lin Xing fully activated his 7th grade, middle-level Gale bloodline. A fierce gale gathered around him and swept towards Jang Tian, wherever the eye of the wind passed. The hard stone floor crackled and a striking crack appeared. Looking very horrifying, the Gale bloodline is truly extraordinary. But with only 20,000 pounds of strength, one simply can't bring out the maximum power of this bloodline. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, meeting it without hesitation. His right hand shook, bringing up a sizzling, sharp whistle. Jang Tian's fist with a sharp aura suddenly blasted on top of that wild wind. Poof! The fierce wind was easily pierced through as if it was papier-mâché, and Jang Tian's fist continued to gain momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it blasted onto Lin Xing's body. Boom! A dull thud suddenly came out. The wind instantly disappeared without a trace. Lin Xing screamed miserably and spat out blood as he flew back. Falling heavily on top of the ring, hiss, how is that possible? A cry of shock came from the Lin family's viewing gallery. People from several other clans were also shocked, defeating Lin Xing, who was at the 4th level of spirit building. With just one punch, could it be that Jang Tian hadn't cheated? Did he really have that kind of strength? The crowd looked at each other with a dream-like feeling. Looking at his fist, Jang Tian shook his head and smiled coldly. Appearing unconcerned, he hadn't even energized all of his physical strength. Defeating Lin Xing was simply easy. How is it possible? How is it possible for him to defeat Zhang Yuan and Lin Xing one after the other? And both with a single move. Lin Fei and Gao Yi were shocked, and Yi Hao, who had always been a man of few words, was also shocked. A few people looked at each other in dismay, and for a moment, no one dared to fight again. And the previously arrogant Jiang man was also a bit cowed. Is this what you're afraid of? What a bunch of losers. The cold light in Jang Long's eyes shone brightly as he snapped angrily. Just now, he had clamored to teach Jang Tian a lesson. But now he didn't even dare to speak. He was incredibly disappointed in these people. Jiang man crossed his heart and chanted, "What are you afraid of him for? Let's go together. I don't believe we can't beat him. Right, go together. Isn't he capable? Let him suffer a bit." Jiang man, Gao Yi, Lin Fei and Yi Hao swept out at the same time, surrounding Jang Tian in the center. That's right, I told you all to come out together long ago. You had to waste time. Now do you understand? Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. Facing the 4 people surrounding him was obviously pleasantly unafraid. Less nonsense. We must teach you a good lesson today and kill your arrogance. Jang Tian, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame us for bullying you. Less nagging. Together, Jiang man droned, and the 4 of them struck out at the same time. The yellow light around Jiang man shone brightly, and a huge yellow eagle about 10 feet in size rose up, unfolding its huge wings and claws like hooks, swooping towards Jang Tian. Gao Yi's body shone with silver light, transforming into a ferocious silver wolf silhouette, roaring as it rushed towards Jang Tian. Lin Fei's body then flew out a red-colored flame that was about 10 feet in size, sweeping out with rolling waves of heat. Yi Hao's right fist struck violently, and a silver glittering half a Jang Long spear broke through the air and stabbed towards Jang Tian's forehead. The four of them joined forces and laid a killing net on the ring. Such a strong and intensive attack that even Jang Long frowned, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. Even he would find it difficult to get out of this kind of offense with ease. And striking out to block it hard would surely cost him a certain amount of money. Jang Tian, I'd like to see how y'all get out of this. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Jang Long's mouth as he stood proudly to the side, coldly watching. He was self-possessed and thought that defeating Jang Tian wouldn't be a problem. He didn't even bother to join the others. Jang Tian wore a cold smile on his face as a brilliant light flashed through his eyes, facing the four people's joint attack. He shouted and swept out furiously with a strong wind. Jang Tian, you can't rush out. It's useless. It's already too late to run now. You brought this on yourself. It's not our fault, Jang Tian. This is what happens when you have no one in your sight. The four of them shouted harshly and angrily, as if they were already victorious by now. They no longer cared if they could be accepted as disciples by Luo Lan. They just didn't want to be broken by Jang Tian on each side and lose face, as long as they teamed up to defeat Jang Tian. They still had the qualifications to be proud. Yi Hao's silver spear came the fastest, and was about to stab Jang Tian. Do you guys really think that you can beat me with this? Too naive? Jang Tian laughed coldly as his right fist blasted out like lightning. Boom! With a loud sound, the silver spear crumbled, and Yi Hao flew out backwards with a miserable cry. Jang Tian's left fist smashed into the silver wolf's forehead, directly causing it to shrink back into high wing. Sending him flying more than 3 feet away. At the same time, he rose up and swept out his legs in the air. With 2 loud bangs, first Lin Fei's crimson flames collapsed, followed by Jiang Man's yellow eagle being swung squarely into the air. Both of them screamed miserably at the same time and flew backwards, falling heavily on top of the ring. All of this was merely the work of a blink of an eye. Jang Tian's speed was unbelievably fast, as if he had defeated all 4 opponents in just one move, leaving the entire square shocked and speechless. On the spectator stand, several family heads and elders had ugly faces. Already dumbstruck, Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, coldly scanning the 4 opponents sprawled on the ground. Shaking his head, if you guys had teamed up from the start, you might have been able to hold out a little longer. You guys said I was a waste of space, but now aren't you guys even worse than a waste of space? These people's strength is also too poor. Boring, really boring. Luo Lan frowned slightly, looking bored. She had wanted to create some trouble for Jang Tian, but she hadn't expected these people to be so unforgiving. Master, take revenge for me. Jiang Man struggled to get up and begged bitterly towards Luo Lan. A martial arts competition? Who do you blame for losing when your strength is not good? Master has so many disciples. If every one of them is like you, then wouldn't I be busy dying? Luo Lan snorted with a speechless expression. As an expert of her level, how could she be led by the nose by a tiny disciple? Jiang Man's face stiffened at his words. Feeling groundless as he looked at Jang Tian with resentment in his eyes, Su Wan covered her mouth with a smile and said leisurely, All right, Luo Lan, now you should be satisfied, right? Alas, these people don't have much self-knowledge. Letting them sober up. It's okay to say something here. If they are still like this when they get to Spirit Sword Academy, afraid they won't even know how to die. Luo Lan shook his head and snorted with a look of hatred. Young lord, quickly teach this arrogant trash a lesson. Jiang Yuan's face was filled with resentment. 2 fires of anger burning in his eyes. Young Master Jang Long, Jang Tian is so arrogant. You have to take it out on us. Jiang Man's face was filled with aggression, looking pitiful. A few others had also pinned their final hopes on Jiang Long. And now he was the only one who could defeat Jang Tian and take a breath of fresh air for the crowd. All right, it's almost time to announce the final results. Su Wan shook her head and smiled, not wanting to continue this farce. She prepared to announce the final selection results. Wait. Jang Long waved his big hand and stepped out. Lord, emissary, I haven't made a move yet. How can it end? Su Wan and Luo Lan glanced at each other, both flashing an odd look. Fight, keep fighting. Luo Lan shook his head and sighed, waving his hand indifferently. Su Wan said leisurely, all right, you guys be careful. And be measured in your strikes. Jang Long smiled proudly. Don't worry, Lord Emissary, I will leave him breathless. Jang Tian shook his head greatly at his words and laughed coldly. Don't worry, the two emissaries, I'll only beat him down. I won't lay my hands on him. Arrogant, do you think that just because your strength is similar to mine that you are great? True strength needs to be honed in real battles. Compared to me, you're still far from it. Cut the crap. I'd like to see how powerful your kung fu honed by actual combat is. Make your move. Jang Tian smiled coldly. Not caring at all, you will pay for your arrogance. Jang Long shouted angrily, his breath surging wildly around him. Boom, in a flash of fire light in the void, a mighty, fire-colored giant wolf manifested, its body size as huge as a Zhang. And its aura was incomparably berserk, worthy of being a 7th grade middle-ranked fire wolf bloodline. Young lord is too powerful. A hint of fire flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes, and he was ecstatic inside. This time, he'll definitely be able to beat Jang Tian to death. Jiang Man's eyes flickered, his pretty face filled with surprise. Jiang Long, teach him a hard lesson for us. Gao Yi and Lin Xing and the others temporarily forgot about the gateway difference and cheered for Jiang Long. Don't worry, dealing with this kind of goods is simply easy. Let's all take a look at how I taught him a lesson. Jiang Long's right foot heavily stepped on the ground as his right fist slammed out through the air. Hiss, the wind of the fist brought up a sharp whistle, as if it contained an extremely powerful might, and the fire-colored giant wolf swept out wildly with it. Roaring as it rushed towards Jang Tian, facing this opponent, Jang Tian's expression was slightly more solemn. But that was all, 3,000 pounds of strength, even if the opponent still had reservations. It was nothing to him. Let me learn the power of the 7th grade middle-ranked fire wolf bloodline. Jang Tian coldly shouted, and without utilizing his bloodline spirit power, his right fist shook to meet the huge fire wolf and fiercely blasted. How dare you use the power of your physical body to catch it hard? You're really looking for death. A fierce smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Long's mouth, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He was an expert at the 5th level of the spirit-building realm, and with the addition of his bloodline spirit power. His power was quite terrifying, and even if Jang Tian's strength wasn't inferior to his, he would still have to suffer a great loss if he were to receive it hard with his physical body alone. You brought this on yourself. You can't blame me. A hint of gloom flashed through Jiang Long's eyes, as if he had already seen Jang Tian being heavily injured in one fell swoop. Sizzling, boom, Jang Tian's fist rolled with a few shrill whistles as it hard blasted at the forehead of the fire-colored giant wolf. Oh, ooh, the fire-colored giant wolf whistled furiously, erupting with monstrous ferocity, but after an instant, the voice changed tone. As if it had turned into a painful horn, the huge wolf body began to tremble, and the awe-inspiring might from just now instantly disappeared without a trace. Looking as if it was a small injured beast, hiss, how is that possible? Jiang Long's face full of sardonic smiles suddenly froze, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. Not only did the fire-colored giant wolf fail to make an inch of progress, it even lost its might and became shivering. Nope, there's something odd about this kid. He must have hidden some means. Jiang Long's face suddenly changed. He withdrew his bloodline spirit power without thinking too much. As if the fire-colored giant wolf was relieved, it turned into a blinding firelight and shrank back into Jiang Long's body. Jang Tian, no matter what underhanded tricks you used, it's hard to escape defeat today, Jiang Long bellowed. monstrous battle intent flaring up in his eyes, seeing that the Bloodline spirit power couldn't work. He decided to use his mastery technique. His figure shifted, and his entire person suddenly became blurry. This is a body martial art. Jang Tian's gaze moved, and he immediately saw his opponent's path, although to the others. It seemed as if Jang Long had disappeared out of thin air, with only a blurry residual shadow remaining above the ring. However, in Jang Tian's opinion, he was just moving quickly, but was far from reaching the realm of being untraceable. Although I don't know what stance you're using, it's nothing more than that. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed, effortlessly identifying Jang Long's true body from the trail of residual shadows. It was also at this moment that Jang Long took a strange step and arrived in front of Jang Long at an extremely fast speed. "Let you taste my fire dragon palm," Jang Long roared crazily as he utilized the yellow rank advanced technique. Fire dragon palm, roar. Jang Long's arms seemed to have turned into a fire dragon, blasting towards Jang Tian's forehead with a strong might. This technique was originally his secret weapon, prepared to enter the Spirit Sword Academy before displaying his power. But in order to teach Jang Tian a lesson, he had to use it in advance. But this was good, just so he could let the two emissaries witness his strength with their own eyes. The corner of Jang Long's mouth flashed with a smirk. Once he was hit by the fire dragon, even an expert at the 6th or 7th level of the spirit building realm would be injured. Jang Tian was only at the 5th level of the spirit building realm, so once he was hit, he would definitely be unable to escape serious injury. I really don't know what was the use of your earlier stance. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. His heart bursting with speechlessness, Jang Long claimed that practical combat experience was important, implying how marvelous his practical experience was, but in Jang Tian's opinion, Jang Long's stance was a complete waste of effort, and didn't have the effect that a stance should have. Only this final strike was considered moderate. Is this the yellow rank advanced technique fire dragon palm? Jang Tian's face was solemn as he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck out fiercely. In the life and death battle with the Black Underworld twin fiends, his physical strength had already reached the level of 30.0 kilograms, and he used 90% of his strength in this punch, reaching 27.0 kilograms. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Jang Tian's fist crushed the air and brought up a popping sound before it dispersed. An even more dull and loud sound followed. Boom. 27,000 kilograms of enormous force poured out, piercing through the fire dragon's body in one fell swoop and smashing hard against Jang Long's palm. Ka-ching, accompanied by the sound of a bone cracking, Jang Long's face abruptly changed as he flew backwards with a miserable cry. Impossible! This is impossible. A trace of panic flashed through Jang Long's eyes as he clutched his injured arm. Frozen on the spot, Jang Tian withdrew his fist and shook his head with a smile. It's a good thing I didn't use my full strength. Otherwise, this punch would have ruined Jang Long. Su Wan had cautioned first, so he naturally had to give face. And as he had no direct grudge against Jang Long, he didn't go so far as to lay a heavy hand on him. But even so, Jang Long was completely shocked. No, this is not true, not true. Jang Long's breathing was tight and his eyes flickered. Completely unable to accept this fact, on the other side, including Jiang Yuan and Jiang Man, several other martial artists were completely stunned. Seeing this result, it was as if they had eaten a fly. If they weren't too convinced just now, then now they were truly speechless. Damn, how could this kid be so strong? On the Jiang clan's viewing gallery, the corner of Jiang He's eyes twitched more than once, a trace of horror lingering in his eyes. Even though he was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that Jang Tian had indeed defeated Jang Long. Family head Jiang Hai's face changed several times in succession before he finally gritted his teeth and sighed. Forcing down the anger in his heart, there was no doubt that offending Jang Tian again at this time was definitely not a wise move anymore. Only a fool would do that, HMPH. These people really have no self-knowledge. Luo Lan shook her head speechlessly and snorted as she looked at Su Wan. All right, it's not early, announced the results. Su Wan nodded her head and smiled, straightening her demeanor. The results of this selection are as follows. Lin Jai and Gao Shuwei are eliminated. The others are selected. Luo Lan stood up, stretched his waist, unwillingly glanced at Jang Tian, and proudly said, "Meet here early tomorrow morning and follow us to the academy without fail." Disciples understand. The crowd bowed and hurriedly thanked the duo. All go back and get ready. All matters must be dealt with today. If anyone is late tomorrow, there will be no waiting after that. Luo Lan coldly shouted and waved his hand before leaving the ring. However, right at this moment, a wild laugh suddenly rang out from a certain corner of the square. Ha 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 ha. Is this kind of ragtag martial artists the only ones in Tianbao City? HMPH, Spirit Sword Academy's vision is really getting worse and worse. It's really disappointing that they can even look at this kind of shitty goods. The two men laughed wildly. Their words filled with mockery. The crowd in the square was in a commotion, and the crowd retreated like a tidal wave, revealing an open space, as well as two black-robed men with cloaks covering their faces. What people? Su Wan's face sank, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. Bold fanatics, daring to cause trouble at the Spirit Sword Academy's Apprentice Admission Conference. Do you not want to live? Luo Lan scolded, a murderous aura rising around her. Ha ha ha. The Spirit Sword Academy's emissary is indeed domineering enough. However, we didn't come here today to find you. Our target is him. The duo coldly shouted and instantly transformed into two black shadows that rose into the air. One of them flew straight towards the center of the ring, and heuristically blasted a palm towards Jang Tian. Not good. Su Wan's face changed, and without thinking, she turned into a white light and swept out. Boom. Her palm blasted to meet that black-clothed man, hardening him and shaking him back, but she herself fell back a few steps and landed beside a few young martial artists. Don't be alarmed with us here. Y'all be fine, Emissary Su. This person is rushing towards me, right. Jang Long had already seen the signs. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and his body was filled with killing intent. Su Wan didn't deny it either. Her expression was very grave. Don't act rashly. The cultivation of the person coming is extremely high. It's not something you can resist at all. Hearing the duo's conversation, several other young men immediately revealed a look of indignation. Jang Tian, it's all you're doing. Jang Tian, you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with and caused huge trouble for Tianbao City. If I were you, I would stand out right now and take the blame alone. Shut up. Su Wan's face sank at these words, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. If these two people were here to find you, would you still be saying this? When these words came out, the crowd fell silent, but they were obviously upset. All of them looked at Jang Tian angrily. They couldn't wait for Jang Tian to be blown away by the people who came. That would eliminate the hatred in their hearts, especially Jiang Yuan and Jiang Man. The two of them even wished for Jang Tian to die immediately. That would only be to their liking. However, with Su Wan protecting them, it was obvious that the visitor could not easily succeed. After the first black-clothed man was blocked, the second black-clothed man laughed maniacally and immediately killed over. The two of them formed a joint force in the blink of an eye. Su Wan's face became grave. Dare to kill in front of us. First ask me if I will answer, Luo Lan shouted, transforming into a white lightning bolt and swept out wildly, heading towards the second black-clothed man to meet him. Little lady is not bad looking. Why don't you go back to have a good time with little master? The black-clothed man's eyes revealed an evil light as he let out a strange laugh, looking for death. Who the hell are you guys? Luo Lan instantly became furious. Her palms furiously slapped more than once. Several palm winds flew out like lightning, directly shaking back the incoming person. With a flash of white light, she also blocked in front of the crowd. Standing side by side with Su Wan, It looks like the situation has changed, if it's not possible. Let's take them away immediately once Luo Lan got serious. Her entire body was filled with icy cold killing intent. Completely lacking that kind of bratty and capricious demeanor, this is not the time to talk. Let's get rid of them first. Su Wan frowned slightly, always gazing at the two men in black. These two had powerful means, and their cultivation was not below theirs. Wanting to repel the other party was not an easy task. Strange. How could the tiny Jang Tian attract an expert of this level? Luo Lan frowned as she looked at Jang Tian beside her, her eyes filled with doubts under close observation. Jang Tian realized that Luo Lan's beauty appeared more impactful. Su Wan, on the other hand, was still like a light lotus flower, exuding an elegant and beautiful aura. It was hard to say which of the two women was more beautiful, but both were stunning colors on earth. Rare in the world, Jang Tian breathed deeply and suppressed the distractions in his mind. Gazing at the two black, clothed killers, HMPH, I'd like to see how long you guys can protect him. Go. The two black, clothed men laughed strangely and rushed up again. One of the two held a sword and the other used a sword, chopping furiously towards the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the blade and sword Kai was incredibly fast, erupting with a shocking killing intent. Damn it, Luo Lan shouted angrily, and his right hand suddenly threw out a fist-sized golden orb. Bang, 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 with a flash of golden light in the void. The golden orb transformed into a golden light that bounced more than once, blocking the saber light and sword Kai at an astonishing speed. This tactic immediately shocked the crowd, and the corners of the eyes of the people in the viewing gallery twitched as they were shocked inwardly. Fact that so many terrifying experts had come to the tiny Tianbao city in one day really shocked them. The black, clothed assassin snorted coldly and said angrily, "So it's someone from the Locke family. No wonder their hands are so good. If I'm not mistaken, this magic treasure should be the Locke clan's Earth-rank secret treasure, the Golden Light Shield." The two black, robed men landed on the ring, their eyes containing murderous intent as they looked coldly at Luo Lan and Su Wan. "Count on you having some eyesight, since you know how powerful it is. Why don't you get lost?" Luo Lan angrily rebuked, attempting to drink back the incoming men. "Ha ha 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 ha, wanting us to leave just like that. Chick, you're too naive." "Aren't you?" The man in black shook his head and laughed coldly, pressing forward step by step. "Less nagging. Since they don't know what's good for them, let's kill them together," the other man in black shouted harshly. The long sword in his hand suddenly shook, and sharp sword light poured out like a torrential downpour. The sword light raged in the void, and an intense killing intent quickly enveloped Su Wan, Luo Lan, and the young men behind them. "Jang Tian, it's all your sins. Now we all have to be buried with you." "Jang Tian, why don't you go to hell?" The crowd whispered angrily and retreated a few steps back, drawing a line with Jang Tian. "Shut up, you should work together in the face of a great enemy. Like you guys will never become strong." Su Wan didn't even turn her head back and scolded in a stern voice. Luo Lan once again offered her golden light shield, the golden orb bouncing in front of her body at a rapid speed, blocking the sword light, however, as another man in black swung his sword. The defensive range of the golden light shield was greatly suppressed, and in the end, it could only protect Luo Lan and Su Wan, and was incapable of enveloping everyone anymore. Damn it, Luo Lan was anxious, and there was nothing he could do for a while. This secret treasure was only for body protection and was not suitable for wide-range defense. Right at this moment, Su Wan raised her right hand, and a slender long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, only to see her right arm shaking. The slender long sword was like lightning swept out. The tip of the sword pointed out. The void suddenly swept up a strange fluctuation, as if a piece of lotus leaves blocked in front of the crowd. Bang, 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 bang. Messy impact sound followed. The black-clothed man chopped out the blade light and sword shadow hit on those fluctuations. Will no longer be able to move forward in the slightest. In the twinkling of an eye will be dissipated. What a strong sword Tao attainment. The two black, clothed men's faces changed, and they let out exclamations of surprise in unison, less nagging, mess with the Spirit Sword Academy. You guys don't want to leave. Yuan droned and took advantage of the situation to strike. First, she threw out a golden light shield to protect her body, and then her right arm shook to call out a silver shining spear, illuminating a piece of gun shadow that rolled wildly towards the two black-robed men. Surprisingly, it's the one who makes the gun. The black-clothed men exclaimed in shock and hurriedly resisted. But they were soon pressed back by Yuan's gun power. Su Wan's heart was slightly relieved at the sight of this formation. But right at this moment, the two black-clothed men had already become infuriated. If I don't give you guys a taste of power, I still think I'm a vegetarian, the man in black shouted angrily. His right hand shook out a black light, which exploded into a ball of rolling black smoke towards Yuan. At the same time, the other man in black shook his arms in unison, and two clusters of black shadows swept out wildly, blasting towards Su Wan. Buzz. The two black shadows emitted a strange buzzing sound, covering a range of several feet in a circle. Even if Su Wan was able to defend herself, the young man behind her could not be spared. Outrageous, Su Wan's face changed, and she realized that the two black shadows were actually black poison needles. She did not have time to think more. The long sword in her hand stabbed forward like lightning. The sword light in the void flashed wildly, as if a peacock opened its screen to conjure up a sword screen to block in front. Puff, puff. Black poisonous needles wildly struck, but crashed into the sword screen on top of it, as if nailed to a copper wall. One after another fell down. However, under the bombardment of more poisonous needles, Su Wan's sword screen was still a bit shaky. Looking like it was about to collapse, in midair suddenly came the black-robed man's fierce laughter, only to see this person's right arm swung. In his hand there was a huge black axe. Rolled a horrible black smoke to Su Wan wildly chopped down. The previous poison needle was just a cover. This black axe was his real killing move, looking for death. Su Wan frowned as a chilling killing intent flashed in her eyes. His face suddenly sank. The long sword in his hand was picked, lifting the sword curtain in front of him, and the tip of the sword stabbed out following a strange circular arc. Thumbing, ear-piercing sword sound suddenly rang out. That strange sword light drew a spiral in the air, slicing out along the edge of the giant axe, instantly missing the black-clothed man's forehead. Poof, the black-clothed man's body shook violently. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and a splash of blood suddenly sprinkled out from his chest. Su Wan's expression was ice-cold, without the slightest intention to stop. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Her left hand rolled a white light and shot forward. Boo, a strange sound was heard in the void. A white light ball exploded in her palm, instantly turning into the size of a Zhang, directly bombarding the body of the man in black. The man in black let out a miserable scream. His body tumbled and flew out backwards, falling to the ground a dozen feet away, struggling for a few moments before dying on the spot. Good kill, Yuan shouted in a delicate voice. The silver spear in her hand conjured up rolling spear-ons, drowning another black-clothed man in the twinkling of an eye. Ah, the black-clothed man let out a harsh scream, and in the blink of an eye, his body was pierced through by the silver spear, and he fell to the ground with a thud, his legs stomping and dying on the spot. After a momentary silence, the square resounded with earth, shattering cheers as the crowd marveled at Yuan and Su Wan's methods. Yuan's figure swayed and landed back on the ring. The silver spear disappeared at the same time. Su Wan shook her right hand, and her long sword suddenly disappeared, and she was about to fly towards the corpses of the two black-clothed men when a deafening, maniacal laugh came from the depths of the square. Ha 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 ha. The Spirit Sword Academy emissary really does have extraordinary cultivation. If he hadn't personally come here today, "I'm afraid that this mission, I'm afraid that it really would have fallen through." The laughter was mixed with a thick breath that shook the square, causing countless people to fall to the ground and roll around, screaming in pain. A silhouette rose into midair and slowly floated towards the ring. Who is the visitor?" Su Wan and Luo Lan's eyes contracted, their complexions becoming grave. This person's cultivation aura far exceeded that of the two black-robed men just now.
Su Wan and Luo Lan asked themselves that they did not have the certainty to repel the visitor, and for a moment, they were as if they were facing a great enemy. "It's not important who I am. What's important is that behind you all. One person must die. Are you talking about me?" Jang Tian's face was grave as he stepped out, coldly gazing at the man in black in midair.
Although the other party's cultivation was terrifying, he knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he simply stood out directly.
Obviously, this person was no longer something Su Wan and Luo Lan could handle, since it was useless to hide. He decided to face it alone. "Two messengers, since this person is rushing at me, let me deal with it." "You two please get out of the way," Jang Tian said solemnly with a determined gaze. "Don't know what's good for you. Even 100 of you wouldn't be able to handle this person." Luo Lan shook her head and laughed coldly, but her gaze remained fixed on the visitor, gazing on guard. "Jang Tian, what nonsense are you saying? This person's cultivation is powerful. It's simply not something you can resist." Su Wan's face sank, vaguely annoyed. Jang Tian shook his head and said, "Since it's my matter, let me handle it. I don't want to involve the two messengers because of this. And even more so, I don't want to involve everyone. This lord, Jang Tian, is a disgrace to my Jiang family. We have long wanted to punish him, since your lordship wants to kill him. The Jiang family is willing to support unconditionally." Jiang, he couldn't hold back and stood up to the visitor. He already understood the situation. Even Su Wan and Luo Lan didn't dare to make an easy move. The cultivation level of the visitor could be imagined, although he didn't know the origin of the man in black. Since the other party wanted to kill Jang Tian, it was more than enough for him in order to clear his name and to get Jang Tian killed. He could no longer care about the face of Spirit Sword Academy. "Asshole, what a shameless man." Su Wan's face deepened as she cursed darkly. "Damn, the Jiang clan's grand elder is actually this kind of person." Luo Lan also frowned, secretly displeased in her heart. The man in black floated to the top of the ring and coldly looked at Jiang He. "Who are you?" "I am the grand elder of the Jiang family." "But my lord, don't misunderstand. Jang Tian's repeated violation of the clan's rules should have been punished a long time ago." "But the others are innocent, like the canine son Jiang Yuan and the young lord Jang Long." Long-winded. The man in black frowned greatly, was very impatient, not waiting for Jiang He to finish. His right hand swung out a black wind to fan his face. Boom! Jiang He screamed miserably and was directly swept under the ring by the black wind, instantly unconscious. The powerful means of the man in black directly shocked the scene, and the viewing gallery was momentarily silenced. No one dared to make another sound. "Two messengers. My people can't die in vain. Today, I not only want to kill Jang Tian, but I also want you to give me an explanation. How dare you? You guys struck first. What more do you want an explanation?" Luo Lan shouted sternly, murderous intent surging in her eyes. "No matter who your excellency is, if you dare to go against Spirit Sword Academy, you definitely won't have a good ending." Su Wan's gaze was ice cold, killing intent rising around her. "Ha ha 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 ha, good. Since the two of you are so ungrateful, then don't blame me for being impolite." The man in black erupted into a burst of maniacal laughter. A strong aura rose up around him, and his body was about to swipe towards Su Wan and Luo Lan with a single movement. Right at this moment, the wind and clouds swirled wildly in midair, and a strong aura swept across the entire Tianbao Square. "Bold fanatic, dare to stroke Spirit Sword Academy's tiger's whiskers. Are you tired of living?" The overbearing voice spread recklessly, echoing incessantly in the sky above the square. Before the words fell, a silver ray of lightning descended from the sky, exploding towards the black, clothed man with astonishing might. Damn it, the man in black's face changed as he let out a furious cry. Boom, the silver light wildly bombarded, transforming into a raging aura, like a silver dragon dancing wildly towards the man in black. The man in black let out a muffled grunt and was directly shaken out of the ring, his hand covering his chest. His breath fluctuating around him. Criminal Buer, it's actually you. A hint of wariness flashed in the black, clothed man's eyes. Clearly terrified of the visitor, Elder Criminal, what brings you here? After seeing the visitor clearly, Luo Lan and Su Wan were greatly surprised. I came to inspect by order of the Academy and just happened to pass by this place. I didn't expect to meet him. Elder Criminal nodded his head and said, am curious to know who actually invited out the Bronze Hall Elder of the hallowed Sacred Underworld Palace in order to kill a tiny junior. Criminal Buer looked at the man in black once again, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. The black, clothed man's body trembled. Being revealed by the other party's origins seemed to have surprised him. Zing Buer, daring to spoil the good things of the Sacred Underworld Palace. You will suffer sooner or later. Why talk about sooner or later? There can be a result now. Strike. Criminal Buer smiled proudly and raised a step forward, a majestic aura rising around him. You, count you ruthless. Today's account, the Holy Underworld Palace will remember. The man in black shouted angrily. His body suddenly rose up in the air, rolling a gale of wind to disappear. Luo Lan frowned greatly and scolded. Elder Criminal, the man is running away. Why don't you chase after him? Criminal Buer shook his head and sighed. Sacred Underworld Palace's killers come and go without a trace. They are especially good at the escape technique. I may not be able to leave him behind even if I want to chase after him, and am afraid that you guys will still be in trouble if you fall for the other party's trick. This is reasonable. Thank you, Elder Ting, for making a move. Su Wan bowed and faintly saluted Criminal Buer. No harm done. They are all from the Academy, and as an inspecting elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, it's only right for me to do this. Criminal Buer waved his hand and smiled, turning his head to look at the several young men, when his gaze swept over Jang Tian. He gave a slight lurch and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This son seems to be, Criminal Buer said halfway through his sentence. Wanting to speak, shaking his head, he smiled and said, I see that this batch of young people have good qualifications. You two have worked hard. Today, I will sit in the Heavenly Treasure City to prevent the people from the Sacred Underworld Palace from coming to cause trouble again. Many thanks, Elder Criminal. Su Wan and Luo Lan were overjoyed at his words and hurriedly bowed their hands to him. The apprentice selection came to an end, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The young people who were selected for the Spirit Sword Academy began to return to their clans to make various preparations, while those who didn't make the cut were a bit disheartened and returned resentfully in disappointment. Jang Hai and a few elders stepped onto the ring and came in front of the young men of the Jang family. Jang, he had also woken up from his coma, and it looked like his injuries were not serious, although Jang Tian's strong performance had embarrassed them greatly. The selection of Jang Long's trio had washed away these depressions, finally adding a bit of joy to their faces. In this year's apprentice selection, the Jiang family was undoubtedly the biggest winner in Tianbao City. Not only did it break the family records of previous years, but it also completely overshadowed several other families in the limelight. Young people of the Jiang family, you have performed well. The family has prepared a batch of pills as a reward for you, and I hope that y'all cultivate hard at Spirit Sword Academy and achieve further success. Family head Zhang Hai wore a smile on his face as he faintly scanned the several young people. Jang Tian did not stand with these people. His current situation was very delicate. Neither Zhang Hai nor Jiang he would give him a good look. In fact, he didn't have the mood to put his hot face on their cold asses either. Everyone should understand the family master's bitterness. And when you break through in Spirit Sword Academy in the future, don't forget the family's gift of cultivation. Don't be like some people who rely on a few points of strength to go against the entire family.
He glanced at Jang Tian with slanted eyes. Pointing and cursing, Jang Long, Jang Yuan, and Jang Man naturally understood, and upon hearing Jang He's words, they all looked at Jang Tian with indignation, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Being selected for the Spirit Sword Academy was originally a happy event. But because of Jang Tian's great display of power, it was like a layer of dark clouds had fallen over their hearts. It was hard for them to accept being crushed by a punk, even if the strength displayed by this punk shocked everyone. "Don't worry, family master and grand elder. We will never be like that ungrateful villain and bring dishonor to the family," Jang Man said in a delicate voice with hatred in her eyes. "Father, don't worry. Although his physical body is slightly strong, but his qualifications are strangely lousy. He doesn't have much cultivation potential at all. After entering the academy, our gap will widen. At that time, I will ask for today's disgrace back 100 times over." Jang Long's face was proud and confident. He did not recognize that Jang Tian had won by strength. At best, he had only fused some demonic beast essence blood and temporarily gained great power. This tactic might be effective in a short period of time, but it would reveal its drawbacks and backfire after a long period of time. At that time, he didn't need to make a move, but Jang Tian himself would reveal himself, this punk. Sooner or later, I will step on him and let him know what kind of goods he is. Jang Yuan's face was full of intent. His old wounds not healed and new scars added to them made him incomparably irritated. If he wasn't concerned about the face of the Academy's emissary, he terrorized to be immortal with Jang Tian today. All right, everyone go back and get ready. Don't forget to collect your rewards at the Pill Pavilion. Grand Elder Jiang, he waved his hand and prepared to leave. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, also preparing to return to his residence to pack his things. "Jang Tian, wait," a soft voice suddenly rang out, but it was Su Wan who called out to him. Upon hearing this sound, not only did Jang Tian stop and turn around, even the people of the Zhang clan stopped. They looked at each other, their faces not looking too good. Although they still did not know what Su Wan was going to do, they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. "Emissary Su, is something wrong?" Jang Tian bowed and saluted Su Wan. Su Wan smiled bashfully, as if a slowly blooming lotus flower. "Elegant and beautiful, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask, are you willing to worship under my door and be my disciple?" Su Wan gently blinked, her beautiful eyes flickering with a different kind of splendor. What? The faces of the Jiang clan's crowd changed as they let out a cry of shock. Emissary Su actually wants to accept him as a disciple. No mistake. Right, what are the virtues and abilities of this little brute that would make Emissary Su look so favorably upon him? Jang Yuan and Jang Man were first a little stunned, then became furious. Jang Long's face was deep, and a cold light flickered uncertainly in his eyes. Jang Hai frowned slightly. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. But he just shook his head without saying anything more. Jang, he was different. At this moment his gaze was incomparably gloomy and his face was even more ferocious. This little brute even climbed up to Su Wan. How outrageous! The corners of Jiang He's eyes were wildly throbbing. And a wave of anger rose within him, but there was no way around it. Su Wan was the emissary of the Spirit Sword Academy, a figure they could not afford to offend. Looking at the scene in front of them, although they were extremely unwilling, they could only suppress their anger in the bottom of their hearts. "What? Emissary Su wants me to worship you." Jang Tian was also a bit surprised and didn't react for a moment, due to all the previous events. He also had an excellent impression of Su Wan. But he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to bring up the matter of accepting a disciple, which made him a bit unprepared. "What? Are you not happy about it?" A faint trace of doubt rose in Su Wan's eyes. Her slightly confused appearance with slightly furrowed eyebrows looked straight at Jang Tian's heart. The Jiang family elders not far away were even more mesmerized by the look. But they quickly woke up. Staring at Lord Messenger like this was an extremely rude action. If Su Wan became angry, they would have to suffer. However, Jang Tian was still looking straight at Su Wan. waiting for his reply. Outrageous, this little beast dares to be so rude to Lord Messenger. This is simply an offense and blasphemy. Who does this little brute think he is? Lord Messenger has said so. Why is he still pretending to be stupid and acting dumb? The crowd of the Jang clan cursed more than a few times, and were outraged at Jang Tian's actions. Looking at Su Wan's serious appearance, Jang Tian was certain that the other party was not joking. After calming his nerves, he hurriedly bowed and paid his respects. Disciple Jang Tian, greetings to master. All right, there's no need to be so polite. Su Wan nodded her head and smiled, lightly moving her lotus steps forward to help him up. Smelling the light and elegant fragrance that came to his face, Jang Tian couldn't help but inhale deeply. Compared to Luo Lan's kind of impactful beauty, Su Wan displayed a different kind of elegant flavor, making him almost a bit mesmerized. Not only that, under the wrapping of an academy's Chinese robe, Su Wan's fiery figure was also not inferior to Luo Lan's, and could almost be said to be impeccable. Looking at this concave and convex jade in front of him, Jang Tian's gaze couldn't help but linger a bit. Su Wan seemed to notice his dissimilarity, but didn't get angry. She had long been used to being admired by others, and was already accustomed to it. All right, from now on, you are my disciple. After arriving at the academy, the master will then explain the gongfu and cultivation matters for you. Now go back and get ready. Tomorrow don't be late, oh. Su Wan's gaze moved slightly and smiled bashfully as she handed a token to Jang Tian. This was the Spirit Sword Academy's student token, and even more so, Su Wan's disciple token. Many thanks. Master Jang Tian bowed once again, turned around, and quickly left under the strange gazes of the Jang clan's crowd. Su Wan and Luo Lan, on the other hand, boarded the beast carriage with Criminal Buer and left the Heavenly Treasure Square. Damn, this little brute has actually become emissary sus disciple. What can we do now? Jiang Man's face was very ugly. Outrageous, what can we do now? Jiang Yuan looked straight at Jiang He. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Jiang He's mood was also extremely complicated, and he sniffed and frowned tightly. Jang Tian had already become Su Wan's disciple. If something went wrong within this half-day, the Jang family would not be able to explain. Moreover, the scene of Jang Tian and the Jang family not getting along, Su Wan had already seen it in her eyes. She had deliberately taken in an apprentice in front of the Jang family, perhaps to warn the Jang family not to mess up. Thinking of this, Jang, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and hurriedly shook his head. Don't act rashly. Once we anger the academy messenger, we can't afford to be offended. In any case, first send this little brute out of the Jang family. As for the future, it's up to you few. Jang, he nodded meaningfully and exhaled a long, sulky breath. In the Jiang family's pill pavilion, Elder Jiang Mu was distributing pills to several family disciples. Young Lord Duke Jiang Man, congratulations on being selected for Spirit Sword Academy. Ah, the Jiang family will be your world from now on. Jiang Mu wore a smile and patted the three young men on the back. However, neither Jang Long, Jiang Yuan, nor Jiang Man were too happy. All looking sullen and preoccupied. What's wrong? You've all been selected for Spirit Sword Academy. Why do you all still look like this? Jiang Mu frowned, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Long and the others were completely uninterested, receiving the pouch of elixir and absent-mindedly counting them. Jiang Mu, however, seemed to be highly interested and smiled coldly, revealing a mocking expression. Hehe, I heard that Jang Tian also participated in the selection, but for a dead waste like him, even if a pie fell from the sky, it wouldn't be able to hit his head. Don't you guys think so? Jiang Mu had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Not forgetting to taunt Jang Tian, to his surprise, the three Jang Longs were unfazed, and their faces even became more ugly when they heard his words. What kind of situation was this? Jiang Mu was completely puzzled, not understanding what had happened to make the three people in front of him so silent. There's no problem with the pills. Well, take our leave. Jang Long and the others collected their pouches of pills and were about to leave. "Hey, wait," Jiang Mu called out to the several people, wanting to ask for clarification. Just then, a person suddenly walked outside the door. After seeing the visitor, Jang Long, Jiang Yuan, and Jiang Man's faces became even more ugly, and their gazes became icy cold as they looked at each other. "Damn, it's only the turn of an eye. How did we run into him again? This dead punk. What a ghost, if it weren't for my concern for Su Wan. I would have scrapped him right now," the Jang Long trio cursed angrily, forcibly pressing down the urge to hit someone. "Ouch, why is this dead punk here again? It's really asking for trouble." Jiang Mu twisted his head and burst out laughing. Jang Tian walked into the pill pavilion and met the Jang Long trio head-on. Hee, what a coincidence. "So you're all here, good, so I don't have to spend more time talking." Jang Tian smiled coldly, his expression slightly odd. He knew that coming here to ask for pills wouldn't go very smoothly, but with these three people present, he would undoubtedly save himself a lot of explaining. However, before he could speak, Jiang Mu spoke up first. "Great genius, Jiang, why are you here again? Didn't I tell you last time that your merit points were long gone? Is it possible that you want to cheat me out of my pills with empty hands?" Jiang Mu shook his head and laughed coldly, a look of mocking contempt on his face. "I'm indeed here to ask for the elixir, but this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse me." Jang Tian frowned slightly, a strange smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Mu's face sank at his words, and he said angrily, "How dare you? What do you think you are, trying to force yourself on me? If you anger this elder, you'll have to suffer." "Jiang Mu, I want the pills I deserve, the same pills as them." Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, raising his finger to point at the Jang Long trio. "Assholes, their pills are the reward for being selected to Spirit Sword Academy. What qualifications do you have to claim them, you dead waste? You don't even take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of virtue you have." Jiang Mu shook his head and laughed, contempt in his eyes. The three Jang Longs were geniuses who had been selected for the Spirit Sword Academy. It was only natural for them to take pills. You, a wasted blood who couldn't build a spirit, also wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. Where under the heavens was such a good thing, Jiang Mu's face sank as a pressure rose around him, ready to blast Jang Tian out. "If you want to know if I'm qualified, then ask my defeated men." Jang Tian shook his head, his gaze turning to the three people next to him. "Defeated underlings, you defeated them. How is that possible?" Jiang Mu was first stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. It was simply the biggest joke under the heavens that even the waste Jang Tian could defeat three geniuses. However, after seeing Jiang Mu's reaction, Jang Long, Jiang Yuan, and Jiang Man's faces all turned red. Feeling groundless and annoyed, asshole, simply outrageous, the corners of Jiang Long's eyes jumped and his face went white. "Don't tangle with this dead trash. Let's go." Jiang Man's face flushed red for a while and turned around and walked out in shame and anger. "Jang Tian, wait for me. I'll settle the score with you when I arrive at Spirit Sword Academy." Jiang Yuan shouted angrily. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he walked out of the pill pavilion with hatred. They were certainly not willing to admit the fact that they lost to Jang Tian, much less testify against him, and immediately left after a few angry curses. However, Jiang Yuan's words had already proved the fact that Jang Tian had been selected, and had made Jiang Mu's face stiffen, and he was speechless. Jang Tian wore a strange smile on his face and said, "Jiang Mu, still not bringing out the pills, you really got inducted into Spirit Sword Academy. How is that possible?" The corners of Jiang Mu's eyes twitched with a ghostly expression. Right at this moment, several young men from the Jiang family came to the pill pavilion, while their eyebrows were raised and they were talking. "This year's selection is really wonderful. Heh heh. It's really mind-blowing, especially when Jang Tian defeated Jang Long, Jiang Yuan, and Jiang Man. It was simply shocking. I heard that Jang Tian has already been accepted as a disciple by emissary Su. So he'll definitely be vigorously cultivated in the future. Huh? Isn't that Jang Tian? It's really him. Jang Tian, congratulations, Jang Tian. I've offended a lot in the past, so please include more. The crowd walked into the pill pavilion and congratulated Jang Tian. They had witnessed Jang Tian's strong performance and had long been shocked by his strength, and they completely didn't dare to belittle him anymore, much less treat him like trash. Jang Tian didn't care at all about these people's praise and criticism. And upon hearing this, he only smiled faintly and waved his hand towards them. But it was such a bland action that fell in the eyes of the crowd, but it was like an incomparable courtesy, making them so excited that they were close to kneeling down and worshipping Jang Tian, looking at the scene in front of him. Elder Jiang Mu's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes, his heart and mind trembling. Snap! Jang Tian slapped a white jade token with a gold rim on the counter. This is the Spirit Sword Academy's disciple token. Elder Jiang Mu should take a good look at it. Don't be tricked by me. Jang Tian wore a cold smile on his face as he gazed straight at Jiang Mu. This. Jiang Mu's mouth was open, and his forehead unexpectedly oozed a layer of cold sweat at some point. He wasn't afraid of Jang Tian's strength, but he was aware of how powerful the Spirit Sword Academy was. A similar token, Jiang Man also had one, and he knew exactly what it meant. Elder Jiang Mu, now am I qualified to receive the elixir or not? Jang Tian's face sank slightly, a cold color flashing in his eyes. Jiang Mu's heart shook, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. Good talk. Jiang Mu's face was unsightly, greatly chagrined for his earlier words. He quickly filled the pills and handed them to Jang Tian with both hands. His eyes rolled, and he forced a smile. Jang Tian, the last time was all a misunderstanding. I'll make up for the pills owed to you piece by piece. I hope you won't take it personally. Jang Tian took the pouch of pills and looked at it and couldn't help but be a little surprised. According to the family rules, the reward for being selected should be 200 earth blood pills and 30 poison avoidance pills. But this potion bag was filled with 400 earth blood pills and 50 poison avoidance pills. What a guy! Jang Tian was secretly staggered as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Mu had not only made up for the pills he had swallowed last time, he had even added 100 more earth blood pills and 20 more poison avoidance pills, so it was evident that he was quite sincere. Jang Tian shook his head and smiled, secretly mocking. If he had known it would come to this, why did he bother? He didn't want to get back the losses from last time. Not to mention, he had no intention of blackmailing the other party. But he didn't expect that Jiang Mu himself had a weak heart. It really was true that once the identity changed, everything was different, but it was good. He wouldn't have too many pills. These pills were enough for him to use for a while, and could probably allow him to cultivate to the 7th level of the spirit building realm. It's truly heaven, defying. This kid is obviously a blood waster. How did he suddenly become so powerful? It looks like the situation of the Jiang family is really bad. Jiang Mu breathed deeply as thoughts tumbled in his mind. Elder Jiang Mu is indeed very sincere. Well, for the sake of the elixir, I want take the previous misunderstanding to heart. Elder Jiang Mu, take care. I'll take my leave now. Jang Tian received the pills and put away the token. He walked out of the pill pavilion with an angsty smile. Jang Tian knew that he was afraid that he would never set foot in this small building again in the future. As for what Jiang Mu, he didn't bother. As his cultivation increased, this kind of person would definitely be farther and farther away from him, and it would be impossible for him to have any more encounters in the future. After returning to his residence, Jang Tian began to pack his things. In fact, there was nothing to pack. There was nothing valuable in his room at all. There were just some simple belongings. These were all things left behind by his parents and had been with him for many years. And even though they were very old, he still couldn't throw them away. These things had accompanied him through the years of the Jiang family. through his teenage years, and now they would accompany him into the Spirit Sword Academy to meet new challenges. Reflecting on the scene of the apprentice selection, Jang Tian's face suddenly sank and he frowned tightly. What exactly are the identities of those three black-clothed assassins, and what is the origin of the sacred underworld palace? Jang Tian's mind was filled with questions as his gaze became incomparably deep. He really didn't know what other people besides Jiang were trying to kill him, and had sent out such powerful experts. The strength of these people's cultivation was such that even Su Wan and Luo Lan were incomparably afraid of them. And from the scene, it was clear that these people had nothing to do with Jiang He. Strong people of this level, Jiang He might not be able to invite them, even if he spent money. Then, who exactly was it that could make such experts come to the tiny heavenly treasure city and openly strike out at him at the Disciples Selection Assembly? Although Jang Tian couldn't figure it out, he had some fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Su Wan and Luo Lan's full force and the sudden arrival of Elder Zing Buer at the last moment, I'm afraid that today's trouble wouldn't have been solved so easily. A disaster had passed by like this. Which really made him feel grateful. Unconsciously, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of Jang Tian's back. The strong wreaked havoc, the weak prostrated. Without enough strength, one could die at any time. This was the law of this world. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, a complex light flashing in his eyes. This matter, it seems that we can only ask Master about it. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, suppressing these thoughts. It didn't take much effort, and the belongings were already packed. Just at this moment, an old figure but stepped in and came to his room. Uncle Tai, you've come. Jang Tian hurriedly got up to greet this white-haired old man. Jang Tian, I've let you suffer all these years. Tai Bo scanned the bleak room and slowly took his seat, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Jang Tian shook his head and smiled. Tai Bo is overstating it. As a part of the Jiang family, it's nothing to have a better or worse life. But it's just that some people don't treat me as a fellow clan member and have to despise and suppress me. So there are some things that I have no choice but to do. Jang Tian was of course talking about what happened at the apprentice selection meeting. If there was no provocation from the other party, he wouldn't have bothered to do anything. Tai Bo sighed softly and nodded. It's hard for you, but unfortunately, my abilities are limited and I can't help you too much. Tai Bo doesn't have to be like this. You also have your difficulties, I understand. Jang Tian waved his hand and said indifferently, Jang Tian. This is a little bit of old man's intention. This is all that old man can help you with. I hope you don't refuse. Tai Bo looked at Jang Tian and pulled out a small package. What's this? Jang Tian took it and saw that it was a stack of silver bills, which at a cursory glance amounted to more than 100,000 taels. Although this was nothing to the entire Jiang family, to the always puritanical Tai Bo, taking out so many silver bills at once was considered extremely rare. Tai Bo, I can't take it. Jang Tian pushed it back without hesitation. Tai Bo had always been upright, and had always taken better care of him. He still had the utmost respect for this old man, and he was also a man of principle. So he did not want the other party's money. Tai Bo shook his head and said, This is what the old man has accumulated over the years. It is not the property of the Jiang family. It is considered to be a little bit of the old man's personal feelings. That won't do. Tai Bo is old. These silvers are retirement money. I can't take it. Jang Tian still refused, forcing the silver ticket back into Tai Bo's hands. Tai Bo shook his head and sighed. It looked bad to force it. Casually stuffing the silver ticket into his sleeve pocket, Jang Tian, I know that the Jiang family has wronged you, but I have never looked down on you. You have already entered the Spirit Sword Academy. Your future achievements are unlimited. And the small, heavenly treasure city won't be your stage. As for the Jiang family's matters, just let it go. Tai Bo looked deeply at Jang Tian. His profound gaze seemed to strike right into his heart and soul, causing him to feel a tremor in his heart In an instant, Jang Tian understood Tai Boss' intentions and frowned slightly. Struggling a little inside, Tai Boss' intentions were obvious. After Jang Tian's strength was strong, it was inevitable that he would want to seek justice for today's events, and at that time, the Jang family would inevitably face turmoil. But then, the other few clans in Tianbao City would take advantage of the situation to rise up, and it would be an extremely unfavorable situation for the entire Jiang clan. Although Jiang was resourceful, and although he had a sinister mind, to the Jiang clan, they ultimately had their value of existence. Jang Tian wasn't a Mao side person. He understood very well that if his eyes were only focused on this kind of goods like Jiang his own pattern would be a little too small. Just like what Tai Bo said, his vision would not be limited to the small Tianbao city. He would go out of this city, out of Qingshuan country, and even travel all over the spirit Luo continent to see magnificent scenery that he had never seen before. When he possessed great strength, what was Jiang He's stream, he didn't even need to speak, just a look. The other party would be prostrate on the ground, trembling. After contemplating for a moment, Jang Tian faintly said, "I have my own measure in this matter. Tai Bo doesn't need to say much." Tai Bo looked slightly complicated, frowned and sighed as he pulled out a yellowed letter. "This letter was left by your father back then. I have been keeping it in secret and never opened it. Now it's time to hand it over to you," giving Jang Tian a deep look. Tai Bo turned around and walked out. Jang Tian watched this old man leave and watched as his slightly stooped body crossed the courtyard and disappeared at the gate. "Surprisingly, it was left by my father. I wonder what was written." Jang Tian hurriedly opened the envelope and couldn't help but be greatly surprised as he gazed at it. The letter was unexpectedly shrouded by a strange power, completely unable to see what was inside with just the naked eye. What is so mysterious? The corners of Jang Tian's eyes shrunk slightly, vaguely realizing that there was something odd. This letter faintly emitted a trace of a strange aura, giving him a sense of déjà vu. Contemplating for a moment, he suddenly understood. This aura was clearly very similar to the barbarian blood divine dragon aura contained in the purple Xuan bead. Jang Tian's eyes flickered, and he carefully operated his bloodline spiritual energy to pour it into the letter in his hand. The epigraph trembled lightly throughout its body, its surface spirit light flickering slightly, but after a twinkling of an eye. It flicked his palm away. A small letter actually contains such strong spiritual power. How is that possible? Jang Tian was perplexed and couldn't wait to figure out what was in the letter. This was something left behind by his father. It must have a great relationship with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Tai Bo keep it secretly for so many years. He even felt that if not for the recent series of changes, this letter would not have been handed over to him. What exactly was written on this letter? Just as Jang Tian frowned in contemplation, the voice of the realm spirit suddenly sounded. "Master, this letter has been sealed by a secret technique, and can only be unlocked with bloodline spirit power. But I'm afraid you can't do it with your current strength," the realm spirit said leisurely in her characteristic clear voice. Jang Tian was surprised when he heard this. What kind of secret technique is this? And what kind of cultivation is needed to unlock it? It could be said that this letter was very safe in Tai Bo's custody. No one should be able to take it away in the Zhang family or even in Tianbao City. So why was it still sealed with a secret technique? The more Jang Tian thought about it, the more puzzled he became, gradually realizing that this letter might be hiding an important secret. Can it be that this letter is related to Mother? Thinking of this, Jang Tian couldn't help but let his eyes shrink as a strange light flashed in his eyes. All sorts of things about his mother had always been classified as taboo by the Jiang clan, and it was strictly forbidden for the clansmen to mention them. Looking at this mysterious epistle, Jang Tian became more and more certain of his suspicions. This is some sort of secret technique originating from the Dragon clan. The sealing power is very powerful, judging from its strength. The master must have reached the level of the heaven-opening realm in order to unlock it. Heaven Opening Realm. The corners of Jang Tian's eyes jumped as he sniffed in surprise. His cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the spirit building realm. And there was still a considerable gap from the peak of the spirit building realm, so how easy would it be to reach the Heaven Opening Realm? Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, frowning tightly. Is there any other way? With the help of the purple Yuan bead, can we unlock it? No, this matter can only rely on yourself. Fine. Jang Tian shook his head in disappointment and silently put away the letter. Although he couldn't wait to immediately close the door and cultivate hard to rush straight to the Heaven Opening Realm. He knew that it was unrealistic. With his current strength and cultivation resources, he simply couldn't reach that realm in a short period of time. So he could only suppress this thought and do what he needed to do at the moment. For Jang Tian, the most important thing at the moment was, of course, entering the Spirit Sword Academy. Yi Wuxu, I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought that I would be able to enter the Spirit Sword Academy. Right, Jang Tian muttered, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. The shame of that day was always in his mind, and he had never forgotten about the 1-year appointment. He knew that only a strong strength could prove himself and wash away the shame of that day. The night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Jang Tian left the Jiang mansion and arrived at the Heavenly Treasure Square. Several other people arrived one after another, and after seeing Jang Tian, they all had cold faces and were indignant. Jang Tian didn't bother to pay attention to them and just smiled coldly. It looked like his strong performance had cast a small shadow on these people. So much so that their eyes were filled with scorn. Very well, everyone has arrived, let's go, under Su Wan and Luo Lan's greetings. The crowd boarded the Golden Beast carriage and drove towards the outside of Tianbao City. Half a day later, the beast carriage arrived at a medium-sized city and drove into a magnificent mansion. The square of this mansion was even larger than Tianbao Square. And at this moment, there were already over 100 martial artists gathered together, talking hotly, looking at this huge square in front of them, as well as the many young martial artists in the square. The crowd was astonished. Is this the Spirit Sword Academy? Lin Fei looked east and west, his eyes filled with curiosity. Luo Lan rolled her eyes when she heard this, sneering but not bothering to explain. Su Wan shook her head and laughed. This is not the Spirit Sword Academy. It's just a palace set up outside the academy. These young people come from several surrounding cities and have been enrolled in the Spirit Sword Academy just like you. So they are geniuses from the neighboring cities. Their auras are all so powerful. I thought the Tianbao city's martial artists were strong enough. But they are still quite a bit worse compared to them. Feeling the strong aura of those people, the faces of the Tianbao city's martial artists all became grave, and even Jang Long frowned slightly as the arrogance in his eyes gradually tightened. However, Jang Tian always maintained a calm demeanor, only faintly scanning those people, unable to tell what he was thinking. Luo Lan coldly said, "All right, Su Wan, don't nag at them. Let's go and meet up with the other emissaries, and by the way, let's see how they are doing in accepting disciples." Su Wan nodded and said to the crowd, "Everyone stay here and don't run around. After everyone arrives, uniformly take the flying boat to the academy." After leaving the crowd behind, Luo Lan and Su Wan left together. There really are people outside of people. And there are heavens outside of heaven. Gao Yi frowned and sighed as he looked at those unfamiliar young people. Alas, with strength like ours, I'm afraid that we'll only be ranked in the middle and lower reaches when we arrive at Spirit Sword Academy. Lin Fei shook his head more than once. His original confidence had disappeared. HMPH, this is good. So as to save some people from being insouciant and thinking that they are so great, Zhang Yuan's face was gloomy as he coldly swept a glance at Jang Tian. That's right, don't think that you're great just because you managed to win a few matches in Heavenly Treasure City by fluke. There are plenty of geniuses who are better than you. Lin Xing looked at Jang Tian coldly, not hiding his hostility. Their conversation caught the attention of a few young men nearby. These few people came from Green Tiger City, a slightly larger one of the neighboring cities. much stronger than Tianbao City, since most of them were traveling for the first time and were young. They naturally didn't obey anyone. After hearing Lin Xing's praise, the young man from Green Tiger City twisted his head and looked over, scanning the Tianbao City martial artists with a condescending gaze. That look was like a mighty powerhouse looking down on a mortal. Hee, so it's someone from Tianbao City, a martial artist from that kind of small place. What kind of talent can they have? The way I see it, there's no need for them to be enrolled in Spirit Sword Academy at all. It's purely a waste of the Academy's resources. The young man from Green Tiger City wore a cold smile on his face, not hiding his contempt. The already very depressed Tianbao City martial artists became even more depressed. No matter how they said it, they had their own dignity. Of course, they wouldn't feel comfortable being looked down upon by others like this. Everyone, don't be presumptuous. They are strong, we are not weak either, after arriving at the academy. It's not certain who is strong and who is weak. Jang Long frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Although his voice was not loud, it still clearly reached the other party's ears. The young men from Green Tiger City frowned and laughed coldly. HMPH, how dare something like an ant disobey? Then let's give them a taste of power. A few young men looked at each other and sneered as they walked up. Seeing this scene, the corner of Jang Long's eyes jumped secretly, crying out that it was not good. Jiang Yuan and the others behaved even worse, moving their feet to hide at the back, making Jang Long very angry. How dare the country bumpkin from Tianbao City underestimate our Green Tiger City? Come forward and compete with me. Wai Dong, a tall martial artist, stepped out and swept the crowd with an icy gaze. Wai Dong's chest puffed out as he released a powerful aura of the 6th level of the spirit building realm, causing a great deal of pressure on the crowd. Facing his arrogant aura, Jang Long did not dare to make a sound for a moment. So it's a genius from Green Tiger City. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Man's eyes turned, and a bad smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. What, are you not convinced as well? Wai Dong's face sank as his eyes lingered on Jiang Man's pretty face. Jiang Man laughed and frowned. Since Brother Wai is so powerful, has he been accepted as a disciple by the messenger? This, Wai Dong's face stiffened, and he was speechless for a moment, although his strength was not weak. He was not too prominent in Green Tiger City, and could not yet enter the eyes of the disciple-accepting emissary. How can a messenger accepting disciples be so casual? Is it hard to believe that someone from your Tianbao City has been accepted as a disciple by a messenger? The corners of Wai Dong's mouth twitched as he sank his face. Jiang Man nodded his head with a strange smile. Of course there is. Our Tianbao City has produced a great genius. He has already been accepted as a disciple by emissary Su himself. With these words, the young men of Tianbao City instantly understood Jiang Man's intentions, and all of them looked at Jang Tian with unkind gazes. Impossible! How could a dirtbag from Tianbao City possibly enter the messenger's eyes? Wai Dong's face flamed as he sniffed with anger. He did not believe Jiang Man's words at all. Looking around, the few young men from Tianbao City were all mediocre in terms of cultivation. How could such goods even make the emissary look at them? Did the messenger's eyes have a problem? Don't believe it. Lord Emissary is right in front of me. Do you think I would lie? Jiang Man rolled his eyes and looked speechless. Wai Dong's eyes flashed with a stern color as he angrily said, "Outrageous, then I would like to see what kind of goods can make Lord Emissary personally accept him as a disciple." "Here it's him, Jang Tian." Jiang Man smiled coldly and glanced towards Jang Tian. A cold light flashed in Wai Dong's eyes as he sized up Jang Tian with a disdainful face. "Is that you, boy? Come out and fight with me." Facing the scene in front of him, Jang Tian slightly frowned. He was not afraid of Wai Dong, but Jiang Man's underhandedness made him very unhappy. "Jiang Man, you were also accepted as a disciple by emissary Liu Lan. Why don't you fight against Wai Dong?" Jang Tian smiled coldly as a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Jiang Man knew that he was not Wai Dong's opponent. So he used Jang Tian as a shield, and in the process, he used Wai Dong's to deal with Jang Tian. Hearing Jang Tian's words, Wai Dong's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes, and his face flamed again. He completely did not expect that this woman in front of him, who had good posture but average cultivation, would have the honor of being accepted by the messenger. Jang Tian's words were like a slap on his face, causing him to feel incomparably annoyed. For the tiny Tianbao city to have two people accepted as disciples by the emissary was simply a great insult to him. I don't think I can defeat Wai Dong and have no need to fight him, but I think you still have a chance. Jiang Man smiled wryly and said coldly, Jang Tian, aren't you very powerful? Don't be a shrinking violet if you're really confident. Go and fight Wai Dong, yeah. Let him also see how powerful our Tianbao city martial artists are, Lin Xing and Gao Yi said with bad smiles on their faces. Fanning the flames, Wai Dong's cultivation clearly exceeded Jang Long by 1 level, and it was naturally not a problem for such strength to teach Jang Tian a lesson. They couldn't wait for Wai Dong to immediately strike and make Jang Tian suffer a little bit, taking out a breath of bad anger for themselves. Good men don't fight with women, kid, it's just you, get the hell out of here. Wai Dong pointed at Jang Tian and roared loudly, instantly attracting dozens of gazes. The martial artists from the other cities all gathered around and stood in a circle to start spectating. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed as he coldly gazed at Wai Dong. He did not want to casually make a move, and even more so, he had no intention of making a spectacle of himself. But this arrogant attitude of the other party made him a little angry, since that's the case. Mr. Jiang will come to learn about your strength. Jang Tian smiled coldly and stepped out in the face of Wai Dong, who had a strong aura. He did not even blink his eyelids. With a completely indifferent demeanor, this kind of reaction fell in Wai Dong's eyes and was undoubtedly a huge provocation. You're crazy, kid. Wai Dong clenched his fists to the point of cackling, his expression slightly grim. The Tianbao city martial artists at the back seemed as if they had already seen the scene of Jang Tian being violently beaten up, their eyes shining brightly as sinister smiles surfaced at the corners of their mouths. Although Mr. Jiang's strength is too strong, he still has no problem dealing with goods like you. Jang Tian gently shook his head, a cold smile always hanging at the corner of his mouth. Wai Dong was so rude and self-righteous, he certainly would not be polite about anything. People were a mirror. How you treated others, others would treat you. Some people thought they were so great that they used to put themselves on a pedestal and boss people around them around, and took it for granted. Guys like this, who were proud and arrogant and had no one in their sight, would never understand what they were until they planted a heel. Asshole, a minion from a small bullet town dares to be so reckless. If I don't break a few of your bones today, I will write my surname backwards. Wai Dong shouted angrily and swept a strong wind towards Jang Tian. He did not utilize his body martial arts, relying only on his physical strength, to deal with a country bumpkin like Jang Tian. Just moving his fists would be enough. In the blink of an eye, Wai Dong ran in front of Jang Tian. His large fist was like a heavy hammer, bringing a strong wind whistling down. Kneel down for me, Wai Dong shouted in a stern voice. A hideous color flashing in his eyes, he had absolute certainty that with this punch smashing down, Jang Tian's bones would have to be broken a few times even if they didn't fall apart. Wai Dong, this kid is really ruthless. This punch has at least 25,000 kilograms of power. Alas, why is it necessary to deal with a minion of Tianbao City with such a cruel hand? I heard that the other party has been accepted by Lord Emissary as his disciple. If he is injured, it will not be easy to explain. What's wrong with that? It's a martial arts competition. If you can't beat him, y'all have to admit it. Among the crowd of onlookers, young people from different cities watched with cold smiles on their faces. They favored Wai Dong one way or the other, and no one favored Jang Tian at all. 25,000 pounds of strength. Why Dong is surprisingly this strong. The corners of Jang Long's eyes contracted, although he was separated by a long distance. Wai Dong's punching wind had already made him greatly fearful. He knew that Wai Dong had not utilized his bloodline spirit power and had merely crushed Jang Tian with his physical strength. If he used his bloodline spirit power again, he really did not know how powerful he would have to be. That's good, in that case. I'm afraid that Jang Tian will end up with serious injuries added to his body. Jang Long smiled coldly, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yuan even gritted his teeth and secretly cried out in pain. Wai Dong's strength was even more powerful than he had expected. This time, Jang Tian would definitely not be able to get away with it. Jiang Man shook her head and snorted, very satisfied with her masterpiece. With a movement of her lips, she directed the scourge towards Jang Tian. Finally, she could get out the sulk in her heart. The power of the flesh is not bad, but it's a pity that the movements are too slow. Jang Tian smiled coldly. His right fist shook and lightly struck towards Wai Dong's fist. Ha 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 ha. How dare you catch it hard with your bare hands? You can't blame me for your arm being ruined. Wai Dong's eyes shrunk as he saw this. A cruel color flashed in his eyes as his right fist suddenly accelerated and fiercely blasted down. Boom! A muffled sound ensued as the fists of both sides touched. Jang Tian stood still, holding his arm up. Wai Dong, however, let out a muffled grunt. His body shook violently, and he retreated 5 or 6 steps in a row before he could barely stand still. How could this happen? Hiss, what is this situation? The onlooker martial artists stretched their necks, and their faces changed one by one. The Tianbao city's martial artists looked at each other with the same great shock. They did not expect that Jang Tian's hard catch of Wai Dong's punch not only left him unscathed, but even shook the other party back. Impossible, that was a force of 25.000 pounds. The corners of Jang Long's eyes contracted as he was inwardly shocked. Damn, just how strong is Jang Tian? Jang Yuan gritted his teeth in indignation. Jiang Man frowned slightly and laughed coldly. What's the rush? Wai Dong hasn't utilized his bloodline spirit power yet. Jang Tian will suffer later. At this moment, Wai Dong seemed to have not regained his senses. At that moment just now, it was as if his fist had smashed on top of a piece of fine iron. Not only did he fail to injure Jang Tian, but instead, he was shocked by the huge force of the recoil to the point that his arm suffered severe pains. Nearly breaking it. Impossible. There is no way this kid's strength is stronger than mine. Wai Dong's face sank as he gazed at Jang Tian. The opponent was indeed only at the 5th level of the spirit building realm, 1 level lower than him. This situation caused his face to burn, and he felt extremely embarrassed. Wai Dong, although your strength isn't weak, you're not my opponent yet. I advise you to stop at this point, lest you ask for embarrassment. Jang Tian had little interest in fighting him again. Shaking his head and sighing, preparing to call it quits, instead of being interested, Wai Dong was enraged. Being despised by a minion of Tianbao City made him feel ashamed. On the contrary, at this time, martial artists from other cities started to raise a ruckus. Is there anyone else from Green Tiger City? If not, why don't you replace them? You can't even hold the minions of Tianbao City. I really feel ashamed for you. HMPH, such goods. Any one of us from Sichuan City can easily crush them. King, whose city's martial artists are really getting worse and worse. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Wai Dong's face flushed hotly and instantly turned crimson. Shut up, Wai Dong shouted in a stern voice as a wave of anger rose within him. So what if you luckily blocked one of my punches? The next step is the real fight. Let me show you all how I crushed this minion. Wai Dong bellowed as he charged out once again. His figure fluttered as if he had turned into a whirlwind, rolling a powerful aura as he rushed towards Jang Tian. Wai Dong has actually utilized the whirlwind steps. This time the brat surnamed Jiang is going to suffer a great loss. This was a yellow rank advanced technique that was quite famous in Green Tiger City. So as soon as Wai Dong performed it, the martial artists of Green Tiger City recognized it in particular. A few martial artists who had suffered losses at the selection meeting had their eyes twitching at the corners of their eyes, revealing a scornful expression. Look, this time he even used a martial art feat. This is the Wai clan's heavenly hammer fist technique. Wai Dong is moving in true anger. This time the people from Tianbao City will be half crippled, if not dead. The few martial artists from Green Tiger City shook their heads and sighed as cold smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. This level of sparring would happen almost every year, and the academy side wouldn't interfere at all. If one couldn't even adapt to this kind of fight, how could one pursue a higher martial realm? How would one go about facing those powerful demonic beasts? Or even human powerhouses that were 100 times more cunning than demonic beasts, not knowing how to advance or retreat. It seems like it's time to teach you a little lesson. Jang Tian's face was cold, already somewhat impatient. Since the other party didn't listen to the strength, then he had no choice but to let him suffer a bit. Jang Tian's figure shifted, and instead of waiting in place, he rushed up to meet Wai Dong's pace. This kid is crazy. Isn't he? Jun is simply looking for death by relying on his physical strength to fight against Wai Dong, who has added body techniques and martial arts feats. What kind of feats can there be in a small place like Tianbao City? I reckon this kid hasn't practiced body techniques and martial arts at all. The martial artists of Green Tiger City shook their heads more than once, greatly disdaining Jang Tian's foolish move. The whirlwind steps, which seemed as swift as the drifting wind to the crowd, was riddled with flaws in Jang Tian's eyes, and was simply unbeatable. Heavenly hammer strike. Wai Dong Pio hurriedly arrived in front of Jang Tian and swung his right arm as if it was a giant hammer smashing into Jang Tian. This time, he used his bloodline spirit power and erupted with as much as 8,000 kilograms of strength. The sound was amazing. His fist rubbed against the air, emitting a whimpering, strange sound, which straightaway caused the crowd's hearts to palpitate. Only this much power after enchanting the Gongfu and bloodline spirit power. Am I not mistaken? Jang Tian frowned slightly as a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He had thought that Wai Dong's Gong methods and bloodline spirit power were so impressive, but now he was greatly disappointed. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed as his right fist shook and struck out unexpectedly. Boom, a powerful muffled sound suddenly came out. Wai Dong's face suddenly changed as a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. It was as if his fist had smashed on top of a rock, and instead of pouring out, all of the power had rushed backward. And there was even an extra portion of power. How is this possible? Wai Dong let out a cry of shock and instantly flew backwards. While spraying out a mouthful of blood, his arm was already dislocated, and he tumbled a few times after landing before coming to a stop. His appearance was in a sorry state. Impossible. How could you possibly break my Gongfu? That was a high-level yellow-ranked technique. A trace of panic lingered in Wai Dong's eyes, completely unable to accept the facts in front of him. Jang Long, Jang Yuan, and Jang Man looked at each other with a trace of horror flashing in their eyes. How could this happen? Jang Man's brows were furrowed in resignation. Yesterday in Tianbao Square, Jang Tian defeating the crowd had already made them very unconvinced, but now they realized that Jang Tian had not used his full strength at all. Even Wai Dong was able to defeat him easily. Jang Tian's strength was even stronger than they had imagined. This scene also shocked the many onlookers. His Tianbao City's martial artist is so sinister, he must have hidden his strength. Damn, we've all been fooled. He must be more than just at the 5th level of the spirit-building realm. That's right, did you guys see that he didn't use his bloodline spirit power at all, but he easily defeated Wai Dong, who was at the 6th level of the spirit-building realm, if he said that he didn't hide his strength? I wouldn't believe it even if I were to die. A tall martial artist from Green Tiger City shouted angrily and walked out of the crowd. Jang Tian, playing pretend to be a pig and eating a tiger here.
Don't you think it's too much? This person had a square face with big ears and a slightly dark complexion. And although he was still at the 6th level of the spirit-building realm, his aura was considerably more powerful than Wai Dong. As a martial artist from Green Tiger City, he naturally could not sit back and watch as Wai Dong lost face. The other few ran over to help Wai Dong up and silently retreated to the side. Jang Tian was already ready to call it quits, but unexpectedly, someone else stepped in, so he could only shake his head and look towards that person. "Who is your excellency? I fought Wai Dong fairly, and it was him who provoked him first. It seems like there's nothing wrong with you." Right, Jang Tian's expression was cold, not giving the other party any good looks at all. The man looked Jang Tian up and down and couldn't help but frown slightly. He realized that Jang Tian hadn't hidden any strength and was clearly at the 5th level of the spirit-building realm. This caused him to be a little shocked, but on second thought he was delighted. He was undoubtedly more certain this way. "My name is Wai Ming. I am also a martial artist from Green Tiger City. You can't just let it go by injuring Wai Dong," Jang Tian coldly said. "Competitions and cuts are based on each person's ability. I have already warned him." Who can blame him for not knowing how to advance or retreat on his own? Good old not knowing how to advance or retreat. The kid is really crazy enough. Wai Ming's face sank, greatly annoyed, when Jang Tian said that. He had undoubtedly made the people of Green Tiger City lose face. And it was also tantamount to slapping him in the face. He wanted to ruthlessly crush Jang Tian to retrieve this face. "Jang Tian, make your move. I want to see how much strength you have." Wai Ming was unforgiving, his face full of arrogance. Thinking that he had Jang Tian beat, Jang Tian was inwardly speechless for a while. He was already very unhappy being pestered by Wai Dong. And now he was being pestered by Wai Ming. It simply left him speechless. "Wait a minute. Is it true that after I defeat you, there will be other Green Tiger City martial artists who will make a move? I don't have that much free time to play with you guys." What did he say? Simply outrageous, outrageous. This kid is so arrogant, hearing Jang Tian's words. Not only were the martial artists from Green Tiger City indignant, even the martial artists from the other cities' faces sank in great displeasure. When Jang Tian said that, he made it clear that he didn't care about anyone. A country bumpkin from a small place dared to be so arrogant. He really didn't know the heights of heaven. Wai Ming's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. His face was very ugly. He hadn't even started fighting yet, and Jang Tian had already lost his face twice, making him incomparably annoyed. "Jang Tian, are you afraid? Don't worry, other than me. The people of Green Tiger City won't fight you again." "And there's no need to fight you again." Wai Ming smiled grimly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. He alone was enough to heavily injure Jang Tian, so of course he didn't need anyone else to make another move. "Well, that's more like it." Jang Tian smiled leisurely and nodded in satisfaction. This almost arrogant reaction caused repeated anger to rise in Wai Ming's heart. Almost on the verge of being suppressed, kid, remember, don't be so arrogant in the future or you'll end up miserable. Wai Ming shouted angrily, unfolded his arms and pounced towards Jang Tian. This was a yellow rank advanced body technique. Kang Ying's steps, which had already been practiced by him to the pure realm. At this moment, Wai Ming seemed like a huge harrier eagle sweeping across the ground at an astonishingly fast speed. To use a watchful stance right off the bat, it seems like Wai Ming has really been enraged. He. The kid surnamed Jiang is finished. Wai Ming's physical body is much stronger than Wai Dong after adding the crow eagle steps. Even if he uses his physical body to directly collide with him hard, he will still be able to knock him half dead. A few martial artists from Green Tiger City's eyes were glowing, as if they had seen the sight of Jang Tian being knocked away. Hiss, I didn't expect Wai Ming to be this strong. The corners of Jang Long's eyes shrunk, once again feeling shocked. Earlier, Wai Dong had already made him feel fearful.
But now he realized that Wai Ming was even stronger than Wai Dong. This made him feel very depressed. But on second thought, the other party was about to knock Jang Tian down, so he felt a little bit of pleasure again. See, this is the young genius of Green Tiger City, this kind of strength. Our Tianbao City can't even compare. Gao Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly, his complexion somewhat despondent. A few others were similarly not too willing. But there was no way around it. In front of Wai Ming, these people of theirs were nothing at all, in the blink of an eye. Wai Ming swept in front of Jang Tian, his right arm raised high, as if it had transformed into a sword, slashing down furiously with an ear-piercing wind, breaking sound, mountain-splitting palm. Wai Ming bellowed. His expression fierce, the mountain-splitting palm was likewise a yellow rank advanced technique, and with his strength. This palm was enough to heavily injure a martial artist at the 6th level of the spirit-building realm. Even a martial artist at the 7th level of the spirit-building realm would have to temporarily retreat in the face of this palm. He could be said to be aiming for this strike, and was fully confident that he could severely injure Jang Tian in one fell swoop. And at the very least, he would have to let him lie down for 3 to 5 days before he could get out of bed. Yellow rank advanced technique. Jang Tian frowned slightly, seeing the other party's base at a glance. With his amazing martial arts talent, he had already gained a deep understanding of martial arts techniques in the process of practicing the explosive spirit fist and the star Luo steps. Therefore, he did not have the slightest fear in the face of the crowning eagle steps and the mountain-splitting fist. Instead, he saw the weakness of his opponent with a single glance. Although Wai Ming's speed isn't slow, he hasn't comprehended the true meaning of the mountain-splitting palm. His understanding of this technique is too superficial. Jang Tian sighed regretfully, and with a slight side of his body, he let go of Wai Ming's arm. What? Wai Ming's face changed as his palm struck the air. How is that possible? Wai Ming was horrified and immediately sensed something bad. However, before he could change his stance, Jang Tian's fist had already greeted him. Jang Tian didn't use much force, and just casually slammed his fist onto his shoulder with a powerful bang. Wai Ming couldn't stand and stumbled out, almost falling to the ground. Are you satisfied now? Looking at the pale-faced Wai Ming, Jang Tian shook his fist and said expressionlessly. In fact, just now, he had deliberately avoided Wai Ming's vital points otherwise. This punch would have caused him to faint on the spot if it had blasted at his soft underbelly or smashed into his head and neck area. Although the other party is overbearing a little, but after all, is young and vigorous temperament. Both sides do not have a deep hatred, so Jang Tian is very measured, and did not shine in the dead hand. Wai Ming's eyes still remain a trace of panic. Just now the bottom of the air has been very little left. His cheeks felt as if they had been burned by fire, and he felt greatly ashamed. My God, Wai Ming actually lost. What's going on? How could Wai Ming not even be able to defeat the country bumpkin from Tianbao City? Shouts of shock rose from the surroundings for a moment, as the crowd looked at the duo with unbelievable gazes. This situation made Wai Ming feel even more uncomfortable, wanting to find a crack in the ground. He had thought that he would be able to crush Jang Tian with a random strike, but he didn't expect that this fire strike would be broken by the other party so lightly. This was simply a bit unbelievable. Listening to the crowd's comments, he was finally annoyed. Jang Tian, what's the point of dodging, if you have the ability to fight me head-on? Wai Ming bellowed furiously, and once again utilized his Kang Ying steps to pounce towards Jang Tian. His arms were wide open, making it clear that he didn't give Jang Tian the space to dodge, preparing to crush him alive with his strong power. In the blink of an eye, Wai Ming rushed in front of Jang Tian. This time, let's see where you're going to hide. Wai Ming shouted in a stern voice, and both of his arms swung out at the same time, as if two sharp swords were slashing at Jang Tian at the same time. If Jang Tian was still able to dodge just now, this time it was truly unavoidable, just when the crowd thought that Jang Tian was about to be unlucky.
An amazing scene appeared. If you don't listen to good advice, then it's not my fault. Jang Tian let out a cold laugh. And with a single movement of his body, he cut into Wai Ming's open center door. His right fist suddenly blasted out, smashing into his chest in one fell swoop. Boom! A powerful sound followed. Wai Ming screamed miserably and flew backwards as if he was a kite with broken strings. His arm didn't hit Jang Tian at all, and both landed in the air, while Jang Tian's fist force caused his body to suffer a heavy setback. Under the collision of the two forces, his arms were actually both dislocated. Wai Ming tumbled to the ground and screamed. Looking incomparably agonized, this scene shocked the many onlookers, and many of their faces changed. Hiss, how is this possible? Wai Ming's strength. Even a martial artist at the 7th level of spirit establishment would have to be afraid of a few points. How could he lose to Jang Tian and lost so miserably? Many people were incredulous and looked at Jang Tian with strange gazes. Surname Jiang, your hands are too hard, aren't they? It's just a martial arts competition. Why did you waste his arms? A few Green Tiger City martial artists looked at him angrily, ready to swarm to stand up for Wai Ming. Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly. What do you mean by striking too hard? He himself exerted too much force and just dislocated his arm. What does it have to do with me, asshole? Outrageous. The martial artists from Green Tiger City were very unconvinced, thinking that Jang Tian was being sophomoric. But soon Wai Ming was helped up and nodded awkwardly before returning his arm to its place with the help of his two companions. At this moment, Wai Ming's eyes changed as he looked at Jang Tian, filled with scorn and fear. Jang Tian smiled coldly. What, still not convinced? No more fighting. Hearing Jang Tian's words, Wai Ming shook his head repeatedly as if electrocuted. Today, Mr. Wai has encountered a tough opponent and admits defeat. Wai Ming was also bold. Knowing that he could not defeat Jang Tian, also no longer pretending to be injured and filling his eyes. Actually admitting defeat with alacrity, Jang Tian nodded his head and smiled. You have an empty body of skills, but do not know how to utilize them flexibly. The loss is not unfair. If you meet someone else, I'm afraid it's not as simple as dislocating your arm. Impossible. I have already cultivated these two techniques to perfection, and have long been driven by the heart. Your Excellency's words, Wai Mu really can't agree. The corners of Wai Ming's eyes were wildly throbbing as he stiffly argued with Jang Tian. Although he had lost the competition, he still had some confidence in his own gong methods. Jang Tian shook his head and said, Let me put it bluntly, feats are dead, people are alive. You only know how to use your arms as weapons. But you forgot that they can move. What? Wai Ming's body shook at his words, and a glint of shock flashed in his eyes. A simple sentence caused him to instantly wake up, although the martial artists present had both high and low talents. They were still able to distinguish truth from falsehood regarding Jang Tian's words. Not only did Wai Ming feel shocked at these words, but everyone else was also startled. How does that sound to me? What Jang Tian said seems quite reasonable. I feel the same way. Ha. I understand. The problem that's been bothering me for a long time has finally been figured out. Wai Ming suddenly let out a loud laugh, startling the people around him. Jang Tian raised his eyebrows and slowly nodded. Wai Ming's enlightenment wasn't too bad. It was that he had been drilling into a bull's horn and hadn't come out. And after his nudging, he had finally stepped out of the misconception. Wai Ming corrected his complexion and immediately bowed heavily towards Jang Tian. Jang Tian, thank you for your guidance. If not for today's battle, I don't know how much longer I would have been trapped. This is a worthy loss for me today, seeing this scene. The faces of the martial artists from Green Tiger City became very complicated among their generation. Wai Ming was considered a relatively top-notch character, but he looked vastly inferior in front of Jang Tian, and they certainly didn't feel good about it. The onlookers from the other cities were looking at Jang Tian with different expressions and discussing. Those who were most surprised
were still the few people from Tianbao City. They had thought that Jang Tian would suffer some pain, but they hadn't expected it to become a situation like this, which was completely out of their expectations. Damn, surprisingly, he defeated Wei Dong. How did he do it? Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. Jiang Man and the others likewise had very complicated emotions. At the apprentice acceptance conference, Jang Tian had only shown that he was a little stronger than them and was far from being so superior. But now, even an expert at the 6th level of the spirit-building realm had been defeated by him. Just how strong was he? The martial artists of Tianbao City looked at each other in dismay as they suddenly realized that they could no longer understand Jang Tian. However, not everyone was convinced of Jang Tian. Some people were just very upset and looked at Jang Tian with a look of contempt. Green Tiger City is really getting more and more retrogressive, to the point where it's reduced to letting a country bumpkin from Heavenly Treasure City come to teach it. Let's see, you people from Green Tiger City just drop out of school. Don't go to the academy and embarrass yourselves. HMPH, the rustics of Tianbao City scare you guys like this. You want piss your pants every day when you get to the academy. Ha 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 ha. A few martial artists let loose a wild laugh, mocking at Wei Ming and Jang Tian recklessly. How dare you? Outrageous. The faces of the people from Green Tiger City sank in anger, but when they turned their heads to look, their faces froze. The one who spoke was no one else, but a martial artist from Golden Bull City. Golden Bull City was the largest city in the surrounding area. The martial arts style was extremely prosperous, and the overall strength was a step above the other cities. The martial artists there often called themselves the strongest, naturally looking down on the martial artists from the smaller places. What, are you guys not convinced? It doesn't matter if you don't submit. Fight us and see who loses and who wins. The Golden Bull City's martial artists wore cold smiles on their faces and appeared to have a plan. They scanned the people from Green Tiger City contemptuously and quickly turned their gaze back to the Tianbao City martial artists. I poo, a bunch of dirt dogs and wagons, and you still have the face to instruct others. HMPH, garbage from Tianbao City. With goods like you, you're just material to be beaten up when you arrive at the academy, and you still talk big about instructing others. You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. In the face of the Golden Bull City martial artists' insults, no one from Tianbao City dared to speak. The aura displayed by the other party was really powerful. Much higher than even Wei Dong, this kind of character they simply could not afford to mess with, looking at the cowering Jang Long and the others. Jang Tian shook his head in great disappointment. At this moment, even the eloquent-minded Jiang Man had an ugly face and was voiceless. With your kind of guts, you're really disgracing Tianbao City. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, coldly scanning Jang Long and the others. A few wild dogs casually barking, and you guys are scared. Where is the vigor that suppressed me in the beginning? Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, meaning what he said. After hearing these words, the Golden Bull City's martial artists' faces changed abruptly. Asshole unbridled, what are you dead trash saying? A few strong shouts suddenly rang out, and 3 people walked out of the Golden Bull City's martial practitioners. All of them with thick breaths and burly figures. The leading man was wearing a yellow brocade robe. He was the son of the Huang clan of Golden Bull City, Huang Kai. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the spirit-building realm, clearly overpowering the crowd present. Huang Kai coldly surveyed Jang Tian with an extremely disdainful expression. That look was like a heavenly god looking down on a mole cricket. Your name is Jang Tian, isn't it? You dare to insult our Golden Bull City's people. Do you know what the consequences will be? Although the yellow-robed martial artist's eyes were looking at Jang Tian, his tone was as if he was talking to the air, not taking him seriously at all. Jang Tian raised his eyebrows at this. Very disgusted with this person's demeanor, all young martial artists, all academy disciples, who are you? What are you posing for? Jang Tian smiled coldly. What is Golden Bull City? Is it very impressive? Why haven't I heard of it? Speaking of insults, you guys were the ones who opened your mouths first. Right, bastard, looking for a fight. The two people beside the yellow-robed martial artist cursed furiously. Stepping forward and preparing to teach Jang Tian a lesson, however, the yellow-robed martial artist held them back with a stretch of his arm. A cruel cold smile flashing from the corner of his mouth. Good, very good, our beam is considered to be knotted. Come out and fight with me. I want to see what kind of backbone makes you so crazy. Huang Kai stretched out a finger and waved it at Jang Tian as if he was summoning a pet. Jang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly and his face sank. Are all the people of Golden Bull City so uneducated? It seems that Jiang must teach you all a lesson. Jang Tian decided to teach this yellow-robed martial artist a good lesson. Breaking their arrogance for self-righteous fools like this. Only strength could convince them otherwise. They really thought they were something great. Hearing Jang Tian's reply, Huang Kai's face sank as a cold light blossomed in his eyes. You have repeatedly challenged the majesty of Golden Bull City. Today, I will give you a brutal lesson so that you understand the price of offending me. The yellow-robed martial artist's condescending words completely infuriated Jang Tian. Who are you? I really don't put Golden Bull City in my eyes. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, come out and fight. If you don't fight, get the hell out of my way and play with your eggs. Jang Tian met Huang Kai's gaze. Coldly confronting him, eyes have not yet exchanged hands. The air is already filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. It was as if the many onlookers had already seen the sparks exploding in the eyes of the two, and the atmosphere was suddenly condensed to the extreme. Lowly mole cricket, I want you dead. Huang Kai's face changed abruptly, and he was about to strike with a violent shout. What are you doing? An angry shout suddenly rang out, but it was a few apostle acceptance envoys walking side by side. These were 3 men and 3 women. 2 of the women were naturally Su Wan and Luo Lan. The other 4 were a charming and enchanting woman. And the other 3 were dashing and handsome men. These people were all apostle acceptance messengers. And they were also all teachers of Spirit Sword Academy. These people are really young and exuberant. It's only been a short time since they left and they are about to fight. Su Wan shook her head and sighed. Revealing an intoxicating smile, Luo Lan coldly grunted, These people are young and energetic. Let them fight if they want to. Lol, Luo Lan is right. These young boys and girls are just the time to be strong. Let's see what's going on. The woman Pan Yao Yao twisted her waist. Her delicate appearance attracted many disciples to perform a salute. Hiss, this figure, this looks, tusk tusk. The appearance of the 3 beauties immediately attracted countless hot gazes. Compared to the 3 of them, the 3 male teachers who were traveling with them were somewhat miserable and were directly ignored by the crowd. Hee, I knew that walking with you guys, y'all only be ignored. The blue-robed teacher, Summer, shook his head and laughed bitterly. His gaze lingering on the 3 beauties in passing. Have to admit, Pan Yao's body is a little too hot. Dressed in a more luxurious, Summer's eyes fell on her body, almost cannot move away. Pan Rao giggled and didn't care, and threw out a wink, looking at Summer a shiver, and hastily moved away from the line of sight. The other 2 male teachers, Ren Yuan and Deng Tao, looked at each other and laughed strangely. Pan Yao wantonly displayed her mature and flirtatious style, causing the many disciples to look straight in the eyes. Su Wan frowned slightly. Pan Yao, it's time to put away your aura of beauty. Here are all the newly accepted disciples. What will you make them think, and what will they think of the academy? Luo Lan was also a bit displeased, but she was mainly a bit critical of Pan Yao's figure. The other party's figure was even hotter than hers, making her simply unable to tolerate it. Fortunately, Pan Yao was a few years older, and she often referred to herself as a big sister in front of Su Wan and Luo Lan, which quelled some of Luo Lan's petty thoughts. Lol, what are you afraid of? Young people nowadays know everything. It's better to let nature take its course than to hide it. Pan Yao smiled more and more brightly, even a bit flamboyantly. The three male teachers gulped loudly, but had to remain dignified in front of their disciples, Luo Lan. I heard that you have taken in a disciple. I guess the qualifications are very good. The male teacher Ren Yuan's complexion moved slightly as his gaze fell on Luo Lan's breathtaking face. Luo Lan did not hide her emotions and smiled bitterly. I was mistaken to say disciple ah. It's still Su Wan's who's better. Hearing Luo Lan's words, not only was Ren Yuan a bit surprised, even Deng Tao and Summer were also very surprised. Oh, Su Wan has also accepted a female disciple. Su Wan frowned slightly and was about to open her mouth. But Luo Lan was faster with her mouth. No, it's a male. The three male teachers looked at each other, their gazes instantly becoming different. Su Wan took the initiative to recruit a male disciple. This kind of situation was really uncommon. In the academy, she had always maintained a high and cold stance, rarely faking color to any man. This time, she actually took the initiative to accept a male disciple. It was really surprising, although the three male teachers had thoughts about Pan Yao if it came to the ideal partner. Of course, they preferred Su Wan. There was nothing else. Such a person would be able to put one's mind at ease no matter if they were placed at home or outside. Luo Lan is the next best thing. This kind of beauty is too arrogant, even if you can catch up with her. You may not be able to serve her. As for Pan Yao, hey, although that body is so hot that people can't stand it. But the nature is too open. There will always be people who worry about a fire in the backyard. Looking at the three men's eyes focused on Su Wan's face, Pan Yao was instantly unhappy. She revealed a delicate and overwhelming flavor and sneered, unfortunately. This time, I also took in a male disciple in Golden Bull City with good qualifications. I wonder who's stronger and who's weaker compared to Su Wan's disciple. Summer was very self-aware, knowing that pursuing Su Wan was mostly hopeless. As for Luo Lan, he was even more daunted, and could only take Pan Yao to fulfill his fantasies. His eyes skimmed roughly over Pan Yao's body and coughed lightly. Oh, coincidentally, my disciple is no worse than yours. Y'all be able to see it right away. A few people walked as they talked, and in the twinkling of an eye, they arrived close by. What's happening here is someone making a move. Summer shouted coldly and coldly swept his eyes at the crowd. The crowd of disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and all became quiet. Where's Wai Ming? Come over here. I'll introduce you to a few teachers. Summer beckoned, and Wai Ming stepped out. Saluting the several messengers, this is the disciple I took in Green Tiger City. 7th grade middle-level bloodline. 6th level spirit building cultivation. Not bad qualifications. Right. Summer nodded his head in satisfaction. Suddenly, his gaze lurched. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Wai Ming, why is your face so white? Wai Ming smiled awkwardly and shook his head. No, nothing. Summer shook her head and no longer cared about him. The qualifications are good. King, whose city is a big place after all. Tianbao City can't compare. Luo Lan smiled coldly, not really caring, and turned her head. Pan Yao, where is your disciple, lol? My disciple is that yellow-robed kid, Huang Kai. Why don't you come over and pay your respects to a few teachers? Pan Yao gently winked, and Huang Kai hurriedly walked over to salute. How about it? 7th grade middle rank bloodline. 7th layer of spirit building strength. How is it compared to you guys? Pan Yao smiled delicately. A winning look as the genius of Golden Bull City. Huang Kai certainly won't let master down. How can I not lose to those martial artists from small places? Huang Kai puffed out his chest, his gaze slowly sweeping over Su Wan and Luo Lan, looking very proud. Su Wan frowned slightly, displeased with Huang Kai's frivolous behavior. Luo Lan even snorted coldly, her heart bursting with speechlessness. A mere spirit-building realm junior, to be so high, strung in front of a few emissaries. Too self-righteous, Luo Lan, where is your disciple? Pan Yao asked with a strange smile as her eyes rolled. Luo Lan glanced at the hard-faced young man and shook her head. Forget it.
My disciple can't compare to you guys for now. Then, what about Su Wan's disciple? You can always invite him out for us to take a look. Pan Yao's gaze moved, and she looked at Su Wan again. She was slightly older by a few years. Her looks were not bad, but slightly inferior to Su Wan and Luo Lan. So she could only overpower the other party in terms of disciples. Su Wan shook her head and said, "It's better to forget about it. You guys will be jealous if I take out my disciple." What? Pan Yao sniffed with wide eyes. Lol. I'd like to see what kind of young groom can make our great beauty Su comment like that. When these words came out, there was a burst of surprise above the square. Pan Yao's speech was really a bit of a mouthful. As a teacher to be so frivolous, there was really no one else. Summer frowned slightly. Su Wan, we can all light up our family. You can't not give face, even if your disciple is inferior to us. There is no need to hide it so much. Hearing Summer say this, Luo Lan almost laughed out loud. She knew that Summer was definitely going to be slapped in the face. Su Wan shook her head and sighed. All right, since you guys have to compare yourselves, let my disciple come out to meet you. Jang Tian pays his respects to his master. Meet the messengers. Without waiting for Su Wan to greet him, Jang Tian took the initiative to come forward, first bowing towards Su Wan before seriously bowing to the other few people. It had to be said that Pan Yao's body was really hot. Even with Jang Tian's fixation, he felt a lot of pressure, especially the moment he bowed his head. A pair of raging waves seemed as if they were about to hit his face, causing his mind to follow. Lol, is this Su Wan's disciple? How come it's only at the 5th level of spirit building? Isn't it a high bloodline level? Pan Yao shook her swaying body and sized up Jang Tian with a strange look. Jang Tian was looked at by her a burst of discomfort. Hastily retracted the line of sight to look at Su Wan. This glance at the picture will be much more refreshing. 2 women, a burst eyes, a pleasing to the eye. No need to compare the high and low judgment. Su Wan, what exactly is your disciple's bloodline? With such a low cultivation level, you also took in a disciple. Summer frowned slightly, squinting at Jang Tian with a look of disgust. His disciple was at the 6th level of the spirit-building realm, and Pan Yao's disciple had even reached the 7th level of the spirit-building realm, and both of them were equally of the 7th grade bloodline. With Su Wan's discerning eye, if Jang Tian's cultivation was so poor, then his bloodline must be very strong. Su Wan frowned slightly, seemingly not too eager to speak. Bloodline grade, honestly, am not very clear about this issue. After hesitating for a moment, Su Wan stroked her forehead and slowly said. The crowd was aghast at the words. What, even the bloodline grade is not clear, and you took it? Summer was open-mouthed and surprised. Not so much, Su Wan. Are you confused? Pan Yao's eyes widened as she looked at Jang Tian in surprise. Jang Tian, what kind of bloodline are you? Tell us. Jang Tian frowned, looking at the deep-faced Su Wan. Not knowing how to speak, looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Lan suddenly had a twinkle in her eye and a bad smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Hee, Su Wan and Jang Tian are both too embarrassed to speak. Let me say it. This Jang Tian, he was originally a blood-waste person. What wasted blood person? The crowd was once again shocked at these words. Huang Kai, who was standing beside Pan Yao, even shook his head and looked at Jang Tian with the eyes of a barker. Despising him, Humph thought it was something great. But it turns out to be a blood-waster. Nope. How could a blood-waste person reach the 5th level of spirit building? How did he activate his bloodline spirit power? What kind of person was Pan Yao? Her brows furrowed, and she immediately noticed that something was wrong. As a teacher of the Spirit Sword Academy, she had quite deep attainments in the cultivation path, and at this moment, she hit the nail on the head, pointing straight to the key issue point. Luo Lan lightly hummed this question. That would have to be asked to Jang Tian himself. I don't know how he activated his bloodline spirit power. I only know that when testing the bloodline, he only condensed one illusion. Only one illusion, wouldn't that be the lowest grade bloodline? Summer was shocked by what he heard,
and his eyes immediately changed as he looked at Jang Tian, shaking his head and sighing as if he was looking at a patient who was gravely ill. Pan Yao blinked and sighed. Su Wan, you really don't go by the book, ah. To have accepted such a disciple. I really admire your vision. Can even a first-grade bloodline enter Spirit Sword Academy? How does that make us geniuses look bad? Huang Kai shook his head and laughed coldly, contempt written all over his face as he mocked Jang Tian profusely. The many martial artists followed suit, sneering and laughing. They had almost been bluffed by Jang Tian, thinking that he was really something special, but now it seemed that it was nothing more than a piece of trash. Welp, I didn't realize that he was actually a first-grade bloodline, Grandma. I was almost fooled by him. I don't quite understand. If the bloodline is so poor, why was he still able to defeat Wai Dong and Wai Ming? That's not simple. This kid's flesh is stronger, I know. There is a forbidden secret technique that allows one to fuse demonic beast essence blood, gaining powerful physical strength for a short period of time, and also barely activating the bloodline spirit power. But the backlash is also very powerful, and am afraid that my lifespan will be greatly reduced in the future. A gasp and murmur rang out from the crowd, and the eyes of the people looking at Jang Tian all changed. As if they were looking at an alien, this atmosphere also made the hearts of the Tianbao city's martial artists feel great. Hehe, Jang Tian, disgrace to this place, you didn't expect it, dead waste, dead trash, serves you right. Zhang Yuan cursed harshly and angrily, venting his inner depression. Hearing the crowd's comments, Su Wan's face sank as her gaze coldly swept over. The crowd immediately withdrew their voices and became silent. All right, there's no point in discussing this. Everyone disperse. The Academy's flying boat should be coming soon. Su Wan waved her hand, signaling the crowd to retreat. No, my match with Jang Tian hasn't even started yet. How can we call it quits? Huang Kai laughed coldly and looked coldly at Jang Tian. What, Huang Kai, is it necessary for you to compete with Jang Tian? Where can he be compared to you? Pan Yao had a strange smile on her face as she looked at Huang Kai and Jang Tian and shook her head more than once. Master, this punk dares to insult Golden Bull City. He must be taught a lesson. I request to continue the match. Huang Kai arched his hand towards Pan Yao, signaling her to take a stand. Pan Yao understood and nodded her head. All right, it's good to compete and exchange ideas, so you guys can compete. 7th level of the spirit-building realm. Su Wan swept a glance at Huang Kai and frowned slightly. Huang Kai's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Jang Tian's, and his bloodline grade was at the middle 7th level, so his strength was definitely very strong. Although she had a few moments of confidence in Jang Tian, she didn't think that Jang Tian had the certainty of winning. Master, let me go into battle. This person spoke out of turn and provoked him first. I was just about to teach him a lesson. A brilliant light rose in Jang Tian's eyes, and his entire person appeared very calm and powerful. Oh. Su Wan couldn't help but see a light in her eyes. Jang Tian seemed to be full of confidence, which made her a little surprised. She knew that Jang Tian was not the kind of person who was frivolous. Since he had decided to fight, he had a certain amount of certainty. Moreover, she hadn't seen Jang Tian exert his full strength yet, so she couldn't help but have some expectations at this time. All right, Huang Kai's strength is not weak. You must be cautious when you strike. Su Wan nodded faintly and agreed to the battle. Jang Tian nodded his head and smiled. Don't worry, Master. I won't beat him up too badly. At most, I'll just teach him a lesson. Jang Tian winked at Su Wan and raised his eyebrows as he looked towards Huang Kai. Wait, Summer suddenly stood out. Huang Kai is too strong. Let my disciple spar with Jang Tian first, or let him see the strength of the geniuses of Green Tiger City. So he might know better and not have to fight Huang Kai anymore. Summer was confident and raised his hand to greet Wai Ming as he stepped out. Jang Tian smiled without saying a word. Wai Ming was already his defeated opponent. Did he still need to fight again? Summer obviously didn't know this. and was still trying to grab a long face for himself before Huang Kai. However, Wai Ming was cowering, looking extremely embarrassed. The many onlookers were also laughing strangely. Their looks mostly very odd. What's wrong, Wai Ming? Are you even afraid of this first-grade bloodline guy? Summer's face sank, somewhat angry. What a good chance to grow a face. Master has already paved the way for you. Why don't you hurry up and walk up? Wai Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head, embarrassed to the extreme. Master, it's not that I don't dare to fight. I already lost to Jang Tian just now when these words came out. The martial artists on the sidelines immediately burst into laughter. What? Hearing this, the corners of Summer's eyes twitched and his face turned green. You really lost to him? Summer still couldn't believe it, but it was naturally impossible for Wai Ming to joke about this kind of thing. Which made him get down, and the high-profile words he had just said seemed like a slap back in his face. Causing his face to go up in flames, useless thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Summer gritted his teeth and said with an iron face. Master, Wai Ming stammered, not knowing how to speak. Pan Yao Yao shook her head and smiled. Cluck. Actually able to beat Wai Ming. Looks like there are a few strength, Well, don't waste time. Let Huang Kai fight him. Huang Kai, in the future, y'all be senior brothers in the same academy. Don't hit too hard. Be measured. Disciple was planning to knock a few of his tendons off, but since Master said so, I'll restrain my blows. At most, let him suffer some internal injuries and lie in bed for a few days. Huang Kai smiled proudly, as if he was talking about an infallible matter, appearing to make light of the situation, in his opinion. Crushing Jang Tian was like crushing an ant, requiring no effort at all. It was just that due to the arrival of a few emissaries, he couldn't strike as hard as he wanted to, which had to be said was a great pity. Huang Kai, don't talk too much, or it won't end well later. Jang Tian raised his eyebrows and secretly laughed in his heart. Huang Kai was so arrogant. A bit of suffering was inevitable. Jang Tian was eager to see exactly what the other party's expression would be after they lost. Country bumpkin of Tianbao City, let me show you what a genius is. Huang Kai charged out with a loud shout. He utilized a yellow rank advanced body technique, dragon and tiger steps, as if he were a fierce dragon out of the sea or a tiger descending from the mountain. Erupting with the might of a dragon's march and tiger's steps, how about it, Su Wan? My disciple's stance is not bad. Right, Pan Yao sneered as she looked towards Su Wan, her heart very pleased with herself. Huang Kai's strength was very prominent amongst this group of youngsters, and this hand alone, the dragon and tiger steps, was enough to suppress most martial artists. The stance is not bad. But just like this, I'm afraid that you won't be able to defeat Jang Tian. Su Wan shook her head and smiled. Not really nervous. She realized that Jang Tian was oozing with a strong confidence, giving her a great deal of confidence and anticipation, feeling that Jang Tian would definitely not lose to Huang Kai, although this confidence was a bit baffling to herself. She trusted that intuition. Huang Kai's stance is so brilliant. You guys, do you think Jang Tian can still create a miracle this time? Miracle? Hee. I think you're not awake, right? Jang Tian was lucky to beat Wai Ming, but there's no way he can beat Huang Kai. That's right. Huang Kai is at the 7th level of the spirit-building realm, even if Jang Tian's physical body is strong. It's impossible for him to be his opponent, apart from Su Wan. Almost no one was optimistic about Jang Tian. Fierce tiger fist, in the twinkling of an eye. Huang Kai swept in front of Jang Tian, his right fist blasting out. Roar. As soon as his fist blasted out, it triggered a roar like a tiger's roar. This fist contained a huge force of 30,000 kilograms, and with this move alone, it was enough to crush most of the disciples present, feeling that terrifying power. The faces of the crowd changed as horror flashed in their eyes. It took the 7th level of the spirit-building realm, coupled with the yellow rank advanced technique to reach a strength of 30,000 0 pounds. How can this be considered a genius? A cold smile flashed across the corners of Jang Tian's mouth as his figure advanced instead of retreating. Meeting Huang Kai's fist with a blast, he didn't utilize any feats, relying on nothing more than the power of his physical body. With this punch, the same 30,000 pounds of power erupted. A dull rumble ensued. Jang Tian stood firmly in place. But Huang Kai let out a muffled grunt, his body shaking back 5 or 6 steps. How is that possible? After staggering back to his feet, Huang Kai's face became very ugly just now. This fist had a force of 30,000 kilograms. How could this kid be unharmed? Jang Tian withdrew his fist and shook his head with a cold smile. The same 30,000 kilograms of power. He had used pure physical strength, while the other party had only reached 30,000 kilograms by adding physical body and kung fu. It was simply impossible to compare the two. Compared to the two, Jang Tian's power was much more pure and thicker, able to explode instantly as well as possessing a strong afterburner. Huang Kai, on the other hand, could only reach 30,000 pounds in an instant, and after the Gong Fu bonus was consumed, all that was left was the power of his physical body. Although his physical body wasn't weak, it was a far cry from Jang Tian, so he simply couldn't shake Jang Tian. Huang Kai was actually shaken back. What is this? A cry of shock came out from the crowd, and many people were greatly surprised. How could this happen? Pan Yao's brows furrowed and his smile froze on his face. Huang Kai, show your true skill. Don't nag him. Let him see the strength of the Golden Bull City martial artists. Pan Yao lost some face and chided in a delicate voice. By this point, Su Wan was completely relieved. Jang Tian hadn't even utilized his bloodline spirit power, so it was impossible for Huang Kai to defeat him even if he put up a fight. Jang Tian, don't waste time. The Academy flying boat will be here soon. End this battle as soon as possible. Su Wan smiled indifferently and nodded at Jang Tian. This scene, straight away, mesmerized the crowd, not to mention these newly accepted disciples. Even those 3 male teachers rarely saw Su Wan looking so smiling. And for a moment, they all looked a little dumbfounded. Jang Tian was also looking at them, but he quickly came back to his senses. Don't worry, Master Teacher. Huang Kai's cultivation is nothing more than that. It'll let him understand who's strong and who's weak. Huang Kai, don't think that just because your Golden Bull City is bigger that it's great. Today it'll let you know that Tianbao City's martial artists also have dignity. Jang Tian shouted, his body swaying as he took the initiative to rush towards Huang Kai. Damn it, the corners of Huang Kai's eyes jumped. His heart very scornful, having been shaken back by a punch just now. His hand was still numb and looking at the Jang Tian who swept in. His heart couldn't help but feel a little scared, but there was no way, in front of so many people, and with Pan Rao urging from behind. He didn't have any room to retreat. Arrogant brat, just now it was just a test. This time I'm going to beat you so much that you won't be able to crawl out of bed for half a month. Huang Kai shouted angrily, his entire body pouncing out like a fierce tiger. The dragon and tiger steps instantly unfolded, and Huang Kai's body swayed as he rushed out several feet away. This time, he no longer had any reservations and decisively used his bloodline spirit power. A yellow spirit light suddenly flashed as he blasted out with his right fist. Roar. A dull tiger's roar suddenly came out. Huang Kai's fist's spiritual light flashed, transforming into a large tiger's head. Tiger's eyes wide open and fierce light blossomed. Looking berserk, a yellow spiritual light circled around Huang Kai, and it looked as if he had transformed into a ferocious tiger. Bloodline talent. This is Huang Kai's bloodline talent. Huang Kai's bloodline is a 7th grade middle, ranked fierce tiger bloodline. Once it's activated, the entire person's strength will surge, and his physical body will instantly become stronger. HMPH, this time Jang Tian will definitely be out of luck. A few Golden Bull City martial artists' eyes were glowing with great joy, and they couldn't wait to shout out, lest others didn't know how powerful Huang Kai was after using his bloodline talent. The power contained in this punch was a hefty 35,000 pounds. The sound was quite appalling. Good, worthy of being my Pan Yao's disciple. Pan Yao smiled proudly and coldly swept a glance at Su Wan. A waste from the tiny Tianbao city. How dare you compare yourself to the genius of Golden Bull City? What a daydream. Noticing her gaze, Su Wan shook her head and smiled, always maintaining a calm demeanor. So what if it was 35,000 pounds of strength? To know, Jang Tian hadn't even used his bloodline spirit power yet. At this moment, Summer is also looking forward to Huang Kai's victory in one fell swoop, so that he can more or less save some face. Ren Yuan and Deng Tao smiled at each other, thinking that the big picture had been decided, although they knew that Jang Tian had never utilized his bloodline spirit power. He was only a first-grade bloodline, so even if he did, it wouldn't add up to much, hee. Huang Kai is going to win. Ren Yuan shook his head and smiled, no longer paying attention to Jang Tian. Jang Tian's bloodline is too poor. I'm afraid that he can only rely on physical strength to fight. I've seen this kind of martial artist before. Although he can take advantage of it in the beginning, he will soon be left behind by others. There's not much potential to speak of. Deng Tao shook his head and sighed. A strong regret flashed in his eyes. Yeah, I really don't know what Su Wan was thinking. How could she have recruited this kind of person into the academy, and even taken him as her disciple? Ren Yuan shook his head and sighed, subconsciously looking to the side. Into his eyes was Su Wan's perfect side face. As well as a cool demeanor, Ren Yuan's heart was slightly shaken, and he hastily withdrew his sight in front of Su Wan. Not many men were able to maintain their confidence. She was different from Luo Lan's kind of fiery temperament, always exuding a faint coldness, although there was no great sense of oppression, but it made people feel difficult to get close to, and even more difficult to communicate in depth. Feeling the might of the fierce tiger fist, Jang Tian raised his eyebrows and a brilliant light flashed through his eyes. 35,000 kilograms. It seems like we need to use a little bit of our bloodline spirit power. Jang Tian did not perform a stance. Instead, he utilized a bloodline spirit power and swung his fist towards that tiger's head. Break it for me, Jang Tian shouted coldly. His fist exploded the air, swirling up several fluctuations of spiritual energy as he smashed his fist on top of the tiger's head. With a loud bang, a faint purple light flashed across Jang Tian's fist, smashing a crack in the tiger's forehead. This crack expanded rapidly, spreading to the entire tiger's head in an instant. Roar. A trace of unwillingness showed in the tiger's eyes, and it collapsed with a wild roar. Huang Kai's face changed drastically. His body shook violently as he spat out blood and flew backwards, falling 3 feet away. Impossible, Huang Kai roared in rage, completely unable to believe that he would fall. My God, Jang Tian actually broke Huang Kai's bloodline talent. How is that possible? He's a 7th grade middle ranked bloodline and at the 7th level of spirit building. The crowd was letting out a cry of shock. Outrageous, Pan Yao Yao glared fiercely at Jang Tian. Her delicate body swayed, and she came to Huang Kai's side, popping an elixir into his mouth. Her right hand yanked him up with a move through the air. Master. Huang Kai's face was pale, and his body trembled, feeling incomparably ashamed. Earlier, he was so high profile and said that he was some kind of genius. But now he was mercilessly crushed by Jang Tian, which really made him ashamed of himself. Pan Yao angrily said, All right, defeat is defeat. It's useless to say anything. Her face was unsightly, originally thinking of striking Su Wan. But she didn't expect this slap to be on her face, which really made her a bit annoyed. How did that happen? I didn't see it wrong, did I? Jang Tian actually defeated Huang Kai. Isn't he a first-grade bloodline? How could he have such strength? Summer. Ren Yuan and Deng Tao looked at each other with their mouths wide open in surprise. Luo Lan had a bad smile on her face, as if she was a wantonly blooming flower. Her brilliant smile immediately attracted countless gazes that swished towards her. Ouch, the great genius of Golden Bull City. How come he was defeated by the rustic dogs of Tianbao City?
I didn't see it wrong. Is this for real? I say, Pan Yao. Your disciple doesn't seem to be able to do it either.
Well, it's not much better than Summer's disciple. Liu Lan did not hide her complacency, although Jang Tian was not her disciple. But being able to fall in these people's face gave her a great sense of accomplishment of being one step above. Her eyes landed on Jang Tian's face intentionally or unintentionally, and a trace of a strange look vaguely appeared in her eyes.
Jang Tian felt something in his heart and raised his eyes, only to see a scene that left him at a loss for words.
Liu Lan's eyes met with his, her pretty face inexplicably reddened. A trace of shyness flashed in her marvelous eyes,
and she quickly averted her gaze. What does this mean? The corners of Jang Tian's eyes jumped, and he had an indefinable and odd feeling.
At the apprentice acceptance conference, he had hated Liu Lan for a while, disliking her lofty and overbearing demeanor.
However, after she and Su Wan repelled the black-clothed hand, this impression was greatly changed, and he realized that Liu Lan was only unconventional in nature, but not a bad person. However, what was the meaning of that look just now?
Jang Tian swallowed awkwardly. His mind was in turmoil, and he didn't dare to think any further. Su Wan seemed to have sensed his abnormality, and subconsciously swept a glance at Liu Lan.
Not knowing if she had seen anything, Jang Tian, you're great. Su Wan laughed and gave Jang Tian a thumbs up.
This scene caused several teachers to be dumbfounded, and at the same time, caused the many disciples to look drunk.
The martial artists of Golden Bull City are nothing more than that. Defeating Huang Kai is enough to be happy about.
Master Teacher is overpraising. Jang Tian shook his head and smiled, looking very calm. What? Pan Yao was so angry that her face turned blue.
Outrageous, this kid is too crazy, isn't he? A few martial artists from Golden Bull City shouted harshly, all wanting to step in to teach Jang Tian a lesson. Damn it, what right does a country bumpkin from the tiny Tianbao City have to ride on my head?
At this moment, Huang Kai looked resentful, his fists clenching. He couldn't accept the fact that he had lost to Jang Tian and vowed to get this debt back. Jang Tian, you wait for me. After arriving at the academy, I'm going to return today's shame to you tenfold and 100-fold.
Huang Kai gritted his teeth and roared madly. That raging hatred caused the crowd to be deeply scared by it.
But Jang Tian didn't care, shaking his head and laughing coldly. Defeated underlings, you can't even beat me now, and you'll be even less of a match for me in the future. I advise you to wake up and stop dreaming. HMPH.
Let's forget about the people from Golden Bull City. You've already lost enough face. Now let us from Flying Star City come and challenge Jang Tian. A white-robed martial artist from Flying Star City stepped out, looking at Jang Tian condescendingly.
This person's cultivation was also at the 7th level of spirit building, but the aura he exuded was considerably more powerful than Huang Kai's.
And his strength was quite impressive, so it's Kai Zing Yu from Flying Star City. Summer slowly nodded his head. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes, and Ren Yuan and Deng Tao had the same reaction. Kai Xingya's outstanding qualifications had already been snatched up by other emissaries,
making them very depressed with Kai Xingya's strength. Defeating Jang Tian will definitely be no problem.
Ren Yuan slowly nodded his head, his eyes filled with envy. Who wouldn't want such a disciple? But nah, he didn't have that destiny, let alone defeating. I think it should be crushing. Deng Tao shook his head and smiled, as if he had a plan. Enough. Su Wan frowned slightly and stepped out. Do you guys want to come to a wheel battle? If each and every one of you come to challenge Jang Tian, then there will be no end to it. The Academy flying boat will be here soon. Everyone line up and get ready. Jang Tian, you come with me. Su Wan greeted Jang Tian as he stepped aside. Some worry hidden in his eyes. Jang Tian, although these new students are not weak, they are still far from the Academy's veterans. You must remember not to be too high profile, otherwise you will face a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Jang Tian nodded heavily at his words, but he didn't have much fear in his heart. There was less than a year to go before his appointment with Yi Wuxu, and during this period, he had to raise his strength as much as possible, and he would not back down even if he encountered a stronger opponent. Master, don't worry. I have my own measure. Well, Master believes that you are not the type of person who is blindly arrogant.
But you must remember that there are many geniuses in the academy. Any old student can crush these new students.
So you must not take it lightly. Su Wan nodded her head indifferently, gazing intently as she exhorted. Rumble, right at this moment, a loud boom suddenly came from midair. The crowd's faces changed at the sound, and they all raised their heads to look over, only to see two huge black flying boats speedily break through the air. And in the blink of an eye, they landed on top of the square. Many young people are the first time to see this kind of flying magic treasure. A moment of great surprise, eyes in the essence of light bloom, heart full of shock. All right, quickly line up and prepare to board the boat. Summer coldly shouted, signaling the disciples to line up. The flying boats were huge in size, each generally more than a dozen feet long. Enough to hold hundreds of people. The many disciples were divided into two batches and lined up in order to start boarding the boat. Let's board the boat first. Later on in the flying boat, I will introduce you to the academy. Su Wan nodded and smiled, signaling Jang Tian to board the boat. Good. Disciple also has questions to ask Master Teacher. Let's talk about it later. Jang Tian arched his hand and saluted, then lined up the steps to board the boat. At this moment, the martial artists of Tianbao City had rather mixed feelings. They had been trying to suppress Jang Tian with the help of external forces, but they hadn't expected that. Instead, they would let Jang Tian come out on top. There was no doubt that after this encounter, Jang Tian's status amongst the new students must have risen considerably. Damn it, this kid has really hidden his strength. The corners of Jang Long's eyes contracted, his expression icy cold. Liar, we've all been tricked by him. Jang Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. It's a waste of time for the Jang family to cultivate him for so many years. I think he just doesn't want to do his best for the family. That's why he's deliberately hiding his strength. Maybe even the marriage withdrawal was within his calculations. He's going to dump Yi Wuxu and go after the talented woman from the Spirit Sword Academy. Yes, that must be it. The entire Tianbao city has been tricked by him. Jiang Man's eyes were cold. In her eyes, Jang Tian had almost become a hypocrite. What can be done about that? Jang Tian is now the red man in Su Wan's eyes. Gao Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. A helpless look on his face. Jiang Man, I have to give you a heads up. I see that Luo Lan has a bit of an interest in this kid. You have to be careful. Lin Xing had a strange smile on his face and his eyes were a little weird. What are you babbling about? That's my master. She would never give Jang Tian any favors. Jiang Man chortled and glared fiercely at Lin Xing. Lin Xing laughed strangely. What do you know? There can be many ways for a woman to want to give a man favors. It doesn't necessarily have to be materialistic. Hey, outrageous. Don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Man's face flushed red, and his complexion became very complicated, although he didn't believe Lin Xing's words. Luo Lan had indeed expressed interest in Jiang Tian at the apprentice assembly, but Jiang Tian had already worshipped under Su Wan. So Luo Lan couldn't do anything at all. As for the nonsense, Lin Xing said she didn't believe it. What kind of person was Luo Lan that she would have a heart for Jang Tian? A junior, the hell would believe it. Well, my master isn't worse than Su Wan, as long as I cultivate hard. Sooner or later, I'll be able to catch up with Jang Tian. Jiang Man snorted coldly and quickly boarded the flying boat. A few moments later, in a loud rumbling sound, the two flying boats successively rose up in the air, drawing a huge arc in midair as they sped towards the way they came. The space of the flying boats was large and was divided into several areas. First was the area at the front of the flying boat.
which was separated into individual rooms for the messengers to use. Second was the area for the disciples in the rear. This area was divided into 2 sections for men and women, but it was not divided into separate rooms. In a room in the front part of the flying boat, Su Wan and Jang Tian stood opposite each other. "Have a seat, Jang Tian." "Do you know the situation of Spirit Sword Academy?" Su Wan beckoned, signaling Jang Tian to take a seat. He and Su Wan were the only 2 people here, so Jang Tian didn't have to be overly polite, and after respectfully saluting, he sat down. "I've heard a little bit about it. It's said that the Spirit Sword Academy is the most prestigious academy near and far, with tens of thousands of disciples within. I don't know if it's true or not." Jang Tian only had some hearsay. In fact, his knowledge of Spirit Sword Academy was still very muddled. It can't be considered wrong. But it's just some superficial descriptions of the academy from the outside world, and it doesn't involve the real situation of the academy at all. Su Wan smiled sweetly, her expression slightly mysterious. "I feel the same way. After all, there aren't many people in Tianbao City who have been enrolled in the Spirit Sword Academy. So most of these news are just some rumors." Jang Tian smiled awkwardly and didn't deny it. After all, he really didn't have any in-depth knowledge of Spirit Sword Academy. Su Wan said, "Simply tell you, there are more than 600 cities within the Spirit Sword Academy's sphere of influence. These cities vary in size. The smallest is the Tianbao City kind of level. The medium is equivalent to the Golden Cow City. And the larger ones are more than 10 times larger than the Golden Cow City." Jang Tian was secretly staggered by what he heard. But he wasn't too shocked. He wouldn't be naive enough to think that there were only cities of this size in this continent like Tianbao City and Golden Bull City. The outside world must be huge. It was just that he hadn't seen it yet. "I've long heard that the outside world is huge. When I have the time and enough strength, I must go out and have a look." Jang Tian breathed deeply. His eyes filled with anticipation and yearning. Watching his reaction, Su Wan's gaze moved slightly, and she secretly praised him inwardly. If he were an ordinary small-place martial artist, I'm afraid that he would have already been too surprised to close his mouth upon hearing this news. And I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist asking questions. Jang Tian, however, did not react too unexpectedly, always maintaining a calm and relaxed demeanor. Such a person can only become a great man if one was too surprised to hear a bit of special news. The mind of such a person could be imagined, and it would be impossible for them to achieve too much in the martial arts. Su Wan nodded her head and said, "Spirit Sword Academy is divided into 2 main parts, the main courtyard and the vice courtyard. According to the rules of the academy, new students must start their cultivation from the vice courtyard, and only after their cultivation reaches the heaven opening realm will they be qualified to enter the main courtyard." Main courtyard and vice courtyard. It seems like there should be a big gap between the 2, right? Jang Tian frowned slightly, knowing that some of the questions might embarrass Su Wan, but still he was saying it. Jang Tian grew up with this kind of character. He had to ask clearly if he had doubts, and didn't want to be vague and perfunctory. "That's right. The main courtyard is not even on the same level as the secondary courtyard. Only the main courtyard is the true core of the Spirit Sword Academy, and although the secondary courtyard has a large number of people, they are all there to train talents for the main courtyard." Su Wan shook her head and sighed, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "I understand." Jang Tian slowly nodded his head, pondering, without a doubt. If he wanted to break through in Spirit Sword Academy, he had to enter the main courtyard, the heaven opening realm. This was a realm that he had to reach as soon as possible, no matter what. Only by reaching this realm would he be able to smoothly enter the main courtyard, and at the same time, he would also be able to decipher that mysterious epistle and see what was actually written on it. Until you reach the heaven opening realm, you won't have any interactions with the main courtyard, so you don't need to think about him for now. Let's first solidly bring up your cultivation, as long as you break through to the heaven opening realm.
Everything will fall into place, Su Wan nodded faintly. She had deep expectations for Jang Tian. Jang Tian understood that it was too early to talk about the main courtyard. First, establishing a firm footing in the vice courtyard was the biggest priority, although the vice courtyard is a whole. It has been divided into several parts for ease of management, and these are the 1 gold, 2 silver, 6 bronze, a total of 9 university halls. Speaking here, Su Wan sighed softly, her expression slightly complicated. 3 levels of gold, silver, and bronze. Jang Tian also pondered for a while as he heard this, slightly frowning. Obviously, not only did Spirit Sword Academy have a division between the main and secondary courtyards. Even the secondary courtyards had clear grades, ranging from high to low. One didn't need to think about it to know that 1 golden hall and 2 silver halls must have concentrated most of the elites of the vice courtyard. And as for the 6 bronze halls, it was thought that most of them were ordinary disciples. The trainees of the golden and silver halls come from the large surrounding cities, and both their qualifications and strengths exceed the 6 bronze halls. Basically, out of every 10 disciples who advance to the main courtyard, 7 or 8 are born from them, and the remaining 2 or 3 are from the bronze halls. The difference is so great. Jang Tian was surprised to hear this. 6 copper temples could only divide 20 to 30% of the promotion slots. This ratio was too exaggerated. Yes, Su Wan sighed lightly and nodded with a complicated expression. Jang Tian frowned. How can I enter the golden hall and silver hall? Su Wan shook her head and smiled bitterly. This is not something you can choose. The academy has long since demarcated the area. Martial artists from the cities surrounding Tianbao City can only enter the bronze hall to cultivate. Only those martial artists from large cities are qualified to enter the golden hall and silver hall. Jang Tian's face stiffened. His heart was very unconvinced. He had thought that being enrolled in the Spirit Sword Academy was the same as stepping onto a brand new starting line and having a powerful future. However, the truth was cruel. The same newly admitted disciples were actually divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and they were dead limited beforehand. There was not an equal treatment at all. What is this? Were the martial artists of the great cities inherently superior? Could it be that the martial artists around Tianbao City were born with the title of weaklings? Or do they want to blame themselves for their bad reincarnation? Jang Tian's face was deep, and his gaze slightly cold. Although he was upset, but there was nothing he could do. The rules of the academy were not something he could change as a small martial artist. In that case, I'm afraid that the cultivation received by the golden and silver hall trainees is not comparable to that of the bronze hall trainees. Right, Jang Tian shook his head and sighed, gazing deeply at Su Wan. Indeed, Su Wan looked complicated and slowly nodded her head. With the backing of the forces of many great cities and pools, the Golden Hall and Silver Hall trainees have abundant cultivation resources, and are equipped with teachers that are a little stronger, and their treatment comprehensively surpasses that of the Copper Hall. Jang Tian shook his head and sighed lightly, slowly exhaling a mouthful of sulkiness, although he was a little depressed. He did not feel desperate. So what if he could only enter the Copper Hall? So what if the treatment was worse? In the beginning, the Zhang family didn't even give him pills, but he had become the strongest martial artist of the younger generation in Tianbao City. The strongest of the strong would be the strongest of the strong. He wanted to unleash his full efforts under limited conditions. Don't worry, Master. I won't be discouraged even if I can only cultivate in the Copper Hall. I can do my best in Tianbao City and stand at the peak of Spirit Sword Academy just the same. Jang Tian's expression was incomparably resolute, and a brilliant light blossomed in his eyes. Good. I believe that you will not let me down. Su Wan's gaze flickered as her heart throbbed, feeling Jang Tian's bravado and aura. She understood that she hadn't looked at the wrong person as the flying boat whizzed along. Jang Tian listened intently to Su Wan's narration. The King Xuan country
is divided into 36 counties, and each county has a martial arts academy like the Spirit Sword Academy. And some have more than one. In terms of the entire Qingshuan country, the Spirit Sword Academy isn't considered to be too high of an academy.
Oh, surprisingly, there are better academies, yes. There are 3 large martial arts academies in the Qingshuan Kingdom,
known as the 3 Great Academies, each of which is many times more powerful than the Spirit Sword Academy, and the students there are all stronger than the strongest geniuses of the Spirit Sword Academy when they casually pull out a single one of them.
However, these are still far away from you. The outside world is truly vast. Jang Tian breathed deeply, a wave rippling in his mind. After hearing what Su Wan had said, he deeply realized that Spirit Sword Academy was just a starting point. There was an even more expansive world waiting to be explored in the Qingshuan Kingdom, and even on the Spirit Luo continent.
By the way, Master, what exactly were those black, clothed assassins at the Heavenly Treasure City's Apprentice Acceptance Conference?
Jang Tian's brows furrowed as the appearance of the 3 black, clothed assassins appeared in his mind.
Su Wan's face sank slightly as she heard this, her gaze becoming grave, obviously very wary of those people as well. They are the assassins of the Sacred Underworld Palace. What kind of organization is the Sacred Underworld Palace?
Jang Tian frowned. The Sacred Underworld Palace is a notorious assassin organization. Its strength is very large, and its members are extremely good at hiding, often disguising themselves under various identities, doing whatever it takes to achieve their goals, and then quickly disappearing without leaving any traces after the deed is done.
Su Wan looked worried and looked deeply at Jang Tian, wondering, when did you provoke the people of the Sacred Underworld Palace? And they even sent out such a powerful expert. Su Wan was greatly puzzled. In fact, even if Jang Tian didn't say anything, she would have mentioned this matter. I don't know what's going on either. Jang Tian looked embarrassed and depressed. These killers obviously had nothing to do with Zhang He. So what exactly were their origins? Jang Tian couldn't figure it out and was quite annoyed inwardly. It was a good thing that he was about to enter the Spirit Sword Academy, and in a place like this, where there were many strong people. He shouldn't encounter any more attacks from killers. However, this thought had just popped up when Su Wan gave him a blow to the head.
Jang Tian, don't take this lightly. The people of the Sacred Underworld Palace act strangely. Perhaps even in the middle of the academy, there are their assassins hidden.
Don't ever think that being in the academy is 100% safe. Su Wan's expression was grave, and she did not look like she was joking in the slightest. What? Jang Tian's face changed slightly,
and a wave of anger ran through his heart to dare sneak into the Spirit Sword Academy. The assassins of the Sacred Underworld Palace are also too arrogant.
Right, in that case, wouldn't it mean that he could incur an attack from the assassin at any time, if he was alone and met a black, clothed assassin with a powerful cultivation?
Wouldn't that be bad luck? There have been cases of trainees being killed in the past, tracing them afterward but not being able to find accurate clues, although it was suspected to be the work of the Holy Underworld Palace assassins, but not being able to trace the clues. The Academy's higher-ups could not do anything about it. Su Wan shook her head and sighed lightly, quite helpless between her words. By the way, what exactly is the identity of that black-clothed killer who escaped? Su Wan shook her head and said, I asked Elder Criminal. He only knows that the other party is a Bronze Hall Elder of the Sacred Underworld Palace. But his true identity is unknown. The other party has a diagonal scar on his left eyebrow. But this clue is unreliable because changing his disguise and changing his face is simply an easy task. All right, I see. Jang Tian exhaled a breath of sulkiness, his thoughts somewhat complicated. He honestly didn't know who he had provoked to the point that the other party wanted to inflict this kind of poison. HMPH, the Holy Underworld Palace's assassin, had better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will definitely use all means to force you to tell the truth. Cold light flashed in Jang Tian's eyes. He knew that his strength wasn't enough to look at in front of those killers.
so he had to raise his cultivation with maximum effort and speed. Luckily, there were many strong people in the academy,
and the assassins of the sacred underworld palace could not be too blatant, so there was no need to be overly nervous. After leaving Su Wan's room, Jang Tian returned to the disciple area. Most of the trainees were on the deck looking around,
taking in the beautiful scenery along the way, but Jang Tian didn't have the heart for it, finding a quiet corner to sit on his knees and silently cultivate.
Several days passed by in a flash. Jang Tian successively refined 60 earth blood pills, and his strength steadily increased. But to his disappointment, he still hadn't been able to break through to the 6th level of the spirit-building realm. Only his strength and bloodline spirit power had increased. The flying boat evaded for several days and finally arrived above a rolling mountain range.
This was where the Spirit Sword Academy was located. The flying boat had not yet descended. Many disciples could not wait to lie down on the railing and look down.
To their eyes, there was a verdant and moving scene, and between the mountains, the rivers meandered and coiled around, as if a long dragon was weaving through the mountain peaks, a group of white spiritual clouds in the peaks above more than floating, a white spiritual fog in the lofty peaks between the dizzying uncertainty. Heaven and earth spiritual Kai is very rich. It was only at this moment that the crowd could see and understand that Spirit Sword Academy was not the huge compound they had imagined,
but rather a large palace built on the mountain, which clearly occupied the entire mountain range, and on one of the peaks in front of the palace.
A huge square was carved out, all paved with hard white astral stones for the disciples to cultivate. Heavens, is this the Spirit Sword Academy? It's even bigger than what I dreamed of. This is simply a large city. Spirit Sword Academy is even bigger than Tianbao City. It's really a bit shocking. The crowd was shocked, and Jang Tian was equally marveled, looking at the forest of palaces below, as well as a huge square. The eyes of these young people blossomed with a strange color. The grandiose scene here excited them, and their hearts were all filled with longing. A flying boat sped from different directions and converged above the palace, and in a short while, more than a dozen flying boats were parked on the square in front of the palace. Those flying boats were the ones that had returned from other cities and pools to collect disciples. The flying boat that Jang Tian was traveling in quickly landed on the square, and under the command of the messenger. All the trainees stepped out of the flying boat to register for enrollment and receive their disciple tokens. According to the rules of the academy, after registering, these trainees were to head to the area of the academy hall that they belonged to, and from then on, they would begin their academy cultivation, just as Su Wan and Liu Lan were about to leave with the trainees. Pan Yao twisted her delicate body and stretched her waist against the mountain wind, staging a tantalizing scene in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this teacher with a fiery body that was beyond words, the many new students all had glowing eyes. And even the messengers who knew Pan Luo couldn't help but stare at her, their eyes very greedy. Pan Yao, here are all new students. What are you selling your flirtation for? Why don't you hurry up and bring them back to the Hall of Learning? Liu Lan had a bad smile on her face and coldly mocked. Liu Lan, what's the hurry? Let's talk about it later. Summer hemmed and hawed, but between words, he didn't look at Liu Lan. His gaze was dead set on Pan Yao's delicate body. In the sunlight, Pan Rao's clothes hidden light, blood-spurting body hidden, straight to see many men greatly moved. Ren Yuan and Deng Tao is also two eyes shine, staring at Pan Yao's delicate body swallowed saliva. They do not want to leave so quickly. This great scenery has not seen enough. Su Wan frowned and sighed. A cold color flashed in her eyes. Jang Tian, let's go. Yes, master. Jang Tian nodded, ready to follow Su Wan and leave. Wait. Pan Yao's waist twisted, a bad smile surfacing at the corner of her mouth. Don't be in a hurry, Su Wan. We just came back. Don't you want to take a look at other people's apprenticeships? Oh, Su Wan's gaze moved, but she guessed Pan Yao's mind. Well, since you're so interested, then I'll accompany you to take a look. Hee, that's right. Pan Yao threw a wink at Su Wan, her hot gaze sweeping over Jang Tian's face in passing. The corner of her mouth swept up a cold smile. A few days ago, Jang Tian had swept away her face in the palace competition. This time, she was prepared to make Jang Tian suffer a bit, and also fall on Su Wan's face. Pan Yao swept her gaze and landed on a stout, green-robed messenger. He was surrounded by a group of newcomers. Among them, there were several at the 7th level of the spirit-building realm. Their aura was clearly much higher than Huang Kai's, and their strength was quite strong. Pan Yao smiled delicately, letting out a silver, Ling-like laugh and gently beckoned to that person. Giggle, Sun Dong, have you received any good disciples this year? Quickly bring it over for me to see. Sun Dong was likewise a Copper Hall teacher, and had always had some sort of thoughts about Pan Yao. Only that Pan Yao had always hung on to his appetite, and had never let him take advantage of it. Pan Yao, hearing the call of a good person, Sun Dong's spirit was lifted. Pan Yao taking the initiative to greet him was something that he could not wait for. Good. You guys come with me. Sun Dong was so excited that he immediately ordered a few disciples to walk towards Pan Yao with glowing eyes. Pan Yao, I haven't seen you for a few days. I kind of miss you. Sun Dong rubbed his palms together with a flattering face, taking the opportunity to get close. Cluck, well said. Let's take a look at your disciple first. Pan Yao wore a delicate smile on her face as her gaze swept past Sun Dong and landed on those few youngsters. Well, these few seedlings are all good. Their cultivation reaches the 7th level of the spirit-building realm, and their bloodline grades are all at the middle 7th grade. Sun Dong pointed at the new students beside him, signaling them to pay their respects to Pan Yao, Disciple Zhao Jun, Disciple Wen Hao, Disciple Cheng Yan. Pay respects to teacher Pan Yao. It had to be said that these 3 new students were quite good in terms of both qualifications and strength, and could be said to be a cut above the disciples Pan Yao had taken in. Looking at the 3 young men, a hint of jealousy vaguely flashed in Pan Yao's eyes, but her expression was bland, even a little disdainful. You went out for a trip and collected this kind of goods. Pan Yao's face was slightly cold as she mockingly laughed. Sun Dong's face stiffened, the corners of his eyes twitching up, and the 3 freshmen also stiffened in embarrassment. Pan Yao, this kind of qualification is already not bad. Could it be that you've taken on a better disciple than this? Although Sun Dong was interested in Pan Yao, he did not think that Pan Yao could receive a better disciple. Pan Yao coldly said, I don't have one, but others do. I'm afraid that these 3 disciples of yours combined are no better than one of hers. What? Impossible? Sun Dong couldn't help but be a little annoyed at his words. He was already unconvinced by being belittled by Pan Yao, and hearing this comment made his heart even more irritated. Whose disciple is that powerful? I'd like to see what he's capable of. Sun Dong chortled, his face turning cold. It's Su Wan. Pan Yao raised her chin, her eyes glancing towards Su Wan. Sun Dong then frowned upon hearing this. Su Wan, is your disciple very powerful? Call it out for me to see. Su Wan's gaze was slightly cold as she said indifferently, Sun Dong, your nature is still so simple and rough. You don't even understand when you are being used as a gun. Sun Dong was unmoved by what he heard. He and Su Wan had always disagreed, often arguing over the academic affairs of the Copper Hall, and there had also been some minor disputes over the distribution of cultivation resources. Therefore, even though he understood that Pan Yao was using him, he did not care. HMPH, don't change the subject. I think it's your disciple who can't hold his own. Right? Sun Dong laughed coldly, with Sun Dong and Pan Yao teaming up to squeeze Su Wan like this. Jang Tian could no longer watch. As Su Wan frowned slightly, Jang Tian stepped out and stood beside her. Master, it seems like someone is provoking. A cold light flashed in Jang Tian's eyes as he coldly scanned Sun Dong and the 3 new students. Is it you? Boy, Sun Dong coldly looked at Jang Tian with great disdain in his heart. He had thought that Su Wan's disciple would be some kind of character. But he didn't expect it to be just a brat at the 5th level of the spirit-building realm. It was really laughable. Kid, come and compete with my disciple to see if there is any real talent, if there's no real skill. It's better to put your tail between your legs for me, Sun Dong snapped angrily, ostensibly scolding Jang Tian. But in reality, he was pointing fingers and venting his dissatisfaction with Su Wan. Master, let me have a match with them. Jang Tian was full of confidence and did not flinch. Su Wan smiled bashfully. All right, but the other party's strength isn't bad. So you have to keep your eyes peeled. Don't disgrace your master. Don't worry. Master, dealing with these few people is no big deal to me at all. Jang Tian nodded his head and smiled, his expression very calm. Hearing his words, the faces of the 3 freshmen across from him sank as they shook their heads and laughed coldly. Kid, you're too crazy, aren't you? Zhao Jun wrapped his arms around himself with a very contemptuous expression. Just who gave you the backbone to speak so loudly? Wen Hao wore a cold smile on his face and shook his head. 5th level of the spirit-building realm. Teacher sus disciple is really not simple. I wonder what kind of bloodline it is. Cheng Yan was conspiratorial and had a mocking look on his face. In their opinion, Jang Tian's strength was mediocre. Yet his mouth was very small. This kind of person either had a brain problem or was a natural egomaniac. And only by giving him a lesson would he know the depths. It's not for a few of you to worry about what bloodline I have. As for whether I'm arrogant or not, and whether I have any real material, y'all soon understand, in the face of the 3's sneering. Jang Tian did not lose his cool and shook his head with a cold smile, although these 3 guys were a bit stronger than Huang Kai. Jang Tian still had the confidence to defeat them, and it was a solid win. I say, are the 3 of you coming one by one? Or together? Jang Tian raised his eyebrows, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. This look caused the 3 people opposite to completely explode in rage. Asshole, damned fellow, even daring to say such big words. I don't think people like you will live long at all. Cut the crap, let me clean him up first. Cheng Yan's face sank as he rushed towards Jang Tian first. He wanted to ruthlessly suppress this arrogant and bold country bumpkin, letting him know the difference between a genius and a mediocrity. At the same time, he also wanted to show off his strength in front of Sun Dong, so that he would pay more attention to him and focus on cultivating him. Cheng Yan let out a cold cry, as if he was transformed into a mighty cheetah. His speed was so fast that even his figure became illusory. This was his family's Yellow Order advanced body technique, Spirit Leopard Escape, which had already been cultivated by him to the realm of being driven by the heart. Only one step away from reaching the peak, Jang Tian, I want to see. What will you use to win against me? Cheng Yan let out a stern shout and used another yellow rank advanced technique, the Leopard Power Palm. His palm shook and instantly manifested 3 palm shadows, almost making it impossible to tell the difference between reality and reality. Of the 3 palm shadows, the one that was truly threatening was only the one in the center. The other 2 were just fronts. And if the opponent did not know exactly what was going on and hastily resisted, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Su Wan frowned slightly, could not help but be a little worried. Cheng Yan's strength is not weak, Kung Fu is also very strong. I do not know whether Jang Tian can withstand it. The gong method is good, but unfortunately the fire is not enough. Facing Cheng Yan's attack, Jang Tian smiled coldly. He simply ignored the 2 palm shadows on the left and right, and clenched his right hand into a fist to strike violently towards the palm shadow, right in the center. Boom, the bloodline spirit power exploded with a bang, and the crowd only saw a flash of purple light before Cheng Yan flew out backwards with a muffled grunt. Looking very wretched, Cheng Yan, is this your strength? It's nothing more than that. Jang Tian had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he wiggled his fingers at Cheng Yan. Outrageous, Cheng Yan's face sank, greatly enraged. Being shaken back by Jang Tian's punch had already made him lose face. And now he was being taunted by the other party, which simply made him ashamed of himself. However, he did not expect Jang Tian to have such a hard hand just now, that palm possessed a power of 38,000 kilograms, enough to sweep across the 7th level of the spirit-building realm. Yet he was shaken back by Jang Tian's hardness, which made him put away his contempt. It looked like Jang Tian did have some strength, but so what? As long as he used his full strength, Jang Tian would still be defeated miserably. Jang Tian, I admit to underestimating you. But this time, there will never be any more flukes. Cheng Yan shouted angrily and charged out once again. With a roll of strong wind on the square, he arrived in front of Jang Tian, both palms slapping together to manifest 6 palm shadows. Slapping down furiously towards Jang Tian, defeat me, Cheng Yan shouted sternly. 6 palm shadows interlaced and danced, making it impossible to see what was real and what was not. But hidden behind the 6 palm shadows was a terrifying power of 40,000 Jin Giant. Is this your strongest strength? Jang Tian laughed coldly as the light in his eyes flashed close. His right fist pounded out like lightning, lightly passing through the 6 palm shadows and crashing through Cheng Yan's double palms to slam into his chest. Boom, impossible. Cheng Yan's face changed drastically, and he screamed miserably as he spat out blood and fell back. Cheng Yan's face was filled with horror, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His body trembled. At that moment just now, Jang Tian's fist had erupted with more than 40,000 pounds of power, but when it smashed into his chest, it had steeply dropped back to around 30,000 pounds. What did this indicate? It showed that his manipulation of power had already reached a very astonishing point, and could be described as being able to retract and relax freely if all 40,000 plus Jin of power fell on his body. Even if he didn't die, he would have to be seriously injured, but because of Jang Tian's retention, he only suffered some internal injuries. How about it? Convinced or not, Jang Tian smiled proudly and looked at Cheng Yan coldly. Cheng Yan's face was ugly. He had wanted to make a splash in exchange for Sun Dong's good impression, but he didn't expect to lift a stone and smash his own foot. Despite the incomparable resentment and anger in his heart, he could not say anything at all. His strength was not good. So what could he do if he spoke nicely? Hiss, how did this kid win again? Pan Yao clenched her teeth, her face turning a little white. Sun Dong was also very surprised. His smiling face stiffened and the corners of his eyes twitched. Seeing this scene, Su Wan's slightly hanging heart was finally released. She sort of understood that Jang Tian had never used his full strength. This disciple, I really don't know just how strong his true strength is. Su Wan shook her head and sighed lightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She was no longer worried about Jang Tian. Instead, she looked at the remaining duo with pity. She knew that these 2 guys were definitely not convinced, and were definitely going to follow in Cheng Yan's footsteps. This complicated look from Su Wan made Sun Dong incomparably furious. This was simply a wordless mockery, a great provocation, useless thing. Why don't you get out of my way? Sun Dong shouted angrily and waved his hand to signal the other 2 to fight. Right at this moment, Jang Tian suddenly shook his head and laughed, glancing at Sun Dong with a contemptuous gaze. Don't waste time. You 2 come together. As he spoke, Jang Tian didn't give them time to react, taking large steps to rush out first. Outrageous, looking at the fast-footed Jang Tian, Zhao Jun and Wen Hao simply couldn't hesitate in time. Because the other party was about to rush close, they would be at a disadvantage if they didn't make a move. Go together, teach this brat a hard lesson. The duo roared furiously and met them. Cheng Yan had lost face. They couldn't afford to slip up again, and despite knowing that they had a solid victory over Jang Tian, they still struck without any reservations. Their strength was slightly higher than Cheng Yan's, and the power of their fists and palms was quite amazing. So much so that a roar rose up in front of them. A spirit wave visible to the naked eye instantly materialized. Like a solid barrier emptying into the air and blasting towards Jang Tian,
Two fools. Do you really think that you can defeat me like this? Jang Tian let out a cold shout, both fists shaking out in unison. His fist instantly pierced through the spirit wave barrier and heavily smashed into the duo. Before Zhao Jun and Wen Hao could understand what was going on, they both screamed miserably and were blown away. Hiss, impossible, how come? Pan Rao's and Sun Dong's exclamations of shock rang out at the same time, and both of their faces became unsightly. Originally, he wanted to teach Jang Tian a lesson and drop Su Wan's face, but he didn't expect to let him out of the limelight and hit his own face instead. The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Jang Tian's strength deserved the word amazing. What exactly is this person? Bloodline, the corners of Sun Dong's eyes were wildly throbbing, and his face was like a pig's liver. Pan Yao frowned tightly and spat out a few words through her teeth. First-grade bloodline? What? Sun Dong's face changed at those words, feeling extremely incredulous. How can such a loser be recruited into the Spirit Sword Academy? I thought he had some outstanding features. But he's just a bit stronger in terms of physical strength. But it won't be long before he's completely left behind. Su Wan, are you confused? Is it good for you to recruit this kind of person into the academy? Sun Dong's face was grim as he sternly questioned. A waste of a first-rate bloodline. I'm afraid that he won't be able to reach the heaven-opening realm for the rest of his life. And even if his physical body is strong, it doesn't have any cultivation value. Although his disciple was defeated, it wouldn't take long for him to rebound in strength, and he would crush Jang Tian at that time as usual. It's a breath hell have to win back sooner or later. In the face of Sun Dong's questioning, Su Wan's face did not change at all. Instead, he laughed coldly. How do you know that Jang Tian is only strong in flesh? And on what basis do you conclude that he must have no cultivation value? On the basis of what? On the basis that he is a waste of a first-grade bloodline, Sun Dong snapped angrily, venting his inner depression to his heart's content. Although he was extremely disdainful of Jang Tian, his disciple's defeat still made him lose face, and at this time, he could only save himself some face by mocking Jang Tian. A group of new students had just gotten their disciple tokens when they were attracted by the lively scene over here. These people came from the large surrounding cities and were about to enter the golden and silver temples for cultivation. Look, someone is fighting over there. It's just a minion of the Copper Temple. What's there to see? The Golden Hall teacher Chang Tianming shook his head and sneered. Not giving a damn. It seems like a freshman at the 5th level of spirit building has defeated a genius at the 7th level of spirit building. A tall freshman raised his eyes in amazement. HMPH, how dare you call yourself a genius even at the 7th level of spirit building? How ridiculous, the other Golden Hall teacher, Jian Yu, let out a loud laugh as if he had heard a heavenly joke, causing many people to look over at him. It doesn't matter if you don't look. Many people are surprised by this look. This was because the tokens held in the hands of this group of disciples were all golden tokens, completely different from their bronze-colored tokens, and clearly a notch higher. Surprisingly, it's a Golden Hall disciple. I really envy them. Once they enter the academy, they get the best training and the best treatment. It can't be helped. Who made them the geniuses of the great city? The crowd looked different and had mixed emotions. Having just entered the academy, those people had already stepped on their shoulders, and it had to be said that this was indeed a cold fact. A mere 7th layer of spirit building dares to call himself a genius. Ridiculous, ridiculous, looking at the attention of the crowd. Jian Yu laughed even more openly. Ha 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 ha. That kind of goods dares to boast of being a genius. How can we disciples at the 8th level of spirit building be embarrassed? Chang Tianming shook his head and laughed, his contemptuous gaze casting directly at those Copper Hall teachers. The words spread and caused a commotion. What? There's a genius at the 8th level of the spirit building realm among the freshmen of the Golden Hall. My God, how can we compete then? Most of our Copper Hall freshmen are at the 5th or 6th level of the spirit building realm. How can we compete with others? Hee hee. Now you should understand why martial artists from large cities and pools directly enter the golden and silver halls.
Right? The crowd resounded with gasps of surprise, and even the attention of the Copper Hall teacher was sucked in.
And no one paid any attention to Jang Tian for a while, compared to those geniuses of the Golden Palace.
What was Jang Tian's little strength? Despair spread so quickly among the new students of the Copper Hall that the atmosphere became noticeably dead and cold.
Su Wan and Luo Lan glanced at each other, greatly annoyed inwardly. Are people from the Golden Palace great?
What makes you look down on people? Luo Lan droned, waking up the crowd. Everyone, don't be presumptuous.
The reason why the martial artists of the big cities are powerful is because they have been blessed with endless pills and expert guidance from their families since they were young. And this is something that we really can't compare to. However, everyone has already entered the Spirit Sword Academy.
As long as you cultivate hard, you will definitely have your day in the future. Su Wan's face was calm.
Using a pleasant voice to inspire the new students of the Copper Hall, it was only after the duo's comforting words that the Copper Temple freshmen's emotions calmed down a bit. But the loss was still heavy. Jang Tian, however, was unimpressed and remained calm. There was no loss to be seen on his face at all. There was only a resolute expression and a determined gaze.
Su Wan, Luo Lan, are you not convinced? What can you do if you don't obey? If you have the ability to speak with strength?
Chang Tianming and Jian Yu shook their heads and laughed coldly, lining up the crowd to come closer.
The duo scanned the Copper Hall freshmen, their faces filled with disdain. They were followed by several fair-faced and handsome disciples whose cultivation levels were all clearly at the 8th level of the spirit-building realm. There were also quite a few disciples at the 7th level of spirit building in the Copper Hall, but they paled in comparison to these few. Although they were outnumbered, they were overwhelmed by these few people and felt very inferior. The 8th level of the spirit-building realm would be able to impact the heaven-opening realm by advancing 2 more steps, and then enter the main courtyard and become a core disciple of the Spirit Sword Academy. What can the people of the Copper Temple compare with others? At this moment, even those freshmen at the 7th level of spirit building had dull faces and completely lost their aura. Right at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out, as if a thunderbolt had broken the dull atmosphere. HMPH, what's so great about a Golden Hall disciple? Can the 8th level of the spirit building realm definitely defeat our Bronze Hall disciples? I don't think so. The person who spoke was none other than Jang Tian, who coldly scanned Chang Tianming and Jian Yu as his gaze landed on the Golden Palace disciple at the 8th level of spirit building. His eyes filled with battle intent. He wore a cold smile on his face, and there was even a hint of provocation in his eyes, causing a few Golden Hall disciples to grimace and become enraged. Arrogant, stupid. I don't know what I'm talking about. A few Golden Palace disciples glanced at each other, shaking their heads and laughing coldly for Jang Tian. They clearly disdained him, especially after seeing his cultivation. They regarded him as trashy goods. Jang Tian, what are you talking about? Although the Golden Palace's people are arrogant, they do have the qualifications. One still has to face reality. One can't speak out of turn just because of jealousy. Pan Yao's face deepened as she chirped up in a delicate voice. Jang Tian's high-pitched words made her feel extremely uncomfortable, although she wasn't too convinced by the people from the Golden Palace either. There was no way around it. Who made them powerful? The Golden Hall and the Silver Hall were not only strong in terms of students, but also in terms of teachers, and their overall strength was incomparably strong, even if the doors of the Copper Hall were added together. They would not be able to withstand a Golden Hall. HMPH, don't think that you can be invincible in the world just because you beat a few 7th-level spirit-building people. People like you who think they are the best will die without even knowing how they are going to die.
Sun Dong took the opportunity to suppress Jang Tian and sternly reprimanded him.
Jang Tian swept a glance at Sun Dong, the corner of his mouth picking up a cold smile, but he didn't bother with this simple-minded fellow. Instead, he looked over at Pan Yao, his gaze slowly skimming over her delicate body before finally stopping on her icy face. Pan Yao, you're saying I'm jealous. Oh, to be honest, I'm not really jealous. A mere 8th level of the spirit-building realm. What is there for me to be jealous of? Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, looking straight at Pan Yao without avoiding it. Outrageous! How dare a young disciple disrespect his teacher? Are there any rules left? Summer, Ren Yuan, and Deng Tao were instantly enraged. Not only were Jang Tian's eyes not very honest, even his words were so wild, he simply had no respect. Where have I been disrespectful? Can't I even tell the truth? Jang Tian shook his head and laughed coldly, inwardly speechless for a while. These guys in the summer were really wasted. As a teacher of the Copper Temple, he didn't even dare to put a fart in the face of the Golden Temple's suppression. But he was particularly energetic in suppressing his own people. What good disciples are expected from such teachers? Right on, well said. Beautifully said, Luo Lan shouted loudly. Jang Tian's words spoke to her heart, making her very happy. The white face with the bright smile gave an impactful beauty that made the people in the Golden Hall marvel. Su Wan always maintained her composure and smiled blandly. Jang Tian, well said, realm cannot represent everything. Only battle power is the root of victory or defeat. Jang Tian smiled blandly at Su Wan, exuding a strong man's demeanor, causing Luo Lan and Su Wan to light up and sigh. So, you're not convinced. Chang Tianming frowned slightly, looking at Jang Tian with extreme contempt. 5th level of the spirit-building realm. It seems that the one who defeated the so-called genius at the 7th level of the spirit-building realm is you. Isn't it? Jian Yu looked at Jang Tian and said in a conspiratorial manner. Jang Tian smiled bashfully and didn't deny it. Very well, you don't even care about the 8th level of the spirit-building realm. I guess you must have some skills. Do you dare to fight my disciple? Chang Tianming smiled coldly, his gaze somewhat icy. Why wouldn't you dare? Jang Tian nodded without hesitation, although he was still at the 5th level of spirit building, after refining 50 Earthblood pills on the flying boat. His strength had risen considerably from a few days ago, together with his superb bloodline talent. He was completely confident in defeating an opponent at the 8th level of spirit building. Actual combat was the best opportunity to hone his skills, and he hated for his opponent to step in and help him sharpen his sword. Very well. Chang Tianming waved his hand, and a disciple walked out. My name is Zhuo Yang of Lingchuan City. I ask for advice from senior brother Jiang. This person had a stocky figure. His eyes gleamed, and his aura around him was very stern. This disciple of mine comes from the Zhuo clan of spirit, with a bloodline rank of the upper 7th grade and a strength of the 8th level of the spirit-building realm. I hope it won't cause you any pressure. Let's begin. Chang Tianming smiled coldly, hands behind his back, ready to watch the show. Wait, just then, Luo Lan suddenly stepped forward a few steps, frowning slightly in thought. Luo Lan, are you afraid? Your Copper Palace. Are you all guys who dare to talk but not act? Jian Yu shook her head and laughed coldly, unable to resist mocking. He had long since seen that these people from the Copper Temple were just bluffing. That Jang Tian even don't know what kind of trash goods. The 5th layer of the spirit-building realm also dare to brag, saying that he is not afraid of the 8th layer of the spirit-building realm. Simply open your eyes and say blind words. Who said we're afraid? Luo Lan had a strange smile on her face and a mysterious look. What do you want, then? Jian Yu frowned, wondering what she intended. Luo Lan winked at Su Wan, who immediately understood her intentions and secretly laughed in her heart. This Luo Lan, what a devilish idea. We can fight. But Jang Tian is only at the 5th level of spirit building. He will always be at a disadvantage. Even if you guys win, it's not worth being happy. How about we bet a little bit of lottery? Seeing that the other party was a bit hesitant, Luo Lan sneered, "You guys aren't afraid of losing and don't dare to bet." "Are you? Outrageous. How can we lose?" Jian Yu's face sank in anger. Chang Tianming was confident and smiled. "My disciple's strength is, and something to brag about. Tell me, what do you want to bet on?" Luo Lan nodded. "Don't bet on anything else. Just bet on the elixir you're carrying. Every time a new student reported, the academy would issue a batch of pills, and these teachers were carrying quite a few pills on them. I have a lot of elixirs on me, even if you guys win them by luck. Aren't you afraid of propping him up?" Chang Tianming frowned and looked coldly at Luo Lan. "Don't worry. I won't bet on other pills. I'll bet on the spirit rushing pill that your golden palace specializes in." 10 pills only. Luo Lan smiled proudly, looking very pleased with herself. The spirit charge pill was exclusive to the Golden Hall, but it was also limited in number in the Golden Hall, and not every new student was qualified to enjoy it. "What a big mouth. Did you know that I had just received 10 spirit punching pills and said that on purpose?" The corner of Chang Tianming's eyes jumped and he frowned slightly. "What are you afraid of? They can't win anyway." "Just bet Jian Yu couldn't wait," and egged on from the side. Chang Tianming thought about it anyway. "There is a win or a loss in this competition, so what's the harm in agreeing to her? I can promise you that." "But what are you betting me?" Luo Lan flipped his right hand and took out a small turquoise bottle. "Here it is. Guess what's in it?" The trainees were a bit confused when this object was released, but Chang Tianming and Jian Yu were energized. "Hiss, this is the Locke family's begonia dew." "That's right. I've long heard that the Locke family's begonia dew has extraordinary efficacy. It's a great tonic for all range moon realm martial artists, and it must be stored in some kind of special jasper bottle." "So it looks like this, is it?" The two of them glanced at each other and immediately revealed their greed. "Since it's begonia dew, no problem." Chang Tianming breathed deeply, already aiming for that bottle of begonia dew. "Jang Tian, don't be gullible." Su Wan's gaze moved slightly as she nodded faintly. "Jang Tian, give me a good fight. If you win, all 10 spirit punching pills will be yours." The corners of Luo Lan's mouth hung with a hint of a bad smile as she gripped the small green bottle tightly. "Master, Teacher Luo Lan, don't worry." Jang Tian arched his hand and saluted, then stepped out, confronting Zhuo Yang from a distance. "Luo Lan, you are so generous to bet with them with the begonia dew. Aren't you afraid that Jang Tian will lose?" Su Wan frowned slightly, but her face always wore a relaxed smile. Obviously, she wasn't really worried. "Are you that unsure of your own disciple?" Luo Lan shook her head and smiled, her eyes suddenly becoming mysterious. "Hey, to tell you the truth, even if you lose, it's nothing. This vial is actually empty." Su Wan was stunned. "This is fine." Luo Lan shook her head triumphantly, her gaze very sly. "What are you afraid of? I didn't say it was begonia dew." "That was their own guess." Su Wan shook her head and sighed. "Oh, really?" Zhuo Yang was the first genius of the Zhuo clan in Lingchuan City, with a 7th grade upper-level bloodline, and his cultivation reached the 8th level of the spirit-building realm, making him quite strong. In fact, he couldn't even look at Jang Tian, if it wasn't for Chang Tianming's assignment. He wouldn't even be interested in making a move. What could be the point of a lion fighting an ant? What suspense can there be? "Teacher Luo Lan, the begonia dew in your hand is already ours." Zhuo Yang was confident about this competition. As if beating Jang Tian was already a given, his gaze rested on Luo Lan's impactful face, but his heart was throbbing inside. Instead of fighting Jang Tian, he was showing Luo Lan his strength. As a teenage genius, he was already high-minded. With this kind of stunning beauty in front of him, he was even more like playing chicken blood, and couldn't wait to show his strongest side so that he could leave a perfect impression in the other party's mind. Besides, Luo Lan was not the only beautiful woman here. Besides her, there was the cold Su Wan and the hot and unlikable Pan Yao. The presence of these few women undoubtedly lifted Zhuo Yang's spirits,
and prevented him from finding this encounter too boring. Master, you can take the pills back. There is no suspense at all in this match. What can a martial artist from Tianbao City be capable of? I can crush him with just one finger. Zhuo Yong's face was arrogant. His eyes blossomed with light, displaying a powerful aura. Hee, Zhuo Yong, it's good to win the fight. Don't hit too hard, otherwise the two beautiful teachers will be sad. Jang Tianming put the pills in his hand back into his storage bag and shook his head and laughed. Don't worry. Master, I know what's in my heart. Although Zhuo Yong was answering Jang Tianming's question, he kept staring at Luo Lan with two glowing eyes between his words. The beauty of this woman was not seen much even in Lingchuan City, and just one glance made his heart beat faster. If he hadn't been in the other's way, he would have hated to go up and strike up a conversation. Why are you so long-winded? Are you still fighting or not? Am waiting for the elixir? Jang Tian's gaze was icy cold, and he frowned slightly. Where did the other party look like they were preparing for a fight? It was almost as if they were eating and drinking to watch the fun. There was not the slightest bit of tension at all. However, it was no wonder that he was only at the 5th level of spirit building. And indeed, he was unable to make the other party take him seriously. But the more this happened, the more complacent Jang Tian became. The other party was so gullible. Later on they would have to suffer, eager to find a fight. All right, I'll fulfill you. And by the way, let everyone see the strength of our Spirit River City martial artists. With his cultivation at the 8th level of spirit building, he was able to crush Jang Tian without using his bloodline spirit power. Get down on the ground for me. Zhuo Yong charged out violently, his fist transforming into a phantom, bringing up a dull whine that shocked the crowd. Hiss, what a strong fleshly body power. On the 8th level of the spirit building realm, an ordinary martial artist can reach a strength of more than 30 pounds. But Zhuo Yong is a genius of Spirit River City, and the strength of this punch reaches 40 pounds. What, 40,000 pounds? My God! Shouting in astonishment rose from the plaza as the crowd stared in disbelief, as if they had already seen the sight of Jang Tian being smashed away with a single punch. There really is some strength. Facing Zhuo Yong's incoming force, Jang Tian also had to be grave. After all, the two were 3 small realms apart, and he was indeed slightly inferior to the other party in terms of physical strength alone, and this time, he didn't hesitate to make use of his bloodline spirit power. In the crowd's shocked eyes, Jang Tian not only didn't dodge, but instead met Zhuo Yong without knowing what to do. This kid's crazy, isn't he? I think he's looking for death. Do you really think that beating a few people at the 7th level of the spirit building realm is a big deal? Are the geniuses of Spirit River City not comparable to the mediocre talents of those medium-sized cities? The crowd shook their heads and laughed coldly, greatly despising Jang Tian's foolish behavior. However, the next scene left them shocked and speechless. A purple light flashed on Jang Tian's fist as a powerful force erupted. Boom! In the muffled sound, Zhuo Yong was shocked out, stomping back 3 steps before barely standing still. How is that possible? Zhuo Yong's face changed, feeling extremely surprised. However, looking at Jang Tian on the opposite side, he was looking relaxed and at ease. The punch just now didn't seem to have any effect on him. This could make the crowd wonder. Could Jang Tian's strength really be so powerful that plus Zhuo Yong was not his opponent? What? He actually blocked Zhuo Yong? Impossible. How could he be Zhuo Yong's opponent? The crowd exclaimed in shock, somewhat unable to see the situation. This result also made Jang Tianming very surprised. He thought that one punch would be able to shock Jang Tian, but he didn't expect that it was Zhuo Yong who was shocked back, and he subconsciously touched his storage bag and frowned slightly. Zhuo Yong, what the hell are you up to? You can't even beat a piece of trash at the 5th level of spirit building. Jang Tianming's reprimand made Zhuo Yong very annoyed, and he couldn't help but curse himself for being too careless. Jang Tian, don't be complacent.
Just now, I didn't use my bloodline spirit power at all. Next, y'all see my true strength." Zhuo Yang urged his bloodline spiritual energy, and a flash of firelight in front of his body coalesced into a red, colored longsword surrounded by firelight. As soon as the long sword took shape, a scorching hot aura swept out, and the onlookers near the front of the spectators' color changed as they retreated backward. Hiss, what a strong bloodline spirit power, heavens. It's the 7th grade upper rank red sword bloodline. If this sword chop goes down, Jang Tian will have to be seriously injured if he doesn't die, right? HMPH, you can't blame others for your own death. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd as they marveled at Zhuo Yang's powerful talent. Compared to that, Jang Tian's little bit of strength paled into insignificance. The crowd thought that the jig was up. However, facing the red-colored longsword, Jang Tian did not have any fear. He only looked slightly grave, and did not have any intention of dodging, let alone retreating. Flaming sword art, Zhuo Yang swung his right arm, and the red-colored longsword dragged a fiery light and chopped out. Not good, Su Wan's face changed. But it was too late to stop it. Not only did Jang Tian not dodge, he instead charged up against this long sword. His star Luo steps had already reached the realm of peak of perfection. His body turned into an illusory shadow, and with a slight sway, he avoided the attack of the red-colored long sword. In the next moment, it flashed in front of Zhuo Yang. Outrageous! Zhuo Yang's face changed as he transported his fists and smashed them against his opponent. He hadn't expected Jang Tian's stance to be so marvelous, but even if the fire sword's attack fell short, he was still sure to crush his opponent. This punch was enriched with bloodline spirit power and exploded with 50,000 pounds of power, sending a wave of spirit power rippling through the void. However, the truth was completely out of his expectation. Jang Tian shouted. His bloodline spirit power exploded, and his right fist erupted with the power of 55,000 pounds. Blasting hard at Zhuo Yang's fist, boo, with a dull and loud sound, Zhuo Yang's body shook dramatically and his face changed greatly. The sharp pain coming from his fist shocked him so much that his arm felt as if it was going to break. However, that's not the biggest shocker. Terrifyingly huge power continued to gush out from Jang Tian's fists, forcing him to keep retreating. After the turn of the eye, Zhuo Yang's power began to rebound at a rapid pace, while Jang Tian's fist strength never diminished. Finally, after a dull roar, Zhuo Yang could no longer support himself and flew backwards with a miserable cry. Zhuo Yang had not yet landed. Blood came out of his mouth, spilling a blood flower on the ground. After landing, the breath is even more rapid decline. Bloodline's spiritual power is not to continue. More than 10 feet away from the red-colored long sword also gradually disappeared in the void. Looking at the long sword that slowly dissipated, a strange light bloomed in Jang Tian's eyes. He vaguely felt that if the whole map activated his bloodline spirit power, he would even be able to shake this long sword with his bare hands. This was the confidence brought to him by the barbarian blood divine dragon bloodline, as well as the increase in strength after refining 50 earth blood pills over the past few days. However, he didn't do so because he had just arrived at Spirit Sword Academy and wasn't familiar enough with everything here. Coupled with the threat of the assassins from the Holy Underworld Palace, one must never expose their bottom card unless it was necessary. He was confident but not arrogant. There were not only new students in the academy, but also old students who had been practicing for several years. And he didn't think that he would be able to sweep the Vice Academy just after enrolling. Jang Tian withdrew his fist and looked coldly at Zhuo Yang. At this moment, Zhuo Yang still had a trace of panic remaining in his eyes, while inwardly, he was unable to accept and incredulous. No way, this isn't real. It's impossible for me to lose to an ant at the 5th level of spirit building. Zhuo Yang muttered, his face unsightly. My God, Jang Tian actually beat Zhuo Yang. The Bronze Hall freshman actually beat the Gold Hall freshman. I didn't expect that. It's unbelievable. With Jang Tian's victory.
A wave of noise and awe was set off above the square,
and the eyes of the crowd looked at Jang Tian in a different way. Without realizing it, he performed a small miracle. In the history of Spirit Sword Academy, no Bronze Hall martial artist had ever been able to defeat a Golden Hall genius. Not amongst the freshmen, and not amongst the older students as well. How could Jang Tian's strength be so strong?
At this moment, even Jang Tianming was greatly surprised, his face turning blue. He couldn't accept the result of Zhuo Yang's defeat either.
But the fact was already obvious, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't accept it. Jang Tianming. Willing to gamble, bring the elixir, Luo Lan reached out to him and demanded the pot. The corners of Jang Tianming's mouth twitched.
But he couldn't afford to back out after the words had been spoken, not to mention that it was in full view of everyone.
As a teacher of the Golden Temple, he certainly couldn't renege on his debt. HMPH, count yourselves lucky. Take the pills. Jang Tianming's heart was incomparably meaty, but he had to take out the pills and toss them to Luo Lan.
Luo Lan smiled prettily and snapped her fingers, and a spiritual light rolled the elixir and flew towards Jang Tian.
Jang Tian, take it. These pills are yours, thank you. Teacher Luo Lan. Jang Tian raised his hand to accept it, but there was some indescribably odd feeling in his heart, starting from the rush in Tianbao City. All the way until now, his impression of Luo Lan had changed greatly. It's just that this back and forth is a little too dramatic for him to be more or less comfortable with.
There's no need to be polite. This is what you won with your skills.
Giggle. Luo Lan smiled sweetly and looked deeply at Jang Tian before withdrawing her gaze again.
Jang Tian, you've performed well and have given your master a long face. It's the first time in Spirit Sword Academy for a Bronze Hall martial artist to beat a Gold Hall martial artist.
Su Wan said with a smile on her face, nodding her head in satisfaction. Alas, even a Golden Hall martial artist can't defeat Jang Tian. It's not unfair for us to lose to him, including Huang Kai, as well as several of Sun Dong's disciples.
All shook their heads and sighed at this moment, their hearts bitter, seeing this result. Their hatred for Jang Tian was instead not that strong.
Zhuo Yang, who was at the 8th level of the spirit building realm, was defeated. I didn't expect that Jang Tian would be so lucky. Pan Yao shook her head and sighed long and hard, with a very complicated expression. Jang Tian's performance repeatedly exceeded her expectations, causing her to re-examine this young man. I don't think it's just luck. His strength is indeed very strong. It's just that his bloodline level is too poor. This kind of qualification, in the end, won't have too high achievements.
Summer frowned and sighed, saying in a deep voice.
Ren Yuan and Deng Tao also had to sigh in admiration. Jang Tian's strength was indeed very strong. Zhuo Yang's defeat made Jang Tianming and Jian Yu lose face. Jang Tian, you're lucky to be able to defeat Zhuo Yang. I think you only won by a fluke. Do you dare to fight again?
Jian Yu spoke coldly, ready to save face for the Golden Palace. Jang Tian was naturally not afraid of a challenge.
It was just that betting on this kind of thing was not good for him as a disciple to open his mouth.
And his expression moved as he once again looked at Luo Lan.
Luo Lan laughed. Jian Yu, is your disciple going to fight as well? Fine, come up with the colorful prize. HMPH, into just spirit punching pills, as long as Jang Tian wins the fight.
I'll give him these 10 spirit punching pills as well.
Jian Yu patted the storage pouch on his waist and said proudly. In his opinion, Zhuo Yang only lost because he was too careless, and one had to admit that Jang Tian did have some strength.
But so what, as long as they took it seriously, with the strength of those spirit-building, 8th layer disciples.
Defeating Jang Tian would not be a problem at all. Master, I'll fight him. Master, let me go into battle.
I must teach him a hard lesson, and let him know the strength of a Golden Hall martial artist. The 2 Golden Hall freshmen leaped into battle.
Yu Dong, you go on. Jian Yu waved his hand, signaling one of them to fight. These 2 had their own strengths. But the overall strength was still bettered by Yudong of Tianhai City, who had had a fight with Zhuo Yang and won steadily. Don't worry, master. I will teach Jang Tian a good lesson and let him know the power of a Golden Hall martial artist. Yudong stepped out and coldly gazed at Jang Tian. Jang Tian, you may be able to defeat Zhuo Yang, but you will only lose when you meet me. That look, as if he had already eaten the other party, not putting him in his eyes at all. Jang Tian smiled coldly. So many people have said such words. I've heard my ears calloused. Useless, less bullshit. Strike arrogant, Yudong shouted angrily as a blue light rose around him. An ocean wave, like aura, suddenly spread out from his body, causing the crowd to be shocked. Hiss, what a powerful bloodline spirit power. What exactly is Yudong's origin? I seem to have heard that the Yu clan of Tianhai City inherits a kind of spirit sea bloodline.